Chapter 701 Tang San is suffering. If you're willing, there's nothing wrong with it. Didn't you tell outsiders not to disturb her? Lu Feng smiled evilly, sliding one hand down from Qian Rongxiu's elastic waist and rubbing her buttock. The other hand reached up. Ah, you can't. Qian Rongxiu Feng was confused. Her breath was unsteady. She refused, but she did not take the initiative to escape from Lu Feng's clutches. What can't you do? Lu Feng kissed her gently on her swan-white neck under her earlobe and asked softly. No, it can't be. Here. Qian Rongxiu struggled to maintain her ability to organize her words and begged softly. It must be my emperor's throne. I agree. Lu Feng he picked up Qian Rongxiu's soft and delicate body and carried her to the imperial throne that symbolized the supreme imperial power. Put Emperor Qian Rongxiu on the seat and gently peel off her emperor's robe. Suddenly I remembered that in the Pope's palace on the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong had done something similar. His mood was even higher. Whether it was a coincidence or not, neither Bibi Dong nor Qian Rongxiu seemed to mind doing something that desecrated the sacredness and solemnity of the throne that symbolize supreme power. Could it be because of blood relationship? It does not matter. What's important is the ongoing discussion between him and Qian Rongxiu. In the empty hall, on weekdays, hundreds of officials gather here to discuss many national affairs that concern hundreds of millions of people, and the emperor sitting on the imperial throne makes the final decision. Now, Emperor Qian Rongxiu, who was sitting on the imperial throne, was an hour past. You are so strong. I thought that if I broke through level 70 and reached Soul Saint I would be able to keep pace with you. Qian Rongxiu's breathing was rapid, and the blurred beauty in her blue phoenix eyes shone with a hint of surprise in her intoxication. Due to excessive physical exertion, her breath was unstable and she felt powerless, making it impossible for her to finish her words in one breath. She paused, then continued. I didn't expect that after you went to the killing city you actually broke through to level 72. Your soul power surpassed mine, and your physical strength was even stronger. I still can't stand you being like this. Lu Feng caressed Qian Rongxiu's jade-like white skin dripping with fragrant sweat and said with a smile, if you can also go to the killing city to test and gain opportunities, maybe my soul power will not be able to surpass you. You know, I can't go. My grandfather said that people from our angel Wuhan family can't go to the city of slaughter. The power of the angel god conflict with the city of slaughter, but I also understand that you are comforting me. Qian Rongxiu held Lu Feng's face, opened her red lips slightly and kissed Lu Feng's mouth affectionately. Lovers who understand each other don't need thousands of words. Lu Feng was indeed comforting Qian Rongxiu. You just said that because you gave your chastity to me, you may not be able to inherit the angel god. It's all my fault. Guilt rose in Lu Feng's eyes and he was very worried. He had no idea it would have such an impact. He did not want to affect Qian Rongxiu's succession to the throne. This is as different from Hu Lina's qualification as a goddess. Saintess of Wuhan Palace is just a revered title. She will have more power in her hands and will officially become the successor to the Pope of Wuhan Palace. But the inheritance of the angel god position is the only key to Qian Rongxiu's ability to open a higher dimensional world and gain divine power and eternal life. Due to Qian Rongxiu's seraphim martial spirit, she is limited to inheriting the angel god position. If she loses the qualification to inherit the angel god's position, she will not be able to become a god in this life. In the original plot, Qian Rongxiu could become a god, but after becoming a god, he was severely injured by Tang San. His godhood was shattered and could not be recovered. In the end, he died in depression with huge physical and mental trauma. Lu Feng is trying his best to eliminate this consequence, but he didn't expect that with his involvement the situation would change, and Qian Rongxiu might not be recognized by the angel god. If he had another choice, he would forcefully resist the urge to take Qian Rongxiu's body and wait patiently, not letting Qian Rongxiu take such a risk. However, the situation at that time was that the two of them could not help but fall in love, and it finally came to pass. I have never blamed you, and I have never regretted it. You wanted me, and I wanted you. We were in love, and it happened naturally, and I knew it would happen in advance. Such consequences. Qian Rongxiu playfully stretched out a long jade finger and played with it on the tip of Lu Feng's nose. You may lose the qualification to inherit the divine throne, but you are still smiling so happily, Lu Feng said helplessly. Qian Rongxiu chuckled and said, fool, being able to enjoy the sweetness of love with you is as important as becoming a god. Well, I can do it again. Let's continue and continue to serve me as you wish. Your Majesty the Empress. Lu Feng smiled and started moving again, but he decided in his heart that no matter what, he could not let Qian Rongxiu fail to become a god. Otherwise, not being able to hold back Qian Rongxiu's love would also violate his original intention. The next day, Lu Feng went from Yuexuan to Shrek Academy. Last night, after serving the Empress Qian Rongxiu, he returned to Yuexuan. Emperor Shueqing He's true identity cannot be revealed yet, so he cannot spend the night in Qian Rongxiu's palace. The reason why he went to Shrek Academy was because Flanders heard about him when he came back. He sent someone early in the morning to invite him to attend the opening ceremony of the new semester. He was the captain of the first Shrek Academy team and led the Shrek team to win the Academy Elite Soul Master competition, making Shrek Academy a blockbuster and ushering in glory across the continent. Many outstanding young soul masters on the mainland come here because of its reputation and are proud to be admitted to Shrek Academy. Even with the harsh recruitment conditions, the number of new students in Shrek Academy is still several times higher than before. The Soto branch of Shrek Academy also started operations, and Zhao Wuji served as the dean of the branch there. After Ma Hongjun and Oscar graduated, they practiced outside for half a year and then joined the workforce. Because they have a good relationship with Lu Feng, the business alliance provides them with a variety of well-paid jobs for them to choose from. They are currently engaged in satisfactory jobs with a good income and live a prosperous life with their wife. Compared to Ma Hongjun, who is lazy and loves to enjoy himself, Oscar practices quite hard. Oscar was once one of the substitute for the Shrek Academy team. After broadening his horizon, he had higher goals and continued to practice diligently after graduation. Most of the other members of the Shrek Academy team held important positions in the business alliance after graduation. Lu Feng regarded them as core talents and gave them broad space for promotion and growth. Only Jiangzhu refused the generous salary and management position offered by the business alliance and chose to stay in school as a lecturer. Before Lu Feng, Zhu Zhuqing and others came, when it was still Lanba College, Jiangzhu was the undisputed school beauty of Lanba College. Jiangzhu was also very beautiful in appearance and tall and graceful. Compared to Duguyan and Yalingling of Tiandu Royal Academy at that time, she was not much worse. Please take a day off and make up for the update tomorrow. Afterward, the stunningly beautiful Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, etc. arrived, but their appearance and cultivation talent Jiangzhu were slightly inferior and their brilliance was blocked. But there are still many boys who pursue Jiangzhu, including nobles and talented people. Now, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, a grey-brown luxury carriage was parked. On the carriage was the flag of Earl Swafir's family. A man who looked like a messenger came out of Shrek Academy and climbed into the carriage. Your Highness the Prince. The messenger panted and bowed before Xuebeng. How's it going? Xuebeng asked. Your Highness, that Jiangzhu doesn't know how to appreciate others and refuses to meet him. The messenger said. So arrogant. How dare she, a little lecturer, refuse the invitation from the Earl's mansion? Xuebeng's blood-red eyes glared. The messenger sighed. Your Highness, since Xueqing he became Emperor Tiandu, he has tried his best to weaken the power of the noble family. Count Xueful's current influence is not as good as before. Of course I know this. Because of this, it has given my good opportunity. Many noble families now intend to join forces with me secretly to pursue big things. Xuebeng sneered. Tang San on the side said, since you are planning to achieve great things, why do you want to take Jiangzhu as your concubine? There is no point in asking for trouble. Be presumptuous in front of the prince. Tang San, please be careful what you say. This messenger from the Earl's family is actually a spy in disguise and an old member of the Avalanche team who is hiding. Although Xueqing he uprooted the Avalanche forces, some of them inevitably slid through the net. Xuebeng returned to Tiandu City, and with the secret help of Count Xueful, he gradually gathered some of his old subordinates and promoted them as chess pieces. Who are you? You dare to teach me a lesson? You are seeking death. Tang San was furious and was about to take action. Xiao San, don't mess around. This is Shrek Academy's sphere of influence. If there is any commotion and we are discovered, we will be in trouble. Xuebeng warned. Tang San was now his subordinate in name, but he knew that although they were just using each other, it was actually very difficult to control Tang San. He drew a cake for Tang San and promised that after the event was completed, he would be crowned king in all the lands. On the one hand, Tang San valued this, but on the other hand, there was no other force to which he could seek refuge. Ling, don't be rude to Tang San in the future. He is my brother who has gone through life and death with me. You can go out first. Xuebeng said. Yes, I admit my mistake and I will resign. Detective Lin Ke relented, bowed and saluted and left the carriage. Seeing Tang San's expression soften, Xuebeng said, I want Jiangzhu to be my concubine because of you. For me. Tang San was puzzled. A look of confusion appeared on his green face. When you were in the Killing City, you once said that you had a good impression of Jiangzhu and had the idea of pursuing her. That's what happened. Tang San remembered this. At that time, he was very powerful in the Killing City. Promotion, becoming the leader of the 100 Poison Gang, gaining power, high-spirited and casually mentioning the past. Previously when he was in Shrek Academy, his favorites Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong both became Lu Feng's women, and he was full of misdeed, causing Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong and others to dislike him, and there was no possibility for him anymore. So, Tang San turned to look at Jiangzhu, who was also young and beautiful. According to his understanding, Jiangzhu is a fool and is relatively easy to deceive, so he started to get close to Jiangju. Jiangju has a gentle personality, is approachable and is friendly to her classmate. He didn't reject Tang San too much, but he also kept a distance and just got along with each other as classmate. This made Tang San feel that there was still a slight chance. But before Tang San had any further contact with Jiangzu, many things happened to him. The two worst things happened were the exposure of the torture and beating of Ji Nu during prostitution, and the fact that after being beaten violently by Dugu Yan, she was poisoned by a strange poison and her skin permanently turned green. The first incident brought him irreparable disrepute. The second thing caused his already unattractive face to become even more ugly. These greatly affected his state of mind, causing his soul power to slowly increase. In the final on-campus qualifying round, he couldn't even compete as a substitute for the Shrek Academy team. Because I thought about pursuing Jiangju. You want to recruit her as your concubine. Are you deliberately disgusting me? And you said it's for me. Tang San was a little annoyed but not too angry. After all, it was a matter of the past, and Jiangju also never became her girlfriend. My dear brother, please be patient and listen to my explanation. Xuebeng showed an evil smile. Wrong said slowly, given our current situation, is there any way to bring Jiangju to our side? Of course it is, to promise her status, wealth and power. I have inquired that Jiangju has not been reused and is only in Shrek Academy. As an ordinary lecturer, she was just a commoner and had no family background. Now, I returned to Tiandu City, contacted him, and promised to take her as my concubine in the future. If I ascend the throne in the future, she can be the imperial concubine or even the queen. Do you think she will be tempted? Tang San thought for a moment and said, 9 out of 10 women in the world are greedy for vanity. That guy Lu Feng won the favor of many women just because he was rich and powerful, so I think Jiangju may be tempted, but the prerequisite is that she must believe that you have the possibility of seizing the throne. That's another matter. I'm just talking about the possibility now. You haven't explained it yet. Why is the concubine just doing it for me? Don't worry, listen to me slowly. Xuebeng paused, put his hand on Tang San's shoulder and sighed. You know, I am actually not interested in women now, even if I accept it. The concubine is also treated as a decoration, but no woman wants to be just a decoration. Women also need that kind of thing. Tang San thought Xuebeng was not hanging and he would never be able to do it again. After arriving in the killing city, Xuebeng's orientation changed. He even knew that Xuebeng had an unclear relationship with his teacher Yu Xiaogang. He didn't like this kind of thing happening around him, but Xuebeng and Yu Xiaogang were his confidants at the time, so he had to turn a blind eye and pretend he didn't know. Think of this. Tang San felt trembling all over. Xuebeng's hand on his shoulder made his heart tremble. He knew that Xuebeng's physical contact with him was a sign of friendship, but he is very uncomfortable with this friendly relationship. However, he seemed to hear the implication of Xuebeng's word. Tang San took a deep breath and said, You mean? Yes, Brother Xian should understand what I mean. To put it bluntly, I trust Brother Xian the most. When the time comes, I will ask Brother Xian to be the guest of honor in my palace. It's up to you to enjoy my concubine Jiangju's body, while I just watch from the sideline. Xuebeng showed a weird smile. Tang San cursed secretly. Perverted. Xuebeng Naife is here to fuck me. He still has to watch from the sideline. The thoughts and styles of aristocrats are much more dirty and perverted than those of common people, but it seems quite exciting. He can actually become the guest of the prince or future princess, replacing Xuebeng in the palace. Chapter 702. Different ways of treatment. Tear and pull. Lightning and lightning. This thunder and lightning is not the lightning attribute on their bodies, but is caused by the violent squeeze of airflow and space. It was Yun Yun's sword that split the space, and thunder and lightning escaped from the cracks in the space. Immediately afterward there was another roar that resounded through the sky. The terrifying energy exploded. Blood red, black, cyan and other energy formed turbulent currents and shot out in all directions during the entire space. The explosion produced an extremely powerful and overwhelming shock wave. Ah, what is this? Help me! The avalanche was caught off guard, and the shock wave spread out instantly and hit him. He couldn't stand and was thrown away and rolled over like a duckweed drifting with the current, and he was hit by the turbulent wave. Not involuntarily. No one expected that the aftermath of a showdown between peerless experts would be so fierce. Even with his strength as the Soul King, he couldn't bear it and was in such a state of embarrassment. What's ridiculous is that Avalanche also claims to want to help. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were relatively calm. Seeing that the situation was not good, they quickly hugged a big tree next to them. That's right, even the Soul Emperor couldn't withstand the aftermath. They were shocked at this moment when the woman in plain clothes launched an attack just like the sun coming down. The black tornado disappeared instantly, and everyone's vision was no longer blurry and was illuminated clearly by the light like the sun. The King of Slaughter, who was considered invincible by Tang San, actually went on the defensive and used his giant shield to defend himself. himself. He didn't dare to attack, and his own momentum was somewhat suppressed. The sword of the woman in plain clothes, before hitting the giant shield, it actually split the space. This shows how terrifying the power is, and when the space was split, a sword like the sun descending hit the dark red giant shield. Visible to the naked eye, the giant shield was struck with a deep mark and cracked. The King of Slaughter obviously couldn't withstand this terrifying attack. He was forced to step back more than 10 meters under the huge cracked shield before he stabilized his body. It can be seen that the Slaughter King's feet plowed a deep furrow into the ground. It was obvious that, at least in this duel, the Killing King was at a disadvantage. The myth of the Slaughter King's invincibility was shattered in Tang San's heart. At this time, the ground was shaking again. This time, it was more than just a violent earthquake, and it seemed like the whole world was trembling. It was caused by the space crack created by Yun Yun's sword. This miraculous world created by God is not naturally formed and is not stable in itself. Space cracks will lead to even more instability. Click. The big tree that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were holding couldn't withstand another hurricane-like impact and another violent earthquake, and it broke. Amid their scream, they rolled into a ball, as embarrassed as an avalanche. The other side, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others were stabilized by Lu Erlong, but their bodies were a little swayed and no one fell down. They were amazed. There was doubt in his eyes, but more of it was joy. First of all, of course, it was because Lu Feng was fine. Then the women in plain clothes sent by Lu Feng actually defeated the King of Slaughter. The balance of victory is tilted towards their side. This woman in plain clothes has a stunning appearance, and her offensive and killing abilities are also amazing. He seemed demure and indifferent, but once he moved his hands, he was extremely domineering and fierce. With one move after another, the King of Slaughter could only defend himself. I really don't understand where Lu Feng got this woman under his command, but they were not surprised. Previously, Divine Sword Douluo Xiao Yan, Divine Sword Douluo Li Sun Huan, and the black-robed mysterious female peerless Douluo Zig were all under Lu Feng's command. It would not be surprising if there was one more. It's just that this peerless powerhouse is different from the previous three. She has no soul power fluctuations on her body, and her attack skills don't look like any other soul skill attack, and everything in the world is full of wonders. They just live in a corner of the vast continent. What's more, Lu Feng said that there are 2 other continents in this world, and the ocean occupies 3/4 of this continent. While they felt insignificant, they also look forward to exploring the wonderful and unknown world with Lu Feng in the future. Now, in addition to paying attention to the battle situation, they are also concerned about why Lu Feng hasn't come out yet. In the underground space created by the Earth Dragon King, Lu Feng was anxious at first and wanted to go up, but seeing that Yun Yun had defeated the King of Slaughter and that the girls were safe and sound, I felt a little relieved. In addition, the Earth Dragon King also asked him to stay. The Earth Dragon King believed that he did not have much time, and he did not want to be captured by Shura God and imprisoned in the dragon prison formation again. Therefore, he wanted to sacrifice the remaining soul of the Dragon King to Lu Feng. Only then did Lu Feng realize that the Dragon King's remnant soul could also be sacrificed. The Earth Dragon King controls the earth element and possesses the power of the ultimate earth for both offense and defense. In its heyday, the Earth Dragon King was equivalent to the strength of a second-level god. Even the gods covet the power left behind by his remnant soul. God Shura exterminated all the dragon, leaving only the remnant soul of the Earth Dragon King, hoping that one day the remnant soul of the Earth Dragon King would be willing to be sacrificed to him. In this way, God Shura can obtain the power of the Dragon King that is full of the ultimate earth. The attribute power of the Earth Dragon King's ultimate earth is extremely pure and special, and is closely related to the earth. The owner, dirt and rocks are no longer an obstacle to him, but a help. Not only can it draw strength from the earth, but it can also travel underground at will. If the power of the Earth Dragon King's remnant soul is successfully absorbed, God Shura will become the strongest among the God Kings. At that time, he only needs to use his spiritual thought, and the miraculous space of the killing city will become more stable and expand even larger. There is also a more important reason, which is of great help in restoring the passage between the God Realm and Douluo Star. Obviously, God Shura did not succeed. The Earth Dragon King would rather be beaten to pieces than to be sacrificed to the sworn enemy of the Dragon Clan. As a result, the Earth Dragon King was imprisoned for millions of years. When Shura God returns to the God Realm, he cannot return to Douluo Star without a passage, but he left behind the will of God to protect the killing city and select a suitable successor to the throne. God Shura certainly didn't expect that the heir chosen by his will would be sacrificed by the Earth Dragon King on his own initiative. Lu Feng's Dragon God bloodline has its own hidden function. Only the Dragon Clan can sense and distinguish, and God's will can only detect that the dragon blood is flowing in him. It is normal for humans to have dragon blood. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family and others are all humans with dragon blood. As long as Lu Feng is a human being, he is eligible to receive the inheritance of the divine throne. Do you really want to sacrifice? This is the first time we have met. Although Lu Feng could understand the Tu Long King's mood, he didn't quite understand such a move. He had never heard of the Dragon King's remnant soul being sacrificed, and he didn't know what the result would be. The choice of you by the Dragon God is enough to explain everything. It is useless for me to linger here. Every moment I think about is the scene of being massacred and annihilated. Every moment is an extremely painful torment, and I am sacrificed to the Master. The Master. Having my power means that I continue to fight for the Dragon Clan. It also means that I exist in another way. I beg you, Master. The Earth Dragon King expressed his determination. In that case, fine. Lu Feng agreed. Chapter 703 Yunyun's accident. Lu Feng considered his ability to bear it. If it were a Dragon King in its heyday, he might not be able to withstand such a sacrifice at present. After all, it is equivalent to the power of a second-level god. How can a mortal body be able to withstand it? But now it is just a remnant soul of the Dragon King. The remaining Dragon King power of the Earth Dragon King is several times more powerful than the power of the two Dragon Kings of Ice and Fire, but his current physical body is not the same as before. There should be no problem. My subordinates are incompetent and dare not ask my master to recreate the glory of the Dragon Clan. I only hope that my Dragon Clan will not be exterminated by the God of God. The Earth Dragon King decided to die, and his voice was mournful. Lord Earth Dragon King, please rest assured. I swear on my life that I will do my best to protect the Dragon Clan in this life. If I have the ability, I will help the Dragon Clan regain its glory. I will even help those who are capable of the Dragon Clan obtain the status of God. Lu Feng solemnly promised. This is his true intention, not to mention anything else. He just wanted to do this because Gu Yuina and Zig were the goddesses in his harem. Therefore, when I agreed to the Earth Dragon King, I just let nature take its course and did not go against my heart at all. The sacrifice of the remaining soul of the Earth Dragon King is equivalent to the destruction of both body and soul, and the Earth Dragon King clan has no hope of reappearing in the world. Master. The Earth Dragon King was extremely moved and bowed his head. The Master's great ambition makes me ashamed. Although I will not see that day, I am honored to be a part of the Master's power. Master, please accept the sacrifice. The Earth Dragon King roared, and his huge body, which was hard to distinguish between reality and reality, suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, the pieces of his body shattered into pieces and turned into dots of light yellow stars. That is all the remaining Dragon King power of the Earth Dragon King. The little stars of the Dragon King's power condensed into bundles and surged towards Lu Feng's body. Lu Feng turned on the absorbing state. Absorb and transform all the power of the Dragon King. Previously, the Earth Dragon King used a wisp of the Dragon King's power to help Lu Feng instantly strengthen his bloodline and absorb the God-given soul ring to reach a million-year quality. This was only a temporary enhancement. Now, it is permanently enhanced. Because it was a complete sacrifice, the enhancement was many times greater than before, and it also allowed Lu Feng to obtain the attribute power of the ultimate land. It doesn't take much time. The Dragon God bloodline in Lu Feng's body can naturally accommodate the dragon's power, so it can be integrated directly without any transformation. Lu Feng's talent has been greatly improved again. The ultimate earth attribute and the ultimate wood attribute complement each other. Just like the wind element and the fire element, when combined together, the power will increase exponentially. Lu Feng possesses the 7 ultimate attributes of wind, fire, wood, earth, thunder, water, and darkness, but he only lacks the ultimate gold. In the original plot, the 8 extremes were not explained. What will happen if the attributes are combined into one? Lu Feng had a feeling, if the 8 ultimate attributes are combined into one, there will be extremely wonderful changes. What is certain is that it is not a bad thing. Where can I get ultimate gold? Lu Feng didn't know. If it was mentioned in the original plot, he ignored it or forgot about it. It's not important now. Just after absorbing the million-year soul ring, his soul power increased by 2 levels, reaching level 63. Absorbing a God-given soul ring is not the same as a soul B soul ring. There is a limit to the increase in soul power given. Normally, if one absorbs the soul ring of a million-year-old soul beast in the Soul Emperor realm, the soul power should increase by more than 2 levels, but it doesn't matter as long as the use and power of the soul ring are normal. However, the soul power gained from the sacrifice of the Earth Dragon King's remnant soul was much more than expected. His current soul power has reached level 69. This is equivalent to another 6 levels in a row. In fact, it's more than that. Because level 69 is a big bottleneck, it requires soul power to be increased several times before it can be broken through. If Lu Feng accepted the Earth Dragon King's sacrifice at level 60, he would also reach level 69. Today, in total, his soul power alone has been upgraded 10 levels in a row. He entered the Bone Burial Forest from level 59, and after more than 10 hours he reached level 69. Even in a miraculous trial site like the Killing City, this is a shocking ranking improvement. Once you break through to level 70, you can absorb another dragon soul bone. The more pieces of the dragon god's armored soul bones are absorbed, the more powerful the properties of the activated hidden suit will be. After absorbing the third dragon soul bone, the most outstanding thing is not the hidden attribute activated but the soul bone fusion skill. And after absorbing the fourth dragon soul bone and activating the hidden suit attribute, the age of all the dragon soul bones in the body will be instantly increased to 400,000 years. In this way, the enhancement of soul bone skills and attributes will become extremely powerful. After absorbing all 6 dragon soul bones, all the dragon soul bones in the body will be upgraded to 1,000,000 years. At this moment, Lu Feng felt the sense of fulfillment brought by the majestic power in his body, and his heart felt very happy. He looks inside the martial spirit. Found again. The third martial soul, the 9th turn world-destroying dragon spear, has an extra dragon aura. When the Earth Dragon King was offering sacrifices, the world-destroying dragon spear automatically absorbed a burst of dragon energy. The handle of the gun is illuminated with a simple and mysterious pattern. The world-destroying dragon spear has reached the 4th level and got a 4th level soul skill, Dragon's Roar. It's a sonic attack. The skill name may seem simple, but its power is terrifying. If this soul skill is used, the world-destroying dragon spear will roar, and the 4 dragon auras will immediately turn into 4 giant dragons roaring toward the enemy. All enemies below the god level within a kilometer radius will be stunned, dazzled for at least 1 second. In other words, even if the opponent is a false god, he will be forced to be stunned for 1 second. Don't underestimate this second. In a battle between strong men, 1 second is enough to determine life or death. The weaker the enemy, the longer it will be stunned. Those who are too weak will be directly shocked to death by the roar. At the same time, where the sound wave spread, the enemy's movement speed, attack power, and defense are all reduced by 50%. This is an extremely overbearing, large-scale attack skill that can control and weaken the opponent. Lu Feng read the introduction to the 4th turn soul skill in his mind and felt ecstatic in his heart. All the soul skills of the world-destroying dragon spear martial spirit will improve as his soul power improves and his dragon energy increases, especially the increase in dragon energy. Every additional turn of the world-destroying dragon spear martial spirit is equivalent to an evolution. It has evolved 4 times now. It's also a first turn soul skill, Tyrant Dragon Divine Armor. When first used, it can resist Sword Douluo's 70% soul power attack. Now, it must be able to withstand 90% or even 100% of attack. As for the 3rd level soul skill, 1000-mile soul chasing slash, in addition to the enhanced power, the range of the tracking attack has doubled. Previously, it was within 1,000 miles, but as long as the breath was locked, the enemy could be killed thousands of miles away. Now, this ultra-long-range tracking and killing range reaches 2,000 miles. Except for God, no one can cross 2,000 miles in a few breaths. Today's harvest far exceeded Lu Feng's expectations. He was in a good mood. He looked up to the sky and roared loudly. Leap from the underground space and break out of the thick soil. The dirt and rocks brought no resistance at all. Possessing the power of the purest and most pure earth from the Earth Dragon King allows him to travel freely under the ground. Chapter 704, New Mission Amazing Reward. At Tang San's age, reaching the Soul Emperor level was already an astonishing display of genius. With a bright future, it will inevitably become the target of many forces. At that time, Tang San also planned to put on a show of righteousness and annihilation of relative, condemning his father Tang Hao for killing innocent people indiscriminately and praising the leader of the Merchant Alliance for killing Tang Hao, which was a just act. Tang San did this. The first is to set a clear boundary with Tang Hao so as not to be implicated in Tang Hao's affairs. The second is to openly choose to side with the business alliance. Maybe the business alliance will take the initiative to win over him. The best outcome is for Tang San to break into the Merchant Alliance and hold an important position so that he can better communicate with Xuebeng in the dark. Yes, the time has come. Tang San's eyes narrowed and a strong aura suddenly emerged from his body. Tang San opened the car door, raised his head and chest with a sinister smile on his lips and strode towards the academy gate, quite like a person in a position of superiority. After all, he has been the gang leader for more than a year and controls the largest force in the Killing City. Of course, the population of the Killing City is not comparable to that of Tiandu City. Comparing the population alone, the Killing City with tens of thousands of people is only equivalent to a small or medium-sized city in the Tiandu Empire. Xuebeng smiled, as if he could predict that Tang San would show off his skills at Shrek Academy, shocking the whole school and even the whole city. If Tang San becomes a man of the hour, it will be of great benefit to Xuebeng. The gatekeeper of Shrek Academy was in awe when he saw Tang San's momentum, especially when he felt the Soul Emperor's soul power fluctuations, and asked politely, "Excuse me, Your Excellency, the Soul Emperor come to our Shrek Academy. Why do you want to attend the opening ceremony?" Tang San said, "Do you have an invitation invitation? No. May I ask your name? Are you from the Merchant Alliance? Without an invitation letter, entry is generally not allowed, but Flanders has explained that if the other party is a famous person in the Merchant Alliance, he will be allowed to enter. The gatekeeper watched Tang San closely but didn't recognize who it was. Tang San wore a mask, only showing 2 eyes, and those 2 eyes were blood-red and murderous. At this time, Tang San took off his mask and a green face appeared in the gatekeeper's eyes. Are you Tang San? The gatekeeper looked wary and recognized Tang San. After Tang San went to the killing city, his face and eyes changed a lot, but his unique green face was his signature, known to all women and children. A bad reputation is also a kind of popularity. Tang San was quite famous in Tiandu city. It's Tang. Tang San said coldly. You actually reached the level of Soul Emperor. The gatekeeper was surprised. When Tang San left Shrek Academy, he was only Soul Emperor. Go in quickly and report and ask Flanders to come see me. Tang San put on an arrogant look. This gatekeeper is not Li Yuzong, just an ordinary soul master. Dean Flanders is presiding over the opening ceremony. I don't have time to see you right now. Please wait a moment, the gatekeeper said. Then I'll go in and see him myself. Tang San was just waiting for the opening ceremony, where everyone would gather together so that he could steal the show. You can't. Before the gatekeeper could finish speaking, Tang San's soul power burst out from under his feet. His body jumped up and he rushed through the gate of Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy moved to Tiandu City, and under the banner of the Merchant Alliance, it has been very comfortable in the past few years. No one has ever dared to break in, so there are no strong door guards. Clang, clang, clang. The janitor quickly sounded the alarm and shouted, someone broke into the college. Flanders, who was talking to thousands of students, frowned and looked at the flying figure. Who is it? Why did you break into the college without permission? The figure was fixed. Tang San appeared, clasped his fist and saluted. Tang San saw Dean Flanders, but the gatekeeper didn't want to inform him, so I came in on my own. Please forgive me. Tang San's words were polite. There was a certain amount of courtesy, but his tone was still a bit arrogant and cold. He is now the Soul Emperor. After being trained in the killing field, he now challenges Flanders with the Clear Sky Hammer. He is confident of winning. Flanders' Cat Eagle martial spirit was far behind his Clear Sky Hammer martial spirit. Moreover, he is still the future King Haoshan, and Flanders is just the dean of a college. Tang San, you have actually reached the level of Soul Emperor. Flanders' eyes flashed with surprise. Have you been to the killing city? Flanders was good at seeing and could judge Tang San's current soul at a glance. He could tell from the violent and murderous aura that Tang San exuded that Tang San had returned from the city of killing. Soul Emperor. In less than 2 years. How did Tang San do it? Ye Qingyu's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Ye Qingyu is currently promoted to the vice president of Shrek Academy. She also knew Tang San when she was a tutor before. At that time, Tang San majored in the control type Blue-Silver Grass martial spirit. The Blue-Silver Grass martial spirit talent was very average. Even if Tang San got some opportunities in the killing city, it was unlikely that he could cultivate it so quickly. In less than 2 years, Tang San was promoted from Soul Lord to Soul Emperor. In the history of the academy, only Lu Feng can compare with him. Jiangju also marveled. Tang San's soul power was still below hers back then, but now it has far surpassed hers, beyond reach. The students on the martial arts field also exclaimed in shock. So he is Tang San. Where is the killing city that Dean Flanders mentioned? Is it so helpful to cultivation? I don't know about the killing city either. Students basically don't know about killing capital. Some mentors know a little bit. I heard that those who enter the slaughter city have a narrow escape from death and few people can come back. It is a very scary place. Then that Tang San can return from the slaughter city, it means that he is very strong now. Tang San left school without authorization. It turned out that he was going to the slaughter city. I don't know why he came back today. Hearing these voices, Tang San was secretly proud and a little elated. This is the effect he wants, but not enough. This is only a small limelight. He chose to come at a certain time because he wanted to make a big splash. While everyone was exclaiming and discussing, Tang San revealed the purpose of this trip. I came here today to challenge Vice President Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji once hit him so hard that he was almost inhumane. The functionality is still greatly affected. It's hard to get hard. Although physical cultivation can reach that point, he found that once certain functions are damaged, it is difficult to make up for it. Tang San has always been worried about this. This time the strong man returned, and he thought he could defeat Zhao Wuji. He was too familiar with Fudo Ming Wang Zhao Wuji's trick. Zhao Wuji has better defense and strength, but speed is his weakness. Back then, Tang San was able to dodge most of Zhao Wuji's attacks by using ghost shadows to distract him. But now, not only could he overwhelm Zhao Wuji in terms of speed, but the attack power of the Clear Sky Hammer spirit could also overwhelm Zhao Wuji. Even in a head-to-head confrontation, Zhao Wuji was no match. And Zhao Wuji is the vice president of the academy. Defeating Zhao Wuji ability in addition to revenge can also make him famous in Shrek Academy and even Tiandu City. Chapter 705 The Fourth Martial Spirit. Lu Feng's soul power fluctuated and strengthened a lot. Could it be? The Slaughter King felt the changes in Lu Feng's body and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lu Feng's soul power fluctuations when he broke through the 60-level absorption soul ring before were no longer comparable to the current soul power fluctuation. How long does it take? Lu Feng's soul power surged again. Even if he absorbs 100,000-year soul ring, he can't become that much stronger. Lu Erlong stared at Lu Feng and felt the change. Surprise appeared on his face. Although he didn't understand what happened to Lu Feng under the ground, he guessed that he must have gotten some greater opportunity. Of course she was happy for Lu Feng. Yun Yun looked at Lu Feng, her eyes sparkling, and she was not indifferent. The young man who summoned her out in a short time. During this time he became much stronger, which she had not expected. Only the above three strong men present could immediately feel the changes that occurred in Lu Feng when he burst out with murderous intent. Although Tang San couldn't notice it obviously, he still felt the pressure brought by Lu Feng, which was several times stronger than before. He was shocked, but on the surface he had to pretend to be unafraid and said, "We have agreed to duel at the killing field, so we will not fight today." The reason was very good, but in fact it was just timidity. In this situation he had no confidence in facing Lu Feng alone and did not dare to take risk. As soon as he said this, his momentum became even weaker. "Okay, let's have a duel on the killing field." Lu Feng turned to Yu Xiaogang and said, "You shit-eating bitch, you want to steal our opportunity while I'm not free, and you use the power of others to bully me. Woman, let's settle this account first." I didn't. I just discussed it with Lu Erlong." Yu Xiaogang still wanted to argue, but when he saw Lu Feng coming towards him with a murderous look, he quickly put it down. Respond in a fighting stand. He didn't know that Lu Feng had also been promoted to the Soul Emperor and was a level 69 Soul Emperor, but his true combat power was difficult for even a titled Douluo to match. "Okay, then I will discuss it with you with my fist." Lu Feng looked at Yu Xiaogang, preparing to release his martial spirit and kill Yu Xiaogang in one fell swoop. I originally planned to have Yu Xiaogang sacrificed to Lu Erlong if possible, which would be more interesting, but Yu Xiaogang had just brought a threat to his woman, so he wanted to kill her directly. "Wait a minute, Holy Son, it's unfair for you to fight Yu Xiaogang now," the King of Slaughter said in aid of Yu Xiaogang. He judged that Yu Xiaogang was no match for Lu Feng now. Once a fight broke out with Lu Feng's decisive killing, Yu Xiaogang would definitely die. Yu Xiaogang is his loyal dog in captivity. He must stand up and speak out, otherwise he will lose all his prestige. The King of Slaughter unconsciously addressed Lu Feng as Holy Son at this moment. Originally he was a little dissatisfied with Shu, the airborne Holy Son. After Lu Feng came to the Slaughter City, he never came to visit him, the King of the Slaughter City. He felt that Lu Feng didn't respect him. Now, seeing Lu Feng's rapid growth and good luck, he was amazed. Lu Feng was not only accompanied and protected by Bibi Dong, but also protected by a mysterious strong man. This mysterious woman in plain clothes was actually allowed to enter the burial ground. Therefore, the King of Slaughter began to feel that God Shura's choice made sense. He had to reconsider his relationship with Lu Feng and openly began to respect Lu Feng. "Oh, why is it unfair?" Lu Feng glanced at the King of Slaughter with an indifferent gaze. "Yu Xiaogang, you just experienced a battle and your body is currently injured." The King of Slaughter explained the reason. "So what? He took advantage of me to absorb the soul ring and bullied my woman. He didn't consider whether it was fair or unfair. Anyway, he had to give an explanation today. Anyone who stops him is my mortal enemy." Lu Feng faced the King of Slaughter, still responded with force. He has this confidence because his strength has improved and because of Yun Yun. "Holy Son, we are all people recognized by God. We are given authority in the city of killing and can be regarded as Kali. Therefore, I don't want to be your enemy. This is good. I will let Yu Xiaogang apologize to you." The King of Slaughter looked at him. He glanced at Yu Xiaogang and winked. "Gave in." The King of Slaughter actually gave in. You must know that the King of Slaughter has always said the same thing in the city of Slaughter and has control over everyone's life and death. He has never given in to anyone in the past decade. But Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, Xue Beng, and others knew that due to the situation, the Slaughter King had to give in. Again, if you can do it, there is no need to be. Just because the King of Slaughter and the followers around Lu Feng were evenly matched. Others' attacks also suffered serious setback. A Contra was instantly killed by Zhu Zhuqing with one move. Transferring his soul power, Yu Xiaogang became a super Douluo, but he was also repelled by Lu Erlong. So now facing Lu Feng's strong questioning, the King of Slaughter had no choice but to start and be reasonable. Yu Xiaogang's mind worked very quickly. He immediately bowed to Lu Feng and saluted, suppressing his frustration, and said, "I apologize. I'm sorry, Lord Holy Son." He was too depressed. He was teased in the Soto Spirit fighting arena arena, and the character he had built up for decades suddenly collapsed. His reputation was ruined, and he was deceived into eating his own shit. After deducing that Lu Feng was behind the scene, he hated Lu Feng to the extreme. It was a deep hatred that even killing Lu Feng could not make up for. However, now he was asked to apologize to Lu Feng. If the apology was useful, there wouldn't be so much killing in this world. Lu Feng said coldly, "Then what does the Holy Sun want? Can you please let him live for the sake of my face?" The King of Slaughter also guessed that Lu Feng was not that easy to talk to. Negotiation must be bargaining. "Okay, I'll give you this face." Lu Feng thought for a moment and said. Yu Xiaogang cut off his arm and swore that he must stay in the killing city for the rest of his life. Since the killing king started to reason, he took the initiative to give in. Give some face. The purpose of coming to the killing city this time is not to fight for the will, but to harvest opportunities. With the strength and power of the King of Slaughter, if they break up completely, it will cause unnecessary trouble, or at least waste a lot of time, and he didn't want to waste too much time. The King of Slaughter frowned. Cutting off one's arm is a great damage to a soul master, not to mention missing a part to absorb the soul bone. The soul power and combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. He didn't care about the latter one. It was in his interest to let Yu Xiaogang stay in the killing city forever as his slave. "No, I can't stay in the killing city forever." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with fear. He cares more about the last one. His biggest wish was to leave the killing city and return to the Douluo continent with great pride and regain his reputation after becoming a peak powerhouse. Being unable to escape from the killing city forever means that no matter how powerful he becomes in the future, unable to go out to the vast world and feel proud, he could only spend his whole life huddled in a degenerate and gloomy city of killings where supplies were extremely scarce and he would never be able to turn over. And he swore in front of the King of Slaughter that as long as the King of Slaughter was around, he must abide by his oath. Chapter 706. Heart in Chaos. Tang San has already reached Soul Emperor. Why does he still seem so afraid of Lu Feng? Could it be? Flanders seemed to be talking to himself. Yes, Tang San was promoted to Soul Emperor in less than 2 years, and Lu Feng was an intermediate Soul King 2 months ago. Ye Qingye was also a little confused. For each major realm before titled Douluo, levels 1 to 3 are the primary level, levels 4 to 6 are the intermediate level, and levels 6 to 9 are the high level. Tang San always suffered a disastrous defeat in his battles with Lu Feng. Maybe he didn't have the confidence. Jiangju stared at Lu Feng, her eyes sparkling with a kind of blind admiration. "I believe that even if Lu Feng's soul power is stronger than that of Tang, even if you are weak, you can defeat Tang San even if you cross a higher level." "Of course, I'm just worried about Tang San's dirty trick. Tang San pretends to be dull and honest but is actually very vicious and cunning." Flanders said to Tang. 3 have a deep understanding. Hearing this, Jiangju, Ye Qingye and others also had a trace of worry on their faces. Tang San's soul power was higher than Lu Feng's, so if he used dirty trick there might indeed be unpredictable result. At this time, call out, call out, call out. The sound of breaking wind sounded one after another. Several figures passed by from a distance. Flanders' eyes lit up and he said with joy, "2 dragons." Zhang Zhu's face burst into smile. "Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Ling Ling, they are all back." They took a trip home and arrived a little later. Ye Qingye looked lovingly at her daughter Ye Lingling and felt the fluctuation of Ye Lingling's soul power. She was surprised but said nothing. Soon she realized that not only Ye Lingling but also everyone who followed Lu Feng to the slaughter city had greatly improved their soul power, and the eyes that stared at Tang San gained a fierce murderous aura. After a little experience you will know that it is extremely difficult to mess with, even if it is an auxiliary soul master. Earth-shaking changes. Ye Qingye probably knew that in addition to getting a great opportunity, Ye Lingling also killed people and killed a lot of people. Only a soul master who has killed many people can have such murderous aura in his eyes and generate a powerful aura. Of course, going to the city of killing cannot avoid killing, or in other words, it is to adapt to killing. As a soul master, you can avoid killing under the protection of the academy, but you cannot always be protected by the academy and you will always have to face the cruel world. Soul masters hiding in greenhouses and comfort zones cannot grow and are extremely fragile. Outside the academy, brutal killings are the norm. In a world where the strong are respected, if you don't kill someone, they will kill you. As a soul master, you must face it. Ye Qingye was very pleased and surprised to see the great changes in Ye Lingling and others. How could the opening ceremony not be attended by me, the honorary dean? Boss Fu, you didn't inform me. Lu Erlong stood on the stage heroically, glaring at Flanders with cold eyes, pretending to be dissatisfied. Ouch, I didn't know, Erlong, that you had returned to Tiandu City, but it's my fault. Flanders laughed. He only received a notice that Lu Feng returned to Tiandu City. He didn't know that Lu Erlong had returned with Lu Feng. He didn't even know that Lu Erlong and Lu Feng entered the killing city together. The business alliance is expanding more and more with tens of thousands of miles of territory directly under the alliance leader. Sometimes there is a shortage of manpower. Lu Erlong goes to inspect from time to time. It is difficult for Flanders to know Lu Erlong's whereabouts. After all, Flanders is not a member of the official business alliance, nor is he a core member of the business alliance. Many internal information of the business alliance is unknown. Flanders adheres to the belief of not being attached to any force. If Lu Feng doesn't force it, Flanders will naturally not get the privileges within the merchant alliance. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Du Guyan, and others smiled and nodded and said hello to Flanders, Jiangzhu and others. They saw Tang San and Lu Feng confronting each other from afar and roughly understood what happened. Tang San, do you still have the nerve to go back to Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu said angrily, hands on hips. Tang San made things difficult for them in the killing city and tried to rob them of the holy dew of the underworld they had obtained in the bone burial forest. Seeing how powerful Lu Feng was, Tang San did not dare to duel with Lu Feng and escape from the killing city overnight, but failed. Ran to Shrek Academy. No matter what, Xiao Wu felt extremely hateful when she saw Tang San. Xiao Wu, let our husband handle it. Zhu Zuyun pulled Xiao Wu. Husband, don't be merciful to him. Xiao Wu turned to Lu Feng and spoke. Her voice suddenly became affectionate and gentle. Okay, Lu Feng responded with a smile. Seeing this situation, Tang San's eyes darkened. He was jealous and afraid. After Xiao Wu said this, could Lu Feng still go as far as he could? Jiangzhu was stuffed with dog food. She was extremely envious and sighed in her heart, but immediately she secretly made a decision. The emperor has arrived, came a loud voice like a mountain call. Qian Rongxiu, who transformed into Shui Qinghe, wore a crown and emperor's robe surrounded by stars like the moon, followed by Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong. Ah, your majesty is here. Flanders and Yakingye were greatly surprised. Emperor Shui Qinghe worked hard to govern his affairs. He had always been diligent in political affairs and rarely left the palace. Today, for such a trivial matter as the opening ceremony of Shrek Academy, he came in person. Come over. It's so flattering. Flanders and others hurriedly stepped forward to fight. Everyone bowed respectfully and said in unison, Your Majesty, long live our emperor. Normally, people are required to kneel down and bow down, but Qian Rongxiu is governing and following the Feng Merchant Alliance, so they are exempted from kneeling down. It has been implemented for more than a year. Shrek Academy is following the new policy. When you see Emperor Tiandu, just bow down and salute. Lu Feng's mouth twitched. It's okay to say long live Shui yet, but to say Qian Rongxiu is to curse him not to become a god. But Flanders and others didn't know, so they had nothing to say. Qian Rongxiu glanced at Lu Feng and saw him confronting Tang San. She didn't take it seriously and said leisurely, Dean Flanders, I'm here uninvited. Excuse me for disturbing you. How dare you? Pu. There is nothing in this world but a royal land. Your Majesty can come to our Shrek Academy. It is a great honor for me and the entire academy. Flanders complimented. Lu Feng smiled secretly. Flanders doesn't want to rely on power, but he is very keen on making money, and he is even more keen on getting a title, because with a title he can make more money. If you want a title, you must be conferred by the emperor. Therefore, when meeting Emperor Shui Qinghe, one cannot avoid being arrogant and flatter him in a low-key manner. Qian Rongxiu smiled and changed the topic. I came to Shrek Academy today. Actually, I heard that the regent was here, so I came here to take a walk. The meaning was obvious. I came here not because of you Flanders, nor because of Shrek Academy, but because of Lu Feng. Lu Feng's mouth twitched again. He was suddenly praised as a popular person in the court by the Empress Qian Rongxiu. Now everyone in the world knows that he is her favorite, but what everyone in the world didn't know was that the Empress knelt in front of him last night. Flanders was a little embarrassed. The Emperor said it more frankly, but then he thought about it. The Emperor gave Lu Feng face, which meant giving him face. Okay, in other colleges the opening ceremony does not have this honor. Chapter 707 Challenge the King of Slaughter. It's our turn. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Meng Yuren walked up to Lu Feng with shy smiles on their faces, with deep expectations in their beautiful jewel-like eyes. Hey, you guys! Lu Feng felt an unexpected feeling in his heart. The order in which the goddesses take turns is the result of their own deliberations. Lu Feng didn't ask for anything because he treated everyone equally and didn't say who he wanted to favor. It was also good to take turns to eat different flavors. Goddess usually find the sisters they are most familiar with to form a group together. For example, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyun, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Sometimes there will be changes. Local adjustments will be made when strenuous exercise is not suitable due to injury, menstruation, etc. But they also look for familiar sisters to change shift, and Shui Binger and Shui Yuer in front of them had never been paired with Meng Yuren. It should be that they have experienced battles and life and death tribulations together, and their relationship has deepened and they have become more compatible. But why husband? You think it's strange, don't you? He. Meng Yuren said with a sweet smile. You are getting getting stronger and stronger now, and the sisters all feel that it is a bit difficult for the two of you. In the past 2 days, except for the night as usual, you have also been doing it during the day. If you want to find another sister, it means that you are not satisfied with your desires, so after discussion, we decided that the 3 of us will sleep with each other in the future. Husband, do you have any objections? No, I said. You can make the final decision on this matter. Lu Feng left the affairs of the harem to be discussed by themselves in order to minimize the number of shura field. It is human nature for women to be jealous in order to win favor, but if the power is delegated to them, each of them will have equal power, and if there are differences they can vote to decide so that they can discuss the most reasonable and fair way. Everything is going well with the family. Sleeping with 3 women is of course even more wonderful. You must know that each of them is not an ordinary beauty nor an ordinary soul master. They are all genius soul masters with outstanding grace, different personalities and unique temperament and charm, and their expertise and preferences are different. For example, Meng Yuran likes to be on top. The curvature and rhythm of the twisting waist of the water snake coupled with her expression and posture, just thinking about this beautiful scene is extremely visually impactful, let alone experiencing it personally. Tonight, with 3 beautiful landscapes blended together, there will definitely be new surprises to be discovered. You said you had something to pay attention to tonight. What was it? Shui Binger asked a little shyly, her cheeks white and rosy. You'll find out later, Lu Feng said with a smile. Let's talk now. Xiao Wu was very curious. No, it won't be so fun if you say it, Lu Feng said in a cryptic way. You made people very curious, but you didn't say anything. Bad guy. Xiao Wu pouted, thinking about going to Lu Feng's room to spy on him at night. At this time, Ning Rongrong walked out of the kitchen carrying a bowl and said with a playful smile, if you make Sister Xiao unhappy, the consequences will be very serious. Yes, the consequences will be very serious. When it is my turn, I will let you taste the power of Sister Xiao. Xiao straightened up and became more and more proud, sniffed and turned around and said, Wrong, is this the new delicacy you cook? The smell is a bit special. Let me start. Have a taste. Xiao Wu smelled the fragrance and was a little greedy. It's a broth. You can't eat it tonight. It's a tonic soup for Lu Feng and the others. It's added with high-grade spiritual herb that nourish yin and nourish yang. It's Sister Yanyan's unique secret recipe plus my cooking formula. Made. Ning Rongrong said. Wrong, you are so good. Lu Feng is already so strong. If you still give him Dabu decoction, we will be miserable. Meng Yuran complained, but there was a charming smile on his face. Sister Yuran doesn't know the heart of a good person, so I gave it to you to drink. It's more beneficial to you. Ning Rongrong showed a meaningful smile. Okay, I blamed you wrongly. I'm sorry, Chef Ning. Meng Yuran walked over and hugged Ning Rongrong, kissed her on the cheek, took the big tonic soup, and said with a smile, then I'll drink more. What's this new trick? Lu Feng felt Ning Rongrong's kindness, which was a bit unusual. Rongrong is such a good assistant. Not only does it give us buffs in normal battles, but it also brings us buffs in private fight. Shui Yuer chuckled. Ah, Shui Yuer, you said it so bluntly. If word spread, it will ruin my reputation as a chef, so I won't let you drink. Ning Rongrong blushed and glanced at Yun Yun. Bibi Dong is Lu Feng's teacher, and he is also the Pope, so he will not spread the little secrets of Lu Feng's family. But Yun Yun, they had just met and were not familiar with her. Although Yun Yun claimed to be Lu Feng's follower, she was so mysterious that Ning Rongrong was still a little defensive. Yun Yun saw Ning Rongrong looking over, her expression slightly unnatural. Why is she looking at me? Oh, yes, a kind of distrust. There is no doubt about Yun Yun's intelligence in becoming the leader of the Yunlan sect. She was just immersed in the joy of this special family. I actually felt the warmth I had never felt before. Most of these are Lu Feng's women. There are so many beautiful women with unique personalities, extraordinary strength, and all of them are as beautiful as flowers and jade, serving the same husband, and they can get along so harmoniously. So strange. After learning more about Lu Feng, Yun Yun generally understood a little bit. Lu Feng's appearance was unparalleled and rare in the world. This was the first time she had seen such a handsome man, not the kind of feminine beauty, but the masculine, sunny, and natural charm of men, which is extremely attractive to women. Looking at the fact that he treated his women fairly and even took the initiative to lower his profile and leave some decision-making power to them, Yun Yun had never seen such a way. Of all the powerful people she had ever met, they all wanted to have all the power in their own hands. Those kings and nobles regard women as playthings and accessories. Once they become their women, they lose their freedom. But here in Lu Feng, they are not only free but also happy, relaxed, harmonious, and do not delay their cultivation. Yun Yun felt envious when she saw it. Her heart was unconsciously immersed in this warmth that she had never experienced before. It was only now that Ning Rongrong's look made her wake up. She is still an outsider. Don't worry, we are all our own. Lu Feng could not explain Yun Yun's origins, but he could give Yun Yun and his wives some reassurance. One of our own. Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes moved. His plump red lips raised a smile that could only be understood, and he said, "Are you the kind of one of your own who came in together?" "That's not the case yet," Lu Feng said with a sneer. "If it's time, tell her and I'll help her arrange it." Lu Erlong has the most status among the sisters. After all, he has managed hundreds of thousands of people and has been the teacher of most of them, including Du Guyan, Ya Lingling, and Meng Yuran. After the three of them transferred to Shrek Academy, they also took her classes. Chapter 708 The King of Slaughter kneels. Lu Erlong's generous expression also seemed to be a declaration of sovereignty. Among Lu Feng's women before, she had the highest soul power and the strongest strength. Now there is a woman with fearless Douluo strength who protects Lu Feng personally. Her appearance is so beautiful and charming, and she has an extremely slim figure. Simple plain clothes cannot hide Yun Yun's graceful figure, especially those plump and proud round buttock. They are all in line with Lu Feng's preferences. Lu Feng didn't say this, but she could feel that when she was intimate with Lu Feng, that was the place where Lu Feng lingered the longest. Just like this, Lu Feng held her in his arms, squeezed her body, and kissed her red lips while also squeezing her round body behind her. Lu Erlong could feel Lu Feng's deep love for her from Lu Feng's kiss and care. That's not just a need, it is also a kind of giving. Give consideration and care. Although Lu Feng does not belong to her tonight, Lu Feng will always belong to her or theirs. This may sound contradictory, but from different perspectives you can understand it if you are in their environment. In the world of soul masters, cultivation is the theme of all soul masters. Love is secondary and a luxury product that cannot take up too much time. However, love makes Lu Erlong feel alive and colorful. As long as Lu Feng loved her as always, no matter how many women were around Lu Feng, she would have no regret. Of course, it is inevitable to feel jealous occasionally. A woman who is not jealous is either abnormal or not loving enough. As soon as she started to smell jealous, Lu Feng comforted her with intimate contact. When Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and others saw Lu Feng and Lu Erlong being intimate, they didn't make a fuss at all. Instead, they laughed, chatted among themselves because Lu Feng also treated them like this. "I'm going back to the room." Bibi Dong secretly wanted to sit there for a while longer and watch the interactions between Lu Feng and Lu Erlong. She envied them for being able to be with Lu Feng openly and found it interesting. Such an atmosphere actually gave her a sense of family, a feeling of, although the Pope's palace was regarded as a holy place by the soul masters of Wuhan Palace, it was sacred, noble, and luxurious, but it was made of cold stone and wood, as well as rigid and ruthless dogma, which did not make her feel at home at all. Just now, Bibi Dong had some realization. Home is a feeling. Warmth is the tone of home. Bibi Dong enjoyed this feeling, but now, as a noble Pope and Lu Feng's teacher, she must have her own reserve. "Teacher, I'll take you back to your room. I'm going to start practicing." Hu Lina understood Bibi Dong best. She glanced at Lu Feng and followed Bibi Dong upstairs. Lu Erlong was satisfied with the tenderness he received. He pushed Lu Feng away and said, "We have gone too far. Even His Majesty the Pope can't stand it. Go up and take care of your teacher. She has come specially to protect you. Master Kongdao is very important in Douluo continent." "Okay." Lu Feng nodded and let go of Lu Erlong. Ning Rongrong came over with the soup and said, "Bing you and Yuran all drank it. The rest is all yours." "Rongrong is so nice. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Feng picked up the soup bowl. There was still a small half bowl. After smelling it, a strange fragrance hit his nose. He drank it all in one gulp and said, "Well, it tastes good." "Bing Yuran, you go back to the room and wait for me." Lu Feng meant an obvious statement. "Let's go to the swimming pool to train for 2 hours first," Shui Binger said. "That fine." Lu Feng nodded and left the restaurant. "Come to Bibi Dong's room." Hu Lina left wisely. They entered the bone burial forest and Bibi Dong waited for them outside for 10 days. The flow of time in the bone burial forest is 5 times that of the killing capital city. Lu Feng, Hu Lina, and others spent 2 days in the bone burial forest and 10 days in the city of killing capital. In addition, Hu Lina has joined the ranking, and together with sisters Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, they can have Lu Feng together for 1 night every 2 days. Except Bibi Dong couldn't spend the night in Lu Feng's room, so he could only take the time to secretly have a tryst with Lu Feng. Therefore, Hu Lina left the current time for Lu Feng and Bibi Dong to be alone. Bibi Dong knew that Lu Feng was coming behind her. She turned her back to Lu Feng and took off the purple gold crown inlaid with shining gems from her head. She took off her purple papal robe and skirt and moved very gently. He put his nose to her swan-like graceful neck, smelling the unique fragrance of her body, and gently kissed the white and tender spot under her earlobe. "Sometime, I really don't want to be this Pope." Bibi Dong glanced at Lu Feng affectionately, then pushed Lu Feng away, walked to the window, and looked at Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, who were training in the garden swimming pool. Wait, she had never envied them so much. "You can act coquettishly around Lu Feng as much as you want. You can make jokes of both sexes and vegetables to each other. You can express your love at any time. time and have an affectionate relationship openly in front of everyone. She even envied Hulina. Hulina gave up her qualifications to become a saint without hesitation. Now it seems that it was a very correct decision. What Hulina has gained now is more precious than the status of a saint. Hulina's brave love. She can also be brave, but she can't let go of her role as Pope just yet. This is a sense of responsibility. If there is no suitable person to succeed the Pope and she leaves to be with Lu Feng publicly, Wuhan Palace will fall into chaos and even fall apart. She single-handedly developed Wuhan Palace and put in more than 20 years of hard work. She promoted many elders, cardinals, and palace masters. Many soul masters joined Wuhan Palace because of their trust in her. She couldn't just let it all go. Power is sometimes a kind of bondage, a bondage that cannot be easily broken away. Lu Feng knew this very well. He put his hands under Bibi Dong's armpit, hugged her tightly from behind, and comforted her. Dong-er, I understand how you feel. I also want you to get rid of the constraints of your identity. If you wait a little longer, I believe it will be okay. You don't have to wait too long. Yes, you don't have to wait too long. Bibi Dong felt Lu Feng pressing on her heart, touching her big conscience. Bibi Dong couldn't bear it, and her body couldn't help but twist. Your body seems to be particularly hot. It's the effect of Dabu decoction. Is it effective? You'll know after you try it. Shouldn't we try it on Binger and the others? It's the same with you first. Sometime thousands of words can't compare to the most direct expression of action. Lu Feng directly pressed Bibi Dong on the windowsill. Not counting the bright blood moon, the swaying moonlight cast a strange and hazy blood-red color on the killing city. The murderous city of eternal night is always shrouded in darkness and mystery. Here, good cannot survive, and evil continues to breed and can be seen everywhere. Here, there is no sunshine, but there is boiling lava exposed to the air, flowing like a river, and the heat flow has nowhere to escape, so the entire environment is very hot. Temperature, on the other hand, doesn't matter to high-level soul masters. Their bodies, haunted by soul power, can automatically adjust to temperature adaptations. The higher the soul power, the stronger the adaptability. Even in the middle of a fight, you don't necessarily sweat. No one noticed that at the window on the highest floor pavilion of the Scarlet Castle, crystal clear sweat fell down Bibi Dongmian's jade face. The long purple hair that fell down was shaking. Chapter 709. A resort to be alone with Bibi Dong. Noon. Shrek Academy Library. Soul masters do not necessarily have to eat lunch at noon. However, the college stipulates that noon is a break time. Therefore, during this period, almost no students come to the library, and usually only the administrator is on duty. Qingye was filled with joy and returned to the library early, dismissed the two librarians, and then cleaned the office by herself, especially the desk and sofa. He arranged it carefully again, placing flowers on the table and placing a few pots of green plants in the corners. He took out a bottle of high-end red wine from the storage space and sprayed some precious perfume from the south on himself and in the air. I deliberately unbuttoned 2 more buttons on the collar to expose the whiteness to the air. Of course, the main reason is to be exposed to Lu Feng's eyes later and be more attractive. Qingye didn't need to be deliberate. She was already a mature beauty at the level of a goddess, and with her hard work she became even more charming and alluring. Tuk tuk tuk. Lu Feng came as promised and knocked on the office door. Qingye curled her lips, showing an expression of joy and excitement, and moved lightly to open the door. The unparalleled Lu Feng stood in front of him with a smile on his face like a tree in the wind. He was dressed in a white robe with a tall and straight figure and a face like a crown jewel. Even if he was just standing there quietly, he still had a cool look. His black eyes were as deep as an ancient spring. Looking into Lu Feng's eyes, Qingye made Qingye, my whole body was so weak that I couldn't take a step or speak a word. Qingyu, don't you want me to come in and sit down? Lu Feng couldn't help but joked when he saw Qingye staring at him blankly. Oh, please come in. Qingye calmed down, got out of the way of the door slightly awkwardly, and invited Lu Feng into the office. Even though she was older than Lu Feng, she felt ashamed at the moment and her cheeks were slightly red. It was a little inappropriate to stare blankly at a man's face. She should have passed the age where she became so infatuated when seeing a man, but Lu Feng made her feel like she had returned to the time when she was a young girl in love. When she saw her beloved, she felt so nervous, excited, and overwhelmed that she couldn't control herself. She is not the vice dean, mentor, or powerful soul master now. She is just a woman with strong love in her heart and looking forward to the comfort of her lover. She hadn't been alone for a long time, and meeting again for a tryst might have caused her to be too excited, arousing strong needs in her originally calm heart. Ever since she had that kind of relationship with Lu Feng, she couldn't even look at other men. Even if Lu Feng doesn't appear next to her for a long time, she only has Lu Feng in her heart. Her heart should be filled with Lu Feng, fully occupied, no room for others. This time when Lu Feng came back, she got her wish, and the excitement in her heart was indescribable. It was like the boiling lava was suppressing and brewing in her body, just waiting for the moment to come the volcano would erupt, unleashing her passion wantonly. Lu Feng's eyes wandered boldly over Ye Qingyu. Appreciate carefully and taste carefully. A mature beauty like Ye Qingyu is like a famous painting with great charm, suitable for savoring carefully. The more you look at it, the better it tastes. Her body was plump and alluring, making him reluctant to look away. The decent white women's shirt could not hide her devilish figure. She wore a dark blue hip-covering short skirt on her slender thighs, which outlined her perfect curve. The beautiful teacher in neat professional attire embodies all kinds of charms on campus. Her charming eyes and smiles convey her inner whispers. Her movements exude mature and charming charm. Her open neckline looks bold as a teacher, and her snow-white and plump bodice in the spring light. The eyes are like a pool of autumn water. When looking at it, they have an elegant and noble temperament which is graceful and fatal. Ye Qingyu is a woman who can become the Warren of Ziweo Tower. Her smile has fascinated thousands of men, but no man can be her guest. Only Lu Feng can make her happy with a kiss. Lu Feng's breathing gradually became rapid. The evil fire in his body was burning. His energy and blood surged, and there was a thirst in his eyes. He raised his claws and was about to turn into a hungry wolf, pounce on her and pin her down on the desk, but Ye Qingyu started to pour out the red wine. Well, she is a woman with taste and style, know how to create an atmosphere and enhance the wonderful feeling of dating. Lu Feng noticed that the office had been carefully decorated. I understand in my heart. He forced himself to endure it for the time being. Eliminate simple and crude ideas. There are a few women who like to be simple and crude and get to the point, but Ye Qingyu obviously wasn't. She is somewhat artistic and cares about mood. Since she like this, Lu Feng is of course willing to cooperate. The world he lived in his last life was extremely prosperous in literature and art. Under the influence of his ears and eyes, his understanding of emotions was definitely no worse than any man in this world. The reason why a noble and extraordinary mature woman like Bibi Dong loves Lu Feng till death is inseparable from the emotional compatibility. As his thoughts changed, Lu Feng's hand that was originally going to rub Ye Qingyu's pretty butt was changed to gently hugging her slender waist, and the other hand that was going to pinch her snow-white round thighs and lift up her short skirt was changed to go and take the goblet she handed you. A real man will have style when he should have style. Doing that kind of thing in a beautiful atmosphere will be more beautiful and high quality. Yes, there is a quality distinction in that kind of thing, but most people don't understand. I want to thank you again for everything you have done for Lingling. I respect you. Ye Qingyu handed over the goblet filled with red wine and raised her own goblet. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Qingyu regretted a little. She didn't know why she spoke about something off topic at the moment when the two of them were having a tryst and were about to start their love affair in the office. Maybe it's because I'm in the office. The office is a place where official business is conducted. A tryst with a lover is the most personal thing. Doing this kind of thing in the office mixes business and private matters. There is a very special exciting feeling, but it's also easy to overthink. Ye Qingyu apologized. Would you blame me for saying this at this moment? No, in front of me you can say whatever you want without any scruples. It's just your thing. It's too polite. Yes. Lu Feng took a sip of the red wine, feeling the sweet taste of the wine, and said leisurely, Lingling is my woman now, and I should pay for her. What about me? Ye Qingyu blurted out. She really wanted to know her status in Lu Feng's mind. The same goes for you. You are both my woman. That's why I say thank you. It's too polite to say thank you. Lu Feng smiled and hugged Ye Qingyu into his arms. Well, I am your woman. Ye Qingyu felt the warmth and strong sense of security in Lu Feng's words and arms. Her body was soft and pressed against Lu Feng's body. Her heartbeat accelerated and her breathing quickened. I have said, do I love you? Chapter 710. Bibi Dong lets herself go. Lu Feng recalled briefly and shook his head. No, Feng, I love you. I only love you in this life. I know there are many outstanding and beautiful women around you. I don't expect eternity. As long as you don't forget, I'm satisfied if you come and see me occasionally. Ye Qingyu finished her true confession in one breath, and at the same time she stripped herself completely naked. These words had been pressing in her stomach for a long time, and she felt extremely happy when she finally said them out today. She didn't say it before because she didn't have such an opportunity and didn't think clearly. She didn't dare to express it like this. This is about her Ye Lingling. Ye Lingling had long known that she was having an affair with Lu Feng. In the Tiandu Empire, it was legal for her and Ye Lingling to serve the same husband. There are precedent, but it's not very common. Although Ye Lingling had no objection and accepted it by default, Ye Qingyu could feel that the relationship between them was becoming increasingly distant, and Ye Lingling was alienating her intentionally or unintentionally. Ye Qingyu guessed that it was because they fell in love with Lu Feng at the same time that Ye Lingling felt a knot in her heart. She could tolerate Ye Lingling's alienation, but she didn't want Ye Lingling to have any knots in her heart. This made her shrink back a little, not daring to love Lu Feng wholeheartedly. There is a big difference between between her and Ye Lingling falling in love with the same man and openly marrying the same man. The Tiandu Empire did not prohibit it, but some conservative small local kingdoms considered it unethical and banned it. These are not important. What is important is Ye Lingling's attitude. If Ye Lingling has grudges and knots in her heart, Ye Qingye can only choose to quit, even if she has to lose her happiness. She knew that she would never be able to like a man other than Lu Feng. She was also mentally prepared to live alone for the rest of her life. Originally, Ye Qingye just planned to quit silently. However, when she saw Lu Feng, she couldn't restrain her emotions. She found that her love for Lu Feng was overflowing. The thought of being separated from Lu Feng made her feel extremely painful. She couldn't help but invite Lu Feng. Even if it's your last date. Yes, Ye Qingye regarded today as her last tryst with Lu Feng. She was worried that Ye Lingling had a knot in his mind which would affect his cultivation. After Ye Lingling's martial soul evolved, he had the opportunity to climb to the peak of a soul master that his family had never dared to expect. Don't be affected because of her. For Ye Lingling's future, Ye Qingye decided to sacrifice her own happiness and bear the loneliness and pain alone. Opt out. Quitting does not mean severing the love with Lu Feng, but she will not always be by Lu Feng's side, nor will she marry Lu Feng. I just hope that Lu Feng will not forget her and come to see her occasionally. She took this opportunity drunkenly to confess her true feelings and to put herself in the right position. From now on, she will still be Lu Feng's woman, but she can only be an underground lover who they can't be together and they can only meet once in a while. Lu Feng felt something strange when he heard Ye Qingye's words. She was extremely excited and showed her true feelings, but her eyes seemed to be filled with sadness and sadness. Since you love me so much, why do you only want to get together occasionally? Lu Feng keenly found the contradiction and asked, let's not go off topic. At noon, when no one is coming to the library, please come to me. Ye Qingye covered her heart with a smile and temporarily put aside the sadness and devoted herself to this final moment, a burning passion. My dearest love, you can do whatever you want to me today. Ye Qingye murmured in a voice as sweet as a swallow's. The last time was in the library. She was worried that people around her would find out about her and Lu Feng, not in the office but at the desk on the second floor that is open to the public. Therefore, she was extremely nervous and did not dare to let go. Are you afraid of me? Lu Feng smiled and put down his wine glass. He raised his hand and caressed Ye Qingye's flawless white jade shoulders, feeling the touch. Don't be afraid. I am practicing in Shrek Academy. I have never been in such a good mood. Just like you said, my mind is smooth, and with sufficient training resources, my soul power has begun to improve rapidly again. Now I am better than before. As I become stronger, you will definitely be impressed by me. Ye Qingye paused, raised a slender jade finger, hooked it on Lu Feng's chin, and said with a sweet smile, I still want to ask, are you afraid? Aren't you afraid? Haha, what do you think? I can't wait to see how strong you are, but before that, I want to kiss you all over. Lu Feng knows that for a beautiful woman who likes romance, she needs to get better step by step. He picked up Ye Qingye and asked her to sit on the desk. The tabletop was hit softly and the sound was loud. Then, Lu Feng kissed Ye Qingye's plump red lips. Well, Ye Qingye trembled when she heard Lu Feng's last word. Lu Feng showed a slightly strong offensive move. It made her heart stir up waves. She picked up the bottle of red wine on the table, and there was still more than half of it left. Just pour it on yourself. The light red wine flows on Ye Qingye's fair and jade-like skin, making it even more fragrant and soft. The glistening water on her body almost blinded Lu Feng's eyes. Kiss me, kiss all over my body. Ye Qingye hooked onto Lu Feng like an octopus with her jade arm, calling out with emotion. Lu Feng's heart suddenly swayed. Unexpectedly, the elegant and dignified teacher Ye Qingye also has such a personal side. Obviously, Ye Qingye wanted to leave him with an unforgettable experience, but he didn't kiss her. Instead, he looked up and looked out the window. A silhouette flew outside the glass window, and Ye Lingling appeared with a certain figure. You guys! Ye Lingling suddenly saw the scene in the room and was stunned. Her pretty face turned red. At the same time, Jiangju stepped into the library door with anxiety. In principle, the library is not open to the public during this period, but it is not absolutely prohibited. If you are eager to go to the library to check information or have special reasons, entry will be allowed. After all, places like libraries are public resources and management is quite loose, so the door is not closed. Jiangju heard Ye Qingye talking to Lu Feng in the morning and knew that Ye Qingye invited Lu Feng to come to the library office at noon. In Jiangju's eyes, the appointment in the office was of course about business matters such as courses. Therefore, she wanted to take advantage of this time to come to Lu Feng and confess her love to him. She is thin-skinned and lacks self-confidence. She dare not speak when there are many people. Only Ye Qingye was there, which was okay. Jiangju became Ye Qingye's teacher the year before last and was Ye Qingye's only direct disciple. Ye Qingye treated her very well, loving her like a daughter. Whether it was clothes, jewelry, or equipment, she would definitely have a share of everything everything Yaqingye prepared for Ye Lingling. Jiangju also respects Yaqingye very much and treats Yaqingye like a mother. Therefore, being able to have Yaqingye as a witness gave her more courage to confess. Jiangju climbed up the stairs and came to the second floor. It's strange. Why aren't there any administrators today? Normally there are 2 administrators on duty at noon. The teacher is in the library's office on the 3rd floor. If I do this, I will disturb the teacher and Lu Feng when they are talking about business. Zhang Zhu said to himself, came to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, looked up and hesitated for a moment. Just excuse me for a moment, there should be no problem. Jiangju, this is a major matter related to your lifelong happiness, so don't hesitate anymore. Jiangju pursed her small mouth, looked at it firmly, and stepped forward with her long and round jade leg. Climbed to the 3rd floor. Chapter 711 Road to Hell. In the office, the air seemed to suddenly freeze, but there seems to be an invisible tension that is rising sharply to the point of explosion and is about to explode. Silent, mysterious silent. Yaqingye felt that her heart was about to burst. I never expected that my daughter Ye Lingling would appear outside the window at this time. The last madness of her mind. But at the critical moment, something extremely explosive went wrong. So embarrassing. It doesn't matter if you are embarrassed. The key is whether you can be strict. Ling Ling was seriously injured. My daughter can't see her like this. Ling Ling, how will she react? Run away crying or angrily accuse? Yaqingye had mixed feelings in her heart and her red lips opened, but she didn't know what to say. Tears shone in her beautiful eyes and she shed tears before she could speak. When she came to her senses, she realized that she was naked and she felt even more embarrassed. She was about to pick up clothes to cover herself, but Ye Lingling pouted her little mouth and stared with apricot eyes, breaking the tranquility. The curtains are not tightly closed. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to be seen by a passing flying spirit master? Mom, you are really good at playing, but it seems interesting. Give me a bottle of wine and I will try it too. Ye Lingling pretended to be annoyed and jumped into the window, helping to pull the curtains tightly without leaving any gaps. In fact, Yaqingye had drawn the curtain, leaving a few centimeters of gap to allow light to pass through. This is the 3rd floor. If Ye Lingling hadn't stuck to the windowsill and looked through the gap in the curtain, he wouldn't have noticed it. You want to come too? Yaqingye was so surprised that her voice trembled lightly. She didn't expect Ye Lingling's attitude at all. Ye Lingling didn't run away crying, nor did she look sullen or displeased. There was only Layman's shyness and embarrassment and his forced pretense of calmness. Obviously, Ye Lingling might have been a little concerned at first, but now she doesn't and she completely accepts it. He even took the initiative to serve Lu Feng with Yaqingye. Lu Feng spent time with Ye Lingling every day some time ago, and he was most aware of Ye Lingling's changes. The 2 of them had a conversation in the Killing City about the affairs between her mother, daughter, and Lu Feng. Ye Lingling has seen the cruelty and evil in the Killing City and can kill opponents mercilessly on the killing field. From this, she realized that soul masters are always walking on the edge of life and death, and their lives can disappear at any time. She realizes the true meaning of life and death. She is braver and more determined. Break through the concepts imposed on the mind by the secular world. Many things are downplayed, including marrying Lu Feng with Yaqingye. If death can be accepted and faced calmly, this kind of thing is nothing but a trivial matter. Therefore, Ye Lingling's heart knot was opened. Do you really want to? Yaqingye still couldn't believe her ears. It was difficult to adapt to Ye Lingling's reaction. Anyway, we are going to marry Lu Feng together in the future, so what does it matter? Ye Lingling said frankly. But Yaqingye turned to Lu Feng. There was a slightly strange smile on Lu Feng's face and he said calmly, I won't force it, but if you are both willing, I will definitely accept it. He did not pretend. Speak your truth openly and honestly. And an extremely strange feeling was stirring in his heart. According to his concept in his previous life, this kind of thing was taboo. Forbidden love goes against worldly ethic, not allowed by the world, considered sin. But since you come to this world, you must follow the way this world operates. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. There is no need to make it miserable and separated. Take all orders and everyone will be happy. What's wrong with that? Against whose will? Whose interests are harmed? At the end of the day, this is just a personal matter. Every human being is unique in this world. As long as you are willing to do what you want and don't hurt others, anything is possible. The so-called taboos and sins are just rules set by the strong and imposed on ordinary people's thoughts and ideas, requiring everyone to obey them. Otherwise they will be punished in order to enslave the masses. According to what Lu Feng knew, even in the world of his previous life, taboos and sins were not without them. Instead, they were mostly hidden among powerful families because they controlled power, wealth, and the right to speak. Civilians cannot see their criminal activities, which are deeply hidden, but they can use various standards to require civilians to abide by them. Then, okay. Yaqingye saw that Ye Lingling was sincere and was not trying to compromise. She finally let go, and a great feeling of surprise surged in her heart. Yaqingye pursed her lip and smiled, took out a bottle of red wine from the storage space and handed it to Yelingling. Here you go. She did not forget her daughter's request. As a mother who dotes on her daughter, she will naturally comply with her daughter's small request. Husband, you have to kiss us properly later. Don't stop if your mouth is sore. Yelingling took the bottle, opened the cap, took a sip, and said with a sweet smile. Yelingling was about to strip herself completely naked and then do the same thing as Yaqingyu. Just now outside the window, she saw Yaqingyu pour the wine on her neck, letting a large amount of slightly viscous wine flow on Bai Tiao Xiao's body. The crystal purple-red liquid formed a sharp contrast with the fair and jade-like skin. If you add Lu Feng's gentle kiss, when Yelingling thought about it, he felt that it was very novel and touching. She had never played like this, decided to try and enjoy this extremely unique intimate communication. But just when she signaled Lu Feng to help her untie her clothes, she noticed that Lu Feng's expression was a little strange. Lu Feng had a wry smile on his face and sighed in his heart. I promised that the library would be empty at noon, but it seems to be getting busier and busier. He sensed Zhang Zhu's approach. He was fully committed. Even if there are people walking around downstairs, it's not a big deal. In a library, it's a public place and it's normal for people to come and go. Just keep your voice down. This is an office with some degree of sound insulation, so you don't have to worry about being bumped into. The curtains are completely closed and Yaqingyu had locked the door earlier. However, Zhang Zhu appeared, which surprised him, because Jiangju came straight to the office on the third floor. Someone is coming. Lu Feng had to pause his movements and reminded him, who? Hey, it's Jiangju. Yaqingyu was shocked. Jiangju is her disciple, and she is very familiar with Jiangju. From the fluctuations in her soul power, she can detect the arrival of Jiangju. Just now, Yelingling's shock made her experience great sadness and joy, and her emotions were ups and downs. Now that Jiangju was having it again, she almost couldn't hold her nerve any longer. Leaf Qingye was panicked and silently prayed that Jiangju didn't come to find her, but this probability is infinitely close to zero. Tuk tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door. Jiangju's clear and sweet voice sounded outside the door. Teacher, are you there? It's over. Yaqingye lamented in her heart. How could Jiangju see her current shameful appearance with wine flowing all over her body? Chapter 712. The first level turns out to be 100,000 years old. I'm going to hide in the cubicle first. Lu Feng, help me deal with it. Yaqingye hurriedly grabbed the cloth thrown on the ground, stepped out of her long round legs wrapped in black stockings, and posed her with her plump and pretty butt. She ran to the stall. I'll go to the cubicle too. Yelingling put down the bottle of wine and followed Yaqingye into the cubicle, feeling ashamed to see Zhang Zhu here. She was Lu Feng's public girlfriend, and it was normal for them to be in the room together, but the atmosphere just now made her body feel strange, and the blush on her face remained. At this time, most people would know what she and Lu Feng were doing at a glance, which would make her very embarrassed. I have to withstand it. Lu Feng shook his head and sighed with a smile, walked to the door and opened it. A pretty girl like a beauty stood at the door, looking slightly embarrassed. Her long and elegant curly hair is draped over her shoulders, highlighting her fair and delicate face. Her clear and bright pupils, curved eyebrows, and long eyelashes trembling slightly. Her fair and flawless skin shows a faint pink, and her thin eyes, her lips are as delicate as rose petals. Her long, snow-white leg and plump and alluring figure are truly the best in the world. I don't know whether it was because of his excitement or other reasons, but Lu Feng felt that Jiangju was particularly beautiful today, which made his heart skip a beat. Since there were many beauties around him, he had a certain immunity to beauties, but the crimson beads in front of him made his immunity ineffective. Lu Feng had never had such strong feelings for Zhang Zhu before. It should be because he was overshadowed by the light of his beautiful goddess wives. He and Jiangju are teammate, trained together. There are always many people around. I didn't have much personal interaction with Jiangju, but we always got along very well. At this moment, Jiangju also thought of some possibility, because just after she knocked on the door, there were some unusual rustling sounds in the room. No matter how big-hearted she is, she will start to think about things between men and women. Could it be that Lu Feng had an affair with the teacher inside? Thinking of this, Zhang Zhu's heart suddenly shook. I just wanted to turn around and leave, but at this time, Lu Feng opened the door. Jiangju was slightly startled when he saw it was Lu Feng. Jiangju. Lu Feng said hello with a gentle smile. I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Jiangju said with a shy smile. Smelling the strong smell of alcohol permeating the room, she glanced curiously and saw many water stains on the floor of the office. She was sure that the spilled wine was wine. Are the teacher and Lu Feng drinking together? Why did you spill the wine on the floor again? She was curious but didn't dare ask. It's okay. Do you have anything to do with teacher yet? Lu Feng said bluntly. Considering that Yaqingye was completely naked at the moment and her skin was as smooth as wine, he had to hurry up. I didn't want to waste everything, so I had to drink the wine quickly. Jiangju hesitated a little. People who lack self-confidence tend to act suddenly on the spot. She took a deep breath and said, actually, I'm not not looking for teacher yet, I'm looking for you. Looking for me? Lu Feng felt something in his heart as if he had some realization. Well, I just want to tell you, you taught the class really well. When the word came to her lips, Jiangju swallowed them back. The courage she finally mustered up was still not enough to break through the shackles in her heart. It was also the abnormal situation in the room that affected her. She thought that if the teacher had an affair with Lu Feng, it would be too rash and rude for her to come and confess her love to Yaqingye like this. She respects Yaqingye very much and treats Yaqingye as her mother. Yaqingye hid from her, which further confirmed Jiangju's guess. Jiangju, why do you feel weird today? Yaqingye in the cubicle muttered in confusion. Jiangju has always liked Lu Feng. I think she was originally planning to confess her love to Lu Feng, but hehe. Ya Lingling said it clearly, covered her mouth and chuckled. Hey, why didn't I know that this kid Jiangju is really good at hiding things? Yaqingye said in surprise. She is very introverted and has too low self-esteem to show it. When she and I were teammates, I saw the look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Feng, and I knew that she also fell in love with Lu Feng. I know that feeling because I have also experienced it. I encouraged her to pursue it, but she was too shy and refused to admit it. Ya Lingling shook her head. I see, this silly boy. Yaqingye sighed quietly, turned her beautiful eyes and said, today just be a good person and do it to the end. Yeah, well, the two of us can't satisfy Lu Feng's appetite anyway. It would be better to have an extra helper. Ya Lingling opened the door of the compartment with a smile and walked out. Yaqingye chewed on the meaning of Ya Lingling's words and muttered behind her, how is that possible? I'm practicing very strong now. You will know how powerful I am later. At the door of the office, Ya Lingling said the word, feeling disappointed for a while, but she still had a smile on her beautiful face. I just stopped by to say, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. See you later. She turned around, her expression immediately on her face. He became very lonely, let out a breath, and walked away feeling sorry for himself. Lu Feng was about to say something. Ya Lingling said first, Jiangju, wait a moment. Lingling. Hearing Ya Lingling's voice, Jiangju was surprised. She didn't expect Ya Lingling to be in the office. Ya Lingying got straight to the point and said, Sister Jiangju, please stop running away and confess your love. I'm waiting for you to drink together. When Jiangju was told what was on his mind, his whole delicate body suddenly stiffened and his heart trembled. He looked at Lu Feng in panic. Lu Feng's ears were of course able to hear the conversation between Ya Lingling and Yaqingye. The mother and daughter have made a decision to accept Jiangju calmly. That would be easy. Ya Langliang stepped outside the door, pushed Jiangju into the office and closed the door responsibly. Then she clapped her hands and said to Jiangju, start your confession. Ya Linengling was also very unsure of herself. As a human being, she once had an ominous status and looked inferior to others no matter where she was. She struggled to survive in the crack, just like the pine trees taking root in the gaps between the cliffs and boulders. At that time, she only had one idea. No matter how humiliating she was, she had to live, and there was hope while she was alive. She experienced the ups and downs of human relationships, and it wasn't until she met Lu Feng that she was completely exposed to the suffering caused by the unlucky people. After that, she waited with Lu Feng and went to Shrek Academy to practice and fight happily. For her, it was like going to heaven. Her soul power increased by leap and bounds, and her strength continued to increase rapidly. Gradually, Ya Lingling became more confident and brighter, living out her splendor. She and Zhang Zhu were both auxiliary soul masters in the Shrek Academy team, and they were also her mother's direct disciples. Therefore, they are the most familiar and have always had a good relationship, just like sisters, so much so that she could especially understand Jiangju, who was not confident in facing Lu Feng. Ya Langliang has been Lu Feng's official girlfriend for a few years. Now facing a young girl like Zhang Zhu, she immediately acted like a veteran and helped hold the line. Lu Feng looked at it and found it interesting. With Ya Lingling's help, Jiangju plucked up the courage again, stared into Lu Feng's eyes with a pair of wonderful eyes, and said solemnly, Lu Feng, I like you. Her confession was very simple, very reserved, with a youthful shyness. There is nothing more touching than a young girl in the mood for love revealing her true feelings. Lu Feng looked at the charming Jiangju, and his heart palpitated. He stepped forward and gently hugged Jiangju's slender waist, kissed her plump and smooth forehead, and said softly, I like you too. If you are willing, be my daughter. Friends. Chapter 713. Full of harvest. Rumble. Boom. Along with the underground roar of the killing city, the ground buildings in the entire city were shaking violently. Some dilapidated buildings could not withstand the vibration and collapsed. In the king's palace, what's going on? The king of slaughter suddenly stood up with a suspicious look on his face. He immediately gathered his mental strength and reached out underground. The general situation was detected. Why is this happening? Are Unyuki's people stupid? Aren't they destroying themselves by digging through the river of lava? No, they are not that stupid. How many generations have they dug it? The crypt has never been close to the river of lava. Then what's going on? I have spent so much resources resources on secretly cultivating this secret race. The operation has just begun. But Ghost King Qi, you are too generous. I'm disappointed. The general trend is that even the King of Slaughter's ability cannot stop the lava from spreading in the cave. If the lava eruption is not stopped, the killing city will become a crater and will be destroyed. Fortunately, there is a ray of divine power to maintain the killing city. Divine power will naturally suppress the rioting lava. It will not cause a devastating blow to urban areas. Father, did Ghost Wang Qi fail in hunting Yayu? Tang San saw the King of Slaughter talking to himself at the side, and he couldn't help but ask as he listened in a daze. The hunt has not failed, but the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan is going to perish. The King of Slaughter sighed. Tang San's heart pounded, and he was stunned for a long time, then said, destruction is so capable. They are hidden deep underground. Even the most powerful people would not dare to go down easily, let alone find their lair and destroy them. It's not a peerless strong man, it's lava. However, the Ghost King Qi and others who are strong enough will not die in the lava. They will also be a great help to us. The King of Slaughter judged that the destruction of the zombie ghost is certain, but the strongest zombie ghost will survive as long as the core strength can be maintained. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. But I can't have anything to do with them on the surface. When the Ghost King Qi comes out, you can arrange for him a house controlled by the 100 Poison Gang. Remember, don't reveal the information. Don't say it's my order, said the King of Slaughter. Father, I understand. Tang San knew that the King of Slaughter openly wanted to have a good relationship with the Holy Son Lu Feng, and even meant to please him, but he was just manipulating it secretly. The original plan was to release the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan to attack the vampire night bat clan that was leaning towards Lu Feng and weaken their strength. Hunting Yayu has just begun. The evil-eyed zombie ghost tribe needs a virgin girl to sacrifice to their ancestors as a swearing-in ceremony. Yayu's whereabouts came from the information provided by the Beidou gang. Tang San has also ordered the 100 Poison Gang to spread out many informants to know the movements of all the vampire night bat soul masters as well as Lu Feng's things. As long as Lu Feng wait for the Blood Castle, they will be on their radar. But they didn't expect that Lu Feng didn't have to go out at all. He could directly enter the ground in the Blood Castle and Earth escape directly to the ancestral cave of the Evil Eye Zombie Ghost Clan. While Lu Feng rescued Yayu, he also planned to destroy the Evil-Eyed Zombie Ghost Clan. Yes, he wants to destroy the Evil-Eyed Zombie Ghost Clan. To a certain extent, this was also a serious warning to the King of Slaughter. In the City of Slaughter, no one can kill the King of Slaughter, but if the King of Slaughter does something secretly, he must let the King of Slaughter see the price to pay. It's so strong. It is like this outside, and it is also like this in the Killing City. This time I came to the Killing City, I planned to keep a low profile. After all, I couldn't use soul skills, but I was so lucky. As soon as I arrived in the Killing City, I was recognized by the Shura god and was named a holy son. I got special privileges, lived in a big castle, and entered the bone burial forest with my beauty. There was a little trouble, but what I got in the end was beyond imagination. His fists became harder, especially with Yun Yun's arrival. Not only did he compete with the King of Slaughter in terms of status, but he was no longer afraid of the King of Slaughter in terms of overall strength. Being so lucky may have something to do with being close to Tang San and being able to absorb luck. Your Majesty, he hurried in and said in a panic. The vampire night bat family and Lu Feng's people are guarding the entrance of the cave to kill the evil-eyed zombie ghosts that run out. What? Tang San raised his eyebrows and said, Father, it seems that they have been prepared for a long time. Could it be that the lava destroying the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan's nest was not an accident but Lu Feng? The City of Killing pondered. He waved his hand. The soul power was derived using a secret observation technique. Lock down the place where the fighting took place in the city. I saw violent lava spraying onto the ground from the entrance and exit of the cave. Due to the suppression of divine power, the temperature dropped and the power of the lava subsided back to the ground. The magma instantly turned into dark volcanic rock, still emitting smoke. Before that, zombie corpses were scattered around the entrance of the cave with no one alive. Bibi Dong and Yun Yun sat on the spot and did not take any action. Two titled Douluo Yeshi and Lu Erlong participated in the battle to ensure that no one slipped through the net. With this formation, it seems that they have long expected that the zombie ghost will come out of the cave, and they are cruel enough to ignore Yayu's tragic death. Xuebeng said, Death in Yayu can wipe out the enemy clan. It's worth it no matter what. But the question is, how can they know the movements of the evil-eyed zombie clan? What's going on with the lava? The evil-eyed zombie clan Ghost Wang Qi is a super Douluo. Tang Sanbei was puzzled and couldn't figure out the whole story. There are more and more people around. Almost everyone in the city came to watch the riot. Xuebeng said, What kind of riot? This is not a riot. How could there be a riot in the Killing City under my governance? The King of Slaughter said, dissatisfied. Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Your Majesty, this is not a riot. This is not a riot. It is just a normal killing. Xuebeng Beng quickly apologized and corrected himself. Get out. Tang San waved his hand. This prince was now his subordinate and it was quite satisfying to boss him around. Yes, Yang leader. Your Majesty, I'm resigning. Shui Beng hurriedly left the hall. After Shui Beng's figure disappeared outside the door, Tang San said nervously, Father, Bibi Dong and the strong man in plain clothes are here. I'm afraid Ghost Wang Qi can't be saved. The Slaughter King's order just now was for him to accept Ghost Wang Qi and others hid in the territory he controlled. Now, Bibi Dong, Yun Yun and others were guarding the entrance of the cave, killing anyone they saw. If Ghost Wang Qi came out, it would inevitably trigger a war. How could Tang San dare to pick up Ghost Wang Qi again? Not only Tang San, but anyone from the Beidou gang who was involved would be considered by Lu Feng, Bibi Dong and others that the Beidou gang was involved with the evil-eyed zombie ghost land, and the Beidou gang would definitely be held accountable. Then there will be trouble. Chapter 714 Game. The Slaughter King regarded his relationship with the evil-eye zombie ghost land as the highest secret and only told it to Tang San. I drove away Shui Beng because I didn't want Shui Beng to hear these secrets. I hope Oni Wang Qi can escape. The King of Slaughter closed his eyes, clenched his back molars and his jaw was trembling slightly, obviously trying to control his emotions. When did he, the King of Killings, fall to this level? He was restricted by Lu Feng at every turn. He had to take Lu Feng's opinion into account in everything and he could no longer act unscrupulously. He, the King of the Killing City, has never been so aggrieved. Where is Lu Feng? Tang San asked in confusion. At this time, in the image of the King of Slaughter observing the secret technique, a piece of ground suddenly exploded. With a loud bang, a figure rushed out from the ground. Then, a stream of thick smoke mixed with explosive lava erupted from behind the figure like a fountain, bringing out extremely hot temperatures. If you stand around, you can smell the burning air and feel the temperature rising sharply. Lu Erlong, Yeshi and others did not intercept and kill this figure, but showed joyful smiles on their faces. Bibi Dong and Yun Yun also curved their lips into smiles, obviously relieved. In the spotlight, the figure is certain. It was Lu Feng holding Ye Yu suspended in midair. The huge flame-burning wings behind Lu Feng were slowly beating. You cannot use soul skills, but releasing the golden winged Depend spirit can greatly increase your speed and strengthen the ultimate fire attribute, forming a protective shield to isolate the flames so that the temperature of the lava cannot harm Ye Yu. If it weren't for Ye Yu's consideration, with Lu Feng's tyrannical body possessing the ultimate fire attribute, it would be okay to swim in the lava. Seeing Ye Yu being saved, the women of the vampire Nightbat family were in disbelief, extremely surprised, and cheered excitedly. The respect for Lu Feng in their eyes deepened again. Lord Lu Feng, from now on, our vampire Nightbat family will always be loyal to you. Yeshi's eyes filled with tears. Her red lips moved lightly, and everyone present could hear her words of oath. After Yeshi finished speaking, he knelt down towards Lu Feng. All the women of the vampire Nightbat family also knelt down and worshipped respectfully. Yeshi said Lord Lu Feng, not Lord Holy Son, which meant that he said this to Lu Feng personally, not because of his identity as the Holy Son. Lu Feng. Tang San was shocked when he saw this scene and said, it's impossible for Lu Feng to save Ye Yu. He can't have this strength. You think it's impossible, but he did. Here we are. Presumably he also destroyed the nest of the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan. He is going to. The King of Slaughter sighed for a while but stopped talking. Boom. There was another explosion. A big fireball flew out of the hole created by Lu Feng. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was not a fireball but a person. To be precise, it is not a human being. The half-human and half-ghost is zombie ghost Wang Qi. At first glance, it looks like a big fireball. It is because Oni Wang Qi's soul power protects him and forms a protective shield. A large amount of lava sticks to the protective shield. Looking at it, it forms an oval ball shape. After Ghost Wang Qi came out, he immediately shook his body and scattered the lava. Ghost Wang Qi locked onto Lu Feng's aura and followed him all the way. He pointed at Lu Feng and became furious. Who are you? How dare you destroy my ancestral cave? When the people watching around saw Ghost Wang Qi, they immediately surprises spread. The vast majority of people in the Killing City do not know the existence of the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan. The evil-eyed zombie ghost clan has been dormant for 10 years. Today is the first time in 10 years that they have appeared openly in the Killing City. Of course they were forced to do so. What is this? What a scary monster. It looks like a ghost. Its skin and eyes are white and its nose is not human, but he speaks human language. It's a devil, right? The devil can also speak human language. Not only does he look ugly and scary, but his voice makes people feel scared. Be careful what you say. His soul power fluctuate. It is very powerful. At least it is a titled Douluo. No, not a titled Douluo. He is a super Douluo. Let's retreat quickly. There will definitely be a battle. Don't get angry. The super Douluo's attack power is no joke. The news spread quickly among the crowd and everyone learned about the Ghost King. After Kai Hun's power. He was so frightened that he retreated like an ebbing tide. Lu Feng, however, ignored the angry ghost Wang Qi. He fell back to the ground and handed Yayu to Yeshi unhurriedly before turning around and facing the ghost Wang Qi. I'm here, Lu Feng. Lu Feng, are you the divine son? Ghost Wang Qi's pupils shrank. His eyes have no vision, but this does not prevent his eyes from changing when he is surprised. Exactly, I'm telling you, I want you to die with some understanding. When you become a real ghost, you should be an understanding ghost. Lu Feng said, what an arrogant little thief. No matter what, you destroyed my ancestral cave and destroyed my clan. Even if you are the holy son, I will cut your body into thousands of pieces and eat you alive today. The ghost king grinned and howled ferociously. Lu Feng, do you want me to deal with him? Yun Yun glanced at the extremely ugly ghost Wang Qi with some disgust. Her red lips parted lightly. No, since he is looking for me, let me fight him openly and honestly. Lu Feng said lightly, but it contained a shocking amount of information for countless people. You must know that the soul power fluctuations shown by ghost Wang Qi are those of a super Douluo, while the soul power level Lu Feng showed in the killing field before is that of a soul king. A soul king fighting against a super Douluo? No way. Is Lu Feng looking for death? But why does he look so confident? A person with 500,000 year soul rings, of course confident. It's impossible to jump so many levels and challenge the super Douluo. Did he retain his strength in the killing field? Many questions popped up in everyone's head and came out of their mouth. Boom! Lu Feng released his martial soul and soul ring and took a step towards ghost Wang Qi. The domineering soul power fluctuated and spread, causing the airflow to tremble. Look, it's a six-path soul ring. Lu Feng is not the soul king, he is the soul emperor now. Sure enough, he has retained his strength, but that's not right. Once the soul ring is released, it cannot be hidden. He only had 5 soul rings at that time. Wait, there is something wrong with the color of his 6th soul ring. Ah, million-year golden soul ring. Many people were frightened after realizing that it was a million-year soul ring. My scalp exploded and my jaw almost dropped. Ghost Wang Qi also stiffened his face and stood blankly on the spot. After Lu Feng released his soul ring, he immediately shocked the audience. It also shocked the Slaughter King and Tang San in the palace. At first glance at the golden spirit ring, Tang San thought his eyes were dazzled. He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was still a golden soul ring. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang San muttered, turning to look at his foster father, the King of Slaughters. However, the King of Slaughter was stunned and looked at the slowly rotating golden soul ring on Lu Feng in the image, like a clay sculpture. Chapter 715. The body of a demigod needs sunscreen. Hu Yanzhen and others also felt something, immediately threw away their wine glasses and concentrated on waiting. A moment is just passing by. Hu Yanzhen felt the terrifying strong man's aura and quickly moved away. His expression softened a little and his face was full of suspicion. If I feel right, this person's strength is probably close to a peerless expert, I thought. Tuobashi breathed a sigh of relief and remained silent. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking that the matter was exposed. Xue Qinghe invited strong men from the business alliance to kill them. That was his single biggest worry. Xue Qinghe had a very good relationship with Lu Feng, a merchant alliance. He tried his best to curry favor with Lu Feng, named Lu Feng regent, and also announced that Lu Feng was the first heir to the throne. To a certain extent, the possibility of Avalanche taking over was cut off. However, Xue Beng said that he could solve the matter and would contact the leader of the merchant alliance through Princess Xue Ke and have direct high-level dialogue. Explained to the leader of the business alliance that this is only an internal matter of the Xue family and will not affect the alliance relationship between them. The contract is still valid. At the same time, the merchant alliance's trade taxes will be greatly reduced. The fiefdoms and rights of the merchant alliance leaders will be increased and huge benefits will be given to the merchant alliance leaders. By then, Xue Qinghe was dead. Tiandu officials recognized the Xue family bloodline, and the leader of the merchant alliance and the entire merchant alliance would gain huge benefit. They would definitely not oppose Xue Beng's taking the throne for the benefit of Lu Feng alone. Great things can be accomplished. In addition, Xue Beng also vaguely mentioned that he was in the city of Slaughter and had an unusual relationship with the King of Slaughter. He was trying to invite the King of Slaughter to come out. If he could get help from this peerless powerhouse, there would be no problem at all. As for the Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong stopped expanding a few years ago and no longer has the idea of dominating the entire continent. It has nothing to do with Xue Qinghe, so there is nothing to worry about. After careful consideration for a few days, Tuobashi thought it was feasible and agreed to assist Xue Beng in plotting a palace coup to seize the throne of Xue Qinghe. Hu Yanzhen, Shi Nian, and others had roughly the same considerations as Tuobashi. The Pan-Continental Business Alliance is extremely strong, but Xue Qinghe is very weak. Among the palace guard, there is only one commander of the royal guards who has reached the control level. As long as they attack together, they will fall apart. It is worth mentioning that although Shi Nian was only a soul saint, his spiritual attacks were very unique, especially his spiritual illusions, which were unrivaled, and he was known as the #1 spiritual illusionist in Tiandu. Therefore, in there it seems that as long as the Merchant Alliance and Wuhan Palace do not interfere, they will definitely succeed. What we need to do now is to try our best to recruit talent secretly, strengthen and accumulate strength, and then wait for the opportunity and wait for the opportunity. Then he had to wait for Lu Feng to leave Tiandu city before he could take action. The only thing he was afraid of was that the matter would be revealed in advance, causing Lu Feng to invite strong men from the Merchant Alliance to deal with them. They were very afraid of Lu Feng. They were wary of Lu Feng's strength and prestige, and even more wary of Lu Feng's status as the representative leader of the Merchant Alliance. Evening. It's getting dark. Located in the library office, Lu Feng stood up. Jiangju was unable to get up for a while, but she had never been so happy and happy. Jiangju's pretty face was blushing. She was shy. Her eyes full of affection were staring at Lu Feng, and the corners of her beautiful lips raised a satisfied and gratified smile. She finally got her wish and truly became Lu Feng's woman forever. Dedicate the treasured beauty to your beloved Lu Feng. Lu Feng responded to Jiangju's affectionate gaze with a sunny smile, leaned down, kissed her red lips, and stretched out his hand to pull her up. Lu Feng was very personable and gently helped Jiangju, who was a little exhausted, to put on her shirt and skirt. Then he put on his robes refreshed. Jiangju, you can do it. Ye Lingling, who was lying on the office chair, stood up and walked over with a charming smile. She witnessed all the processes between Jiangju and Lu Feng. Just now, she was too weak and lay down on a chair to rest, but she kept watching. It's okay. Jiangju still looked at Ye Lingling a little shyly, but it's not as embarrassing as before. Her sisterly relationship with Ye Lingling has also improved. Jiangju, who was still arranging her clothes, noticed something and said with a smile, Lingling, you have put on all your clothes so quickly. I put them on just now. I'm afraid I can't help it. And Ye Lingling was lustful. Before he could speak, he glanced at Lu Feng, changed the subject and asked Jiangju, does it hurt? You know, you're still asking. Jiangju gave Ye Lingling a roll of his eyes. Forget it. Lu Feng was so mean to me back then. Ye Lingling seemed to be complaining, but she walked up to Lu Feng and tied his belt tenderly, showing her side of a good wife. Then do you like how bad I am? Lu Feng smiled and rubbed Ye Lingling's fair and rosy face. I like it. Ye Lingling smiled coquettishly and leaned against Lu Feng's shoulder. Jiangju also smiled empathetically. If it were before, seeing Lu Feng and Ye Lingling flirting and letting loose, she was both envious and bitter because everything had nothing to do with her. But now, she has merged into Lu Feng and Ye Lingling. It all has something to do with her, and she can do the same with Lu Feng. Moreover, all her expectations, even those she dared not hope for, were fulfilled today. Where's the teacher? Jiangju then remembered that after moving to the sofa, Ye Qingye disappeared. She hid in the cubicle. Ye Lingling covered her mouth and chuckled. The reason why I use the word hide is because I don't dare to come again and because I have no face. At first, Ye Qingye thought that the cultivation results were significant enough to cope with it. The result, Lingling, what are you talking about? How dare you make fun of me? No matter how big or small you are. Ye Qingye dressed neatly and gracefully walked out of the cubicle, her pretty face pretending to be mean, and she glared at Ye Lingling. She tried her best to restore herself to be graceful, dignified, and light in her steps. I don't dare anymore, Ye Lingling said with a smile. Jiangju and Lu Feng looked at each other and smiled, and could feel the subtle changes in the relationship between Ye Lingling and Ye Qingye. Of course, the relationships among all of them are also changing, becoming more intimate. Jiangju suddenly thought of something and her face changed. Oh, I have classes in the afternoon. I was absent from class. She had been too involved before and just remembered the afternoon class. She came here at noon to confess her love to Lu Feng, but she didn't expect to spend the whole afternoon in it. As a result, she let go of her student. Only after experiencing Lu Feng personally did I know that what Ye Lingling said was true, and Ye Lingling's statement had great reservations. It doesn't matter. Why don't we just deduct the bonus and ask your husband to reimburse it? Ye Qingye said playfully, took Lu Feng's arm, stood up on her toes, and kissed Lu Feng on the cheek. No problem. Lu Feng smiled brightly and gently caressed Ye Qingye's waist, feeling the soft touch unique to a mature woman. At this stage of his life, money is no longer money, just a bunch of numbers. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Even the gain or loss of hundreds of millions of gold soul coins can no longer arouse any emotion in him. Reimbursing the bonus was just a joke. Ye Qingye knew that Lu Feng would give Ye Lingling an unlimited black gold card. Chapter 716 Yunyun's shock. Lu Feng's flying knife strike this time was also used with all his strength. Previously in the crypt, the main goal was to save people, and the secondary goal was to destroy the evil-eyed zombie ghost tribe's crypt. To preserve power, the flying knife could only use 8 points of force at most. Now, Lu Feng can do whatever he wants without any worries. Ghost Wang Guangqi didn't understand hidden weapons, so he didn't think so. He was finally able to block the hidden weapons and was a little happy. He was a little worried that the hardest black bone claw might not be able to stop the elusive and terrifyingly powerful flying knife. If he can, he will choose to dodge the throwing knife, but Lu Feng used all his strength and the speed of the flying knife was faster. When the knife came out, it seemed to block all his dodge angles, which was extremely tricky. He was forced to bear it. Now that he can bear it, Gui Wangqi is relieved. GGG, do you only know this trick? It's my turn. Die! Ghost Wangqi howled in a Ruan voice and pounced on him. Did I say it's your turn? Lu Feng snorted coldly and took out the flying knife again. There is only one handle again. One shot is enough to kill. All the spirit and power are poured into this flying knife. No bells and whistles required. You know I still use this trick, but you just can't avoid it. And this time, in addition to killing intent and knife intent, it also incorporates the power of element dark fire, the indestructible black fire. It is formed by the fusion of extreme darkness and extreme fire. Its power is limitless. It only takes a little more time to burn it to collapse the space. Collapsed black hole. Only when the sword intention reaches the state of Dachan can a trace of its own attribute power be integrated into the flying knife, and a hint of black fire is enough. Lang. The black bone claw seemed to have eyes, blocking the flying knife again. The flying knife bounced away and shattered into small iron pieces, but that trace of black fire was attached to the black bone claw. What is this? Ghost Wangqi was very surprised when he noticed a small cluster of black sparks igniting from the black bone claw. He felt something strange about this black flame. He was very alert, stopped attacking, and concentrated his soul power to extinguish the black fire. But it has no effect, can't be extinguished. It is still burning on the black bone claws and has a tendency to become more and more intense. And the black bone claws, which could withstand flying knives and were better than a shield made of 10,000 years of obsidian iron, were burned a little bit. This black bone claw is his biggest trump card. This black bone claw will appear only after using the martial spirit to possess and add the martial spirit's true form. It is a derivative of his martial spirit to a certain extent. When the black bone claw is hurt, his martial soul is hurt. If destroyed, it will cause irreparable and unimaginable damage. Both martial souls were burned. This black flame was so terrifying. Ghost Wangqi was horrified. He knew that if he could not extinguish this terrifying black fire, he could only destroy the source. That is, kill Lu Feng. Wow, how dare you burn my martial soul? I'm going to drink up your blood. I'll gnaw your bones to pieces. Tear. A bolt of black lightning pierced the sky. The furious Ghost Wangqi used all his super Douluo power to cause celestial phenomena. Boom. Dark clouds are rolling in and gathering in the sky. The dark power increased sharply in an instant. Claw of dark abyss destruction. Ghost Wangqi howled sharply, and this one suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a huge black claw appeared in the sky above Lu Feng, covering a large area of the sky and covering half of the city of the killing capital. Next moment, in the sky above, the huge black claw forcibly took the picture. Tens of thousands of spectators shouted in panic, "Don't kill me, it has nothing to do with me. Run, it's over, you can't run away." Does this ghost want to destroy the city of killing? The city of killing is a miracle, and God bless it. God, please come and protect us. Lu Feng's heart trembled when he saw Wangqi desperately using his ultimate move. No more reservations. Can't wait for the black fire to burn. A big trump card must be played immediately, otherwise the women themselves may get hurt. The black fire cannot be extinguished or restricted. It is still unknown how powerful it can be, because the power of burning into a black hole may destroy the world if it is not mastered well. Another problem is that it takes time. The longer the time goes on, the more intense the burning will be, and the later it will go, the more powerful it becomes, and the strong fight against each other. In an instant, life and death are decided. No time for slow cauterization. The huge black claw formed by Oni Wangqi's ultimate move, the human claw, merges into one, and its power is instantly increased to extremely strong. It is an extremely large-scale attack and is difficult to dodge. If the huge black claw is taken down, many people will be hurt. What Lu Feng is most worried about is that Ning Rongrong, Yalingling, Swu and other auxiliary soul masters with average physical resistance, as well as many women from the vampire Nightbat family, will also die. Hooray! Behind Lu Feng, the wings of the possessed demon god spread out and merged with the flame golden wing, virtual and real. The three dragon soul bones in the body, together with the demon wing bone, emitted a strange light and were fused together under the pull of energy. Energy riot, crazy surge. The ultimate attribute power exploded in full, and the power suddenly climbed to the top. Lu Feng's body rose instantly, and his body emitted thousands of dazzling rays of light, illuminating the entire city of killing. Virtual reality merges into one, while the demon god's giant wings are fluttering with black flames burning. He is like a demon god coming to the world. Soul bone fusion technique, god and demon black fire burning sky strike. Lu Feng recited the incantation, and with a bang, a pillar of blazing blazing black fire shot up into the sky in an instant, facing the giant black claw photographed from the sky. The explosive impact of that violent force made powerful people like Bibi Dong, Yun Yun, Lu Erlong, and Ye Shi feel suffocated. They stared at Lu Feng, who was like a demon, with water glimmering in their eyes, feeling doubly surprised. They were planning to take action. Lu Feng agreed to challenge Ghost Wang Qi alone to form a battle of honor. If there were helpers, Lu Feng's reputation would be destroyed, but the reputation is far inferior to Lu Feng's life. They were worried that Lu Feng couldn't withstand it, so no matter what, they had to block Ghost Wang Qi's powerful attack for Lu Feng. Surprisingly, Lu Feng's violently soaring soul power fluctuations were no weaker than Ghost Wang Qi's, and even had the potential to counter-press him. They had never seen Lu Feng use such an attack. It is obviously another trump card of Lu Feng. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Shui Binger, and others also looked at Lu Feng, their beautiful eyes filled with deep admiration and love. Lu Feng's self-confidence infected them. Lu Feng had always been never reckless in major matters, which made them believe that Lu Feng would not lose. Yaya was even more shocked. She didn't expect that Lu Feng was really going to have a head-on confrontation with Ghost Wang Qi. Lu Feng risked his own life and went to the zombie ghost lair hundreds of meters below the ground to rescue her. It was unimaginable that now Lu Feng faced Ghost Wang Qi's strongest attack and did not flinch. The people watching the battle, who were slightly less powerful, were blown around by the strong wind and could not stand firm. What a powerful aura! How dare he attack like this? That black flame feels like it contains a very terrifying power. I also think that with the strength of the Soul Emperor, it might take a lot of effort to fight against peerless Douluo. Use the fighting method, use the movement speed, keep the distance, and use long-range weapons to consume the ghost. Unexpectedly, Lord Shenzi will directly attack. Chapter 717 Return to Yuexuan. People were even more shocked, with incredible expressions on their faces. The next moment, boom! It was like thousands of thunders exploding overhead at the same time. The loud sound resounded throughout the world, deafening and deafening. The whole space trembled violently. Countless people covered their ears buzzed and they temporarily lost their hearing. Horrified, the huge black claw that was photographed was directly penetrated by Lu Feng's black fire pillar, and the whole thing burned. The black fire burned the sky, burning the whole sky red. It's just that the red is not so bright, but a strange dark red. There is also a blazing electric arc that penetrates the huge black claws and accelerates the disintegration of the black claws. In the blink of an eye, the huge black claw was completely burned into smoke. Everyone present felt relief. A figure burning with black fire fell from the sky like a meteorite falling to the ground, but it was accompanied by a miserable howl. But the howling stopped after a moment. Before Ghost Wang Qi's body even hit the ground, he had already burped. Something weird happened again. Ghost Wang Qi's burning body no longer fell downwards after he died, but was suspended in the air more than 10 meters high and continued to burn. The blazing black fire began to rotate, but it was still in the middle, and a dark round hole appeared like a devil's eye. The black hole comes out again. Ghost Wang Qi's body was the first to bear the brunt and was directly swallowed by the black hole. Even his soul was shattered and his body and soul were destroyed. The black hole is slowly expanding and becoming more powerful. Black holes swallow everything, including sound and light, with great suction. Lu Feng quickly extinguished the black fire and closed the black hole to avoid causing trouble that was difficult to repair. Because Lu Feng harvested it in time, most people did not notice the formation of the black hole. Instead, he focused his attention on Lu Feng. Everyone present did not expect that Lu Feng would actually kill Ghost Wang Qi in such a confrontation. If the Soul Emperor uses clever methods to defeat Super Douluo, that's fine. And Lu Feng didn't take any tricks at all. He was head-on. Killing Super Douluo in this way can only show that Lu Feng at least surpassed Super Douluo in terms of absolute power when using combat skills. The question is, how can Lu Feng use soul skills? In the Killing City, the soul skills of outsiders are restricted. Only the Slaughter King and the Vampire Nightbat family can use soul skills. This is not a privilege. Lu Feng's soul skill is not a restricted use, but a soul bone fusion skill. 3 Dragon God Soul Bone plus 1 Demon God Wing Bone. Activate the soul bone fusion skill. In this soul bone fusion technique, Lu Feng inject the power of 7 extreme attribute. The power is not only superimposed but also increases exponentially. The Killing City limits the inherent soul skills granted by soul rings and single soul bone, but there are no restrictions on self-created skills and fusion skills. Everyone present stared blankly at Lu Feng suspended in the air, forgetting to breathe for a moment. The scene of tens of thousands of people was completely silent. In this earth-shattering battle, Lu Feng used his unparalleled appearance to kill the Super Douluo and shocked the Killing City. The soul power level of the Soul Emperor cannot be summed up at all. Lu Feng gave people a vague feeling that he had the power of a peerless expert. Only an extremely powerful person can kill a level 95 Super Douluo in one one move. In the dark palace, Tang San was speechless. Seeing Ghost Wang Chi's defeat, he was so frightened that his eyes nearly fell off. His hands and legs were shaking uncontrollably. Scared, so scared. Fear is not enough to describe the fear in Tang San's heart at this moment. Thinking of how he almost had a duel with Lu Feng that day, he immediately felt terrified. If the King of Slaughter hadn't stopped him, he would have been destroyed long ago. He is a soul that traveled to this world and discovered that as long as the soul exists, it can travel again or be resurrected. Anyway, as long as the soul exists, there is hope. But here in Lu Feng's case, both body and soul are destroyed and the soul will be torn to pieces. Ridiculous. He had just hoped that Ghost Wang Chi would kill Lu Feng. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. That's how he feels now. Although he was not defeated, he was broken inside, completely lost fighting spirit. He didn't even dare to duel with Lu Feng to the death. The King of Slaughter was also a little broken inside. Like Tang San, he had also felt just now that Ghost Wang Chi had a great chance of killing Lu Feng if it were a one-on-one fight. As a result, it was Ghost Wang Chi who died. Moreover, Ghost Wang Chi's defeat was something he couldn't even figure out now. How could a Soul Emperor, no matter how powerful he was, defeat a Super Douluo and defeat him in a crushing manner? The King of Slaughter regretted not going out to see it in person. If he went to the scene to watch in person, he might be able to detect some clues. After all, in the palace, using secret observation skills, he could not capture many details. He did not go out of the palace in order to distance himself from the Ghost King Chi. He secretly cultivated the evil-eyed zombie Ghost Clan and Ghost Wang Chi, and only his adopted son Tang San knew about it. If the news spread, the Vampire Nightbat family will first hate him. For a decade, he seemed to favor the Vampire Nightbat family, but in fact, the evil-eyed zombie Ghost family continued to grow under his support. It turns out that this is your real confidence. Alas, the King of Slaughter let out a long sigh. His eyes rolled and his heart became active. For this reason, I would never dare to confront Lu Feng again, and I would also like to please him more, because I had offended him before in the Bone Burial Forest. But the adopted son Tang San, as well as Yu Xiaogang and Xue Beng, are irreconcilable enemies with Lu Feng. The King of Slaughter glanced sideways at Tang San. How could he be so strong? Tang San's voice was weak and full of fear. Do you still want to fight him? The Slaughter King said solemnly. No, we can't fight anymore. A duel with Lu Feng like this will definitely lead to death. I also want to thank my foster father for saving my life last time, Tang San said with a grimace. But you agreed to a duel in front of so many people in the killing field. If you backed down, how could you have the dignity to stay in the killing city? You are the leader of the 100 Poison Gang and my adopted son. You don't have to be merciless. You must be honest. But you must be honest, as this will also affect my prestige, said the King of Slaughter. Hearing this, Tang San shuddered, thinking that the King of Slaughter was forcing him to fight Lu Feng, which was tantamount to asking him to die. Please give me a way out, my foster father. I will repay you by working as a cow and a horse. Tang San cried and knelt down, kowtowing violently towards the King of Slaughter. His forehead was bruised and he was in panic. Well, of course I have to give you a way out. Let's do this. I will announce today that from now on, the 100 Poison Gang will be disbanded. You made a mistake and were expelled from the killing city. The King of Slaughter stated his plan, driving away from the city of killing. It's temporary. When Lu Feng leaves and you come back, go and clean up, and I will send you away from the killing city immediately. Then the 99 victories I accumulated in the killing field. Once I leave the killing field and come back, I will naturally have to accumulate wins again. You are about to lose your life, and you still want the victory in the killing field. The King of Slaughter said, displeased. Chapter 718 Qian Rongxiu's Majesty as the Empress. Yes, my adoptive father is right. It's good to keep alive, Tang San said hurriedly. Tang San was a smart man, and he felt that the King of Slaughter didn't want to protect him anymore. For more than a year, he spent a lot of thought and time to build the 100 Poison Gang into the #1 force in the killing city. Now it is disbanding. All those thoughts and time were wasted. After fighting hard to the 99 games, he was only one victory short of starting the Hell Road trial and obtaining the Killing God realm. However, at this juncture, he was expelled from the killing city. When he came back later, he had to calculate the victory again. This is so hard. Moreover, the King of Slaughter used the word drive away. Very shameful. The King of Slaughter did this to give him a way out, but it was also to protect the King of Slaughter himself and to show his favor to Lu Feng. But even if Tang San saw through it, he didn't dare to tell it off. Everything he does here is based on the King of Slaughter. Now that the King of Slaughter doesn't want to protect him because of Lu Feng, he has no choice. It is a kind of luck to escape with one's life. Unlike Yu Xiaogang, he cannot leave the killing city in this life. The news of the 100 Poison Gang was disbanded and Tang San was expelled quickly spread and became another major event that shocked the killing city. Of course, compared to the incident of Lu Feng killing Ghost Wang Chi, this news is just a small splash. The disbanded disbandment of the Beidou gang is actually a good thing for the Beidou gang. They all knew that the Beidou gang had offended Lu Feng. Lu Feng exterminated this tribe because the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan captured Yeyu. If Lu Feng is in a bad mood one day, you can imagine what will happen to the Beidou gang. Even if the 100 Poison gang is not disbanded, many elders and members of the gang also have plans to leave. Many elders had surrendered to Tang San before, but in fact they were more frightened by the killing king behind Tang San. Blood Castle. Lu Feng was lying on the bed in the room. A wisp of black smoke flew in from the window and immediately transformed into a graceful human form. It's Ye Shi. Lord Holy Sun. Tang San escaped from the killing city overnight. Ye Shi reported. Escape so quickly? I still want to talk to him. Lu Feng was slightly surprised. You are recovering from your injuries, so don't worry about so much for now. Bibi Dong, who was sitting aside, lightly opened her red lips. I know you will attack recklessly, and I won't let you show off your strength. Lu Feng used the soul bone fusion skill, and Zhu Feng, a level 15 strongman, faced off head-on, and the violent counter-attack left him with internal injuries, but it was not serious and he could just rest for a few days. Yin wanted to come out and treat him. Yin's peerless nanny's healing skills could heal his injuries in an instant, but Lu Feng didn't accept it. He didn't want Yin to appear in the killing city unless it was absolutely necessary. Even if there is no one around, there is no guarantee that he will not be discovered by the will of the Shura god. As for Poseidon's will, he kept it in his pocket. With his current mental strength, he could feel the slightest fluctuation of divine power. If there are fluctuations in divine power in the Vasi universe cover, it means that the Poseidon's will has awakened from dormancy. The will of the sea god was separated from the scope of the sea and placed in the Tiandu treasury. It has been an heirloom treasure of the Tiandu royal family for several generations. It has existed for hundreds or thousands of years. Divine power is gradually depleted and there is no replenishment of the power of faith. However, in the dormant state, the loss of divine power is the least. So if nothing goes wrong, this Poseidon's will enter a dormant state. As for the will of God Shura, in the killing capital of God Shura's territory, the divine power can be continuously replenished. Lu Feng could feel that Shura God's will was always paying attention to him. There is a feeling of being spied on. It's normal that God Shura will recognize him and compete with Poseidon for him to inherit the throne. If it were me, I would pay more attention. He dared to challenge Super Douluo alone because he had accurately calculated the will of God Shura and would not let him die. God is blessing me, but I am still afraid of a ball. Well, the big ball is here. While Lu Feng was thinking, Shui Wu trotted in, panting, and the two big balls were jumping happily. Shocking. Lu Feng took a deep breath and said, Shui Wu, you are walking with the ball. No. Why are you in such a hurry? I just finished the killing field and rushed back to see if you need treatment. You still tell me? Shui pursed her lips. There is no peerless nanny, but there are two soul king nannies, Shui Wu and Ye Lingling. Although they cannot use healing soul skills, their soul power has a certain healing effect. I'm afraid you'll fall down if you run too fast. Be good, Shui Wu. Don't be angry. Come and treat me. Lu Feng waved with a smile. For some girls whose protrusions are too fierce, when Lu Feng sees them running, he will worry that they will fall due to their unbalanced body and always wants to reach out to help them. I have been worried about Zhu Zhuqing for a long time. Later it was discovered that few people could surpass Zhu Zhuqing in her balance ability. She could fly over eaves and walls, jump up trees, and do whatever she wanted. No more worries. Swu, in fact, has very good physical fitness and has certain melee abilities. He just said it casually, not really worried. Will I fall? Forget it. You are a wounded person now and need to be taken care of, so I won't be angry with you. Shui Wu released his martial spirit, walked over carelessly, sat down on the bed, and picked up Lu Feng, putting his legs on his shoulders. He gently massaged them with his slender jade fingers, and the soul power seeped into Lu Feng's skin. Lu Feng hummed comfortably. How's the strength? Swu asked with a slight smile. Comfortable. Lu Feng squinted his eyes, immersed in Shui Wu's personal service. As Lu Feng's lover, Bibi Dong also wanted to provide some loving and personal services for Lu Feng's injury, but due to her public identity, she was Lu Feng's teacher and she had to maintain the Pope's authority. Noble, dignified, and sacred, so you should not be too close and keep a distance in front of others. Swu, on the other hand, could do whatever she wanted and devote herself wholeheartedly to it without any scruples. She would do whatever Lu Feng asked her to do and do whatever posture she wanted. Bibi Dong felt like she was in Lu Feng's room, like a light bulb, which made Shui Wu not dare to let go too much. Her movements and demeanor were a bit restrained. Bibi Dong's status was too noble in Shui Wu's mind, and he was supposed to be as reverent as a god. Being able to get along normally in the same room only becomes normal after everyone has become familiar with each other. I'm going back to the room. You should receive the treatment. Bibi Dong stood up and stretched lazily. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, she made her sexy and graceful figure form a big curve front and back. The curve is extremely attractive and exudes all kinds of charm. There is also the mature charm and intellectual beauty that girls do not have, combined with the strong female demeanor of a peerless Douluo and the nobility, sacredness and elegance of the Pope. Even though Lu Feng, who had kissed every inch of Bibi Dong's skin and was very familiar with Bibi Dong's body, couldn't help but feel his breath hitch and swallowed when he saw it. For a woman like Bibi Dong, any attempt to seduce her would be fatal. What's more, Lu Feng knew that Bibi Dong would love him crazily when he was behind the throne and would actively and forcefully demand love from him, as if to drain him dry. She is cherishing the futurist times and making up for what she didn't get before. Since she is a demigod with a strong endurance, Lu Feng can sprint with all his strength without worrying about mischief. Teacher, go slowly. I'll go up and say hello later. Lu Feng waved his hand politely, indicating something. No, you'd better have a good rest. Bibi Dong turned around, her beautiful eyes moving and the corners of her lips raised into a smile. Zhen Shi looks back and smiles. She stepped out of the long, white, round legs tightly wrapped in stockings and stepped on high heels inlaid with gems. She walked out of the room in a cat-like manner with a round and swaying arc behind her that was dazzling. She obviously doesn't walk like this normally. Today, she deliberately left me with a charming figure from behind. You told me to have a good rest, but you deliberately spread great temptation to seduce my husband. Chapter 719 The Imperial Throne. 1 month later, Tiandu City. Night come. The demon spirit walked into the dimly lit tavern again, sat down in the booth with a stinking face. He has been stranded in Tiandu City for more than a month. It took much longer than he expected. He originally thought that on the first day he arrived in Tiandu City he would be able to find out the news and whereabouts of Lu Feng. However, in broad daylight, all humans would avoid him when they saw him. His strange face and the evil aura emanating from his body make humans feel uneasy and frightened, and they feel there is something weird about him. The demon spirit was ordered by Emperor Tian this time to act secretly and not to cause trouble. Dishan didn't want Gu Yuina and Zig to find out about Lu Feng's ins and outs and suppress him, so he carefully told the demon spirits not to expose his identity and try not to make the matter a big deal. Therefore, in order to avoid people's eyes and ears, demon spirits always choose to haunt at night. When the light is not too bright, it can slightly cover up the evil spirit he exudes. Sir, you're here. The male bartender approached enthusiastically. Are you still drinking dark beer today? No more. Do you have any news? Asked the demon spirit. Yes, but in order to help you find out about Lu Feng, I hired many people, spent a lot of money, and risked being investigated by the Merchant Alliance. The bartender rambled. Take it. This is the last piece. The demon spirit threw out an emerald impatiently. To move around in the human world and do things, it is impossible without wealth. He didn't have gold soul coin, but he collected some gems in the Star Forest and used them as payment. It's really effective. There are humans willing to serve him. To soul beast, gems are no different from ordinary stone, but among humans they are very precious and valuable. But the demon spirit didn't bring many. For more than a month, all the gems were used up, but Lu Feng was still not found. He also knows that if you want to get information, it is easiest to do it in a tavern where there is a mixture of good and bad people. The bartender in the tavern is very well informed, so he used gems to hook up with the bartender and buy information about Lu Feng. The bartender promised, but the information was always like squeezing out toothpaste. He could only provide a little bit at a time, and there was no information about Lu Feng's exact location. The bartender took the emerald and immediately smiled. Pretending to be mysterious, he put his mouth to the demon spirit's ear and whispered, I heard that Lu Feng appeared in the Sunset Forest a few days ago. A few days ago? What I want to know is his current location. The demon spirit became angry. The bartender always provided outdated information, causing him to miss out several times. He went to Sunset Forest alone 3 times. Lu Feng was not found at all. There's really nothing we can do about it. Lu Feng is the regent of the empire, the representative of the leader of the Merchant Alliance, and a top-level figure. His schedule has always been kept secret. How could I, a little bartender, find out so clearly? The bartender said with a grimace. As soon as the last sentence left his mouth, the bartender regretted it. This truth should not be spoken. He had been hanging on to this old-fashioned spirit master with shabby clothes but a possession of high-purity gems. He had obtained many priceless gems. He felt a little relieved when he learned that the gem he was given tonight was the last one. Really? The demon suddenly became furious. You should have told me if you couldn't provide information. You took my gems and wasted so much of my time. Are you deliberately deceiving me? The demon spirit is not a fool, but it has not been out for tens of thousands of years to experience and does not understand the current human world. He stared at the bartender fiercely, murderous intent bursting out of his evil eyes. The bartender felt guilty and his eyes flickered. The terrifying murderous intention made him take 2 steps back in fright. He said hurriedly, how dare I deceive Master Soul Master? I have tried my best to collect information for you. Really? I'm going to kill you. The demon spirit felt threatened. He was deceived, and in his rage he wanted to kill the bartender without bothering to act in secret. A withered hand was clamped on the bartender's head like an iron pliers. A little force could crush the bartender's head. The king of soul beasts, who had cultivated for nearly 200,000 years, was actually deceived by a human bartender, defrauding him of gems and wasting more than a month of his time. This was the most annoying thing for him. If Dityan knew about it, he would be blamed, and if word spread, he would become a laughingstock. The bartender couldn't move and was shrouded in the shadow of death. He realized that this man who exuded a sinister and evil aura would really kill him. After many years of stability and peace, Tiandu City's security has always been good. Emperor Shui Qinghe and Pope Bibidong have successively issued new decrees that soul masters have equal rights to life as human. This means that the soul master cannot attack humans at will, and the soul master's behavior is restricted. Therefore, at first the bartender did not believe that this strange man in brown clothes dared to kill someone in Tiandu City. But now his head is clamped, his skull is about to split, and life and death are only on a thin line. The bartender was in extreme pain and panic, unable to think. He cried and howled, Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have deceived you. I saw the precious gems and became greedy. In fact, there is no way to get Lu Feng's information. Please let me go, and I will return half of my gems to you. No, all of them. The bartender regretted it and should have escaped with the gems long ago. I only blame myself for being too greedy and wanting to defraud all the gems. He had gone to appraise the value of the gems. They were of excellent quality and value. Each piece could be sold for at least 10,000 gold soul coin. If he leaves Tiandu City with the gems before tonight, he can live a wealthy life elsewhere with 3 wives and 4 concubines and hordes of slaves. When the demon spirit heard the bartender begging for mercy, he became even more furious and trembled with rage. He still had a glimmer of hope that he had made a mistake in his judgment and had misunderstood the bartender. But the bartender admitted the deception. He was actually deceived by a weak human being. This is tantamount to being slapped hard in the face. You wasted more than a month of my time. How can you pay me back? Demon spirit tightened his fingers. Slick. The bartender's head was crushed. Died on the spot. Yeah, it's murder. Run. There is a madman who killed the bartender. Go and call the city defense team. The bartenders and drinkers were in panic, and they were in a mess, and they all rushed toward run outside the door. Don't even think about leaving. Since the demon spirit has started killing, in order not to be exposed, it must be killed and silent. The anger in his heart also needed more blood to water it. The evil spirit is exploding. Fangs sprouted from the demon spirit's mouth, and sharp claws sprouted from the tips of its fingers. His figure flickered and disappeared into thin air. Shit. Only a few sounds of bodies being torn apart and blood being splashed were heard, and the tavern fell into silence. The lives that were still alive just now were all turned into bloody corpses, and blood flowed on the ground and gathered into a large pool. The demon spirit stuck out its tongue and licked the blood on its claws. Humans deserve to die. Lu Feng, is it so difficult to find you? Lord Dishan, I'm sorry, I can't hold it back and can't act in secret anymore. I'll just go to the Merchant Alliance headquarters to make a scene, as long as I don't reveal my identity. Chapter 720. Shui Beng's purpose. Tang San was surprised. Okay, I just heard some news. The Douluo Empire disbanded its army and formed an alliance with the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance, the Tiandu Empire, and the Wuhan Palace. The situation has changed drastically, and after Prince Davis suffered a disastrous defeat in the Elite Soul Master competition, unable to recover. With your current strength, you have a chance to defeat him. If you become the prince, don't forget that I will treat you well in the Killing City. Tang San paved the way for his retreat. If Shui Beng can't survive here, well, you can also seek refuge with Daimyo Bai. Daimyo Bai, have clear grievances. Don't worry, you have been kind to me in the Killing City, and I will never forget it. Daimyo Bai agreed, but he was thinking in his heart, if he didn't want to use my status as the prince to recruit soul masters from the Douluo Empire, would you, Tang San, still give me favors? Of course not. Once you gain power, you will kill me without hesitation. Daimyo Bai was not a fool. He was very aware of Tang San's vengeful and scheming character. I hope you can return to the Douluo Empire and help me find out about my father's current situation. I don't know what's going on with him now. Tang San sighed. His background is not bad. He is a descendant of the Haoshan sect, and his father is the youngest titled Douluo in history, the Haoshan Douluo who once shocked the world just because he launched the Merchant Slaughter Conference and wanted to massacre the Merchant Alliance. The Haoshan sect was massacred by the Merchant Alliance instead, and Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao also became a prisoner. But no matter what, Tang Hao still has great influence. As long as Tang Hao is here, the influence will be there. Haoshan Douluo, lucky people have their own destiny. The Merchant Alliance elder Baihe and Haoshan Douluo's uncle, even if they are imprisoned, the treatment will not be too bad. Shui Beng comforted Tang San. Hearing these words, Tang San San had an idea. Going to Beihe is a good way out. After all, it was not him who wanted to destroy the Merchant Alliance, and it was not him who made the mistake but his father and the Haoshan sect. Beihe is his uncle, and he has great power and influence in the Merchant Alliance. But there are also rumors that Tang Hao killed Beihe and somehow became a peerless Douluo. He tried to assassinate the leader of the Shang Alliance in Wuhan City but was killed by the leader of the Shang Alliance instead. Daimyo Bai muttered, "Do you take the rumors seriously?" The fragments of rumors that were spread to the killing city were spread by falsehood and then cobbled together into lies that even children would not believe. Xuebeng rolled his eyelid and said disdainfully, "That kind of rumor really can't be believed. It's too outrageous." Tang San sneered, "It's more than outrageous. It's simply ridiculous. Haoshan Douluo's soul power has obviously been reduced to soul saint. He has lost the three most important soul bones. He is imprisoned. How can he kill Baihe and become a peerless Douluo in a short period of time? Since he has become a peerless Douluo with the best martial spirit in the world, can he still be killed by the leader of the Merchant Alliance?" Xuebeng took over and listed the most suspicious points in detail. At this time, the waiter came to their table carrying wine and food. Hearing the Avalanche's remarks, he couldn't help but ask, "Three Soul Masters, have you been practicing in the deep mountains and forests for a long time?" "Absolutely. Why do you ask?" Daimyo Bai heard something in the waiter's word. The waiter put down the food and wine and said with an apologetic smile, "The rumors about Haoshan Douluo that I just heard from this Master Soul Master have long been an indisputable fact." What? Tang San and Xuebeng's faces suddenly stiffened and they all exclaimed in surprise. Call, especially Tang San. His face suddenly turned pale and his heart trembled suddenly. "No, no, 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 impossible." Tang San's voice trembled. The waiter was very surprised to see him like this. Daimyo Bai kept calm and asked the waiter, "Can you tell me more details?" As we all know, urban hotels are crowded with people and the waiter can hear the conversations of travelers from all over the place, so he is the most well informed. "Okay, Master Soul Master, the waiter is an ordinary person without soul power and he dare not disobey the Master Soul Master's request." Next, he recounted the general story. "That's what happened. The turban of Haoshan Douluo is still floating at the gate of Wuhan City." Bang! Tang San's bloodshot eyes glowed with blood-red light. His emotions reached the extreme and he burst out, smashing the table to pieces with one palm. There were some porcelain plates with food left on the table. Table tennis balls were broken into pieces and broth was spilled all over the floor. So resentful. The leader of the Merchant Alliance killed his father. So humiliating. My father's turban was hung at the gate of Wuhan City for public display and he seemed to have become a joke to the whole world. When everyone sees him in the future, they will think in their heart, "Well, you are the son of the dead Tang Hao whose turban was hung at the city gate." Master Soul Master, did this boy say something wrong? The waiter in the shop said, trembling, startled. "What did you say wrong?" "Hehe, what did you say wrong?" Tang San laughed ferociously, rushed over, and grabbed the waiter by the neck with one hand. Click! Just twist it off. Tang San, Xiao San, stop! Xuebeng and Daimyo Bai couldn't even shout in time. Among them, Tang San was now the strongest and couldn't stop him at all. They came out of the killing city and their plan was to walk low-key and secretly without revealing their identity. But Tang San directly killed people in full view of the public, making the matter bigger. "Ah, murder, murder! Go and report to the police." The restaurant became a mess and the diners screamed and left one after another. Tang San snorted coldly, "I am a soul master, so why should I make a fuss about killing an ordinary person? The world has changed, my lord. Emperor Zhuqing he has issued a new law. If a soul master breaks the law, he will be guilty of the same crime as the common people." The boss walked quickly, not afraid of Tang San's ferocity. He frowned and said, "Someone will arrest you soon and give my nephew justice." "Really? Then I will kill you together." Tang San said, about to take action. Xuebeng stopped him and said, "Let's go quickly. It's not worth it." At this time, Tang San also calmed down a lot. It was really not worth it and irrational to make things worse and expose his identity for ordinary low-level people. "Let go." Tang San and Xuebeng looked at each other. Soul power burst out from under his feet and his body flew out. Daimyo Bai didn't dare to stay too long and get into trouble, so he quickly rubbed oil on his solace and ran away. The direction he went was south, opposite to Tang San and Xuebeng, the city of killing. In the bloody castle, Lu Feng was still kneading and twisting slowly. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xue Wu were left blushing, embarrassed and making coquettish sounds. Yun Yun heard the noise and walked in without knowing why, but saw this scene. Yun Yun quickly exited. "Yun Yun, I see you. Don't leave." Lu Feng said, "Sorry to bother you, sir." Yun Yun took a deep breath and calmed down. It was the first time she saw such a scene. She had rarely heard of it before, or she was a little repelled by it, thinking it would affect her Taoist mind. However, seeing Lu Feng being so intimate with the three pretty girls, a thought arose in his heart that even he felt shy about. That is, how would she feel if Lu Feng did this to her? The answer made her ashamed. She was not rejected expecting it in her heart, but she actually had a little bit of expectation. Chapter 721 Jiangzhu's Weakness. Lu Feng felt that an extremely powerful evil aura suddenly erupted in Tiandu City. His mental power spread out instantly, and he noticed that the location where the evil aura erupted was at the headquarters of the Tiandu Merchant Alliance. I have never seen this kind of evil spirit before. Although they are all evil auras, they are different. This evil aura is extremely powerful. The strength of this soul master is comparable to that of the King of Slaughter, but it is certain that this is not what the King of Slaughter emit, and there is no such strong person in the business alliance. Sister Yuehua, there might be some hostile situation. I'll go to the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance. Lu Feng dropped a word and released the golden-winged Daipen spirit. He spread out the huge wings behind his back and rushed into the sky. His speed increased to the extreme. Like a dark streak, golden stream of light streaked across the sky. Tang Yuehua's eyes narrowed, and before he could reply, Lu Feng disappeared from sight. She also sensed the urgency of the situation. With the close relationship between Lu Feng and her now, Lu Feng's business is her business. Due to the special nature of her mutated martial soul and some skills taught by her mother, she can hide her soul power. Even a peerless Douluo cannot see it. If she probes her, she can only see the result of her 9th level soul power. Otherwise, she would not be able to escape the fate of being sacrificed. She cultivated her soul power carefully and did not dare to do it openly. If the news got to the ears of the Haoshan sect, they would immediately come to her door and ask her to sacrifice. Therefore, she did not dare to go out to practice normally, and when she went out, she had to dress up in disguise. As a result, her soul power improvement was hindered. Before she was destroyed by Haoshan sect, her soul power only reached the level of soul saint. After the Haoshan sect was destroyed, she no longer had to hide her soul power. Lu Feng, leader of the Merchant Alliance, helped her mother avenge herself by destroying the Haoshan sect. Her biggest heart not opened. As a result, her soul power cultivation progress accelerated a lot after the Haoshan sect was destroyed. At present, Tang Yuehua's soul power is close to that of Contra. Business now. Something might happen to the alliance. Tang Yuehua felt that she had the ability and obligation to see if she could help. Tang Yuehua swayed, jumped onto the roof, and followed Lu Feng's direction. The towering high-rise building of the Merchant Alliance headquarters caught Lu Feng's eyes. Lu Feng arrived in an instant. Lord Lu Feng, don't go yet. Douluo flapped his beautiful white wings and flew toward him from the air. Outside, Douluo upholds her duties as a subordinate and keeps a clear distinction between public and private affairs. She always calls Lu Feng by honorific name. Only in private does she use endearment. Douluo, who is here? Lu Feng stopped for a moment, slowly flapped his wings and hovered in the air. A strong person who is so close to the strength of a peerless Douluo cannot be taken lightly. It is best to understand the situation and know yourself and the enemy. It's a man in brown clothes. Elder Tai Tai, Elder Lu, and others have never heard of such a number one person. He wants to see you by name. The person here is not evil. Elder Lu asked me to inform you, but I hope you will wait and see. Chan, don't show up yet. The opponent is too strong. There is currently no strong person in the Merchant Alliance who can compete with him in Tiandu City. However, flying messengers have been sent to Sunset Forest to ask for Sword Douluo, and they have also gone to Kaibao Glay sect for help. He talked about the situation in one breath, urgently but not chaotically, and the regulations were clear, showing Douluo's excellent qualities. Currently, in Tiandu City, only 2 elders, Tai Tan and Lu Erlong, are present. The other Merchant Alliance elders, including Long Gong and Snake Po Poison Douluo, go to the fiefdom for routine inspections. Therefore, it is impossible to form a 7-in-1 fusion technique to fight against this powerful man who is close to the peerless Douluo. The man in brown asked me by name. Lu Feng couldn't remember that he knew such a person, but there was no time to think, so he nodded and said, I understand. Douluo, be careful and don't get close. Before he finished speaking, Lu Feng disappeared from the spot. Yes, sir, you must be careful. Douluo knew that Lu Feng rushed to the scene, but he still responded habitually to the air, with worry on his beautiful face. Lu Feng killed the peerless Douluo Tang Hao by using a mysterious power within his body. Douluo also knows this matter, but Lu Feng said that this mysterious power will basically be unusable in the future. Therefore, if Lu Feng faced an unparalleled powerhouse again, it would probably be a disaster. Lu Erlong also thought so, so he asked Douluo to specifically tell Lu Feng not to come forward. Lu Feng knew that Lu Erlong happened to go to the Merchant Alliance headquarters today to meet Shui Yunmen to discuss some internal matters of the Merchant Alliance. Before going to the killing city, Lu Erlong handed over all the remaining matters in his hands to Shui Yunmen. Lu Feng also promoted Shui Yunmen to CEO, officially taking over Lu Erlong's original position and exercising his power as the chief executive. The responsibilities of the president are second only to the elders of the Merchant Alliance. Lu Erlong had long wanted to let go and spend more time with Lu Feng, so he tried his best to help and cultivate cultivate Shui Yunmen. Shui Yunmen is very ambitious. She is hardworking and studious and has a talent for management. She quickly grew into a competent CEO. Otherwise, Lu Erlong would not be able to go to the killing city where he didn't know how long it would take him to return. Lu Feng's mind was spinning in just one breath. Next moment he flew quietly to the vicinity of the Merchant Alliance headquarters. I saw many people gathered in the large square in front of the Commercial Alliance headquarters. A man in brown clothes stood facing the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance with an arrogant expression. Several Merchant Alliance guards were lying on the ground and the healing soul master was treating them. The guards looked at the man in brown clothes, their eyes filled with horror. Apparently they were injured by the man in brown clothes. Outside the headquarters gate, Lu Erlong stood at the front confronting the man in brown clothes from a distance. Behind her were Tai Tan and Shui Yunmen standing on the left and right, their martial spirits having been released and entering combat mode as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Lu Erlong noticed Lu Feng's appearance. His beautiful eyes moved and he winked lightly. After being close lovers for several years, Lu Feng knew that Lu Erlong still reminded him not to come forward and let her try to deal with it first. Listen to your wife first. Lu Feng calmly walked to the crowd where he could attack at any time and watched the man in brown who looked strange and exuded evil aura. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with dark golden light and he opened his true seeing pupils. Hey, this person is a soul beast with more than 100,000 years of cultivation. Gu Yuina is the co-master of soul beast. Is it related to Gu Yuina? If something happens to Gu Yuina, she should send Zig here. Who is this? Lu Feng was confused and turned his head, hoping to remember the identity of the powerful soul beast in front of him. After all, it has been more than 10 years since I came to Douluo continent. The beast appeared in the original plot, but it is not a well-known beast, so I may forget it. At this time, Lu Erlong's red lips slightly opened. Since you want to see our Lord Lu Feng, please state your name first and explain what is going on so that we can inform you. Due to the lack of understanding of the man in brown, the first thing to do is just asking for some information. Chapter 722 Shuebeng plans a coup. Tang San wants to show off. Yun Yun's judgment was correct. Lu Feng did realize something. In the process of thinking just now, he suddenly felt as if he had glimpsed something mysterious. He must seize this opportunity immediately. So immediately enter a state of introspective meditation. Such an opportunity passes in an instant. If you don't catch it in time, you won't know how long it will take to catch it again. This kind of realization is like a qualitative change after the accumulation of quantitative changes. When it reaches a certain level, it will appear at a certain moment, but the time required is very different. Some people have an epiphany in a second. Some people take a few days. Some people take several years. There are also people who, after missing out, stay in the same place throughout their lives and never realize it again. Lu Feng seized that opportunity in time. As the understanding deepened, the fourth star surrounding the martial soul of the world tree changed. The fourth star appeared as a hazy image in Lu Feng's eyes as he ate two immortal grasses and used the power of the two dragon kings of water and fire to quench his body. After going to the small world of Lake of Life, the images in the stars were a little clearer, but they were still unclear and couldn't tell what they were. Now, with the understanding deepened and the image of the stars clears the fog, Lu Feng could feel that this had something to do with the location as well as the strengthening of his body and blood. The Eye of Ice and Fire, the small world of Lake of Life, and the City of Killing are all special treasures with a trace of divine power remaining, giving birth to treasures of heaven and earth or natural creations, and they are all closely related to the Dragon Clan. The City of Killing was not created by the power of the Dragon Clan, but the Bone Burial Forest was nourished by the flesh and bones of the Earth Dragon King. The underground dragon prison array imprisoned the remnant soul of the Earth Dragon King, retaining the power of the Dragon King. Not long ago, the remnant soul of the Earth Dragon King sacrificed all the power of the Dragon King that had been retained for millions of years to Lu Feng. Lu Feng absorbed a burst of dragon energy and the world-destroying dragon spear spirit evolved. At the same time, Lu Feng's soul power increased dramatically and the attributes of his bloodline and body were once again enhanced several times. This is the key to Lu Feng being able to defeat Super Douluo Ghost Wang Qi. But that's not all. Now it has greatly contributed to Lu Feng's opportunity to gain insight, and the fourth star lights up. Is it the fourth martial spirit? But I have never heard of the fourth martial spirit in this world. Isn't it at most a three-life martial spirit? Now, Lu Feng saw it. After the fog of the fourth star cleared away, an island appeared. Most of the island is covered by green forest. His heart moved and his thoughts were concentrated on the island. In a blink of an eye, he was actually standing on that island. In the blue sky, the sun is shining high. In the distance, at the end of the blue sea, there are a line of sea and sky. A group of seagulls are passing overhead. The golden sandy beach is stepping on the feet. The clear waves are rushing in and slowly receding with a hint of salty taste. The warm sea breeze blows on the face, bringing fresh air. Looking back, you can see the endless mountains with no edge at a glance. There are patches of coconut trees, banana trees, palm, etc., forming a tropical rainforest. The scenery is endless. This is an incredibly beautiful island. But what is going on? Lu Feng was a little confused. How could you be on an island? It's obviously not a few, because the skin can feel the temperature and wind, and the nose can smell the fragrance. Lu Feng still couldn't believe it. He pinched his thigh. Pain came. All right, it is indeed physically on the island. Lu Feng looked at the highest mountain on the island. With a thought in his mind, he teleported to the mountain peak, overlooking this beautiful island surrounded by the blue sea. You get it. My fourth martial spirit is a world. The fog of the world has only opened up a small corner, which is this island. I am the master of this world. I can teleport anywhere on the island as I wish. As the martial spirit continues to strengthen and evolve, more of the fog of the world will be cleared, and eventually the whole world can be explored. I can feel that my martial soul world has just been developed and created. The air is extremely fresh and the free soul power is rich, which is very suitable for cultivation. You can practice or vacation on this beautiful island, but can you bring your wives in? Realizing that he was the master of this martial arts world, a lot of information came to Lu Feng's mind. Among them are the laws of this world. Currently, I want to bring someone into this world and require the other person to have the strength equivalent to a peerless Douluo. In other words, we can only bring Bibi Dong, Yun Yun, and a Yin in. It's a pity. If Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could be brought in, the rich free soul power here would be of great help to their cultivation. In terms of combat, this martial spirit comes with the most awesome space skills in history. The body can disappear at any time, enter another space. Even God cannot lock and track it. Also, if you want to fight hard, using the world's martial soul as a shield, it can absorb most of the opponent's attacks and transfer them to this world. It is simply an invincible defense skill. The only thing is that if a powerful attack is transferred to this island, the natural beauty of the island will be destroyed. At this moment, the bloody castle was in chaos. Why did Lu Feng suddenly disappear? Xiao Wu walked back and forth irritably. What's going on? Ning Rongrong slumped on the chair, not thinking about cooking delicious food. Will you encounter danger? I'm so worried. Shui Binger was worried. Zhuqing, can you tell me again what happened just now? Du Guyan frowned. Zhu Zhuqing also frowned and said, Zhu Qing just made it very clear that Lu Feng entered a meditative state. We were about to leave the room and let him realize his thoughts alone, but he suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Is there any sign? There is no sign, no fluctuation of soul power. This sister Yun Yun is also there. She can be sure that Lu Feng did not leave the room. How is this possible? The beautiful girls were all confused and their faces were pale. Bibi Dong, Yun Yun, and Lu Erlong remained calm and listened to everyone's speech without making a sound, but the worry and doubt in their eyes are the same as those of the girls. More than a dozen people were gathered in Lu Feng's room, and the atmosphere was tense. At this time, a plume of black smoke flew in through the window. Bibi Dong, Yun Yun, and others knew it was Yeshi and did not stop him. Yeshi walked out of the black smoke and saw the room full of people. He was surprised and said, they are all here. Where has the Holy Sun gone? The King of Slaughter came to visit and asked to see the Holy Sun. No one responded. Yeshi felt the atmosphere was abnormal and did not continue to ask any more questions. From the beautiful faces, she sensed that something big had happened. She swept out her mental power and did not find out that Lu Feng was in the Blood Castle. Bibi Dong opened his mouth and said coldly, maybe it has something to do with the King of Slaughter. If people here disappear, he will come to visit. Lu Erlong's eyes filled with murderous intent and said, if it has something to do with him, we will work together to kill him. Kill him. Yeshi's heart thumped and she realized that Lu Feng was missing. The King of Slaughter is blessed by divine power in the city of Slaughter and is invincible. No one can kill him unless God takes action. But in this case, it was difficult for Yeshi to say it. Chapter 723 Tang San forced his way into Shrek Academy and openly challenged. I can feel that the master is still alive. The distance is very close, but it seems extremely far away. Yun Yun was summoned by Lu Feng and has an indescribable special connection with Lu Feng. Lu Feng's condition can be felt in his heart. Thinking of something unexpected happening to Lu Feng, her heart felt empty and full of sadness. Could it be that the King of Slaughter used some secret method to kidnap Lu Feng? He is still injured. Shui Wu's eyes were red, tears glistening in her eyes, and she cried anxiously. No, the Scarlet Castle is a forbidden area. After the Holy Sun take over, the King of Slaughter cannot enter without the Holy Sun's permission. Yes, she said. No matter what, let's go meet the King of Slaughter. If he does anything wrong, we'll kill him. Bibi Dong was willing to risk everything for Lu Feng. At this moment, he also had murderous intentions towards the King of Slaughter. Not only the King of Slaughter, but also Yu Xiaogang and others. She wanted to kill them all, to turn the world upside down in the Slaughter City, and to save Lu Feng. Yeah, kill. Yun Yun nodded lightly in agreement. After saying this, the girls stormed out of the castle and and faced the King of Slaughter, who was waiting outside the forbidden area of the castle. This time there was no one following the King of Slaughter, only him. He came here to pretend to be good to Lu Feng and to ease the relationship. He saw Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong and others appearing in front of him with cold faces, but Lu Feng was nowhere to be seen. King of Slaughter, what's the matter with you? Bibi Dong asked coldly. This attitude made the Slaughter King feel dissatisfied. Back then, when Bibi Dong entered the killing city as a girl, she was just a soul king. Now Bibi Dong has reached the level of peerless Douluo, is the Pope of Wuhan Palace and holds immense power, but after all he is still a junior and he is in his territory, so he is so rude when talking to him and even look down on him. But considering that the purpose of this trip was to ease the relationship, the Slaughter King forcibly endured it. The King of Slaughter said patiently, I am here to visit the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun doesn't want to see you. Bibi Dong said this deliberately. She looked directly at the King of Slaughter with cold eyes and observed the changes in his expression. Don't want to see me? This isn't right. The King of Slaughter was very doubtful. He is also a cunning tycoon. From the attitude of Bibi Dong and others, we can see what secret they hide. But Bibi Dong's straightforward refusal made him very embarrassed and unable to get off stage. He felt even more anxious inside. The King of Slaughter said loudly, Holy Sun, I come to visit you with sincerity. Even if you are injured and it is inconvenient to see me, please respond. His sincerity was to order the disbandment of the 100 Poison Gang and expel Tang San, Shui Beng and Dai Mu Bai. Although the two people in front of him are peerless experts who are on par with him, one is the Pope of Wuhan Palace and Lu Feng's teacher. In order to personally teach his disciple, he entered the killing city for the second time. I have never heard of someone protecting his disciples like this. I also heard that she is the woman who is the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Recently he heard that the leader of the Merchant Alliance is also a peerless Douluo, with 3 more peerless Douluo serving as assistants under his command, and the Wuhan Palace itself also has a long famous peerless Douluo Qian Daolio, not to mention a lot of super Douluo, Luo entitled Douluo. Such 2 major strengths can bring together terrifying power that makes the King of Slaughter feel numb. Don't dare to offend lightly. If Bibi Dong went to the bone burial forest that day, he would never dare to think of robbing the holy dew of the underworld. However, what he didn't expect was that although Bibi Dong did not follow, there was a peerless strongman beside Lu Feng. It was the mysterious plain-clothed woman in front of her who looked like water from an ancient well without any visible waves and with indifferent eyes like a misty fairy. He had fought against the mysterious woman in plain clothes but could not figure out her strange power. She was very difficult to deal with and he was also afraid of her. He did not dare to act rashly in the face of these 2 peerless experts. He also heard about the murderous Lu Erlong, who only evolved from her martial soul to a god-level martial soul and became the Blue Lightning Overlord, one of the 3 upper sect. The head of the Long family knew that she was not someone to be trifled with. Although she was only a titled Douluo, she defeated Yu Xiaogang, who had become a super Douluo at that time. Her powerful attack power and decisive momentum were also terrifying. He is known as invincible in the city of killing and blessed by divine power, but being invincible doesn't mean you can't get hurt. If these women jointly attack him, they may also have to shed their skin. What's more, Lu Feng is the Holy Sun and is recognized by God. The fact that Lu Feng can enter the burial ground in advance shows that God values him more. However, Lu Feng entered the killing city and directly entered the forbidden area of the bloody castle, but he had never obtained this qualification. All these show that the identity and status of the Holy Sun are higher than him. Therefore, no matter what, facing Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong and others' sarcastic remark and lack of respect, he could only endure it and could not take action. Looking forward to meeting Lu Feng directly. Seeing the killing king's forbearing attitude, Bibi Dong exchanged glances with Lu Erlong, Yun Yun and others. They roughly judged that the King of Slaughter had nothing to do with Lu Feng's disappearance, because there is no need for the King of Slaughter to perform this drama. The King of Slaughter finished shouting and waited for a while, but there was still no response. Normally, Lu Feng is not the kind of person who shrinks back and does not show his face or make a sound. It is impossible for a person with such a withdrawn character to be recognized by God. Combined with the beautiful expressions and demeanor, a doubt arose in the mind of the killing king. The answer is ready to come out. Could it be that the Holy Sun is missing? The King of Slaughter asked. Hit the nail on the head. My husband is not missing. He is just missing temporarily. The simple and sad Shui Yuer was outspoken. As soon as the word came out, she felt that she had said the wrong thing and quickly shut her mouth. There is no need to let the King of Slaughter know about this. The King of Slaughter asked this as a cliché. Shui Yuer's denial was tantamount to admitting that Lu Feng was missing and something might have happened, but the words have been spoken and cannot be taken back on. The Slaughter King's pupils twitched. He was ecstatic inside, but his expression pretended to be worried and concerned. How could it be? No wonder you treat me like this. then I know. I immediately sent everyone to do their best. Help search for the whereabouts of the Holy Sun. If he said this, he would actually send people to search for him just to show off. But he knew that Lu Feng's disappearance would be of great benefit to him. And no harm done. This is actually what he has been dreaming about recently and hopes to become a reality. Lu Feng's arrival made him feel more and more pressured and threatened, and he also robbed him of the great opportunity of the bone burial forest that should have belonged to him. It would be great if Lu Feng really disappeared and something happened. Everything in the killing city is under his control again. After all, what he fears the most is Lu Feng. The Holy Sun who descended from the air surpassed him in status and team strength. God also favored him, and the vampire Nightbat family also surrounded him. Chapter 724. Tang San was scared for a second. The king of killing hoped it would be best for Lu Feng to disappear forever. When the time comes, send people out to find Tang San. Tang San has another chance to inherit the throne of Shura God, but killing fields needs to accumulate wins again. The king of slaughter was having a sweet dream when suddenly a voice appeared, like a basin of cold water poured on his head. You are right. I just haven't seen you for a while. Well, I quietly ran out for a walk. Lu Feng put his hands behind his back and walked slowly as if he was strolling in a garden, leisurely and contented. Ah, Feng, husband. The goddesses issued different calls, but their expressions were the same: surprise. A beautiful smile bloomed on the beautiful face, which amazed the time. Lu Feng appeared in front of them safe and sound, and the big stone hanging in their hearts finally fell to the ground. They were a little hesitant at first, but they immediately found a backbone. Yun breathed out a breath and smiled for the first time. Although Lu Feng suddenly disappeared for a short time, she felt that Lu Feng had become a very concerned person in her life. King of Slaughter, what's the matter? Lu Feng walked up to the King of Slaughter and said lightly, others are in their fourth martial soul, which is equivalent to another space, isolating the sound, and cannot hear the conversation they just had. But looking at the situation at hand, we can probably guess a little bit. When the King of Slaughter saw Lu Feng's appearance, his face froze, and he forced an ugly smile. It will be good if the Holy Sun comes back. It will be good if he comes back. I am here to visit the Holy Sun, he thought to himself. Are you kidding me? Just now they said they were gone. Their faces were filled with sadness, and in the blink of an eye, they suddenly came back. Baffling. This makes me feel very bad. The hardest thing is not to be disappointed, but to have great hopes and expectations and then be disappointed. Without expectation, there is no pain. Before Lu Feng could speak, Bibi Dong said indifferently, Clan leader Yeshi, let me ask, in the city of killing, which one has a higher status, the Holy Sun or the King of Slaughter? Of course, the Holy Sun has a higher status. Yeah, she responded. Then the King of Slaughter, why didn't he kneel down when he saw the Holy Sun? Bibi Dong showed the domineering side of the Pope. Her phoenix eyes projected power, and her gaze was cast on the King of Slaughter. She was still holding a grudge. The King of Slaughter once took advantage of her being unable to accompany Lu Feng into the bone burial forest to attack Lu Feng. Now that Lu Feng was back safely, she no longer had any worries. Decisively challenged the King of Killing's bottom line. The female Pope can't get rid of the sand in her eyes. When she feels capable, she must use all her strength to suppress her opponent. In the city of killing, it is obvious that the King of Killing is Lu Feng's opponent, that is, her opponent. If this battle comes sooner or later, then take advantage of the advantage and deal with it as soon as possible. In the Imperial Dynasty and Wuhan Palace, the hierarchy is strict, and it is normal for those with lower status to kneel before those with higher status. But the King of Slaughter is originally the supreme king in the city of Slaughter. If you kneel down to a junior, your dignity will be lost. This is tantamount to surrendering and admitting that Lu Feng has the highest status in the killing city. It was already very unpleasant to fight against each other. How could the King of Slaughter surrender to Lu Feng? I am the agent of God. I only obey God's will and will not kneel to anyone, the King of Slaughter said firmly. Bibi Dong, don't bully others too much. I just do it for the sake of the Holy Sun. I won't argue with you, otherwise today will be your death. He pretended to be nice, but it didn't mean he was weak. If there really was a fight, he would be willing to accompany him. Lu Feng and Bibi Dong had a tacit understanding and understood her intentions. Take advantage of the situation, break through the contradictions, and resolve them in one battle. Of course he supports it. This is a very clever strategy, and the eldest wife is quite capable. Having a sister wife like the Pope is so comfortable that you almost don't have to work hard. And to hear the King of Slaughter threaten Bibi Dong, that's okay. This is his reverse scale. Lu Feng suddenly became furious and said, King of Slaughter, I don't need you for my sake. You are so disrespectful to my teacher, and you don't kneel when you see me. You must be dissatisfied with us, so let's have a fight. A fight with you. The King of Slaughter was quickly calculating the gains and losses. If Lu Feng wanted to challenge him in a one-on-one challenge, would he agree or not? How to respond? Normally he couldn't attack Lu Feng, but if Lu Feng took the initiative to challenge him and he passively fought, then God would not blame blame him if he killed Lu Feng in case of a mistake. No, you are the king of slaughter and you have practiced for so long. I would not respect you by fighting with you alone, so I can only decide that 4 of us will fight with you together. Lu Feng's lips showed an evil smile. Since the eldest wife broke the deadlock and he was too lazy to make excuses with the king of slaughter, and fighting boss is, of course, a group fight. You, the king of slaughter, was stunned and sneered. This is the first time I heard someone talk about shameless things in such a fresh and refined way. Now that he was in trouble, there was no need for him to pretend to be good. In fact, in his heart he was quite shocked by Lu Feng's soul bone fusion technique that killed Ghost Wang Qi. Ghost King Qi is an undead creature. By killing normally or using poison, Ghost King Qi can be resurrected. Even if the Ghost King's head is cut off, he can still come back to life. However, Lu Feng used the burning sky black fire to directly tear Ghost Wang Qi's body and soul into pieces. As the black fire burned, a large black mouth seemed to suddenly appear in the void, swallowing Ghost Wang Qi clean. Ghost Wang Qi completely lost hope of resurrection. Don't be afraid, we won't kill you, we'll just violently beat you up. Lu Feng knew that the king of slaughter could not be killed here, but it was necessary to defeat the king of slaughter's majesty. At least he must be seriously injured so that the king of slaughter cannot stab him in the back for this period of time. The superficial efforts of disbanding the 100 Poison Gang and expelling Tang San have no meaning. The king of slaughter was protecting Tang San. When Tang San left, he couldn't absorb any luck. However, it seems good to wait for Tang San's luck to recover for a while before absorbing it. Holy Son, you have gone too far. You are so shameless. Since you want to attack me, don't blame me for showing no mercy when the time comes. The king of slaughter has a murderous intention towards Lu Feng, and he has no choice but to please him. Even if he was forced to do this, he stopped pretending and showed his true nature. You don't have to be merciful. I will give my best. Lu Feng shrugged. He knew that the king of slaughter was Tang Chen, who was bewitched by the 9-headed blood-red bat king and could not exert the power he had in his prime. Boom! Above the dark red dome, thunder suddenly rolled. The blood-red gem on the top of the killing tower suddenly glowed. At the same time, a voice like a bell blasted in the ear of the king of slaughter. How courageous! Dare you attack the holy son whom I have conferred? Chapter 725. All the beauties arrive. The empress arrived. In the soil layer, countless huge root systems of varying thicknesses are tied together to form a dense and strong network. Of course, Lu Feng will not forget the underground. There is no need for him to do this deliberately. When the ultimate earth attribute and the ultimate wood attribute are fused, using the 10,000 woods mad prison will have this effect. Since he was facing a powerful demon spirit, in order to protect the people around him, Lu Feng deliberately used the properties of the ultimate earth and ultimate wood to their full potential and went all out to strengthen the cage. It's not that easy, either in heaven or on earth. The demon spirit became angry. Facing a human soul master, I have never been so frustrated. If he had known that Lu Feng's 10,000 wood mad prison was so strong, he should have chosen to dodge this soul control skill. With his ghostly speed and innate ability to become invisible, he may not necessarily be imprisoned in this cage, but nothing is as it should be. Now trapped, there is no other way. The only important thing is to attack with all your strength, break the plant barrier, and escape from the cage. He also had to use soul skills. Earth Demon Soul Destruction Strike. The demon spirit soul power condensed in its hands, and its sharp claws shone like Ruan's gray-brown light, and his body quickly became huge, bursting his clothes in an instant. His skin grew cocky scales. Long fangs sprouted from his mouth, and his mouth became long and pointed like a pangolin, and his handsome face turned into a ferocious and terrifying one in an instant. Monster appearance. The strange thing is that his huge body has become difficult to distinguish between reality, and his face is also blurred. Only the two big eyes that flash fiercely and project evil energy are very eye-catching. This is the true form of the demon spirit soul beast. Lu Feng, who used plant vision to observe the demon spirit, gained a better understanding of the demon spirit. Judging from the appearance and soul power attribute, the demon spirit must have blood similar to that of a pangolin, but it is not the kind of pangolin that people know. After hundreds of thousands or hundreds of years of evolution, species will undergo earth-shaking changes from their previous appearance, both in body shape and appearance, such as whales. A whale is a mammal that originally lived on land. It has 4 limbs and needs to breathe air. After a long period of evolution, whales have become fish that can only survive in the water and have become a dominant presence in the ocean. Lu Feng knew that in the endless sea in the west of this world there lived a giant whale king who had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Before it had reached a 1,000,000-year cultivation level, it dared to go head-to-head with Poseidon. In the near future, I will definitely meet this giant whale king. Not to mention, this moment the demon spirit was frightened and angry and charged up its strength to attack. The surrounding air seemed to be drained out instantly and turned into a vacuum. The majestic power surged and the strong wind swept across. If If it weren't for the tree barrier, the people around would have been affected at this time. Soul masters who are less powerful will be swept away by the aftermath and be traumatized. Ordinary people may die. The demon spirit still retains a trace of consciousness, and its powerful attack is directed towards the ground. For the same reason, he was afraid of accidentally killing Lu Feng. Lu Feng is obviously a control system soul master. His soul control skills are very amazing, but his defense is not necessarily strong. After all, he is just a soul saint. In terms of absolute strength, it is impossible to compete with a soul beast that has been cultivated for nearly 200,000 years. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the ground shook violently. The root system of the plants woven underground was broken, and a deep dark hole appeared in the ground. The demon spirit didn't dare to stay, so it quickly got into the deep hole and dived underground. Finally escaping from Lu Feng's terrifying prison, the demon spirit felt relieved and let out a breath. He actually had to force him to use his soul skills and attack with all his strength in order to escape. This human boy is indeed not simple. No, it should be much stronger than expected. I have never seen a human being with such great talent. This is only the soul saint level. As time goes by, what kind of terrifying existence this boy will be when he grows up. Zig's vision is not bad. The demon spirit thoughts changed greatly. I dare not look down on Lu Feng anymore, but his mission is not yet complete. Leaving like this is running away. It's so embarrassing. He prepared to wander underground, looking for traces of Lu Feng, and once he found them, he would launch a surprise attack. Outside Wan Mu'mad prison, everyone couldn't see Lu Feng and the demon spirit, so they began to make various guesses. I just heard a roar, and the ground shook violently. I don't know what the situation is. Anyway, just stay away. Even the aftermath of a battle of this level is not something we can bear. Yes, although I have to support the regent, my life is at stake. Feeling the violent earthquake on the ground, many onlookers with average strength retreated away. Ordinary people were so frightened that they ran far away. Only Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and the strong reinforcements from Shrek Academy, Kaibao Glazek, and Wuhan Palace were left at the scene. Xue Qinghe was still wearing white clothes for a private visit incognito. He did not wear an imperial robe or crown, nor did he have a huge body. The royal guard followed with only 2 guards. He was mixed in the crowd, and people who were not familiar with him would not recognize him at once. Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong noticed Xue Qinghe's arrival, but seeing that the emperor was wearing casual clothes, they obviously didn't want to alarm others, so they didn't pay any courtesy and just nodded to show respect. The 2 guards behind Emperor Xue Qinghe attracted their attention. They couldn't feel the fluctuations in the soul power of the 2 guards, and they felt a little unfathomable. They didn't remember that Xue Qinghe had such a strong person beside him. Judging from the face, he looks unfamiliar. Maybe he is a new recruit. Xue Qinghe is the king of a country. Nowadays, the army is streamlined and the administration is streamlined. Most of the soldiers will be disarmed and returned to the field. It is normal to recruit new strong men to protect him. Therefore, they were not too surprised and quickly returned their main attention to Lu Feng's battle with the demon spirit. They maintained the highest level of alert and immediately went to help whenever they found out that Lu Feng might be in danger. The snake spear Douluo and the porpoise Douluo are Qianrongxiu's trump cards that have been hidden for more than 10 years. They will not be exposed to the public unless absolutely necessary. But now that Lu Feng and the demon spirits are fighting, Qianrongxiu can't care much anymore. When Lu Feng started to fight against the demon spirit, Ning Rongrong lost no time in giving Lu Feng some boosting assistance. Due to the evolution of Ning Rongrong's martial soul and the blessing of top-level soul bone, her enhanced auxiliary soul skills are now not much worse than Ning Fengzi's. Even so, Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing and others still had worries in their eyes. At this time, under the ground, the demon spirit swam back and forth several times but still could not find Lu Feng's location. This is too weird. My perception can't be that bad. When a normal demon spirit feels a little discouraged, warning signs suddenly appear. There is something abnormal behind you. It's Lu Feng's aura. Yes, Lu Feng's figure appeared silently behind the demon spirit. The shadow of the world tree behind him was swaying, and the green gold vines were like several green dragons rushing towards the demon spirit. The 6-soul skill, reverse blade splitting the sky. Lu Feng's golden 6-soul ring lit up. Several green gold vines came together in an instant and transformed into a giant long sword with a length of more than 10 meters. On the light blade, blue electricity flashed. Tear. The light blade flashed towards the demon spirit. It is not affected by the soil and rocks underground, or even affected by any material. Unstoppable. It's as if the space has been torn apart. Chapter 726 Battle with Tang San. Unexpected battle. Soul masters are trapped under the ground and generally cannot use their soul skills, but Lu Feng has the ultimate soil. Not only can he travel freely underground, but he can also use soul skills to attack his opponent. The demon spirit felt extremely depressed. He thought about relying on his advantage underground to launch a surprise attack from Lu Feng's back. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng would surprise him from behind. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng's underground movements were faster and more stealthy than his own, and his advantage turned into a disadvantage. But at least Lu Feng can be locked. Facing Lu Feng's attack, the demon spirit became weak. The void of demon. This is the unique defensive skill of demon spirit. In a very short period of time, the body becomes an illusory spirit body similar to a ghost, immune to all soul attack. However, the demon spirit in the illusory spirit state has no attack power. Lu Feng's 6 soul skill is the only single target attack soul skill of the world tree martial spirit so far. With the blessing of the martial soul's true body, it has extremely powerful destructive power. When she was sparring with titled Douluo Lu Erlong, he couldn't withstand it and didn't dare to resist, so he could only dodge. Because the reverse blade has the effect of ignoring the opponent's defense. Currently, it ignores 80% of the opponent's defense. As the soul power increases, the effect of ignoring defense will be strengthened. This soul skill is equivalent to the nemesis of all defensive soul masters. It's useless no matter how much the opponent's defense power is stacked. The special defense skill of the demon spirit is an evasion skill. The light blade tore a long, narrow hole in the ground, turning everything it passed into a vacuum, and it also passed through the demon spirit's illusory body. The demon spirit was not injured, but his face was full of shock. He could feel the sharp and terrifying force of Lu Feng's blow. If he had not used his escape skills in time, he would probably have suffered considerable trauma. It's a bit interesting to turn reality into reality. Lu Feng smiled, thinking about how to deal with the demon spirits next time, and add some black fire to the light blade next time. The black fire doesn't care what your spiritual body is, it will still burn and devour you. Lu Feng, where did you get the ultimate earth attribute power? The demon spirit figure returned to its true state. The corners of its eyes twitched, and in great surprise he asked the one thing he was most concerned about. This is the power he dreams of. His earth attribute power is only slightly different from the ultimate earth power, but just this thin line makes a world of difference. If you have the ultimate earth attribute power, the potential of the demon spirit will increase dramatically, and in the future it can even surpass the Emperor Tian and become a beast god. Lu Feng's ultimate earth attribute was obtained from the remnant soul of the Earth Dragon King. This ultimate earth attributed power was something even God Shura wanted to obtain back then. Of course Lu Feng would not tell the demon spirit this secret. He smiled and said, "You don't need to know." The demon spirit's breath was stagnant, frustrated and helpless, and sighed, "I actually have no ill intentions towards you." He lied. He initially had malicious intentions and wanted to suppress Lu Feng. He found that Lu Feng was not easy to mess with, so he changed his tune. According to Lu Feng's observation, the demon spirit did not use all its strength at the beginning, nor did it make a killing blow. It seemed to be worried when it took action. It can be judged that the demon spirit at least has no intention of killing him, but when he went to the Merchant Alliance headquarters to cause trouble and even injured a guard, how could he say he was not malicious? Lu Feng didn't say anything. He locked his chi machine on the demon spirit and said, "Don't you want to fight?" The two of them were underground. They couldn't see each other in the darkness, and the soil and rocks blocked their sight. They wrapped the sound with soul power, sent it to the other person's ear to communicate. For Lu Feng, who possesses the ultimate earth attribute power, mud and rocks cannot hinder his perception at all. You can even share a unique view of underground plant seeds and roots to detect the movements of demon spirit. I'm just testing you. You also know that with my strength, if I attack with all my strength, I can. It's more than that. The demon spirit said, "Well, I know, but is it necessary to test like this?" Lu Feng didn't want to go into details and asked directly, "Who sent you here?" He felt that there was someone behind the demon spirit. Because he and the demon spirit 8 poles can't get along, there is no enmity and no connection whatsoever. So why do you come to trouble him? Lu Feng was very curious. "Since you know my real name, do you know where I come from?" the demon spirit asked instead of answering Lu Feng's question. "Stardo Forest." "Exactly. You haven't answered my question yet. If I tell you, can you tell me the source of your ultimate earth attribute power?" The demon spirit's response to the ultimate earth attribute power grudged. "Sorry, I can't disclose this matter." Lu Feng flatly refused. "Forget it." The demon spirit was disappointed. "Do you have anything else to do with me?" Lu Feng asked. "I heard that you have the blood of the dragon god. I came here to confirm, but I didn't sense that you have the blood of the dragon clan." The demon spirit expressed his doubt. "If the dragon god bloodline could be sensed at will, I would have been hunted down by God Killer's men long ago." Lu Feng spread his hands and said, "The power of dragon god bloodline has its own hidden abilities that even gods cannot sense. Before, he would only break out as a last resort or when his life was seriously threatened. After several years of exploration, Lu Feng can now actively control the power of the dragon god bloodline, including the dragon god's domain. His use of the world-destroying dragon spear only revealed the power of the dragon bloodline, not the dragon god god bloodline power. It is normal for human soul masters to have dragon bloodline power. Lu Erlong and Gu Rong who were present both had dragon blood. That makes sense. The demon spirit nodded. Can you show it to me now? Dragon god bloodline is not something that can be shown to others casually. What's more, there is a successor to the god outside. Since you ever seen Gu Yuina and Zig when you came from the Star Forest? Lu Feng asked again after rejecting the demon spirit's request. Yes, I have met the Lord and Lady Zig. Then you don't trust them? Lu Feng guessed that since the demon spirit had heard that he had the blood of the dragon god, he came all the way from the Star Do Forest. Want to confirm? There must be doubt. I don't dare. The demon spirit was told the central issue but could not admit it. Among soul beasts the hierarchy is stricter than that of human. The level of a soul beast is determined by the power of its bloodline. Gu Yuina is the co-master of the soul beast with only the power of her bloodline, and the demon spirits have to call her their master. If you question Gu Yuina, it will be a crime of disobedience. Since you are here, you just want to bring me a message to your lord saying that I will go to the Star Forest in a while. Lu Feng's next step in his plan was to take his wives there directly go to Poseidon Island to practice. The appearance of the demon spirit heralded the possibility of major changes in the Star Do Forest, so he changed his mind and went to the Star Do Forest to visit Gu Yuina Zig and a row before going to Poseidon Island. It's great that you want to come to the Star Forest. I will definitely bring you the message. The demon spirit's eyes flickered and he was secretly happy in his heart. The mission was only half completed. Lu Feng was found out but he failed to suppress him, and it would be a great achievement to bring back the news that Lu Feng was going to the Star Forest. Chapter 727. The beautiful lady falls in love with you. Lu Feng's eyes wandered over Bibi Dong's creamy white skin that was exposed to a lot of sunlight and air, her slender waist, her plump and proud body, and her long snow-white legs that were moistened by the sea water and hung with water drops, making them even more rounded. He transformed into a hungry wolf and pounced on him. Giggle. Bibi Dong chuckled and turned away. Feng, you know, this is the first time I've seen the sea. I like it so much. Come and catch me. Bibi Dong smiled broadly, as happy as a bird in flight. Although she is not young, she remains youthful forever. Time has never left any trace on her skin. On the contrary, because she has reached the body of a demigod, her skin has become smoother and whiter. There is no trace of fat on her body, and her body curves are more slim. The breathtakingly beautiful holy goddess has now become a very down-to-earth girl who likes to play. Her charming appearance and flying long hair do not feel out of place in such an environment. Bibi Dong saw the sea for the first time, and Lu Feng saw this side of Bibi Dong for the first time. Okay. Lu Feng chased after him with a smile, but he sighed secretly in his heart. I took off my pant, but you started playing with water. But it was rare for the female pope to be so happy, so of course she wanted to accompany her. According to the original plot timeline, the female pope has been under long-term hatred and repression, and the two empires have rapidly expanded their armies, posing a serious threat. Now that the soul hunting operation is almost over, she has proposed re-ranking the sect, preparing for the spirit empire and other matters, and in the end the poor female pope will die in Tang San's hands. She had never been so happy and relaxed in her life, but in this life he will protect the female pope's integrity and keep her happy, because Bibi Dong is his woman. Bibi Dong loved him till death, and he also loved her till death. They play happily together. Laughter echoed in the air, until Bibi Dong was caught up by Lu Feng and fell to the beach. In fact, if Bibi Dong wanted to escape, it would be difficult for Lu Feng to catch up with her. She deliberately let Lu Feng catch her, because she couldn't help it anymore and wanted it. The waves rushed to the beach, one after another, never stopping. The sound of the wave seems to be louder now, and the rhythm of the wave seems to be more intense. This may be because the moist breeze blows harder. Birds are still circling in the sky. When they notice something new happening, they send out a crisp chirp, attracting their companions to watch. There are sunrises and sunset here. At this time, the sun was gradually sinking. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sea surface red, as if the sea was rendered and burned by human passion. For people who are in a good mood, the sun is always shining, and for people who are in a bad mood, regardless of all the time, there is always haze. Yu Xiaogang was in an extremely bad mood. He knelt on the ground, trembling for fear that the King of Slaughter would kill him. The King of Slaughter had just come back and he couldn't help but take it out on him. He slapped him and knocked him unconscious. The power is greater than before. The King of Slaughter had beaten him in the past, but never with such a heavy hand. His face was distorted. Half of his face was black and blue. He could feel the great suppressed anger in the Slaughter King's heart. But why hit him? He has always been loyal and supportive. If you can't defeat Lu Feng, why don't you come and beat him? So sad. But Yu Xiaogang had no choice but to endure it, no matter how many times he was beaten. Now he can only rely on the King of Killing to survive. He didn't dare to switch sides to Lu Feng's side like the vampire Nightbat family did. Even if he did this, Lu Feng would never accept him. There is no room for reconciliation between the hatred between the two sides. He hated Lu Feng very much. Lu Feng not only exposed his scandal and destroyed the persona he had worked hard to cultivate for more than 20 years, but also took away the woman who might have belonged to him. Lu Erlong has already revealed that she is Lu Feng's woman, and Bibi Dong, who is inseparable, has also become Lu Feng's woman. Yu Xiaogang once investigated and understood Bibi Dong for a long time in order to pursue Bibi Dong. Later he got his wish and made Bibi Dong agree to fall in love with him. At his request, Bibi Dong quietly took him into the Wuhan Hall to read the classic, but he never even held Bibi Dong's hand. Touching the body of the holy maiden of Wuhan Palace is a kind of blasphemy. He did not dare to blaspheme. Before breaking up, Bibi Dong proposed to give up her identity as a saint of Wuhan Palace and elope with him. He was very surprised at that time. On the surface he seemed to agree. After all, it was very uncomfortable for him to not even touch such a beautiful girl in front of him. Bibi Dong gave up her identity as a saint and eloped with him. Not only could he touch her hand, but she could also eat her. But the consequences are so terrible. It will definitely lead to Emperor Kingsunji's revenge, and neither he nor his family can bear the wrath of Wuhan Palace. Yu Xiaogang actually hoped to keep it like this until Bibi Dong took over the Wuhan Palace and became the Pope. Popes can get married. He became the husband of the Pope, and he acquired people, money, and power all at once. And if you elope with Bibi Dong, he will die. His family will suffer a devastating blow. He didn't dare to bear such consequences at all. But if he rejects Bibi Dong will think that he is a coward and will not like him anymore. Therefore, he agreed on the surface, but secretly spread Bibi Dong's idea of giving up the saint and leaving the Wuhan Hall to Qian Sunji's ears. I hope that with Qian Sunji's intervention, Bibi Dong will give up the idea of elopement and continue to maintain the status quo with him. But against all odds, Yu Xiaogang could not have guessed that Qian Sunji's desire to control Bibi Dong was far more extreme than he imagined. Yu Xiaogang didn't know what happened. Anyway, Bibi Dong broke up with him. He gets nothing, and all operations are in vain. But he knew that Bibi Dong still loved him. The biggest proof is that after Bibi Dong took charge of Wuhan Palace, he sent him a Wuhan Palace elder order. But now, Bibi Dong's heart has changed. Even when they meet face to face in the killing field, they completely ignore him. He found that all Bibi Dong's eyes were now was Lu Feng. Based on his understanding of Bibi Dong, he could conclude that Bibi Dong fell in love with Lu Feng. He secretly observed that Bibi Dong and Lu Feng's eyes would meet from time to time. In the eyes of others, it is a normal look between master and disciple. But Yu Xiaogang, who was once a master in love, could feel that they were flirting with each other. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang guessed that the master and apprentice must have some unclear relationship. They are in love. The fact that Bibi Dong accompanies Lu Feng to the slaughter city shows that Bibi Dong's love for Lu Feng far exceeds the emotional boundaries between master and disciple. Based on his understanding of Bibi Dong, it was impossible for Bibi Dong to enter the killing city again just to protect his direct disciple. Yu Xiaogang, come here, the king of slaughter said in a rough voice with a dark face. Yes, yes. Yu Xiaogang pulled away from his thoughts and hurriedly climbed to the feet of the king of slaughter. Boom! The king of killing kicked Yu Xiaogang away. Yu Xiaogang's body flew backwards for more than 10 meters and hit the stone wall with a bang, causing a vibration and dust falling from the top. Well, much better. The slaughter king exhaled and said, it's strange. Beating you can make me feel better. Chapter 728 Shrek Academy Library. Time flies. More than a month has passed. Except for Lu Erlong, everyone else has accumulated 100 wins, qualified to start the Hell Road trial. In fact, 100 games would have been enough for them. It was because he didn't want to waste the holy dew from the underworld that he stayed in the killing city for a while until the holy dew from the underworld was consumed. Since Lu Erlong had no opponent for a long time, he defaulted to being invincible at the same level and was allowed to enter the Hell Road. Of course, this is largely due to Lu Feng's affection. All the rules in this world are not dead. Even the rules set by God will change when strong enough people appear. Lu Feng is the person who is strong enough. He is not the strongest in the killing city, but he is the most flawless and talented heir to the throne of God in history. The will of Shura God in the killing city eagerly awaits Lu Feng and chooses to inherit his throne. This is his duty. If he didn't complete it, he would have to remain trapped in the killing city. After being trapped for 20,000 years, even the will of God will feel depressed. The will of God has its own independent thoughts and feelings, and the things experienced will only overlap with the true God in the God realm when they die or return to the divine body. Due to the agreement with Poseidon's will, Shura God's will did not request Lu Feng to take the inheritance test immediately, but Lu Feng could take the test for non-inheritance of the divine position. Hell Road is one of them. Passing the Hell Road to obtain the killing God domain is regarded by all soul masters as the greatest opportunity in the city of killing. The realm of the God of death can increase one's own momentum and weaken weaken the opponent's strength. The aura formed by murderous intent. The momentum and pressure often prevent the opponent from exerting his full strength, but the user can exert it to 120%, which can amplify others, suppressing the opponent and increasing one's own strength. Even opponents of equal strength cannot withstand such a violent offensive, especially when there are fewer enemies and more enemies. Tang Hao became a titled Douluo. The reason why Tang Hao could deal with multiple ordinary titled Douluo at the same time was that the God of Death domain was the most critical factor, and the importance of the clear sky hammer spirit was still below the God of Death domain. However, Lu Feng knew that the biggest opportunity in the Killing City was actually the inheritance of the Shura God throne. Neither Tang Hao nor Tang Chen could get it. Bibi Dong mainly received the inheritance of Rax Hasa God first and could no longer receive the inheritance of Shura God. The Shura God and the Rax Hasa God are in conflict and hostile to each other, and it is impossible for the two deities to coexist. For this reason, the Rax Hasa gods will sometimes goes to the Killing City to interfere. It is worth mentioning that the nine-headed blood-red bat king was trained by the Rax Hasa God. Now, there was a rumbling sound beneath the killing field. The thick floor slowly parted. A red light suddenly appeared. It was a yellow spring rolling like magma, emitting light with astonishing heat. The temperature in the killing field skyrocketed. The entire audience stood up and applauded. The road to hell has finally opened. The Holy Sun leads the group, and there should be no suspense when passing through the road to hell. Remove the should. What kind of person the Holy Sun is? How can there be any problem? Not to mention there are so many powerful helpers around him, including Lu Erlong, such a titled Douluo. I'm so envious. I really hope to join the Holy Sun's team. First of all, you must be a woman, and you must be beautiful and extremely talented. Look at which member of the Holy Sun's team. That's not the case. Alas, I can't meet any of the conditions. Come on, Holy Sun. Long live the Holy Sun. Shut up. The Holy Sun is a man who can inherit the throne of God. Not only live a long life, you are casting a curse. That was my mistake. The Holy Sun became a god and became invincible forever. You have changed so quickly. You are just a small manager at the Merchant Alliance station in the Killing City. Why bother trying so hard to flatter him? Fuck you. I'm showing my true feelings. Why are you trying to slap a horse? Your Majesty, the Holy Sun is the representative of the leader of our Merchant Alliance. We in the Merchant Alliance should give our full support. Are you jealous of me? You also participated in the selection, didn't you? Recruited by our Merchant Alliance. Sheng Kuang, the manager of the Merchant Alliance station, rested his eyes and looked at the person next to him with a proud look on his rough face. The man was stunned and said helplessly, "Okay, I'm a little jealous of you, but it's not like I have no chance of joining the Business Alliance. I'm just observing for a year, and there will be a chance tomorrow." People in the Business Alliance are an important symbol. It was outside, it was in the Killing City, and it is now. In this more than a month, Lu Feng considered that there will be people in the Merchant Alliance who will continue to need to enter the Killing City for trials in the future, including Hua Wu, Bai Chen Xiang, Gu Qingbo, Yu Hero, etc., and if their strength reaches the level in the future, if they are willing, or you can let them come here to have a chance. Therefore, simply set up a station here. Recruit senior soul masters with high strength and not too hopeless character as permanent employees. Here, evil and killing are allowed. Different places and environments shape different people. The members of the Merchant Alliance in the Killing City cannot be expected to be law-abiding and rule-abiding people. To recruit members here, being strong enough is the basis, and credibility is the first priority. Former members of the 100 Poison Gang are currently not accepted. Priority will be given to recruiting people who have been oppressed by the Beidou Gang. These people have been oppressed for a long time, but they survive, which shows that their strength and resilience are strong enough. Since they have been oppressed for a long time, now they are given a chance and have a big tree to rely on. They are finally proud, and they must be more loyal and willing to be a business alliance. Efficacy. The Merchant Alliance stationed in the Killing City does not recruit many people. It only accepts 13 people for the time being, including 1 Soul Douluo, 5 Soul Saint, and 7 Soul Emperors. At the same time, the Business Alliance signed a contract with the Vampire Night Bat family to form an alliance. The Merchant Alliance took root in the Killing City. Ever since the King of Slaughter knelt down to Lu Feng, Lu Feng's prestige in the City of Slaughter had completely overshadowed the King of Slaughter. Now, more than a month later, Lu Feng's prestige is at a peak. The King of Slaughter has not appeared again and is said to have entered long-term seclusion for practice. Yu Xiaogang never showed up either, but Yu Xiaogang didn't dare to show up and hid. Every time he met Lu Feng, he was always unlucky. Yu Xiaogang can never leave the Killing City because of his oath, and the vast majority of people in the Killing City will never be able to leave the Killing City due to various reasons, including these powerful soul masters absorbed by the Merchant Alliance. First, because he stayed in the Killing City for too long, he couldn't do without Huang Quanlu. Yellow Spring Dew is a bit like opium. It becomes addictive after drinking. The more more you drink, the greater the addiction. It is very difficult to quit and requires strong willpower. Second, after living here for a long time, I have become accustomed to it and don't want to leave. Third, living here, not seeing sunlight all year round, too many killings and changes in the direction of cultivation caused their appearance to change drastically, and they felt ashamed of themselves. The most important reason is that they failed to accumulate hundreds of victories in the killing field and leave through the road to hell. In addition to the hell road, another method is for the King of Slaughter to send him out personally, but the King of Slaughter rarely does this. Chapter 729. King Yehu keeps cutting but still confused. Some of the soul masters who had been stranded in the killing city for many years did not want to participate in the killing field battle. Some, after accumulating dozens of victories, found it too difficult and gave up on continuing the duel. Gradually, they also gave up the idea of leaving the killing city. All in all, the killing city is a trial ground that is easy to enter but extremely difficult to exit. It's a nightmare, it's hell, it's a prison. It is a place where darkness and evil gather. The snow-colored swan kiss has been eaten by Dugu Yan, and the killing city will not be destroyed due to the poisonous explosion. Lu Feng didn't want to destroy the killing city either. This trial ground has Shura divine legend. In addition to the opportunity, it is also a concentration camp that absorbs evil people. Many villains entered the killing city on their own initiative, while some were forced to do so. If the city of killing is destroyed, the evildoers will have no place to go, and they will have no choice but to stay in the world and do evil, and civilians will suffer more harm. Even if there is eternal peace, there will always be evil people, and many evil people have entered the killing city and are locked up here, killing each other and torturing each other. What's wrong with that? Evil people need to be punished by evil people. In the original plot, Tang San destroyed the slaughter city for his own selfish reasons, massacring tens of thousands of people at once, including the young ladies of the vampire Nightbat family. From then on, the evil ones could only stay in the world to do evil. However, Lu Feng created a new order here, allowing many people to gain opportunities from it. People's guess was correct. Lu Feng's team passed the Hell Road trial without any danger. Due to the presence of Lu Feng and Lu Erlong, the difficulty of the Hell Road trial has been greatly increased. The first level is no longer the Dark Gold 3-headed Bat King, but the Dark Gold 9-headed Bat King. It is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Its strength has increased several times. It can be seen that the road to hell is unpredictable, and different people will encounter different difficulties when entering the road to hell. Lu Feng felt that the Dark Gold 9-headed Bat King and the Blood Red 9-headed Bat King might be brothers. So what? The Dark Gold 9-headed Bat King was finally defeated by Lu Feng, Lu Erlong, and others. In this more than a month, after experiencing the Bone Burial Forest and receiving sufficient assistance from the Holy Dew of the Underworld, all of them have improved their soul power by leap and bounds, making great progress every day. You must know that the effect of Huangquan Holy Dew is 100 times better than ordinary Huangquan Dew. In other words, a cup of Holy Dew of Underworld contains more soul power than 100 cups of Holy Dew of Underworld, and it also has the effect of greatly increasing the speed of cultivation. Therefore, their more than 1 month is equivalent to 1 or 2 years of training in the killing city. Lu Erlong broke through another level and reached level 94. After another level, he became a super Douluo. Lu Feng broke through to level 72 and became a soul saint. Hu Lina break through level 60 and becomes the soul emperor. Dugu Yan, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Shui Binger have reached level 59 in soul power, and the others are only 1 or 2 levels behind. When the Dark Gold 9-headed Bat King was beaten to death, he was about to fall into the blood pool of lava. Under Lu Feng's command, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu used martial soul fusion skill coupled with their ultimate ice attribute to instantly freeze an ice road on the surface of the blood pool lava. The reason why Lu Feng did this was because he didn't want to waste 100,000-year soul ring. Yes, the soul beast soul rings on Hell Road can also be used. Others narrowly escaped death and passed through the Hell Road in an awkward manner, but Lu Feng was trying to block the boss soul ring on the Hell Road. It's just so strong. As a result, he got it too. The Dark Gold 9-headed Bat King's soul ring was very suitable for Hu Lina, so Lu Feng let her absorb it. Only Hu Lina has broken through level 60 and needs a new soul ring. When Lu Feng broke through level 70, he completed a system task and received a god-given soul ring as a reward. Level 70 is a very important watershed. The soul saint is the one who transcends the ordinary and enters the saint. At this stage, Lu Feng had no doubts about making full use of the god-given soul ring and absorbing a million-year quality soul ring. He now possesses 2 million-year soul rings. Moreover, it can absorb 1 more dragon soul bone. He now has 4 dragon soul bones on his body, and after absorbing the 4th dragon god soul bone, the age of all soul bones suddenly increased to 500,000 years. If a 100,000-year-old soul bone is placed outside, many titled Douluo will rush to grab it and fight to the death. And Lu Feng possesses 4,500,000-year-old soul bone. What is this concept? It's hard to describe in words. Only the opponent who fights him can feel it firsthand. The dark gold nine-headed Bat King let out an unwilling scream before he died. He didn't expect to be defeated by a soul saint. Lu Erlong also contributed, but the main attacker was Lu Feng. The 100,000-year-old soul beast is the king of the forest in the Star Do Forest, and it is also the king of hell on the Hell Road. The danger level of Hell Road is comparable to that of the previous core area of Star Do Forest. Note, it's before, not now. Previously, in the core area of the Star Do Forest, only the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python were the most powerful. Now, the awakened Guyuina is the master of the Star Forest. Compared to Guyuina, the Titan Giant Ape is far behind the Azure Bull Python, but generally titled Douluo is no match for the Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python, nor is he a match for the Dark Gold Nine-Headed Bat King. On Hell Road, the environment itself is extremely dangerous. There is blood pool lava underneath. In addition to being extremely hot, it is also extremely toxic. Normally, if a person falls, his or her body will be gone. However, due to the three martial soul fusion skills of Tian Shui Academy, the increasingly pure and ultimate ice attribute power was brought into full play, and a layer of ice was frozen on the surface of the blood pool lava. Therefore, all of them did not use it at all. Worry about the collapse of the bridge on Hell Road. If Lu Feng has wings and can fly, there will be no problem. When Hu Lina absorbed the soul ring of the dark gold nine-headed Bat King, she found another soul bone, the 100,000-year-old head soul bone of the dark gold nine-headed Bat King. This soul bone contains powerful poison that confuses the spirit. Normal soul masters absorb it and suffer the consequences, but it is very suitable for Du Guyan, who has been addicted to drugs since childhood. Therefore, this soul bone was naturally given to Du Guyan to absorb. Du Guyan happily absorbed this 100,000-year-old skull, and his strength soared. From now on, her poison attacks will be not only extreme but also comprehensive. Lu Feng knew that the poison that confuses the mind, also known as neurotoxin, is different from the neurotoxin in the previous life. Here, it uses a combination of soul power and mental power to attack, hard to guard against. After Du Guyan absorbed the soul bone, he obtained the soul skills attached to the soul bone, and his disillusionment was destroyed. It's very special. It's an attack on the soul. The soul is the core weakness of humans and soul beasts. Rarely does this deepest attack occur. Only when a human soul master absorbs a soul ring does his soul open up a little bit. The gap will suffer the soul impact from the powerful soul beast's backlash. If you cannot withstand the impact of the soul and are severely traumatized, not only will you fail to absorb the soul ring, you may become obsessed and never wake up. Chapter 730. Accidents follow one after another. Then let's take our time. Don't be in a hurry. I'll be satisfied if I can hold your hand and walk on the beach, Lu Feng said with a smile. Is it so easy to be satisfied? Yun Yun smiled playfully. I'm satisfied for the moment today, but maybe tomorrow, Lu Feng said meaningfully. I know you don't have good intention, are glib, and are a bad person, Yun Yun said coquettishly. The charming appearance of the beautiful goddess made Lu Feng's heart flutter, and he wanted to further expand the results of the victory and invade a wider area. But Lu Feng held back. He knew that Yun Yun was a slow-warming woman emotionally. She was truly reserved. She liked the slow flow of water and the gradual warming up, and did not like the passionate one-step approach. The most important thing when two people are in love is to respect each other. You have to take the initiative and attack, but it also depends on the intensity and the other party's acceptance. Today, being able to confide in each other, finalize their feelings, and successfully join hands is already a big progress. After all, I have only known Yun Yun for a short time. Unlike Jiangju, teammates who have known each other for a long time have built up friendship and are very familiar with each other. If the window paper is pierced at once, they can be directly touched by the sword and accepted quickly. Is it okay for you to have an affair behind my back? Ah Yin's voice suddenly sounded. Ah, no way. Yun Yun quickly let go of her hand, lowered her head shyly, turned around and ran towards the sea. I'm going to swim in the sea. And he didn't hide the joy on his face. With a pair of round and slender jade eyes, the legs moved forward and became extra relaxed and cheerful. Tasting the sweet taste of love for the first time, Yun Yun was also elated and couldn't calm down. She wished she could be with Lu Feng, but she was too shy. When Ah Yin asked her if she was interested in Lu Feng, she either denied it or was vague. Now she confided her true feelings to Lu Feng so quickly and held hands with each other. She felt as if she had lied to her best friend Ah Yin, and she was very embarrassed. Why don't you catch up and teach my good sister how to swim? Ah Yin smiled and gave Lu Feng a look that could only be understood. You guys have fun and I'll prepare some food. I'll make more barbecue for you. Replenish your strength. This is Yun's first time, so you have to be gentle. Today is not what you thought. We agreed to take it low. Lu Feng scratched scratched his head with a smile and said, I still have a meeting. The meeting is not over yet. Now is the break time. How long is the break? It's almost time. Okay, you go to the meeting. Business is important. Yin has always been considerate. It's all business. Lu Feng hugged Yin's waist. She had just run over from the sea, and her skin, which was as white as jade, was still covered with water drops. Oh, you're here again. When I can't bear it anymore, you won't be able to leave. Yin twisted her body and giggled, her sweet laughter like silver bells echoing in the air. You can only leave after a kiss, Lu Feng said deliberately. Yin pursed her plump red lips and kissed Lu Feng's mouth with infinite tenderness. Some tenderness. After making Yin blush, Lu Feng let her go. With a change of thought, the figure disappeared from the place and returned to Tian to headquarters. What a bad guy. He made me like this and then ran away. Yin complained in a disappointed voice, and then he pursed his lips and smiled again. It's fun to not be fully satisfied occasionally. The anticipation is stronger. When that time comes, you will have a better feeling. This is not the first time Lu Feng has done this. Yin was very fond of it after tasting it. Business Alliance headquarters building. Lu Feng returned to the top floor conference room. When Lu Erlong saw him appearing, he raised a charming smile on his lips, wrapped his voice with soul power, and sent it to Lu Feng's ears. Have you done with Yun Yun? What? Lu Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and also used soul power. The voice of the package was chatting privately with Lu Erlong. I'm going in to take a rest. How could you think like this? Am I that kind of person? What kind of person are you? Sister, I don't know yet. You're a perverted guy. Why? You may have let go of such a beautiful Yun Yun, but I can see that she is not so easy to win. It would be great if I could enter your martial arts world, and I would help you, Lu Erlong said with a serious face. Lu Feng looked at Lu Erlong with some surprise. Teacher Erlong's ideological concepts have changed a bit. If you're not jealous, are you still helping me? Real or fake? Lu Feng carefully observed Lu Erlong's expression, wondering if she was speaking sarcastically. Seeing Lu Feng's strange eyes and being a little dazed, Lu Erlong laughed out loud. Don't doubt it, I'm serious. After what happened today, I know the importance of strength. Yun Yun is much stronger than me. With her by your side, I will feel relieved. Such a peerless strongman. If I just do you, the follower may leave in the future, but if she becomes your woman, even if she leaves, she will come back again. Lu Erlong explained her true intention. Lu Feng was quite moved. She was thinking about me. It's because she values Yun Yun's strength and hopes that I can keep Yun Yun forever and have someone stronger than her protect me. Teacher Erlong may be lamenting that today, due to lack of strength, he cannot fight for him. You're so kind. Lu Feng kissed Lu Erlong's red lips with love. Just a kiss. They are all waiting for the meeting. Lu Erlong was afraid that Lu Feng would be so passionate that he would lose track of time. She and Lu Feng were now in the lounge on the same floor as the conference room. Lu Feng had told her in advance about going to the martial arts world. Lu Feng's world martial spirit is extremely special, unable to absorb soul rings, but it has a space defense effect that no martial spirit can achieve. It can also be said that it is better than any defensive martial spirit. The greater the space expansion, the stronger the defense effect. The expansion of space relies on the improvement of soul power and martial soul. Strengthening the martial spirit not only expands the space but also reduces the conditions for bringing people into the small world. That is to say, Lu Erlong does not have to wait until he reaches peerless Douluo before he can enter the small world of Wuhan. As long as Lu Feng's soul power increases and his fourth martial soul strengthens to a certain level, he can bring Lu Erlong and others into the small world of martial arts in advance. Next, Lu Feng and Lu Erlong returned to the conference room. The high-level meeting of the Business Alliance continues. It didn't end until evening. Various issues such as the Business Alliance's reformulation of its development direction have been finalized. Lu Feng is going to return to the Hot Spring Manor with Lu Erlong. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and others have returned to the Hot Spring Manor long ago. Their piano skills have greatly improved, their studies have been successful, and the side effects of murderous aura have basically been eliminated. They no longer need to stay in Yuexuan every day, and they will go back to the Hot Spring Manor from time to time. After all, it is their warm home and they are more accustomed to living there, not to mention the large hot spring swimming pool that they like. Lord Lu Feng, Master Tang Xuan just came to see you. The guard at the door came up to report. Did Master Tang Xuan say something? Lu Feng asked. She didn't say anything. She left when she heard you were still in the meeting. Okay, I understand. Lu Feng nodded, remembering that she and Tang Yuehua were getting better and better before. When Tang Yuehua was about to perform a dance, a demon spirit appeared and caused trouble, interrupting them. Well, let's go back to Yuexuan. Chapter 731 Jiangji's Confession. Lu Feng, you must remember our agreement. God Shura's voice sounded in Lu Feng's ears. Yes, I will make the final decision after going to Poseidon Island for training. Lu Feng did not say anything. This agreement was a joint agreement between him, Shura God, and Poseidon. After he has been tested in the killing Killing City and Poseidon Island respectively. He will decide which god position to accept. The initiative is in his hands. It's a rare opportunity to have both sides. It would be foolish not to seize it. He knew that in the original plot these two divine positions could be inherited together, and Tang San inherited both divine positions at the same time. But in Lu Feng's mind there was a concern. That is the relationship with the dragon clan. If the gods discover it, I don't know what the consequences will be. The dragon god blood flows through his body, and the dragon god's soul bone is absorbed into his own bone. The third martial soul, the world-destroying dragon spear, is also inextricably linked to the dragon clan. Having accepted the sacrifice of the Earth Dragon King's remnant soul in the Killing City, Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina and Hell Demon Dragon King Zig are the goddesses in his harem. In this life we cannot be separated from the dragon clan, nor do we want to be separated, but these are all secret. God's will is unfathomable. If Zhu Shen learns these secrets about him, the situation may change dramatically. He is still unable to fight against God. Although he killed a Rakshasa god's will, it was because that Rakshasa god's will seriously violated the laws, abused its divine power, and tried its best to build Tang Hao into a peerless Douluo. It became extremely weak and he had the opportunity to take advantage of it. If it were the will of the Poseidon or the will of the Shura god, he would not be able to compete with it at the moment. Lu Feng speculated, if the will of Shura god and the will of Poseidon learn that he is actually inseparable from the dragon clan, they will most likely turn against him, and even summon the will of other gods to judge him and destroy him. Therefore, to prepare for a rainy day, before that he must try his best to seize the opportunities and make himself strong enough as soon as possible. Of course this is just speculation, and it is still uncertain what changes will occur by then. A game of life and death. You have to be cautious and cautious. What is known so far is that the hidden power of dragon god bloodline is higher than the will of Poseidon and Shura god, because neither of them can sense the breath of dragon god bloodline in him. When communicating with Gu Yuina and Zig and entering the small world of Lake of Life developed by the dragon god, they were not noticed by the will of the Poseidon. But if Poseidon yet and Shura god came down from the god realm in person and stood in front of them, they would probably be able to tell. At this time the voice of Ashura gods will sounded again. You formed a group like this to inherit so many killing god field. How come it seems like the inheritance of this god killing god field? It feels very cheap. Ashura gods will watched as dozens of people appeared at once. He was a god of killing. Lu Feng led the harem goddess group and took away the god of killing territory without leaving anyone behind. He felt a little awkward. You know, in recent decade the only ones who can take over the killing god realm are Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. Tang Hao still obtained the killing god domain despite the king of killing letting go. Although Tang Chen, the king of slaughter, was deceived in his mind due to his instinctive tendencies due to his bloodline, he had a great affection for all Clear Skyhammer soul masters, so he took the initiative to provide help. On this point God Shura's will is very clear, but God Shura will let nature take its course and will not interfere in such matters. To him this kind of thing is trivial. Tang Hao's talent did not catch his eye, and he was excluded from the selection of the successor to the divine throne. When Lu Feng heard the will of the god of Shura, he complained a little and responded, it means you are lucky. Look at the inheritance of the god of Rakshasa. We don't like it yet. The will of the god of Rakshasa. The voice of the will of the Poseidon, it sounded. I can testify to this. The inheritance of the Rakshasa god is in the underground palace of Wuhan City. Now the underground palace has been destroyed and sealed. Seriously? God Shura's willful tone tightened. It's absolutely true. Lu Feng nodded. Ha ha ha. God Shura laughed heartily and was in a good mood. So, what you said makes sense. It's because I am lucky. Without comparison there is no harm. There is no comparison and no enjoyment. Comparing the Shura god with the Rakshasa god, I feel very happy, because the Rakshasa god is his mortal enemy. The will of the Rakshasa god once caused trouble in his city of slaughter and bewitched his chosen successor to the throne. Lu Feng destroyed the Rakshasa god's inheritance underground palace, which was equivalent to indirectly avenging him. At this time, a plume of black smoke billowed out from the entrance of the killing capital cave. Two figures walked out of the black smoke. Yes, she, yeah, you. Why are you here? Lu Feng asked in surprise. Holy Son, we prayed to God to follow you, and God allowed it. Yes, she said with a smile. Yaya was saved by the Holy Sun. This life belongs to the Holy Sun. I am willing to follow the Holy Sun and be a slave in this life. Yayu is also full of joy. No one wants to be trapped in a killing city for the rest of his life without being able to get out, especially when I meet a Mingzu who I can rely on and who is extremely handsome. Therefore, they wanted to follow Lu Feng on the eve of his entering the road to hell and leaving the city of killing. But they are a race created by the Rakshasa god, and they cannot leave the killing city without the Rakshasa god permission. I can only pray silently. That's it. Lu Feng turned around and glanced at Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing and other lovely wives. Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others glared at Lu Feng with a slightly coquettish look. Their eyes seemed to be saying, I knew we were going to have 2 more sisters. Lu Feng didn't deliberately seduce Ye Shi and Ye Yu, but if Ye Shi and Ye Yu took the initiative to catch up, Lu Feng would definitely not refuse. With Lu Feng's character, there is no way he would let them be slaves. As long as they spend more time together, they will definitely become Lu Feng's women. Ye Yu is relatively young, but she has developed like an adult and is ready for sexual intercourse. Both sisters are very beautiful, have hot figures, and have a special evil temperament that is not found in other women, and Lu Feng never misses the delicious food that comes to his mouth. Lu Erlong and others have long been accustomed to it. Who could call their husbands so charming? And Ye Shi and Ye Yu are not just women. They come from an ancient divine family and are extremely talented. Ye Shi is younger than Lu Erlong and has been a titled Douluo 10 years ago. Ye Yu ranked 9. Everyone called her Jumei. The reason why the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan captured Ye Yu alone was not only because Ye Yu remained a virgin, but also because Ye Yu's bloodline and martial spirit were special and had great potential. The 2 of them can be considered a parting gift from this god to you. God Shura wasted no time in trying to win Lu Feng's favor. Thank you Lord Shura for everything you have done for me, Lu Feng said. Poseidon's heart thumped. God Shura, an old man, actually used a beauty trick. Knowing that Lu Feng was a bit lecherous, he sent 2 pretty beauties to fight for him to win the divine position. He was so scheming. I have to find a way to deal with it. Chapter 732 Routine Gift Giving. What if I tell you it's true? A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Lu Feng's mouth, and he stretched out his hand to rub Tang Yuehua's elastic waist. Feeling the charm of that mature body, Tang Yuehua's delicate body trembled. Her heartbeat quickened. She didn't dare to touch Lu Feng's bright eyes, but her beautiful eyes were unwavering, and she said, Then I accept it. She put the wine glass in her hand to her red lips and took a sip. And done. She found that she was actually expecting Lu Feng to take her by force. This discovery made Tang Yuehua feel ashamed. I am not that kind of woman, but why do I think so? After drinking the wine, Tang Yuehua felt that it had no so-called medicinal power at all. She rolled her eyes at Lu Feng. Liar. Haha, just kidding. You trust me so much. How could I do such a mean thing? I would never do anything to force others. Lu Feng thought in his heart. Sticking to the bottom line can be romantic but not vulgar, and he doesn't use that low-level method and doesn't make that kind of medicine at all. I made this joke to stir up the atmosphere and add a flavor of ambiguity. You're joking. You'll have to drink a drink as punishment. Tang Yuehua pretended to be coquettish. For some reason, she felt a little disappointed because she didn't drink Lu Feng's drugged wine. If someone else drugged her, she would be furious and desperate, but if it was Lu Feng, she would accept it. Her mentality was very complicated, and she couldn't figure out why she thought this way. Okay, I accept the punishment. Lu Feng picked up the wine glass with a smile. After finishing the glass, he said, Thank you very much for your hospitality during this time and for teaching me piano skills with all your heart. I am here to toast you. You still say that? I am lucky to be taught by you. To improve your piano skills, you can't just respect me. Let's respect each other. Tang Yuehua did not refuse to drink, but just changed her word and raised her glass to drink with Lu Feng. After a few glasses of wine, Tang Yuehua's face turned as red as a peach blossom. It was unknown whether it was the power of the wine or the influence of the ambiguous atmosphere that Lu Feng had just created. Although he has never had a man, she is the boss behind Ziweo Tower. How could she not know that drunkenness is easy to cause chaos? Many men persuade women to drink just to make women intoxicated and get women more easily, but only among ordinary women. Female soul masters can use their soul power to dissolve alcohol, but tonight neither she nor Lu Feng used their soul power to resolve the hangover, because then you won't be able to enjoy the feeling of being tipsy. And tonight, even if she is drunk, she is not afraid. On a lonely night, the confidant whom I adore so much in my heart appears. It is when wine meets a confidant that 1,000 cups are too little. There was no need for aphrodisiac. As the wine got stronger, the 2 of them let go of their restraint. Lu Feng put his arm around Tang Yuehua's soft shoulders and said, Sister Yuehua, you were supposed to perform a dance for me during the day, but you were delayed. How about making up for it? Okay, you have to help me play the piano. Tang Yuehua Baisa raised his hand and stroked Lu Feng's sharp and handsome face a bit teasingly. Lu Feng was amused. I couldn't help but hold Tang Yuehua's face and kissed him. No problem. Ah, you can't. You are drunk. Tang Yuehua gently pushed Lu Feng and said shyly, Can you still play the piano? It's not bad to play the piano while drunk. Let's play a song called Feng Chao Huang. Lu Feng laughed and did not continue to attack. He sat on a chair beside him and released his first martial spirit. With a thought, he transformed into a gukun. Pluck the string. Tang Yuehua's temperament changed and she danced gracefully to the music. At this moment, Lu Feng thought about lovers. Sometime, due to various reasons, they may not get married in the the end. Once they break up, they often never see each other again in their lifetime, leaving them with regrets and regret throughout their life. Tang Yuehua could feel the state of mind, and along with the music she fell into the scene, with tears in her eyes and a sad and plaintive look on her face, telling the story of a heart-wrenching parting with her heart-stirring and graceful dance. The song Feng Chao Huang tells a love story. Lu Feng's superb piano skills create a unique charm, making the emotions more intense and full, and the artistic conception sublimated. Tang Yuehua was drunk and immediately put himself into it, because she is also unavailable for love. What's even more tragic than the woman in the story is that she doesn't even have the courage to embrace an unforgettable love. Lu Feng seemed to be telling her that no matter what the future holds, the important thing is to live in the present and love in the present. If two people are in love but do not break the shackles in their hearts and start to fall in love, it will be more regrettable than losing love after gaining it. The song is over. The music stopped. Tang Yuehua stopped dancing, then knelt down on the ground, covering her face and crying, tears pouring down like rain. The strong emotions accumulated in my heart were instantly released like a flood. Since leaving Haoshan sect, she has never cried again. Bear everything in your heart. No matter how hard it was, she endured it. The psychological trauma caused by Haoshan sect has not been cured and will never be cured. Lu Feng's piano music with its tenderness soothed her heart, as if the little girl lost in the dark had seen the light. Love heals everything, but love, if lost, can destroy everything and break her heart. Tang Yuehua was deeply immersed in the performance of Sad Farewell. She was trapped in this endless sad story and couldn't extricate herself, because the substitution is too deep, and because she is just like the story. Lovers cannot finally get married, and there is no room for regret. Suddenly, she felt a pair of strong arms hugging her. Cry, cry, and everything will be fine. Lu Feng comforted her warmly. He knows that sometimes when people burst into tears and cry, it is not good to tell them not to cry. Crying is to release the accumulated emotion, as long as you don't cry for too long. Lu Feng's warm lips were printed on Tang Yuehua's pear-shaped and beautiful cheek. Tang Yuehua didn't stop him, was kissed by him. I can feel his care and love, which makes me feel better. Your tears are so sweet, Lu Feng whispered in her ear. I didn't lie to you. I tasted it in my mouth and it was sweet. Lu Feng licked Tang Yuehua's flawless face again. You made me cry and laugh at the same time, like a madman, and even made my face drool. Tang Yuehua's eyes were dark and he was neither crying nor laughing. Then change places. Lu Feng's lips moved, blocking Tang Yuehua's moist red lips. Well, Tang Yuehua's beautiful eyes narrowed and her heart and body trembled at the same time. Her delicate body stiffened for a moment, then became limp again, leaning into Lu Feng's arms and letting herself be kissed. She felt that her broken heart was magically pieced together and restored in Lu Feng's tender kiss, and her dead heart suddenly came to life. Lu Feng kept taking the offensive. Tang Yuehua knew very well what Lu Feng was going to do next. No, it's impossible for Lu Feng and I want to refuse. I want to push him away. No, don't come again. This place is not allowed. Tang Yuehua yelled in her heart, but in her actions just struggling a little, half pushing and half succeeding. Chapter 733 Demon Spirit. Dishan's unwillingness. At this time, a pretty figure swept into Yuexuan. The figure is certain. It Princess Swick in palace clothes. Teacher is alone tonight. I will accompany her, Shueke said to herself. Suddenly, she heard an unusual sound. It's definitely not Lu Feng, Xiao Wu, and the others. I just left the hot spring manor. Could it be the teacher? It's impossible. The teacher has never had a lover and seems to have no idea about that kind of thing. And I know that the teacher only admires Lu Feng. Although she never said it, from the look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Feng, I could tell that she had feelings for Lu Feng. Could it be someone else? No, it's the teacher's voice. Shuekei's heart was filled with ups and downs. She was very surprised and curious. She didn't expect that Tang Yuehua would call her lover while Yuexuan was alone. If it were Tang Yuehua and an outsider, Shuekei would turn away and leave without disturbing them, let alone listen. It turns out that the teacher is this kind of person. He obviously has feelings for my husband, but he goes behind our backs to find other men to seek temporary happiness. Just when she wanted to turn around and leave, a male voice was heard. Hey, it's my husband. Shuekei was as familiar with Lu Feng's voice as she was with Tang Yuehua. I have known Tang Yuehua since I was a child, but it is with Lu Feng that I will never forget. Good guy. It seems that my husband and the teacher haven't confessed to each other yet. Let's confirm our feelings. How did we progress to this stage? I wrongly blamed the teacher. Shuekei was slightly surprised, and then she pursed her lips and chuckled. Since it was Lu Feng and Tang Yuehua, Shuekei felt relieved. Driven by curiosity, city. Shui Kei's beautiful eyes flashed with a playful look, and she tiptoed upstairs. Come to the door. Hear it more clearly. It's them. The door is not closed tightly, so you are not afraid of being seen. Really, the teacher is usually so noble, dignified and elegant, but from the sound of his voice tonight he looked very relaxed. She must have thought that Yue Xuan was the only one here, so she had no scruples, and it's understandable that the teacher has been released for so many years. The extremely interesting feeling of other people's privacy. She is a princess, has been well educated since she was a child, and abides by etiquette, but at this moment she still can't help but take a look through the crack in the door. Suddenly everyone felt bad. According to her education, she couldn't look and had to leave quickly, but his eyes seemed to be attracted and unable to break away. Her pair of round and slender jade legs also seemed to be filled with lead, unable to move forward. The strong smell of alcohol also wafted from the crack in the door. Shui Kei also seemed to be intoxicated. Half an hour passed. Shui Kei was already squatting on the ground. She shouted in her heart countless times, "Shui, this is not good. You can't do this. Hurry up, let's go quickly." But her body didn't obey her orders, not even her fingers. After a while there was no movement inside, and it seemed to be over. Shui Kei finally calmed down and wanted to get up and leave here. Otherwise, if they came out, they would bump into her, which would be too embarrassing. The majestic imperial princess with golden branches and jade leaves was outside the door just as Shui Kei got up with some difficulty and was about to leave, but she heard Lu Feng's voice, "My princess, come in quickly." Ah! Shui Kei's heart tightened. Too bad he was discovered. Immediately, Shui Kei's gurgling eyes filled with excitement and joy. In fact, she didn't even want to leave. She couldn't help it long ago. Lu Feng was about to leave Tiandu City, but she was not strong enough to follow him. Although for more than a month, Lu Feng went out of his way to compensate her, hugging her to sleep more nights to comfort her from the pain of lovesickness. But we have to say goodbye again. After parting, I don't know when we will see each other again. A beautiful girl in love wishes she could be with her lover every day, cuddling with each other. But Shui Kei also knew that in order to practice and become stronger, Lu Feng had to leave temporarily. The only blame he could blame was his lack of talent and strength. He was unable to follow Lu Feng on the journey like Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, etc., and go out to experience martial spirit. Talent is one thing. In addition, she was protected very well since childhood, and she was even better protected than Ning Rongrong. Moreover, she has a gentle personality and does not have Ning Rongrong's rebellious spirit. Ning Rongrong had been well protected since childhood, but Ning Fengzi wanted to train her to take over as the head of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, so she devoted herself to Ning Rongrong's cultivation. Shui Ye also dotes on Shui Kei, but has no requirements for Shui Kei's training, because Shui Kei does not need to bear heavy responsibilities in the future. Shui Kei has known since she was a child that what awaits her when she grows up is a political marriage. She will marry a son of a prince or noble to consolidate the rule of the Shui family. Due to various factors, Shui Kei's progress in cultivation has been slow. He is quite accomplished in knowledge, music and piano skills. However, since Shui Kei knew that the leader of the merchant alliance she was going to marry was Lu Feng, while she was extremely surprised, she also felt pressured. The pressure came from the women around Lu Feng, all of whom were extremely talented, whose strength far exceeded their peers, and who were not inferior to her in appearance and figure. So she also began to practice hard in silence. Lu Feng supported her very much and gave her high-grade elixir to improve her cultivation talent. Her cultivation progress has accelerated much faster than before. Shui Kei hopes in her heart that one day she can follow Lu Feng and embark on a journey together to distant places. She will experience different scenery with Ai Lang. It is risky but very romantic, but it is not easy to catch up with Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Although she is starting to work hard now, the swan martial spirit is destined to make it difficult for her to achieve success in soul power cultivation in this life. Father Shuya has practiced until now and is still just a soul sect. By their generation, the swan martial spirit had already declined to become a third-rate martial spirit. Emperor brother Shuebeng could not even serve as a substitute for the Tiandu Royal Academy team. The eldest brother Shueqing, he worked very hard and he was only a soul sect at the moment. No matter how hard he worked, he would probably break through to the Soul King at most in his life. This is all because of the limitations of Wuhan talent, but the swan martial spirit of the Shui family royal family was not like this at first. The ancestors of the Shui family also relied on their strong strength to build their empire. According to legend, the martial spirit of the ancestor of the Shui family is a jade swan. Not only is it a top-level martial spirit, it also has the ability to fly and can fly into the sky. But then, for some reason, in recent generations, no member of the Shui family royal family could awaken the jade swan. The bloodline of the jade swan has been lost. They can only awaken the ordinary swan martial spirit. Not only can the swan martial spirit be unable to fly, it is also very weak. The Shui family can can only rely on blood, army, and tactics to rule the empire. Political marriage is an important part of the political strategy. Women of the Shui family, royal family, must sacrifice themselves and use political marriage to maintain the balance of the empire's major forces and consolidate the family's dominance. Shui Ke is no exception. The difference is that she married the right man, the man she fell in love with. Best of both worlds. Chapter 734. Avalanche summons strong men and the situation changes. Shui Ke has always felt that she was very lucky. If she marries the right person, and with Lu Feng's full help, the eldest brother Shui King He's throne will be as stable as a mountain. Come on, come on. After being dazed for a moment, Shui Ke responded with a trembling voice and shyly pushed the door open. The next day, the sun rises. Warm sunlight slanted in through the cracks in the window, shining on Tang Yuehua's creamy skin. Let Tang Yuehua's boudoir look more spring-like. Tang Yuehua was awakened by the warmth of the sun and opened her bright eyes. She sat up from the bed in a daze and stretched lazily. It felt strange that her body was about to fall apart. Suddenly I realized that I was naked. She had never been in the habit of sleeping like this. Immediately I felt that there was someone next to me. Her heart tightened and she subconsciously grabbed the white sheet and covered her body. Looking around, he saw a man and a woman sleeping beside them. Consciousness poured into Tang Yuehua's mind like a tide. She remembered that she and Lu Feng drank together last night. 1,000 glasses of wine were too little for a close friend. Unknowingly, she and Lu Feng drank a few more glasses and became a little drunk. Then she started to dance, and Lu Feng played the piano for her. The beautiful scenery and the unparalleled beauty of the young master were infinitely beautiful, but they were about to separate, and what they performed was also a parting song which inspired her to hide her deep sadness. In the end, Lu Feng showed some strength and broke through the shackles in her heart. What an unexpected night, but it was an even better night. At this moment, Tang Yuehua felt that her body and mind were extremely comfortable, and the sorrow in her heart had been swept away. It feels like the sunshine today is particularly bright, and the world around us has become more colorful. She breathed out a sigh of relief, pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes glancing at Lu Feng's sharp and handsome profile. His eyes were filled with happiness, and his heart was filled with warm and sweet emotions. Lu Feng seemed to have opened up a new world for her and a new beautiful person for her. Born. I have never felt so happy in my life. Tang Yuehua raised her long, round, and snow-white leg, stepped on the wooden floor with her smooth and jade-like feet, left the room lightly, went to the outer hall to pick up the clothes scattered everywhere, found a clean pajamas to put on, and tidied up the floor, and then with brisk steps went downstairs to prepare breakfast. From today on, she is Lu Feng's woman, and she must do her duty as a good wife. She only wants Lu Feng's love but does not need Lu Feng's wealth. She runs Ziweo Tower behind the scenes and leads the entertainment trend of this era. 10 years ago, she made a lot of money and accumulated considerable wealth. However, she is obsessed with art. People do not pay attention to ostentation and extravagant life. They live an elegant and quiet life and generally do not spend much money. Thinking back to when Lu Feng came to Tiandu City, she first heard of Lu Feng's name. It was Lu Feng who took Prince Shui King He to visit Ziweo Tower. At that time, I was deeply impressed by Lu Feng. I think this guy is too courageous, and it's very interesting that he actually takes the prince, who has always been indifferent to women, around Ziweo Tower. At this moment, Lu Feng had become even more famous in Tiandu City. Every time he appeared, he was so stunning and talented, which impressed her more and more. As Lu Feng's strength, status, and reputation rapidly increased, his lustful shortcomings were also widely spread. But later, after careful understanding, I found that although Lu Feng was a bit lustful, he was not promiscuous and did not mess around outside. The women around him were all willing to follow him, which made her even more curious and wanted to know more about Lu Feng. It's been 2 or 3 years now. Unexpectedly, she also became his woman, and she was willing to do so. A few days later, Lu Feng flies alone in the sky. Naer Ziji Aro, here I come. Below him was the endless, lush forest of stars. He, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Erlong and others divided their forces into 2 groups. Xiao Wu and the others headed west. Lu Feng first went south to visit the star forest. Meet at Hanhai City. When the time comes, we will go to Poseidon Island together. Xiao Wu and the others are riding in a carriage, and the speed will not be too fast. Lu Feng's flying speed was extremely fast. Although he made a large circle, he would not necessarily arrive slower than them if he didn't delay for too long. Due to the appearance of the demon spirit, Lu Feng was worried that something might change. They arranged for Sword Douluo, Poison Douluo and other powerful merchants to escort them, and Lu Erlong and Yeshi were also powerful, titled Douluo. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Du Guyan, etc. themselves were not easy to mess with. Along the way, there were many core combat members of the Merchant Alliance as well as Flying Scout, forming peripheral protection to detect possible dangers in advance. Bibi Dong also ordered Zukin to divide the palace and send out strong personnel to ensure their safety. Since Hu Lina was in the team, Bibi Dong's order was justified. It is worth mentioning that Bai Chenxiang is also in the team. According to the original plot timeline, they were 2 to 3 years earlier than Tang San led the team to Poseidon Island. According to the normal development of the original plot, Bai Chenxiang's strength is not enough to go to Poseidon Island to practice, and he can't pass the yellow level test. But this time, Lu Feng had focused on cultivating his only sister for a long time. In addition, Bai Chenxiang ate a piece of fairy grass. Her martial soul was greatly enhanced. Her soul power soared, and she also had her share of the holy fruit of soul power. Not long ago, Bai Chenxiang also broke through to the Soul King. Therefore, Bai Chenxiang now has enough strength to go to Poseidon Island, and Lu Feng is sure that Bai Chenxiang will not only get the yellow grade test this time. As for Qian Rongxiu's safety, she has Snake Spear Douluo and Porpoise Douluo guarding her, making it absolutely safe. Qian Rongxiu is already a soul saint herself, and a flying soul saint with a god-level martial spirit seraphim. Even if they were as strong as the demon spirit, the three of them could handle them, and the reinforcement sent by Bibi Dong would arrive in Tiandu City very quickly. What's more, Lu Feng secretly used the core strength of the business alliance to fully assist Qian Rongxiu, including the well-established intelligence agencies of the Merchant Alliance and the spies inside and outside Tiandu City. Qian Rongxiu knows every move of Xuebeng and his old and new henchmen. The spy Earl Swafir set up in the palace has long been discovered by Qian Rongxiu. She deliberately let it slip so that spy could survive in the palace. If we don't deal with them immediately, we want to wait until they gather more people with rebellious intentions and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Xuebeng, Tang San, Tuobashi, etc. would never have thought of the above. Want to rebel against my wife? Neck life. As Lu Feng's thoughts were racing, the core area of the Star Doe forest was right ahead. Flying over the mountains and fog in front of you, you can see the Lake of Life. Da Ming and Er Ming have not seen each other for a long time. Xiao Wu said that he wanted to say hello to her. Xiao Wu originally wanted to return to the Star Doe forest. He was also willing to bring her. However, during a long-distance flight of tens of thousands of miles, holding Xiao Wu in his arms would double the cost of soul power and greatly affect the speed, so he had no choice but to give up. You humble human being, get back, otherwise you will die. With a loud roar, a powerful soul force pressure enveloped the forest mist below. Chapter 735, a song that astounds everyone. In Yalingling's eyes as she stared at Lu Feng, in addition to love and pride, there was also indescribable gratitude. She knew that the reason why she was where she was today was all thanks to Lu Feng. If she hadn't met Lu Feng, she might still be playing music in Ziweo Tower to save for tuition. Because of her unlucky person status, she would have suffered endless insult, disgust, and abuse. And since she was with Lu Feng, wherever she went, she was treated with respect, compliment, and praise. Those nobles who were once arrogant and domineering didn't even dare to look at her beauty. They were all afraid that if they made Lu Feng unhappy, he would destroy them. Lu Feng seemed easy to talk to, but once he angered him and he regarded him as an enemy, he would kill directly. Lord Lu Feng, your soul power. Tang Yuehua couldn't feel the fluctuation of Lu Feng's soul power. Lu Feng's passive skill, Dragon hidden in the Dragon God realm, hides his soul power fluctuation, soul ring, and even his martial soul. My soul power is now level 72. Lu Feng shrugged. What? Tang Yuehua couldn't believe her ears and was so shocked that her expression lost control. I can no longer remain graceful and calm. No, it can't be. Xueke raised her hand to cover her wide-open lips. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, and she stared at Lu Feng's face in shock. Lu Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to pinch Xueke's red face, releasing the Soul Saint's soul power fluctuation. Soul Saint, you have become a Soul Saint. I knew you were a monster, but I didn't expect you to be such a monster. Tang Yuehua took a deep breath, suppressed the boiling emotions in his heart, shook his head with a bitter smile, bowed with his sleeves. He made an invitation to come in and said, let's go in and talk. The best sweating tea has been prepared. Is there any liquor? Lu Erlong said with a big smile, bring the liquor to the killing city. It's still not enough, mainly because Yeshi is such a drinker that he drank all the liquor he prepared. Yeshi smiled a little embarrassedly. Of course there is. Has President Lu De forgotten what kind of business I am still running? Tang Yuehua and Lu Erlong have a close personal relationship and they speak without restraint. She still used to call Lu Erlong President Lu De. When Lu Erlong was serving as the CEO of Tiandu City, he met Tang Yuehua through business dealings. How could I forget that you are the big boss behind Ziweo Tower? Lu Erlong smiled heartily, patted Tang Yuehua on the shoulder and walked in. I don't dare to be a big boss. You can't be a big boss with a small business. Lingling, you are also half the master of Yuexuan. Help me entertain everyone. In order to maintain privacy, Tang Yuehua sent everyone away and there was some shortage of manpower. Okay, teacher Yuehua. Ya Lingling readily agreed. You're welcome. We can just do it ourselves. Lu Feng walked in and saw that the spring water was boiling on the small stove, so he started making tea himself. Drink tea first and drink later. I can't help it. How dare I bother Master Lu Feng? Tang Yuehua saw that Lu Feng was very familiar with the tea-making technique and found it quite strange. Since Ling Ling is half the master, then as Ling Ling's man, should I also be considered half the master? Master Tang Xian is too polite. Does he treat me as an outsider? Lu Feng said with a smile. No, please don't get me wrong. Lord Lu Feng is one of our own. Tang Yuehua's cheeks turned slightly red, feeling that there was something inappropriate in her words, so she added, we are all our own. Please treat Yuexuan as your own home. At this moment there was a rapid sound of horse hooves approaching from far away. Someone shouted outside, is Lord Lu Feng here? Emperor Shui Qinghe summoned Lord Lu Feng. Hearing this, a meaningful smile flashed across Hu Lina's beautiful eyes. She knew that when Qian Rongxue heard that Lu Feng had returned to the city, she couldn't wait to send someone to summon him to the palace. Hu Lina did not follow Bibi Dong to Wuhan City. Lu Feng asked her to come to Yuexuan to eliminate the worries of accumulating too much murderous intent. Hu Lina naturally wanted to spend more time with Lu Feng. Anyway, she also gave up her qualification as a saint of Wuhan Palace. However, she still has a position in Wuhan Hall and will also help teacher Bibi Dong handle some affairs in the future. Then you settle down first. I'll go into the palace and chat with the emperor. I'll come back as soon as I go. Lu Feng said. Lu Erlong drank a glass of strong wine and was in a very good mood. His beautiful eyes were filled with spring colors and he smiled and said, don't be in a hurry. Just remember to come back tonight. Tonight Lu Feng belonged to her. Yes, husband, you are the regent now. My brother, despite the objections of the ministers, broke the precedent of blood inheritance and named you the first heir to the throne of the Tiandu Empire. This shows how important my brother regards you. During this summon, he must have many important national affairs to discuss with you, and you won't be able to come back for a while. Shui Ke said with a smile. There is no blood relationship with the Shui family, but being the first in line to the throne is a unique thing. It is foreseeable that the ministers will oppose this decision. Regardless of this, Qian Rongxue insisted on doing this and told the world Shui Ke is supportive. It is also her honor that her man can become the heir to the throne. When the relationship between Shui Ke and Lu Feng is made public as the consort and a member of the Shui family royal family, there will be less opposition. Shortly after Tiandu Palace, Lu Feng was invited into the meeting hall. Shui Qinghe, who was wearing a crown and a golden imperial robe, was sitting high on the emperor's throne, but he looked at Lu Feng, who walked in with a resentful look. Everyone stand down. I am discussing confidential matters with the regent. No one can interrupt without my order. Violators will be killed immediately. Emperor Shui Qinghe issued the order in a domineering manner. Yes, the guard, maid, etc. were startled and quickly withdrew, remaining silent. Bang! The thick door closed. Almost at the same time, white phantom smoke appeared from Emperor Shui Qinghe's body and colorful lights bloomed. A moment later, Qian Rongxue returned to her daughter's body. Her graceful figure jumped up from the throne and rushed towards Lu Feng, her long golden hair dancing in the air. Lu Feng hugged her. Nephrite was in his arms and the warm fragrance hit his nose, and he couldn't help but feel swayed. Qian Rongxue opened her silver teeth slightly and nibbled on Lu Feng's shoulder playfully. Yes, it hurt. Lu Feng laughed out loud. Qian Rongxue looked at the 2 rows of red tooth mark left on Lu Feng's skin and was a little satisfied. She said faintly, have you been away for so long? Have you missed me? Of course you have, my majesty. Lu Feng said calmly. Laugh. You still call me your majesty, you disgusting fellow. Qian Rongxue said in a squeaky voice, I will bite you harder and make you bleed. Bite, my precious Shuer, but there are some places where you don't dare to bite and bleed. Lu Feng joked. Qian Rongxue understood instantly. Her beautiful face turned red with embarrassment. She raised her slender hand, patted Lu Feng, twisted her slender waist, and said with a hint of coquettishness, how are you? You agreed that we would talk about state secret, but mentioning this kind of thing. Qian Rongxue clings to her like a baby. Who can withstand this? Lu Feng's heart trembled again. I think this is a major national secret. Why don't we start to study this major matter in depth? In this solemn meeting hall, Qian Rongxue's breath was stagnant, heart-pounding. Chapter 736. Shui Ke even knelt down. Lu Feng determined that the only flaw of the 10,000 Demon King was its movement speed. Relatively slow. Root entanglement makes it easier to hit and further stabilizes the speed of the Demon King. During the battle with the Demon Spirit, there was no probing attack at the beginning. I didn't know that the Demon Spirit body could become insubstantial, so the 5th soul skill failed. He learned his lesson and used his 1st soul skill this time to test it. Quack! An ignorant and arrogant child using roots to wrap around me in front of me? It's ridiculous. The 10,000 Demon King felt countless roots sprouting from the ground around him, wrapping around him, and laughed strangely. Do you have big teeth? Lu Feng asked, and his body flashed 100 meters away behind the king of demons. Just now he was 1,000 meters away from the 10,000 demon king, but while moving cautiously he got much closer. A humble human being dares to ridicule me. I won't spare you. Fusion of wood, bound of 10,000 branches. The 10,000 demon king used an innate skill plus a soul control skill. Absorbing the natural power of surrounding plants is a passive skill, while wood fusion is an active skill which can fuse all wood attribute materials and turn them into one's own use. For example, if an arrow shoots at him, as long as the arrow contains wood attribute materials, it can be fused by the 10,000 demon king. As long as he moves his mind, the arrow will change direction and reflect towards the opponent. The 10,000 branches binding, as the name suggests, has the same effect as Lu Feng's root entanglement. Entangle and control the opponent. There are barbs all over, and the barbs contain toxins and corrosive venom. The difference is that Lu Feng used roots and vine, while the 10,000 demon king used thorn-like branches with vine. From the name of the skill, the 10,000 branches binding of the 10,000 demon king is much more powerful than Lu Feng's entangled root, but what matters is the effect and power, not the name. The king of 10,000 demons quickly discovered something was wrong. He was unable to fuse the roots and vines summoned by Lu Feng. There is only one possibility. You possess the ultimate wood. The voice of the king of demons was full of shock, because he can fuse all wood attributed substances as long as the wood attributed power is below him. What surprised him even more was yet to come. He locked onto Lu Feng and used the tens of thousands of restraint. Not only was he unable to restrain Lu Feng, he could not even touch the corners of Lu Feng's clothes. Those thorn vines were all swept up by Lu Feng's root vine, and the green gold vines extending from the shadow of Lu Feng's martial spirit broke through the thorn vines and were about to wrap around the body of the 10,000 demon king. The king of 10,000 demons is a member of the demon-eyed demon tree clan and a rare high-level plant-type soul beast. He swallowed and fused a fairy grass, which greatly improved its physique, attributes and potential, reaching the top-level plant-type soul beast. It has the level of a soul beast and possesses the original abilities of the top plant-type soul beast, thus ranking among the top 10 ferocious beasts. The king of 10,000 demons has now experienced 5 heavenly tribulations, and his cultivation has exceeded 500,000 years. His strength is comparable to that of peerless Douluo. If he were to fight him in the forest, Douluo might not be his opponent, and now he is in his own territory, the Star Forest. He didn't expect that a little human soul saint would actually possess the ultimate tree. Both have wood attribute, but the ultimate wood can suppress his attribute power. He underestimated the human being before him. The human's movement speed was far beyond his expectation. His vision was obstructed by the fog, but with his strong mental power he was able to lock onto his opponent. However, this opponent moved extremely fast and had erratic movement. He could only barely lock onto it, instead of locking on it firmly, and sometimes the lock would even break. Even a super Douluo wouldn't be so fast. Is this kid really just a soul saint? You will definitely not lose if you lose, but if you make a mistake and get injured during the fight with this human being, it would be too embarrassing. Originally, because of his extremely strong mental power, he had an advantage in the fog. Now it seems to have become a disadvantage. As a last resort, it's time to use a trick. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the king of demons. Everything around him suddenly became sticky. Lu Feng only felt that countless eyes seemed to suddenly appear around his body. These eyes opened their eyes wide with all their strength, as if they had not closed their eyes for 7 days and 7 nights. Their eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, staring at him coldly and bloodthirsty. Immediately afterwards, strange light pillars suddenly burst out from these eyes. These light pillars contained the powerful power of the 10,000 demon king, a 1,000-year realm in an instant. This is a powerful field that has been cultivated by the ferocious beast itself for 500,000 years. It shows that his spiritual cultivation has reached an extremely astonishing level. The attack power of the 10,000 demon king is not as good as the dark gold terror claw bear, but its spiritual power is much higher than that of the dark gold terror claw bear. 1,000 years in an instant. The effect of the domain only lasts for an instant, but it feels to the opponent that it lasts for an extremely long time. In this long period of time, it is enough for the 10,000 demon king to complete many attacks. Thousands of branches, tree eyes are paralyzed. The king of 10,000 demons roared repeatedly. Take advantage of the moment when the field skills are activated to use extremely powerful attack. Thousands of thick vines slapped Lu Feng away violently, and every slap made the ground tremble violently. What's even more deadly is his evil tree eye, which is also his best mental attack. It uses the tree eyes produced on the body to paralyze and control the opponent, and then gradually uses corrosive tree sap to kill the opponent until the opponent rots and becomes its own nutrient. However, Lu Feng is also strong in mental strength. He has mastered the realm of divine movement, and even the divine movement of peerless Douluo is inferior to him. In addition, with the god-level ability of the true vision eyes, Lu Feng can see for 1,000 years. The Millennium Instant Realm does not control the passage of time but uses mental power to cause the opponent to hallucinate as if they are trapped in a state of stagnant time. The True Vision Eye is designed to break through such mental illusion. Lu Feng, one glance can last 1,000 years. Facing the overwhelming, destructive and paralyzing attacks of the 10,000 Monster King, Lu Feng exploded and his speed increased again. He was unable to catch him as he shuttled through the fog. Even the mental power of the 10,000 Demon King could not lock Lu Feng for a while, but the attack of the 10,000 Demon King has a very large range. As long as you are within the attack range, you will be affected. Lu Feng was within the range and could not escape immediately. He doesn't want to leave either. Lu Feng remained calm and felt the 10,000 Monster King's offensive. Although it seemed to be extremely fierce and terrifying, the ground was shaking and the mountains were shaking, which was thrilling. However, precisely because the attack power of the 10,000 Demon King is spread over a wide range, it lacked focus. The 10,000 Demon King did not focus his attack on one point. After being divided into groups, he was not unable to resist the attack he endured. To defeat the attack of the 10,000 Demon King, we need to do the opposite. Concentrate our strength and fight back. The theory is simple. Just like a small armor-piercing bullet, it can penetrate a thick steel plate. Lu Feng's mind changed and he made a decisive decision, deciding to use offense as defense. The 6 soul skill, reverse blade splitting the air. Moments before Lu Feng used the counter soul skill, neither Lu Feng nor the 10,000 Demon King knew that Gu Yuina, Zig and Bai Ji were watching the battle. Chapter 737 Tang Yuehua's request. Gu Yuina and Zig learned from the demon spirit's report that Lu Feng was coming to the Star Forest in the near future, so they spent less time in the small world of Lake of Life and went out for a walk from time to time. They were looking forward to it, hoping to sense Lu Feng's arrival so that they could welcome him. Another reason is that the current situation in the Star Do Forest is different from before. The fact that the demon spirit left the Star Do Forest without passing by Gu Yuina was a sign. To a certain extent, the power of Gu Yuina, the co-master of the Soul Beast, was eclipsed by Di Tian. Gu Yuina knew this well. Since the injuries on her body had not healed, Gu Yuina ignored the outside world. Di Tian was loyal to her and did not dare to attack her. There was no doubt about it, but he may not necessarily listen to her in everything, especially when Dishan feels that his own interests have been seriously harmed. Due to Zig's relationship, both Gu Yuina and Zig could feel that Di Tian's mood had changed greatly and he might be hostile to Lu Feng. In a world where the strong are respected, this is normal. Love rivals of soul beasts basically have to fight to decide the winner before they can be reconciled. But the last time Lu Feng left the Star Do Forest, he was just a soul king. It had only been about a year. How could he defeat Di Tian or even any of Di Tian's men when he could not be promoted to a peerless powerhouse? No name can match it. Therefore, Gu Yuina and Zig felt that it was necessary to protect Lu Feng's safety. Perhaps because she and Lu Feng were married, Zig was the first to sense Lu Feng's arrival. Zig, Gu Yuina, and Bai Ji rushed to greet them, just in time for the King of 10,000 Demons to take action against Lu Feng. Zig wanted to step forward immediately to repel the 10,000 Demon King, but she was stopped by Gu Yuina, because Gu Yuina felt that Lu Feng's strength had greatly improved. Apart from being pleasantly surprised, she also wanted to see what it would be like when Lu Feng fought against the 10,000 Demon King, and she could tell that Lu Feng also wanted to fight against the 10,000 Demon King. Anyway, since she is at the scene, she can definitely ensure that Lu Feng's life will not be in danger at the critical moment. Is he Lu Feng? He is really arrogant. He dares to fight against the King of 10,000 Demons. Isn't he overestimating his own abilities? Bridget looked at Lu Feng curiously, her long eyelashes blinking and her big eyes fluttering with a little bit of pure and spiritual light. Bridget is an elegant and charming beauty. Her delicate body is like a jade willow, light and soft. Her jade-like skin is shiny. Her face is as cold as ice. Her slender willow eyebrows are painted light green, and under the eyeshadow, she is the green eyes covered with long eyelashes shone with a light that would make people thousands of miles away, but they seemed to be hiding deep sadness that was not easy to detect. Her long and shiny black hair is so beautiful that it hangs naturally around her waist. She is wearing a green dress. She is as beautiful as a fairy walking out of a painting. She is graceful and has an extraordinary temperament, like a gentle woman. The wind blows gently. Bridget, who has an elegant temperament, and Zig, who is extremely charming and seductive, stand together, forming a sharp contrast in temperament. One is like a breeze, the other is like a raging flame, but it also gives people a stunning feeling. But standing next to Gu Yuina, who had silver hair like snow, a graceful figure, an extremely beautiful face, their lustrous light was slightly overshadowed by Gu Yuina. It's not overestimation, it's courage, and confidence. Zig defended her man. After not seeing each other for a year, Zig looked forward to it day and night. This morning she finally saw the man she had longed for again. Her deep purple eyes were filled with watery spring light. She looked at Lu Feng with his long hair flying, strong posture and extremely fast speed, and she wished she could rush over immediately and hug him tightly, passionately. We'll just have to wait and see. Gu Yuina stared at Lu Feng with a smile, her clear purple eyes sparkling with color. At this moment Lu Feng had just used the large vine shield to resist the attack of the 10,000 Demon King. Lu Feng was indeed, as she perceived, growing much faster than she expected. In order not to disturb the battle between the two, she used a soul barrier. The 10,000 Demon King and Lu Feng could not detect them or hear their conversation. Not long after, Bai Ji exclaimed, he can actually force the king of 10,000 demons to use the special skill of pressing the bottom of the box, the 1,000-year realm, in an instant. It's amazing. Zig frowned and said, my lord. She knew very well the 10,000 Demon King's instant 1,000-year realm was so terrifying that she could hardly resist this move for fear that something might happen to Lu Feng. It doesn't matter, let's see again. Gu Yuina had confidence in Lu Feng. She knew that Lu Feng had the pure blood of the Dragon God and also inherited the Dragon God domain. In times of danger, the Dragon God domain could automatically activate, at least keeping Lu Feng safe. And once the Dragon God bloodline aura is released, the 10,000 Demon King will not dare to take action. But the strange thing is that Lu Feng did not use the power of Dragon God bloodline. He only used the 6th soul skill of the Star Tree Martial Spirit. I saw Lu Feng extending out, and the green gold vines dancing in the void like a blue dragon suddenly gathered together and condensed into a long blade of light. The light blade emitted a dazzling light that dimmed the surrounding light. Next moment, the light blade lashed straight at the overwhelming attack of thousands of branches by the 10,000 Demon King. Tear apart, broken branches and fallen leaves are flying. Thousands of branches were cut off directly when encountering the light blade, and they attacked the huge body of the 10,000 Demon King irresistibly. Even if the 10,000 Demon King is not entangled by the root, it will be difficult to dodge this blow. The evil eyes of the 10,000 Demon King flashed with horror. Unexpectedly, the instant 1,000-year and tree eye paralysis had no effect on Lu Feng, and thousands of branches could not deliver a fatal blow to Lu Feng. Moreover, Lu Feng could also launch an extremely sharp counterattack in a desperate situation, breaking his thousands of branches. Lu Feng gathered all his power into a blade of light, just enough to restrain his large-scale attack. Bridget was stunned, and she didn't know what words to express for a while. Lu Feng's performance completely exceeded her imagination. A human soul saint fought against the king of 10,000 demons with a cultivation base of 520,000 years. After several attacks, he showed no signs of defeat and was still able to fight back with powerful counterattack. And Lu Feng's reverse blade split the air, splitting the space, leaving only that cold light in the whole world. But it also makes people feel that the sky is filled with sword light and surging murderous aura. Yes, Lu Feng used the reverse blade to split the air this time, which was different from the previous battle with the demon spirit. He incorporated sword intent and killing intent into the reverse blade. The killing intent increases the attack power several times. The intention of the sword is everywhere. With one sword, it can cut off thousands of branches. At the same time, he also activated the God of Killing domain. The Killing God domain has the powerful ability to greatly increase oneself and reduce the opponent's lethality. The God of Killing domain is also effective against soul beasts. The attack of the 10,000 Demon King, who had cultivated for 520,000 years, slowed down slightly and the power diminished. Only then did he break thousands of branches. Gu Yuina and Zig couldn't help but open their red lips and glance at each other, their eyes also filled with surprise. Chapter 738. The Demon Spirit is Furious. Gu Yuina and Zig also didn't expect that Lu Feng could fight to such an extent against the 10,000 Demon King. They suddenly had mixed feelings, and they didn't know what words to use to describe their mood at this moment. Tears of excitement flashed from the corners of their eyes. Zig is Lu Feng's woman. Gu Yuina is destined to be Lu Feng's woman. Of course they want their men to become stronger and stronger. They knew that Lu Feng was gifted as a monster and his strength improved very quickly, but they still didn't expect that it would reach this point so quickly. They were greatly shocked. Roar! Facing Lu Feng's powerful counterattack, the 10,000 Demon King was extremely angry, but he had no other choice but to take a defensive stand. Being forced to defend passively by a human soul saint before the fight, he never imagined that there would be such a result. Ironwood barrier. As the 10,000 Demon King roared, all the branches on his body leaned forward, building a barrier dozens of meters thick and infusing it with the original power. Boom! The light blade sliced into the ironwood barrier and was still rushing in at an extremely fast speed. Gangqi swept wildly. Sawdust is flying and fallen leaves are colorful. Blazing lightning and unknown turbulence escape from the space that was torn open. The scene was chaotic. The king of 10,000 demons used all his strength to defend himself and and protect his body. In addition to being good at mental power, his defensive power is also extremely outstanding among the ferocious bees. Neither Xiangjun nor Zig's defense can match his. Finally, the light of the light blade dimmed and he defended against Lu Feng's counterattack. The iron and wood barrier only missed a few centimeters before it was completely penetrated. After extrapolation, if Lu Feng's soul power were a few levels higher or reached the Contra realm, the iron-wood barrier would not be able to withstand his attack and would definitely hit the main body of the 10,000 Demon King. Although the 10,000 Demon King's body also has strong defensive power, you must know that the soul power of Lu Feng and the 10,000 Demon King is so different. The 10,000 Demon King has cultivated for 520,000 years, which is enough to fight against the peerless human Douluo without falling behind. Lu Feng is just a soul saint. According to common sense, Lu Feng cannot compare with the 10,000 Demon King in terms of absolute power. Absolute power can bring absolute suppression, but this common sense seemed to be broken in Lu Feng's case. In fact, that's not the case. The attribute blessings on Lu Feng's soul ring and the superimposed increase in attack power in the fields of sword intent, killing intent, and the god of death exponentially enhanced Lu Feng's absolute power. Coupled with his true seeing eyes, the 10,000 Demon King's advantage turned into a weakness. He used his combat experience to calmly judge the restrained soul skills and counterattack, make up for the weakness in absolute strength. All of the above combined resulted in this extremely shocking reversal. The 10,000 Demon King stirred up a storm in his heart. You, who are you? Ah, Star Tree. So you are Lu Feng. Due to the close distance, the hurricane caused by the collision of two majestic forces swept through the thick fog, and Lu Feng could not. After quickly walking around, he could finally clearly see Lu Feng and Lu Feng's martial spirit. The 10,000 Demon King originally planned to defend against this sharp counterattack and attack with all his strength. He must capture Lu Feng in order to save his face, but after recognizing Lu Feng's identity, he was shocked and stopped all movement, not daring to attack again. No wonder he felt vaguely suppressed. No wonder he has the ultimate wood. No wonder the surrounding plants turned against him this time and did not send him the power of nature. No wonder she felt so frustrated when she was fighting with him. Her hands and feet were tied up and she couldn't exert all her strength. The ancient star tree is the ancestor of plants and the source of life. The king of 10,000 demons is the king of the Star Do forest, but he must also bow to the ancestor of plant. Now he feels the suppression of him by the star tree, which is extremely obvious. The king of 10,000 demons was trembling all over and the leaves were falling rustlingly. It was obvious that he was so excited that he could not restrain himself. At this time, Ditian, Yao Ling, and Xiangjun also arrived at the scene. Seeing the embarrassment of the 10,000 Demon King's passive defense, he was suddenly stunned. Immediately, Ditian shouted, "King of 10,000 demons, what did you do? You have to deal with a small and humble human being and still have to defend yourself passively. This is simply making a fool of yourself and disgracing our soul beast. Why don't you kill him quickly?" The demon spirit stirred up, regained consciousness, and said quickly, "Lord Dishan, he is Lu Feng. It doesn't matter if it's Lu Feng. I didn't feel the so-called dragon in him at all. The aura of God must be fake. Humans are the best at using sweet words to deceive us. King of 10,000 demon, what are you doing in a daze? Do it quickly." Dishan glanced at Lu Feng's martial spirit and knew that it was the human being recognized by Gu Yuina, the human being who stole his forbidden wife Zig. He had already gritted his teeth and wanted to eat Lu Feng alive, and he indeed didn't feel the dragon god's aura on Lu Feng. Therefore, I want to take advantage of Gu Yuina and Zig before they come, and quickly kill Lu Feng with the help of the 10,000 Demon King to eliminate future troubles. Even if he was recognized by Gu Yuina, Lu Feng was a human being after all, and he belonged to the same dragon clan as Gu Yuina and Zig. He did not sense that Lu Feng had the aura of the dragon god in him, and Lu Feng had offended the king of 10,000 demons. He ordered Lu Feng to be killed, and Gu Yuina couldn't blame him. Killing a small human being is like trampling a blade of grass to death. Although this human's fighting power is amazing, he can even force the 10,000 Demon King to passively defend. However, he could also see that the 10,000 Demon King did not use all his strength to attack. However, just as Dishan issued an order urging the 10,000 Demon King to deal cruel blows to Lu Feng, the body of the 10,000 Demon King started to move, but instead of attacking, he suddenly knelt down towards Lu Feng. "Meet the master." Xiao Wang didn't know that it was the master who came. "Please forgive Xiao Wang for being rude." The whole place was shocked and silent. The king of 10,000 demons knelt down to Lu Feng, which was beyond the expectations of Gu Yuina and Zig. But after thinking about it, I understood. The reason lies in Lu Feng's martial spirit, the tree of stars. Of course, the feelings of Gu Yuina, Zig, Ditian, and others facing the star tree cannot be compared with that of the 10,000 Demon King, who also belongs to plant life. There are many types of plant, but they all come from the same origin, and all trees must recognize the tree of stars as their ancestor, and the humans who possess the star tree's martial spirit are their masters. It is worth mentioning that Lu Feng's star tree martial spirit is now many times more powerful than when he first awakened. The green gold leaves are dazzling, standing high in the sky, and he has the absolute grace of a divine tree. Every time Lu Feng awakens his martial spirit, it is an evolution of the star tree. When the 10,000 Demon King saw it, he was very different from other humans or spirit bees. There was only a giant tree surrounded by stars in front of him, but the Demon King seemed to see a forest of single trees, but it was not a banyan tree with several branches, but an endless forest. The endless forest transcends space, time, and all forms such as solid and gas. An ancient aura came over the surface, and in a trance the 10,000 Demon King saw the endless forest entrenched on the sea of stars, with all life growing on the ancient road in the starry sky, endlessly growing, forming an incomparably vast world of its own. It feels like billions of light years in an instant. Chapter 739 Tang Yuehua's time has come. Tang San was once rich, and his father, Tang Hao, sent tens of thousands of gold soul coins to support him. Tens of thousands of gold soul coins was a huge sum of money to him at that time. Not only did it solve an urgent need, but it also gave him plenty of money to go to Gulan, drink wine, and have sex with women. Tang San originally thought that since Tang Hao sent the first one, there would be a second and third one. No matter what, my father is also a mighty Haoshan Douluo, and it is not difficult to get some property. But no, the first payment Tang Hao gave him was the last payment. After that, Tang Hao was imprisoned in a dungeon and was eventually killed by the leader of the Merchant Alliance. His turban was hung at the gate of Wuhan City. 1 million gold soul coins was like getting rich overnight for Shui Beng. For Tang San, even more so. In the city of Slaughter, gold soul coins are rarely circulated. They are usually bartered or purchased with Huangquan Du. Therefore, the Slaughter King and even his 100 poison gang do not have enough money. But it's okay. At least it was much better than before entering the killing city. Tang San was now full of high-end equipment. The storage belt worth hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins also contained tens of thousands of gold soul coin, as well as gems valued at hundreds of thousands of gold soul coin. Tang San felt that this return was a glorious return. In terms of soul power, he soared to the level of Soul Emperor, far surpassing his peers except Lu Feng. He is almost catching up with Zhao Wuji and is even sure to defeat him. When I saw Flanders and Zhao Waoqi today, he could proudly hold his head high and be high-spirited. In terms of wealth, he can be regarded as a rich soul master. When he goes shopping or spends money at Ziweo Tower, he no longer has to search for anything. When meeting Ma Hongjun, Oscar, etc., I no longer have to feel inferior to them because I owe them hundreds of gold soul coins and haven't paid them back. Back then, there was a conflict and fight at the gate of Shrek Academy because Daimyo Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were collecting debts from him. Thinking about it now, Tang San could still feel the frustration and anguish he felt back then. Come to Shrek Academy today. In addition to watching the Avalanche Lord Jiangju, Tang San also wanted to take advantage of the opening ceremony of the new school year at Shrek Academy to steal the show. Feel proud. He wanted to announce that Tang San had returned as a strong man in front of the entire school's teachers and students. He is no longer the young third son, Lu San, who was suppressed and unable to get ahead. Instead, rise into a powerful clear Skyhammer War Soul Emperor. Isn't it just 1 million gold soul coins? As long as our great cause is accomplished, I will make you King Haoshan. With a land of thousands of miles, I will give you another tens of millions of gold soul coin. Shui Beng said impassionedly. It's a blank check anyway. No matter what the promise is, it's just a lip service now. Shui Beng's so-called great cause is to assassinate Shui King He. As long as Shui King He is killed and Shui King He has no children, Shui Beng will be the first heir to the throne based on his bloodline. It may not be difficult to kill Shui King He, but I heard that Shui King He announced that Lu Feng would be the first heir to the throne. Tang San said. Shui King He's soul power can only be considered average. The Swan martial spirit also has mediocre offensive and defensive capabilities. This is a known fact. Shui Beng switched to the evil soul master's training method, evolving his martial soul into a bloody swan and his strength sword. This is one of the reasons why Shui Beng feels that it can replace Shui King He and be recognized by all forces. Also, Shui Beng and Tang San brought out a group of evil spirit masters from the killing city. With the strength of this group of evil soul masters, they could assassinate 8 is more than enough to carry out a palace coup with a piece of snow clearing the river. Evil soul masters are not tolerated in this world, and the Wuhan palace has been chasing them, and most of them fled to the killing city. With the help of the King of Slaughter, most of the evil soul masters joined the 100 Poison Gang. The 100 Poison Gang disbanded, but the King of Slaughter allowed Tang San and Shui Beng to take out a group of evil spirit masters masters and hide them secretly in unknown places. When the time was right, he would assassinate Zhu Zhuqing and seize the throne. As long as Zhu Zhuqing dies, his words will not count. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's decision was opposed by the ministers, and Zhu Zhuqing suppressed the nobles wantonly, and the interests of many powerful families were seriously damaged. He was secretly dissatisfied, but it was only because of the business alliance. He has a close relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, so he doesn't dare to resist, and he lacks people to cheer him up. Xue Beng analyzed. Over there with the merchant alliance, Tang San always felt that something was wrong and had a vague premonition of something bad. I have already thought about the business alliance. The leader of the merchant alliance agrees to a marriage and marries my sister Xue Ke. She will be my brother-in-law. As long as Zhu Zhuqing dies, I will become the emperor. It is a fait accompli. I will give more to the leader of the merchant alliance. The benefits such as fiefdom will definitely be settled. There are definitely risks, but if you want to achieve something big, how can you not take risk? Xue Beng has experienced the experience of the killing city in the past 2 years and has become more calm and sophisticated, thinking carefully about every step. Well, brother is right. If you want to achieve something big, how can you not take risk? We have experienced life and death in the city of killing. What risks are smaller than the city of killing? As long as there is a chance, we have to give it a try. Tang San didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but he started calling Xue Beng big brother. He had never been so affectionate to Xue Beng before. Because of Avalanche's analysis, Tang San felt that his official and financial career depended on Xue Beng. Xue Beng said with a proud smile, "Ha ha ha, with the help of my virtuous brother, there is no need to worry about failure. But if the king of slaughter can come out of the slaughter city, we will have greater confidence." That's right, with my foster father. Now, the eldest brother is firmly seated as the emperor. Tang San thought in his mind that one day he would be crowned king, become a prince, and have a large fiefdom. What a glory it would be. Moreover, assisting Xue Beng to gain the upper hand was tantamount to giving Lu Feng a hard kick. Lu Feng didn't know what his virtues were, but he was named regent by Zhu Zhuqing and became the first heir to the throne. If Xue Beng seizes the throne, Lu Feng will become an empty prince without even a fief. Although Lu Feng is very strong, he is only the representative of the leader of the merchant alliance and must obey the orders of the leader of the merchant alliance. As long as the merchant alliance leader reaches an agreement with Xue Beng, nothing will happen. It was tantamount to hitting Lu Feng hard in the face. Tang Sangguang felt refreshed both physically and mentally when he thought about it. At this time, a bell sounded from the direction of Shrek Academy. It is the bell that summons all teachers and students to gather at the martial arts arena. Xue Beng and Tang San turned their eyes and looked at Shrek Academy through the gap in the car curtain. It's time for the opening ceremony. Go ahead, go to Shrek Academy and announce your return as king to those who once underestimated you. Xue Beng agreed with Tang San to return to Shrek Academy and gain fame. In their plan, Tang San was in the light and he was in the dark. Xue Beng is a wanted felon in the country and dare not show his face. Tang San had not committed any crime and was a graduate of Shrek Academy, so he would not be embarrassed. Tang San has a notorious reputation, but in this world where martial arts is respected, as long as Tang San shows his powerful Soul Emperor strength in front of thousands of people at the opening ceremony, he will become famous. Chapter 740 Strong Enemy. At Tang San's age, reaching the Soul Emperor level was already an astonishing display of genius. With a bright future, it will inevitably become the target of many forces. At that time, Tang San also planned to put on a show of righteousness and annihilation of relative, condemning his father Tang Hao for killing innocent people indiscriminately and praising the leader of the merchant alliance for killing Tang Hao, which was a just act. Tang San did this. The first is to set a clear boundary with Tang Hao so as not to be implicated in Tang Hao's affairs. The second is to openly choose to side with the business alliance. Maybe the business alliance will take the initiative to win over him. The best outcome is for Tang San to break into the merchant alliance and hold an important position so that he can better communicate with Xue Beng in the dark. Yes, the time has come. Tang San's eyes narrowed and a strong aura suddenly emerged from his body. Tang San opened the car door, raised his head and chest with a sinister smile on his lips, and strode towards the academy gate quite like a person in a position of superiority. After all, he has been the gang leader for more than a year and controls the largest force in the killing city. Of course, the population of the killing city is not comparable to that of Tiandu City. Comparing the population alone, the killing city with tens of thousands of people is only equivalent to a small or medium-sized city in the Tiandu Empire. Xue Beng smiled as if he could predict that Tang San would show off his skills at Shrek Academy, shocking the whole school and even the whole city. If Tang San becomes a man of the hour, it will be of great benefit to Xue Beng. The gatekeeper of Shrek Academy was in awe when he saw Tang San's momentum, especially when he felt the Soul Emperor's soul power fluctuations, and asked politely, "Excuse me, Your Excellency." The Soul Emperor, come to our Shrek Academy. Why do you want to attend the opening ceremony? Tang San said. Do you have an invitation letter? No. May I ask your name? Are you from the Merchant Alliance? Without an invitation letter, entry is generally not allowed, but Flanders has explained that if the other party is well known in the Merchant Alliance, people are allowed to enter. The gatekeeper watched Tang San closely but didn't recognize who it was. Tang San wore a mask, only showing 2 eyes, and those 2 eyes were blood red and murderous. At this time, Tang San took off his mask and a green face appeared in the gatekeeper's eyes. Are you Tang San? The gatekeeper looked wary and recognized Tang San. After Tang San went to the killing city, his face and eyes changed a lot, but his unique green face was his signature, known to all women and children. A bad reputation is also a kind of popularity. Tang San was quite famous in Tiandu city. It's Tang. Tang San said coldly. You actually reached the level of Soul Emperor. The gatekeeper was surprised. When Tang San left when he was at Lake Academy, he was just the Soul Master. Go in quickly and report and ask Flanders to come see me. Tang San put on an arrogant look. This gatekeeper is not Li Yuzong, just an ordinary Soul Master. Dean Flanders is presiding over the opening ceremony. I don't have time to see you right now. Please wait a moment, the gatekeeper said. Then I'll go in and see him myself. Tang San was just waiting for the opening ceremony, where everyone would gather together so that he could steal the show. You can't. Before the gatekeeper could finish speaking, Tang San's soul power burst out from under his feet. His body jumped up and he rushed through the gate of Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy moved to Tiandu City, and under the banner of the Merchant Alliance, it has been very comfortable in the past few years. No one has ever dared to break in, so there are no strong door guards. Clang, clang, clang. The janitor quickly sounded the alarm and shouted, someone broke into the college. Flanders, who was talking to thousands of students, frowned and looked at the flying figure. Who is it? Why did you break into the college without permission? The figure was fixed. Tang San appeared, clasped his fist and saluted. Tang San saw Dean Flanders, but the gatekeeper didn't want to inform him, so I came in on my own. Please forgive me. Tang San's words were polite. There was a certain amount of courtesy, but his tone was still a bit arrogant and cold. He is now the Soul Emperor. After being trained in the killing field, he now challenges Flanders with the Clear Sky Hammer. He is confident of winning. Flanders' Cat Eagle martial spirit was far behind his Clear Sky Hammer martial spirit. Moreover, he is still the future King Haoshan, and Flanders is just the dean of a college. Tang San, you have actually reached the level of Soul Emperor. Flanders' eyes flashed with surprise. Have you been to the killing city? Flanders was good at seeing and could judge Tang San's current soul at a glance. He could tell from the violent and murderous aura that Tang San exuded that Tang San had returned from the city of killing. Soul Emperor. In less than 2 years. How did Tang San do it? Ye Qingyu's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Ye Qingyu is currently promoted to the vice president of Shrek Academy. She also knew Tang San when she was a tutor before. At that time, Tang San majored in the control type Blue-Silver Grass Martial Spirit. The Blue-Silver Grass Martial Spirit talent was very average. Even if Tang San got some opportunities in the killing city, it was unlikely that he could cultivate it so quickly. In less than 2 years, Tang San was promoted from Soul Lord to Soul Emperor. In the history of the academy, only Lu Feng can compare with him. Jiangju also marveled. Tang San's soul power was still below hers back then, but now it has far surpassed hers, beyond reach. The students on the martial arts field also exclaimed in shock. So he is Tang San. Where is the killing city that Dean Flanders mentioned? Is it so helpful to cultivation? I don't know about the killing city either. Students basically don't know about killing capital. Some mentors know a little bit. I heard that those who enter the slaughter city have a narrow escape from death, and few people can come back. It is a very scary place. Then that Tang San can return from the slaughter city, it means that he is very strong now. Tang San left school without authorization. It turned out that he was going to the slaughter city. I don't know why he came back today. Hearing these voices, Tang San was secretly proud and a little elated. This is the effect he wants, but not enough. This is only a small limelight. He chose to come at a certain time because he wanted to make a big splash. While everyone was exclaiming and discussing, Tang San revealed the purpose of this trip. I came here today to challenge Vice President Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji once hit him so hard that he was almost inhumane. The functionality is still greatly affected. It's hard to get hard. Although physical cultivation can reach that point, he found that once certain functions are damaged, it is difficult to make up for it. Tang San has always been worried about this. This time the strong man returned, and he thought he could defeat Zhao Wuji. He was too familiar with Fudo Ming Wang Zhao Wuji's trick. Zhao Wuji has better defense and strength, but speed is his weakness. Back then, Tang San was able to dodge most of Zhao Wuji's attacks by using ghost shadows to distract him. But now, not only could he overwhelm Zhao Wuji in terms of speed, but the attack power of the Clear Sky Hammer Spirit could also overwhelm Zhao Wuji. Wuji. Even in a head-to-head confrontation, Zhao Wuji was no match, and Zhao Wuji is the vice president of the academy. Defeating Zhao Wuji, in addition to revenge, can also make him famous in Shrek Academy and even Tiandu City. Chapter 741. The demon spirit is exposed. Tang San made up his mind to beat up Zhao Wuji violently in front of thousands of people at the opening ceremony of Shrek Academy, and to pretend that he accidentally severely damaged Zhao Wuji's lifeblood. Tang San, didn't you ask around before you came? Dean Zhao is currently at Soto campus, not here, Flanders said. When Flanders heard the purpose of Tang San's trip, he probably guessed Tang San's thought. Not here. Tang San's green face stiffened. This was unexpected. The best way to show off your strength is to have a fight with a famous mentor. If he hadn't defeated the teacher who crushed him back then, how could he be so popular? In that case, Dean Flanders, I challenge you. Tang San retreated and challenged Flanders. Flanders is the soul saint. Challenging Flanders is a bit difficult. There is no guarantee of 100% victory, but we are 100% certain. Even if it's a tie, it's still an extremely honorable thing. How dare you? Today is the opening ceremony of Shrek Academy. Tang San, how dare you come to make trouble? Ye couldn't bear it anymore and scolded him. Teacher, this is wrong. I, Tang San, have been taught by you all. Today I am just here to verify what I have learned. How can I make trouble? Tang San said sophistry. You are telling lies with your eyes open. Do you think we are all fools? You openly challenged our dean at our opening ceremony. What else is it if you don't make trouble? Jiangju Fendei said in a delicate voice with anger. Oh, it turns out to be Senior Jiangju. I heard that you are also a teacher now. In fact, I am challenging you to cheer up the opening ceremony of the college. Wouldn't it be nice to be lively and lively? Otherwise, if Dean Flender is inconvenient to accept a challenge, then I challenge anyone present. Tang San gave Jiangzu some face and laid a foundation. Seeing Jiangju becoming more beautiful, and more elegant, Tang San was greatly moved, but he didn't show it. Now is not the time to pick up girls. It's a time to stand out and shine. Tang San stood in the martial arts arena with a golden sword, his murderous eyes sweeping towards everyone in the audience. Many people, oppressed by Tang San's terrifying murderous aura, did not dare to look him in the eye, lowered their head, feeling horrified in their heart, and they did not dare to accept Tang San's challenge. Tang San felt very happy. Challenge the entire academy. If no one accept the challenge in the end, it will be regarded as stealing the show. His name will become the focus of discussion in Shrek Academy and Tiandu City in the next few days. Feeling the pressure and momentum of Tang San's soul power, Flanders, Qingyu, Jiangju and others were secretly frightened. Flanders felt unsure of defeating Tang San, so he didn't reply for the time being. There was a moment of silence. A leisurely voice broke the stiff silence. Lu San, you didn't abide by our duel agreement and escape from the killing city, but you came here to show off your power. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Tang San's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed drastically. Turn around and look. Sure enough, Lu Feng. Tang San seemed to have seen a ghost. His face turned pale with fear, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lu Feng came from a forest, stepping on the leaves with a leisurely attitude, as if strolling in a garden with a somewhat lazy look. When Flanders saw Lu Feng, he immediately felt relieved. What he was waiting for was Lu Feng. When he learned that Lu Feng was back and was in Yuexuan, he sent someone to invite Lu Feng, but he was not sure whether Lu Feng would come. When Qingyu saw Lu Feng, her delicate body immediately trembled, her beautiful eyes shone with affection, and she could not hide her joy and excitement. Jiangju's almond-shaped eyes widened, the corners of her lips raised, and she cheered in surprise. Lu Feng, it's Lu Feng who's back. Thousands of people present suddenly burst into joy. Senior Lu Feng, ah, it's really Senior Lu Feng. It's such an honor to meet Senior Lu Feng. It turns out that Senior Lu Feng is so handsome. I fell in love with him at first sight. Senior Lu Feng, I love you. Senior Lu Feng is a legend in our Shrek Academy and a legend in the Spirit Master world. Is he here to attend the opening ceremony? That's great. Senior Lu Feng just said that Tang San did not abide by the duel agreement. What happened to escaping from the killing city? The literal meaning is very clear. Tang San did not dare to duel with Senior Lu Feng and escape from the killing city. For a while there was a loud shouting and discussion. Tang San's appearance just now cannot be compared at all. Whether it was voice, popularity, or reputation, they all instantly crushed Tang San. The little limelight that Tang San had just gained was suddenly wiped out. With a smile on his face, Lu Feng waved to the many junior students who were calling his name. He then met the eyes of Qingyu, Flanders, Jiangju and others and nodded in greeting. He finally cast his gaze on Tang San, who had a stiff expression and was frightened. Lu Feng was also quite surprised. Unexpectedly, Tang San stopped showing off. After sleeping with the Empress last night, I went back and fought 300 rounds with President Lu Da Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. I was too lazy to go out in the morning, but considering that Shrek Academy is his alma mater, it it is also the most important core academy for cultivating talents in the business alliance. Even if you don't care about Flanders' face, you still have to give Ye Qingye some face. Ye Qingye is Ye Lingling's mother, her mother-in-law, and his lover. Lu Feng has always doted on his women, including Ye Qingye. For such a formal occasion, you can't be too casual and you have to dress appropriately. The preparation time is a little long, so I came a little late. Unexpectedly, he would encounter Tang San shouting and challenging the entire school in Shrek Academy. Tang San was locked with Lu Feng's gaze, and an impulse arose in his heart to turn around and run away. But no, if he runs away like this, not only will he lose his limelight, but he will also lose his face. To flee without fighting is more humiliating than to be defeated in battle. He never expected that Lu Feng would come out of the killing city and return to Tiandu city so quickly. He and Xuepeng expected that Lu Feng and others would have to stay in the killing city for at least 3 or 4 months. Lu San, you just said to challenge anyone here. I accepted. We will have a fight today, which will also finish our unfinished duel. Lu Feng slowly walked towards Tang San. With every step closer, Tang San felt the pressure increasing. The soul power pressure that Tang San exuded was easily pushed back by Lu Feng, and from Lu Feng's relaxed look, it was obvious that he did not use all his strength. Duel. Big beads of sweat slipped from Tang San's forehead. He was sure that if there was a duel, he would not be able to leave alive today. He was trembling, then suddenly changed his mind and said wisely, today is a great day for the opening ceremony. It's not a good time for a duel. I'm here to challenge, just to cheer everyone up. That's it. Oh, that makes sense. Ye Qingyu rolled his eyes, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Still so shameless and mean. Zhang Zhu glanced at Tang San in disgust and shook her head. Tang San's current retreat was in stark contrast to his aggressive and majestic appearance just now. The contrast was huge. He had just clamored to challenge the dean and the whole school. Now when he saw Lu Feng, he was like a mouse meeting a cat. He was so scared that his legs went weak. The audience booed. Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, okay, let's stop there. No matter what, we have to fight. As for the point and how heavy the point is, that's up to you. Chapter 742 shocked the whole audience. Slender, Lu Feng is too low-key. Tang San has already reached Soul Emperor. Why does he still seem so afraid of Lu Feng? Could it be? Flanders seemed to be talking to himself. Yes, Tang San was promoted to Soul Emperor in less than 2 years, and Lu Feng was an intermediate Soul King 2 months ago. Ye Qingye was also a little confused. For each major realm before titled Douluo, levels 1 to 3 are the primary level, levels 4 to 6 are the intermediate level, and levels 6 to 9 are the high level. Tang San always suffered a disastrous defeat in his battles with Lu Feng. Maybe he wasn't confident. Zhang Zhu stared at Lu Feng. Her eyes there seemed to be a blind admiration in Zai Zhong. I believe that even if Lu Feng's soul power is weaker than Tang San's, he can still defeat Tang San in a higher level challenge. Of course, I'm just worried about Tang San's dirty trick. Tang San pretends to be dull and honest, but is actually very vicious and cunning. Flanders knew Tang San very well. Hearing this, Jiangju, Ye Qingye and others also had a trace of worry on their faces. Tang San's soul power was higher than Lu Feng's, so if he used dirty trick, there might indeed be unpredictable result. At this time, call out, call out, call out. The sound of breaking wind sounded one after another. Several figures passed by from a distance. Flanders' eyes lit up, and he said with joy, 2 dragons. Zhang Zhu's face burst into smiles. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Ling Ling, they are all back. They took a trip home and arrived a little later. Ye Qingye looked lovingly at her daughter Ye Lingling and felt the fluctuation of Ye Lingling's soul power. She was surprised but said nothing. Soon she realized that not only Ye Lingling but also everyone who followed Lu Feng to the slaughter city had greatly improved their soul power, and the eyes that stared at Tang San gained a fierce murderous aura. After a little experience, you will know that it is extremely difficult to mess with, even if it is an auxiliary soul master. Earth-shaking changes. Ye Qingye probably knew that in addition to getting a great opportunity, Ye Lingling also killed people, and killed a lot of people. Only a soul master who has killed many people can have such murderous aura in his eyes and generate a powerful aura. Of course, going to the city of killing cannot avoid killing, or in other words, it is to adapt to killing. As a soul master, you can avoid killing under the protection of the academy, but you cannot always be protected by the academy, and you will always have to face the cruel world. Soul masters hiding in greenhouses and comfort zones cannot grow and are extremely fragile. Outside the academy, brutal killings are the norm. In a world where the strong are respected, if you don't kill someone, they will kill you. As a soul master, you must face it. Ye Qingye was very pleased and surprised to see the great changes in Ye Lingling and others. How could the opening ceremony not be attended by me, the honorary dean? Boss Fu, you didn't inform me. Lu Erlong stood on the stage heroically, glaring at Flanders with cold eyes, pretending to be dissatisfied. Ouch, I didn't know, Erlong, that you had returned to Tiandu city, but it's my fault. Flanders laughed. He only received a notice that Lu Feng returned to Tiandu City. He didn't know that Lu Erlong had returned with Lu Feng. He didn't even know that Lu Erlong and Lu Feng entered the Killing City together. The business alliance is expanding more and more, with tens of thousands of miles of territory directly under the alliance leader. Sometimes there is a shortage of manpower. Lu Erlong goes to inspect from time to time. It is difficult for Flanders to know Lu Erlong's whereabouts. After all, Flanders is not a member of the official business alliance, nor is he a core member of the business alliance. Many internal information of the business alliance is unknown. Flanders adheres to the belief of not being attached to any force. If Lu Feng doesn't force it, Flanders will naturally not get the privileges within the merchant alliance. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Du Guyan, and others smiled and nodded and said hello to Flanders, Jiangzhu and others. They saw Tang San and Lu Feng confronting each other from afar and roughly understood what happened. Tang San, do you still have the nerve to go back to Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu said angrily, hands on hips. Tang San made things difficult for them in the Killing City and tried to rob them of the holy dew of the underworld they had obtained in the Bone Burial Forest. Seeing how powerful Lu Feng was, Tang San did not dare to duel with Lu Feng and escape from the Killing City overnight, but failed. Ran to Shrek Academy. No matter what, Xiao Wu felt extremely hateful when she saw Tang San. Xiao Wu, let our husband handle it. Zhu Zuyun pulled Xiao Wu. Husband, don't be merciful to him. Xiao Wu turned to Lu Feng and spoke. Her voice suddenly became affectionate and gentle. Okay, Lu Feng responded with a smile. Seeing this situation, Tang San's eyes darkened. He was jealous and afraid. After Xiao Wu said this, could Lu Feng still go as far as he could? Jiangzhu was stuffed with dog food. She was extremely envious and sighed in her heart, but immediately she secretly made a decision. The emperor has arrived, came a loud voice like a mountain call. Qian Rongxiu, who transformed into Shui Qinghe, wore a crown and emperor's robe surrounded by stars like the moon, followed by Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong. Ah, your majesty is here. Flanders and Yaqingye were greatly surprised. Emperor Shui Qinghe worked hard to govern his affairs. He had always been diligent in political affairs and rarely left the palace. Today, for such a trivial matter as the opening ceremony of Shrek Academy, he came in person. Come over. It's so flattering. Flanders and others hurriedly stepped forward to fight. Everyone bowed respectfully and said in unison, Your Majesty, long live our emperor. Normally, people are required to kneel down and bow down, but Qian Rongxiu is governing and following the Feng Merchant Alliance, so they are exempted from kneeling down. It has been implemented for more than a year. Shrek Academy is following the new policy. When you see Emperor Tiandu, just bow down and salute. Lu Feng's mouth twitched. It's okay to say long live Shui yet, but to say Qian Rongxiu is to curse him not to become a god. But Flanders and others didn't know, so they had nothing to say. Qian Rongxiu glanced at Lu Feng and saw him confronting Tang San. She didn't take it seriously and said leisurely, Dean Flanders, I'm here uninvited. Excuse me, how dare you? Don't you dare. Isn't it the king in the world too? Your Majesty can come to our Shrek Academy. It is a great honor for me and the whole academy. Flanders complimented. Lu Feng smiled secretly. Flanders doesn't want to rely on power, but he is very keen on making money, and he is even more keen on getting a title, because with a title he can make more money. If you want a title, you must be conferred by the emperor. Therefore, when meeting Emperor Shui Qinghe, one cannot avoid being arrogant and flatter him in a low-key manner. Qian Rongxiu smiled and changed the topic. I came to Shrek Academy today. Actually, I heard that the regent was here, so I came here to take a walk. The meaning was obvious. I came here not because of you Flanders, nor because of Shrek Academy, but because of Lu Feng. Lu Feng's mouth twitched again. He was suddenly praised as a popular person in the court by the Empress Qian Rongxiu. Now everyone in the world knows that he is her favorite, but what everyone in the world didn't know was that the Empress knelt in front of him last night. Flanders was a little embarrassed. The Emperor said it more frankly, but then he thought about it. The Emperor gave Lu Feng face, which meant giving him face. Okay, in other colleges the opening ceremony does not have this honor. Chapter 743 Battle against Demon Spirit. Tang San, who was ignored by everyone and treated as if he didn't exist, felt like he was going to faint from crying in the toilet. Emperor Shui Qinghe is here, and he is here for Lu Feng. He must be on Lu Feng's side. Before the fight even started, Lu Feng was already crushing him to the ground. Perhaps, due to the arrival of the great emperor, this battle will be avoided. Lu Feng said, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I have a fight here. Let the Supreme Emperor wait a moment. Only Lu Feng dared to say this. Everyone was very emotional. It doesn't matter, Qian Rongxiu said nonchalantly, but it's best to fight quickly and not waste time. I still have something to discuss with you. From the beginning to the end, Qian Rongxiu didn't even look at Tang San. She and Lu Feng had been chatting for a while last night, and Lu Feng roughly told her about his experiences in the Killing City. Therefore, Qian Rongxiu knew that Tang San was now the sole emperor. Tang San and Shui Beng escaped from the Killing City, took took away a group of evil soul masters, sneaked into Tiandu city and contacted nobles for conspiracy and other information, but they could not escape the eyes of the Merchant Alliance. Lu Feng and Qian Rongxiu discussed that they should be allowed to develop for a while and not be in a hurry to hunt, but should take a long time to catch big fish and catch them all in one fell swoop. At this moment Ning Fengzi observed Tang San carefully, a little surprised, and was very pleasantly surprised to see the huge change in her daughter Ning Rongrong. He and Lu Feng had just nodded and said hello to each other. Lu Feng was the first to observe, but he did not see any fluctuations in Lu Feng's soul power. Ning Fengzi knew that Lu Feng had the ability to hide soul power fluctuations and aura. Ning Fengzi also knew that Lu Feng never fought a battle he was unsure of, and he believed that Lu Feng would not lose to Tang San, who had reached the Soul Emperor level. According to the order, Lu Feng was sure to save face for his wife. After saluting Qian Rongxiu respectfully, he turned to Tang San and said, Lu San, the Emperor has an order to make a quick decision. You take action. Should I take action first? Tang San said, some hesitation. The battle was about to begin and the scene fell silent. All eyes focused on Lu Feng and Tang San. Whatever, if you don't want to strike first, I can do it first, but I'm afraid you won't have a chance to show off. Lu Feng spread his hands and said, You, Lu Feng, don't be too arrogant. Tang San felt like he was being treated as a weakling and said angrily, You really dare to think that I can't take your move? I don't think so, that's the fact. Lu Feng said calmly, didn't notice Tang San's anger. Tang San was so angry that his orifices were filled with smoke. The Emperor was watching, and thousands of pairs of eyes in the audience were staring. This battle is crucial to him. He originally wanted to return with glory, challenge the entire Shrek Academy, show his style and be proud. As everyone knows, Lu Feng also came back early to fight. It was his word, can't take it back. He had seen the battle between Lu Feng and Ghost Wang Qi. Lu Feng, who could be killed by a super Douluo, was so ferocious. He thought he was no match for Lu Feng, but it would be a huge insult to say that he couldn't catch every move. Tang San wanted to say, then you strike first, come on, but after some calculation in his mind, it felt like it wasn't cost effective. The first to take action is to gain the upper hand. Even if he loses, he still has to give full play to the Soul Emperor's strength. Under the gaze of everyone, Tang San hoped that even though he was defeated, he would still be proud. In this way, he will still be favored. There were many important people present. Emperor Zhuqing He, Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazek, and Lu Erlong, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, were all there. So it's also a great opportunity. If you can perform your best in this battle, even if the Merchant Alliance does not recruit, it will be quite good if the top 3 people in front of you recruit them. Especially if Zhuqing He takes notice of him, he can break into the palace and act as an inner ghost, cooperating with Shuebeng inside and outside the palace. In an instant, Tang San thought for a moment and said, anyway, that's enough, so it's better to be respectful than to obey. I'll take action first. The third soul skill, spider web binding. Tang San took the lead to take action, using the blue silver grass martial art. The soul comes from the soul ring of the 900-year-old man-faced demon spider. Restricted skill can be used alone or in groups. The cobweb made of condensed blue silver grass can bind the opponent. Although the life of the soul ring of this skill is too low, it is a bit useless, but now he mainly relies on the clear skyhammer martial spirit. Therefore, start with control skills and conduct a probing attack. It's great to be able to tie up Lu Feng, but even if he can't be tied up, it can still interfere, and his follow-up clear skyhammer attack is the key point. The people around were solemn for a while, thinking that there was going to be a terrible battle, and they all stepped aside to make way for a large open space. This was the first time for most of the people present to see a Soul Emperor level battle. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to blink. Seeing Lu Feng's hand, spider webs instantly condensed and were thrown towards Lu Feng. Some students exclaimed how fast. Tang San's third soul skill can be used instantly. An academy instructor on the side responded, the stronger the soul power, the shorter the time to use the soul skill. Tang San is the Soul Emperor. The third soul skill is instantaneous, nothing strange, but it is really strong. Once it is covered by such a spider web and its mobility is controlled, it will be very passive. A schoolgirl shouted nervously, Senior Lu Feng, be careful, quickly dodge. Girls hate things like spider webs the most. It's disgusting and uncomfortable to be bound by something like this. After Tang San used the spider web restraint, he immediately switched to the clear skyhammer spirit and caught the lightning thundering hammer in his hand. Seeing whether Lu Feng dodges or not, he will choose the attack method and seize the initiative. But Lu Feng didn't dodge. He spread his palm, and a bunch of flames appeared in his palm. It's not black fire, it's just a ray of ultimate fire attribute power condensed. As Lu Feng's thoughts turned, the small flame in his palm instantly formed a stream of fire and faced the spider web. Whether it is blue silver grass or spider web, they are all restrained by fire, not to mention the ultimate fire call. The flames suddenly burned the cobwebs to ashes. At the same time, flick, a green gold vine suddenly sprouted from the ground beneath Tang San's feet, instantly wrapping around his feet. Not good. Tang San was shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Feng's green gold vines came directly from the ground. He didn't notice it at all, but he realized it later and caught it all at once. Lu Feng didn't even release the soul ring, and this wasn't using a soul skill. The thick green gold vines quickly spiraled up like a spiritual snake, binding Tang San tightly. The green gold vine is Lu Feng's world tree martial spirit, an important means of control and attack and defense, and it is extremely tough. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who has extremely explosive attack power and possesses soul-breaking power, cannot cut it. As Lu Feng's physical attributes and soul power continued to improve, the toughness of the green gold vines also strengthened step by step. Previously, green gold vines were only on the ground, extending to wrap around opponents or form a vine barrier for defense, but after Lu Feng obtained the ultimate earth attribute power, the situation changed. Chapter 744, The Sixth Soul Skill, Reverse Blade Splitting the Sky. A few hours later, Lu Feng put on his white robe and looked at a Yin and Zig, whose delicate bodies were lying on the messy floor, and then looked out the window at the beautiful scenery, feeling relaxed and happy. I'll go take a walk and look for any fairy grass. Last time I only searched the southern wilderness carefully. Today I'll go to the northern hills to have a look. I can't stand it anymore. I'm so tired. You guys go take a walk. I'll take a nap first. I'll go with you next time. Zig turned around lazily, speaking vaguely, and glanced at Lu Feng, her eyes filled with love and fear. Who told you? Kiki. Yin got up, covering her mouth and laughing. Seeing Zig like this, she found it funny. Zig had acted very strongly before, but since she hadn't seen Lu Feng for a long time, Zig let go and acted wantonly, even shouting so that Lu Feng could beg for mercy. At that time, Yin kindly reminded Lu Feng that Lu Feng had improved greatly within this year and was completely different from a year ago. Zig didn't care. The result is what it looked like now. Yin has been following Lu Feng and understands Lu Feng's changes best, so he has some reservation, so it's much better. I'll go with you. Let Sister Ziggy have a good rest. Yin considerately covered Ziggy with a white silk quilt and then put on a clean blue dress. Okay. Lu Feng smiled and reached out to rub the round bulge covered by the quilt. Bad guy. Zig murmured in protest, but her tone was full of sweetness. She enjoyed the tenderness given by Lu Feng. If she wasn't really too tired, she would definitely be willing to accompany Lu Feng anywhere. If Lu Feng didn't take her with him, she would still be unhappy. After all, they had been separated for more than a year. She is no different from an ordinary woman now. When she is passionately in love, she wants to be with her lover all the time. Some blame herself for being too wanton to accompany Lu Feng to explore the northern hilly area, but she has no regret because it's fun. Lu Feng and Yin held hands, left Zig's room, and walked out of the palace door. A little loli suddenly popped out from the grass nearby and said hi. She deliberately scared Lu Feng and Yin. Lu Feng and Yin knew that it was Xiao Jin'er, the three-eyed golden beast. They had long since discovered that there was a little kid hiding in the grass, pretending not to know. Sure enough, the little loli launched a terrifying move. Lu Feng and Yin had a tacit understanding, playing with the little Lolita and pretending to be scared. Ah, who are you? You scared me to death. Lu Feng pretended to be frightened and took a step back, patting his chest and asked. Yin suppressed a laugh and pretended to be scared, cooperating with Lu Feng to tease the child. Ha ha ha. Seeing that it worked, the three-eyed golden eye was happy, pointed at Lu Feng and said proudly, you are so timid. You are scared by me like this, and they still say you are very powerful. Could this lovely young lady be Xiao Jin'er? Lu Feng asked knowingly. That's right, I'm Xiao Jin'er. I know your name is Lu Feng. My lord and Zig have been chanting your name all day long. I'm tired of hearing it. It turns out you're just a coward. Three-eyed Jin and I blinked at the pink blue big with his eyes on his hips. He said like a little adult, but you call me little sister. I like this title. From now on, you can call me little sister Jin'er. Regarding Lu Feng's title and praise, the three-eyed golden tiger is very useful. Okay, Miss Jin'er, can you let me hug you? Lu Feng knelt down, spread his arms, and showed a harmless smile. He didn't mean to praise the three-eyed golden eagle, but she was indeed very cute and she would definitely be a beautiful girl when she grew up. In the original plot, the three-eyed golden cat Wang Chuer was a first-class stunning goddess, but she was also plotted by Tang San's family and ended up in the same tragic fate as Yin. It is also a sacrifice to others and the soul has to be used. Therefore, Lu Feng felt a little more affection for the cute little Jin'er at this moment. In addition, it also reminded him of Bai Chenxiang. When he first came to the Min clan, Bai Chenxiang was about the same age. Innocent, cute, smart, and lovable. No, I won't let you hold me. We're not familiar with each other, so why should I let you hold me? The little loli pouted her little mouth and shook her red baby face. Giggle. This is right. You can't let others get close to you at will, especially your weird big brother. If you are a bad person, it will be bad. Yin smiled and helped the little lowly speak, not because of his identity as a three-eyed golden beast, but just to have fun and make fun of Lu Feng. Yin was rebuilt as a human and reached the level of peerless Douluo. Apart from the attribute bonus brought by pure soul beast blood, there is no other difference from human. Therefore, the power of destiny of the Emperor's auspicious beast cannot work on her. Of course, she also wanted to play a role in educating the three-eyed golden beast. Yin was initially too willing to believe in humans and thought of humans too kindly, so he suffered a lot. Yeah, Sister Ziji and Sister Aru said the same thing. I won't ignore him. The little lowly raised her little head proudly. Face. Lu Feng was deflated but not discouraged. He still had a smile on his face. He reached into the storage space of his belt, fumbled for a while, and took out a rainbow-colored lollipop. This was my younger sister Bai Chenxiang's favorite candy when she was a child. Whenever Bai Chenxiang had a tantrum, she would hand her a rainbow lollipop and she would calm her down. Bai Chenxiang has grown into a young girl now, but she still likes to eat this kind of lollipop. This time when they went to Poseidon Island, Bai Chenxiang also went with the large group of people. Lu Feng specially prepared some rainbow lollipops for her. Little lowly's pink-blue eyes lit up and she was immediately attracted by the color and shape of the lollipop. What is this? Yin rubbed her forehead, dumbfounded. She thought to herself, it's over. Xiaonazai was born in the Star Doe forest only a few months ago. She has seen very little and feels novel about everything around this world. I could squat for a long time watching ants move. It's hard to resist the temptation of sweet, especially the top-quality candies with gorgeous and unique appearance and attractive fragrance. The candy that appears in the pocket of Lu Feng, the leader of the Merchant Alliance, is not an ordinary candy. They must all be carefully crafted using the finest raw materials and technique. Moreover, Lu Feng himself is a person who pursues delicious food. Therefore, although the rainbow lollipop in front of you is just a candy, it is a unique work of art in appearance and extremely delicious in taste. Whether its appearance, color, aroma, or taste, it's the best in the world. Standing aside, Yin could smell the alluring scent of sugar emanating from it. This is called a rainbow lollipop. It's a very delicious thing. Lu Feng said, what a beautiful rainbow lollipop, and it smells so good. The little lowly couldn't help but step forward, put her nose close, and took a deep sniff. She suddenly swallowed her saliva with greedy eyes and said, is it really still edible? Chapter 745. The demon spirit is shocked. Lu Feng changes his mind. The Emperor's auspicious beast can speed up cultivation and is a treasure for all soul beasts. As soon as she was born, Gu Yuina and Zig pampered her in every possible way. When she went outside to play, Emperor Tian, 10,000 Demon King, and Demon King the spirits and others are also worshipped as little ancestors and carefully cared for. Therefore, just like human pampered girls, little Lolita is also very arrogant. Of course, look at me. Lu Feng opened the candy wrapper, stuck out his tongue, and took a lick on the lollipop, showing an expression of enjoyment. Well, it's so delicious, so sweet, and it tastes like peach. You licked it. The little lowly was stunned. According to her pampering experience, delicious food must be left for her to eat. Lu Feng licked it directly. Although she is young, her status is extremely noble. She will not eat food that has been licked by other spirit beasts or has saliva on it. Is that so? Lu Feng pretended to be confused. Not only did he lick it, he also stuffed the entire lollipop into his mouth. Ah, you ate. The little lowly's eyes were so anxious that her eyes were red, with tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. It seemed as if he had been greatly wrong. In the few months she had brought it here, it was the first time she saw such a novel and delicious thing, but Lu Feng refused to give it to her and swallowed it in one gulp. Yin couldn't bear to see it, but she felt that Lu Feng must have a reason for doing this, so she didn't speak, and she knew that Lu Feng had a lot of these lollipops in his pocket deliberately to amuse the children. Of course, the little lowly didn't know this and thought there was only one candy. Yes, of course you should eat delicious food. Well, it's really fragrant and sweet. Lu Feng deliberately squeaked as if he was enjoying the delicious food. The little lowly was so angry that she stamped her feet. You are the big bad guy. Oh, you are scolding me? Actually, I still have this kind of lollipop. I originally wanted to give one to you, but now hehe. Lu Feng took out another rainbow lollipop, waved it in front of the three-eyed golden creature, and put it back in his pocket. Little lowly's eyes narrowed and she said quickly, I didn't scold you, I scolded her. Her little finger pointed at Yin. Me. Yin suddenly lay on his back and couldn't laugh or cry. I just spoke for you. Oh, it's true. It's hard to be a good person. Haha. Lu Feng couldn't help laughing and nodded towards Yin. So it's not bad to be a bad guy. Give it to me. The little lowly stretched out her little hand and asked for the lollipop. Lu Feng handed over the candy. Just when the little lowly burst into laughter and looked forward to taking it in her hands, Lu Feng suddenly put it away again. Wait a minute, you just seemed to be saying we don't know each other well. Why should I give you such a delicious lollipop? The little lowly took a chance, but After all, her intelligence was developed early and she didn't behave like a spoiled child. Then he started crying. She heard the hidden meaning behind Lu Feng's words, sniffed, and said, I wasn't familiar with it just now, but now I'm familiar with it. Lu Feng was a little surprised by the little Lolita's intelligence and pretended to think about it for a moment and said, it's better. I can't give it to you unless you have something good in exchange for it with me. I don't have anything good. Little Loli shook her head, stared at the lollipop pitifully, thought for a while, and said, you just wanted to hug me. Then let me give you a hug. Okay, this is the result Lu Feng want. Okay. Lu Feng handed over the rainbow lollipop. The little Loli grabbed the rainbow lollipop from Lu Feng's hand very quickly and then ran far away. Haha, you are so easy to deceive. I just won't let you hug me. Luo luo luo. The little Loli made a face at Lu Feng from a distance. Yin was very amused and laughed out loud. Lu Feng seemed to have met his match. The quirky and intelligent little Loli didn't fall for Lu Feng's trick and even deceived Lu Feng into giving her a rainbow lollipop. Also, the Emperor's auspicious beast is extremely intelligent from birth. How can it be compared to ordinary children? As if she had taken advantage of it, the little Loli happily followed Lu Feng's example, opened the candy wrapper, stuck out her pink tongue, and took a bite on the lollipop. Well, it's really delicious. I've never tasted anything so delicious. Then she put the lollipop into her mouth. With an expression of enjoyment, he also smiled and winked at Lu Feng, intending to demonstrate a playful look that shows you what you can do to me. Lu Feng also smiled. Such a little Loli, the more she looks at her, the cuter she becomes. This scene was also seen by Bai Ji, who was not far away. She was nearby, heard the conversation between Lu Feng and the three-eyed golden beast, and walked closer to watch. At this moment, Bridget couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering. Some rare fun was added to the boring practice time. Lu Feng dared to be tough when facing the king of 10,000 monsters, and Gu Yuina and Zig also respected him, but the little Lolita teased Lu Feng a lot. It's not that easy to deceive children. This is the Emperor's auspicious beast. Lu Feng shrugged and said, one lollipop. I finished it quickly. I was still thinking that if we hug each other, we will become good friends. If we become good friends, we will give more. You have some. I have many different flavors here. As he said that, Lu Feng took out a large handful of rainbow lollipops from his storage belt. The little Loli's expression froze and her pink blue eyes widened. Well, there are so many more. But if you lied to me, we can't be good friends anymore. Yin, let's go. Lu Feng put away the candy, turn around and leave, no longer paying attention to the little Loli. Wait a minute. The little Loli spread her short leg, ran over quickly, and grabbed Lu Feng's clothes. What's going on? Lu Feng turned around slowly. Hug. The little Loli opened her arms. I don't want to hug you now. Lu Feng shook his head. Then what do you want to do to give me all these candies? Little Loli looked up at Lu Feng and said pitifully, please hug me. Lu Feng pretended to be proud. A majestic and auspicious beast, gathering the favor of thousands of people, asking for a hug? Normally, it's impossible, but this is not the case. When the little girl tasted the delicious rainbow lollipop, she loved it even more. The little Loli glanced at the handful of lollipops in Lu Feng's hand and shyly whispered, please hug me. She gave in to the temptation of a handful of lollipops. Not sincere enough. Lu Feng still shook his head. He just wanted to be a bad guy on purpose so that when she meet humans in the future, she should be more careful and not be too naive. There are good people in the Douluo world, but there are also many evil people. Brother, please hug me, the little Loli said a little aggrievedly. Bridget was dumbfounded. Lu Feng is really evil, teasing the imperial beast they hold in their hands like this. He actually asked the Emperor's auspicious beast to beg him just a handful of candy. Well, that's pretty much it. Lu Feng smiled and picked up the little Lolita. Now, we are good friends. The little Loli kept staring at the candy in Lu Feng's hand. Chapter 746. Xuebeng wants to assassinate Qian Rongxiu. Lu Feng recalled briefly and shook his head. No, Feng, I love you. I only love you in this life. I know there are many outstanding and beautiful women around you. I don't expect eternity. As long as you don't forget, I'm satisfied if you come and see me occasionally. Qingye finished her true confession in one breath, and at the same time she stripped herself completely naked. These words had been pressing in her stomach for a long time, and she felt extremely happy when she finally said them out today. She didn't say it before because she didn't have such an opportunity and didn't think clearly. She didn't dare to express it like this. This is about her Yelingling. Yelingling had long known that she was having an affair with Lu Feng. In the Tiandu Empire, it was legal for her and Yelingling to serve the same husband. There are precedent, but it's not very common. Although Yelingling had no objection and accepted it by default, Qingye could feel that the relationship between them was becoming increasingly distant, and Yelingling was alienating her intentionally or unintentionally. Qingye guessed that it was because they fell in love with Lu Feng at the same time that Yelingling felt a knot in her heart. She could tolerate Yelingling's alienation, but she didn't want Yelingling to have any knots knots in her heart. This made her shrink back a little, not daring to love Lu Feng wholeheartedly. There is a big difference between her and Yalingling falling in love with the same man and openly marrying the same man. The Tiandu Empire did not prohibit it, but some conservative small local kingdoms considered it unethical and banned it. These are not important. What is important is Yalingling's attitude. If Yalingling has grudges and knots in her heart, Qingye can only choose to quit, even if she has to lose her happiness. She knew that she would never be able to like a man other than Lu Feng. She was also mentally prepared to live alone for the rest of her life. Originally, Qingye only planned to quit quietly. However, when she saw Lu Feng, she couldn't restrain her emotions. She found that her love for Lu Feng was overflowing. The thought of being separated from Lu Feng made her feel extremely painful. She couldn't help but invite Lu Feng. Even if it's your last date. Yes, Qingye regarded today as her last tryst with Lu Feng. She was worried that Yalingling had a knot in his mind which would affect his cultivation. After Yalingling's martial soul evolved, he had the opportunity to climb to the peak of a soul master that his family had never dared to expect. Don't be affected because of her. For Yalingling's future, Qingye decided to sacrifice her own happiness and bear the loneliness and pain alone. Opt out. Quitting does not mean severing the love with Lu Feng, but she will not always be by Lu Feng's side, nor will she marry Lu Feng. I just hope that Lu Feng will not forget her and come to see her occasionally. She took this opportunity drunkenly to confess her true feelings and to put herself in the right position. From now on, she will still be Lu Feng's woman, but she can only be an underground lover who they can't be together, and they can only meet once in a while. Lu Feng felt something strange when he heard Qingye's words. She was extremely excited and showed her true feelings, but her eyes seemed to be filled with sadness and sadness. Since you love me so much, why do you only want to get together occasionally? Lu Feng keenly found the contradiction and asked, let's not go off topic. At noon, when no one is coming to the library, please come to me. Qingye covered her heart with a smile and temporarily put aside the sadness and devoted herself to this final moment, a burning passion. My favorite, you can do whatever you want with me today. Qingye's voice is like the whisper of a baby swallow. The last time was in the library. She was worried that people around her would find out about her and Lu Feng, not in the office but at the desk on the second floor that is open to the public. Therefore, she was extremely nervous and did not dare to let go. Are you afraid of me? Lu Feng smiled and put down his wine glass. He raised his hand and caressed Qingye's flawless white jade shoulders, feeling the touch. Don't be afraid. I am practicing in Shrek Academy. I have never been in such a good mood. Just like you said, my mind is smooth, and with sufficient training resources, my soul power has begun to improve rapidly again. Now I am better than before. As I become stronger, you will definitely be impressed by me. Qingye paused, raised a slender jade finger, hooked it on Lu Feng's chin, and said with a sweet smile, I still want to ask, are you afraid? Aren't you afraid? Haha, what do you think? I can't wait to see how strong you are, but before that, I want to kiss you all over. Lu Feng knows that for a beautiful woman who likes romance, she needs to get better step by step. He picked up Qingye and asked her to sit on the desk. The tabletop was hit softly and the sound was loud. Then, Lu Feng kissed Qingye's plump red lips. Well, Qingye trembled when she heard Lu Feng's last word. Lu Feng showed a slightly strong offensive move. It made her heart stir up waves. She picked up the bottle of red wine on the table, and there was still more than half of it left. Just pour it on yourself. The light red wine flows on Qingye's fair and jade-like skin, making it even more fragrant and soft. The glistening water on her body almost blinded Lu Feng's eyes. Kiss me, kiss all over my body. Qingye hooked onto Lu Feng like an octopus with her jade arm, calling out with emotion. Lu Feng's heart suddenly swayed. Unexpectedly, the elegant and dignified teacher Qingye also has such a personal side. Obviously, Qingye wanted to leave him with an unforgettable experience, but he didn't kiss her. Instead, he looked up and looked out the window. A silhouette flew outside the glass window, and Yalingling appeared with a certain figure. You guys! Yalingling suddenly saw the scene in the room and was stunned. Her pretty face turned red. At the same time, Jiangju stepped into the library door with anxiety. In principle, the library is not open to the public during this period, but it is not absolutely prohibited. If you are eager to go to the library to check information or have special reasons, entry will be allowed. After all, places like libraries are public resources and management is quite loose, so the door is not closed. Jiangju heard Qingye talking to Lu Feng in the morning and knew that Qingye invited Lu Feng to come to the library office at noon. In Jiangju's eyes, the appointment in the office was of course about business matters such as courses. Therefore, she wanted to take advantage of this time to come to Lu Feng and confess her love to him. She is thin-skinned and lacks self-confidence. She dare not speak when there are many people. Only Qingye was there, which was okay. Jiangju became Qingye's teacher the year before last and was Qingye's only direct disciple. Qingye treated her very very well, loving her like a daughter. Whether it was clothes, jewelry, or equipment, she would definitely have a share of everything Yaqingye prepared for Yelingling. Jiangju also respects Yaqingye very much and treats Yaqingye like a mother. Therefore, being able to have Yaqingye as a witness gave her more courage to confess. Jiangju climbed up the stairs and came to the second floor. It's strange. Why aren't there any administrators today? Normally there are 2 administrators on duty at noon. The teacher is in the library's office on the 3rd floor. If I do this, I will disturb the teacher and Lu Feng when they are talking about business. Zhang Zhu said to himself, came to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, looked up and hesitated for a moment. Just excuse me for a moment, there should be no problem. Jiangju, this is a major matter related to your lifelong happiness, so don't hesitate anymore. Jiangju pursed her small mouth, looked at it firmly, and stepped forward with her long and round jade leg. Climbed to the 3rd floor. Chapter 747. Yun doesn't dare to go into the water. In the office, the air seemed to suddenly freeze, but there seems to be an invisible tension that is rising sharply to the point of explosion and is about to explode. Silent, mysterious silent. Yaqingye felt that her heart was about to burst. I never expected that my daughter Yelingling would appear outside the window at this time. The last madness of her mind. But at the critical moment, something extremely explosive went wrong. So embarrassing. It doesn't matter if you are embarrassed. The key is whether it will seriously hurt Lingling. My daughter can't see her like this. Lingling, how will she react? Run away crying or angrily accuse? Yaqingye had mixed feelings in her heart and her red lips opened, but she didn't know what to say. Tears shone in her beautiful eyes and she shed tears before she could speak. When she came to her senses, she realized that she was naked and she felt even more embarrassed. She was about to pick up clothes to cover herself, but Yelingling pouted her little mouth and stared with apricot eyes, breaking the tranquility. The curtains are not tightly closed. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to be seen by a passing flying spirit master? Mom, you are really good at playing, but it seems interesting. Give me a bottle of wine and I will try it too. Yelingling pretended to be annoyed and jumped into the window, helping to pull the curtains tightly without leaving any gaps. In fact, Yaqingye had drawn the curtain, leaving a few centimeters of gap to allow light to pass through. This is the 3rd floor. If Yelingling hadn't stuck to the windowsill and looked through the gap in the curtain, he wouldn't have noticed it. You want to come too? Yaqingye was so surprised that her voice trembled lightly. She didn't expect Yelingling's attitude at all. Yelingling didn't run away crying, nor did she look sullen or displeased. There was only Layman's shyness and embarrassment and his forced pretense of calmness. Obviously, Yelingling might have been a little concerned at first, but now she doesn't and she completely accepts it. He even took the initiative to serve Lu Feng with Yaqingye. Lu Feng spent time with Yelingling every day some time ago, and he was most aware of Yelingling's changes. The two of them had a conversation in the Killing City about the affairs between her mother, daughter, and Lu Feng. Yelingling has seen the cruelty and evil in the Killing City and can kill opponents mercilessly on the killing field. From this, she realized that soul masters are always walking on the edge of life and death, and their lives can disappear at any time. She realizes the true meaning of life and death. She is braver and more determined. Break through the concept imposed on the mind by the secular world. Many things are downplayed, including marrying Lu Feng with Yaqingye. If death can be accepted and faced calmly, this kind of thing is nothing but a trivial matter. Therefore, Yelingling's heart knot was opened. Do you really want to? Yaqingye still couldn't believe her ears. It was difficult to adapt to Yelingling's reaction. Anyway, we are going to marry Lu Feng together in the future, so what does it matter? Yelingling said frankly. But Yaqingye turned to Lu Feng. There was a slightly strange smile on Lu Feng's face, and he said calmly, I won't force it, but if you are both willing, I will definitely accept it. He did not pretend. Speak your truth openly and honestly. And an extremely strange feeling was stirring in his heart. According to his concept in his previous life, this kind of thing was taboo. Forbidden love goes against worldly ethic, not allowed by the world, considered sin. But since you come to this world, you must follow the way this world operates. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. There is no need to make it miserable and separated. Take all orders and everyone will be happy. What's wrong with that? Against whose will, whose interests are harmed? At the end of the day, this is just a personal matter. Every human being is unique in this world. As long as you are willing to do what you want and don't hurt others, anything is possible. The so-called taboos and sins are just rules set by the strong and imposed on ordinary people's thoughts and ideas, requiring everyone to obey them. Otherwise they will be punished in order to enslave the masses. According to what Lu Feng knew, even in the world of his previous life, taboos and sins were not without them. Instead, they were mostly hidden among powerful families because they controlled power, wealth, and the right to speak. Civilians cannot see their criminal activities, which are deeply hidden, but they can use various standards to require civilians to abide by them. Then, okay. Yaqingye saw that Yelingling was sincere and was not trying to compromise. She finally let go and a great feeling of surprise surged in her heart. Yaqingye pursed her lip and smiled, took out a bottle of red wine from the storage space and handed it to Yalingling. Here you go. She did not forget her daughter's request. As a mother who dotes on her daughter, she will naturally comply with her daughter's small request. Husband, you have to kiss us properly later. Don't stop if your mouth is sore. Yalingling took the bottle, opened the cap, took a sip, and said with a sweet smile. Yalingling was about to strip herself completely naked and then do the same thing as Yaqingye. Just now outside the window, she saw Yaqingye pour the wine on her neck, letting a large amount of slightly viscous wine flow on Bai Tao Xiao's body. The crystal purple-red liquid formed a sharp contrast with the fair and jade-like skin. If you add Lu Feng's gentle kiss. When Yalingling thought about it, he felt that it was very novel and touching. She had never played like this, decided to try and enjoy this extremely unique intimate communication. But just when she signaled Lu Feng to help her untie her clothes, she noticed that Lu Feng's expression was a little strange. Lu Feng had a wry smile on his face and sighed in his heart. I promised that the library would be empty at noon, but it seems to be getting busier and busier. He sensed Zhang Zhu's approach. He was fully committed. Even if there are people walking around downstairs, it's not a big deal. In a library, it's a public place, and it's normal for people to come and go. Just keep your voice down. This is an office with some degree of sound insulation, so you don't have to worry about being bumped into. The curtains are completely closed, and Yaqingye had locked the door earlier. However, Zhang Zhu appeared, which surprised him, because Jiangzhu came straight to the office on the third floor. Someone is coming. Lu Feng had to pause his movements and reminded him, who? Hey, it's Jiangzhu. Yaqingye was shocked. Jiangzhu is her disciple, and she is very familiar with Jiangzhu. From the fluctuations in her soul power, she can detect the arrival of Jiangzhu. Just now, Yalingling's shock made her experience great sadness and joy, and her emotions were ups and down. Now that Jiangzhu was having it again, she almost couldn't hold her nerve any longer. Yaqingye was panicked and silently prayed that Jiangzhu didn't come to find her, but this probability is infinitely close to zero. Tuk tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door. Jiangzhu's clear and sweet voice sounded outside the door. Teacher, are you there? It's over. Yaqingye lamented in her heart. How could Jiangzhu see her current shameful appearance with wine flowing all over her body? Chapter 748 True Feelings Revealed. The number of years a soul beast has been cultivated is a way of saying it. It doesn't mean that 1 year of practice will only lead to 1 year of cultivation. A soul beast with powerful talent can increase a cultivation level by many years after practicing for 1 year. If there are environmental bonuses or opportunities, your cultivation level will soar. In this small world expanded by the dragon god, there is a huge environmental bonus, especially suitable for soul beasts of dragon bloodline. The Emperor's auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden eagle, is equivalent to the chance of all the soul beasts in the Star Doe forest. So, it seems I can go in and take a look. Gu Yuina smiled brightly and stared at Lu Feng, full of expectation. I want to try it too. Zig was eager to give it a try. Zig's cultivation level is far inferior to that of the demon spirit, but she is a true dragon with pure blood, and the dragon clan is the strongest clan among the soul beasts. In terms of combat strength, Zig is not much worse than the demon spirit. After mating with Lu Feng a year ago, her dragon bloodline was refined, her strength soared, and her cultivation level soared to nearly 200,000 years. This is one of the reasons why Zig and Lu Feng were particularly unrestrained when they had sex. However, it seems that the effect only occurs once. After today, she didn't feel any improvement, but she knew that Zhuolong couldn't be too greedy. Once the result is already a huge opportunity with endless benefit. Similarly, Lu Feng also benefited greatly from her. Absorbing a trace of dragon energy, the dragon spear evolved. Lord Lu Feng, can I try too? Bridget said shyly. Of course. Lu Feng also hopes that his small martial arts world will be more lively. Next, Lu Feng's heart moved and he created a space entrance to the world of martial art. Yin, Gu Yuina, and Bai Ji all successfully entered. Zig's first attempt was unsuccessful and she was ejected from the space entrance. She's not yet a peerless powerhouse, but she's very close. Lu Feng had an idea and activated the martial soul talent skill of sensing plant. The mental power spreads instantly. Billions of plants within a radius of 100,000 meters have a spiritual connection with Lu Feng and accept Lu Feng's command, and the power of nature is continuously transported. Just like helping Zhu Zhuqing and the others to leapfrog and absorb soul rings, Lu Feng transferred the power of nature to Zig. It worked. Zig successfully entered his martial spirit world. Lu Feng was very satisfied, but I also know that if it's just a little bit off, it's okay to use this method, but it's not okay if it's too far off. An hour later, I also need to put on sunscreen, Gu Yuina said lazily and coquettishly, lying on the beach chair. Lu Feng just touched a Yin's body with sunscreen. He was very considerate and provided good service, which made Gu Yuina and Zig also wish to do so. This is in sharp contrast to the quiet little world of Lake of Life. In front of you is the truly vast sea with roaring waves, flying seagulls, and gently swaying coconut leaves. All this makes people feel relaxed and relaxed. In such a beautiful and comfortable environment, everyone wore swimsuit, played in the water, drank coconut juice, bathed in the sun, and enjoyed Lu Feng's loving service. Yin closed her eyes and let Lu Feng's hands operate on her body. She looked happy and comfortable, envying Gu Yuina and Zig. Just after Lu Feng finished serving Yin, it was their turn to try. Gu Yuina spoke first. Zig didn't dare to fight, so she could only close her plump red lip and wait for the next round. Here we come. Lu Feng rubbed his hands with a smile and said, "Naer, you also need a massage to heal your wounds, and you just want to apply some sunscreen. You still remember to heal my wounds?" Gu Yuina threw it to Lu Feng, rolled his eyes. "Of course I remember. I want to know how long the last effect lasted." Lu Feng will not forget Gu Yuina's injury. Massage can help a little, but at least it is an auxiliary method. Gu Yuina's injuries were mainly damage to her soul, and external power was not enough to solve the problem. Soul power massage, stimulating the meridians and activating the meridian, can speed up the recovery of injuries to some extent, but the degree of acceleration is limited. Moreover, only his soul power is effective. It may be that the attributes of his ultimate tree of the world tree and the attributes of dragon god bloodline are fused, so he can help Dao Gu Yuina. Let me calculate, it's about 3 months. After 3 months, the recovery speed of the injury has returned to the original point. Gu Yuina said, "Then, why don't you move to my little world of martial art? In this case, I can give you a massage and heal your injuries in time in 3 months. Lu Feng said, "I want to, but I can't. If I leave the dragon cocoon, my recovery will be very slow." Gu Yuina sighed quietly. Why didn't she want to be by Lu Feng's side? Being able to be with Lu Feng made her feel happy every minute, but the situation did not allow it. She couldn't selfishly ask Lu Feng to stay in the small world of Lake of Life. Lu Feng can only make great progress by practicing in various miraculous training grounds and gaining opportunities. As Lu Feng's soul power increases, the effect of soul power massage on her will also increase. She also hopes that Lu Feng will grow up quickly. Although Lu Feng could currently fight the 10,000 Demon King, the battle only lasted 2 or 3 rounds. Lu Feng's martial soul attributes had a certain restraint effect on the 10,000 Demon King, and the 10,000 Demon King did not use his full strength. If both sides fight with all their strength, the longer it takes, the worse it will be for Lu Feng. The soul power alone cannot withstand the consumption. The 10,000 Demon King, who has cultivated for 500,000 years, has a powerful soul that cannot be matched by a soul saint like Lu Feng. Dragon cocoon, can you move it away? Lu Feng knew that the dragon cocoon was the broken silver dome where Gu Yuina slept. No, the dragon cocoon is integrated with the dragon god's small world. The ray of dragon god power contained in the small world can help the dragon cocoon to continuously draw energy from the small world for my healing. Gu Yuina said, "I understand, then I'll try to come back in 3 months." Lu Feng said without stopping, unbuttoning Gu Yuina's swimsuit on the back, pouring some sunscreen on her flawless jade back, and spreading her hands. "Press it gently with your hand and slowly wipe it away. Feel the smooth, soft feel." Gu Yuina's unique girlish fragrance cannot be concealed by the fragrance of sunscreen. "Smells great." Lu Feng's heart trembled. This service is also a great enjoyment for him. "No need to go to so much trouble. As long as you allow me to leave a mark in your little martial arts world, when the time comes, I will use the secret method of space. No matter where you are, I can travel directly to you." Gu Yuina, he squinted his eyes slightly with a satisfied smile on his lips. The massage after applying sunscreen oil feels even better. No wonder Yin has that expression. But after all, she was a virgin, and it was always a bit embarrassing to have such close contact with Lu Feng, usually with Baiji, Zig, and Yin. There was also a strange and beautiful woman looking at her. Think of this. Gu Yuina's cheeks were slightly red, and she glanced at the cabin 1,000 meters away. Intentionally or unintentionally, Gu Yuina's gaze met with a pair of eyes as calm and indifferent as the water of an ancient pond. Chapter 749. Love on the Beach. She actually found me so strong. Yun, who was looking at the window of the cabin, felt nervous and stopped looking. In the island world, 3 guests suddenly arrived. Each of them was stunningly beautiful, with excellent figure and extraordinary temperament, especially this innocent girl in white who Lu Feng affectionately called Naer. Naer looks the most. She is young, but Yun can feel that she is the strongest among the 3, and the fact that she could bear her back and allow Lu Feng to touch her showed that her relationship with Lu Feng was extraordinary. Yun watched from a distance, paying special attention to Gu Yuina. She was a peerless, strong person who tried her best to hide her voice. She was thousands of meters away, so Yin couldn't spot her immediately, but Naer knew her existence immediately. The other side, Lu Feng heard Gu Yuina say that as long as he made a mark in this martial spirit world, world he could travel back and forth. He was immediately overjoyed. I almost forgot. Gu Yuina has extremely strong space control ability. Great. Of course it's allowed, but will using this spatial ability affect your injuries? Lu Feng said. Use it once every 3 months. It's okay. Gu Yuina said. That's good. Lu Feng was a little disappointed. If he could use it at any time without affecting his injuries, he would be able to see Gu Yuina every day. Kiss me, Gu Yuina said with a hint of shame. Okay. Lu Feng was slightly startled, paused his movement, leaned down, and placed his mouth on Gu Yuina's red lips. Gu Yuina opened her teeth and lightly bit Lu Feng's lips. The mark Gu Yuina wanted was a little bit of his blood. The kiss mixed with the taste of blood creates a special feeling. Not long after. Okay. Gu Yuina took off her lips, licked her red lips, and said with a smile, well, then I'll continue the massage. Lu Feng moved his hands again and kneaded Gu Yuina's buttock. Gu Yuina, who had experienced Lu Feng's soul massage, had protested last time, but Lu Feng said that if we want to do it, we must do it comprehensively. So Gu Yuina didn't protest this time. After all, Lu Feng's all-round services really helped her injury. Zig. Gu Yuina's voice trembled slightly. My lord, I won't watch anymore. I'm going to play in the sea. Zig thought that Gu Yuina was too shy and didn't want to be looked at when she was in such contact with Lu Feng. I'm not asking you to leave. What I want to say is that you should follow Lu Feng from now on. If you stay in his martial soul world, your cultivation speed will not be slowed down. Gu Yuina said. Surprise appeared on Zig's beautiful face, and then a bit of worry appeared, and she said, I really want to get along with my husband day and night, but I have the duty to protect the lord. Yes, Baiji is here. You can rest assured, Gu Yuina said. She knew very well how infatuated Zig was with Lu Feng. After tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, Zig looked forward to Lu Feng extremely, both mentally and physically. Yes, lord, I am by your side. You can stay here without worry. Bridget emerged from the sea water, crystal water droplets dripping down her fair and smooth skin. Swans like water, it's their nature. If you are tired of swimming in the lake, it feels good to change your taste and swim in the sea water. She envied Zig very much. From now on, Zig can live on this beautiful island and can often be with Lu Fengni. Okay. Zig nodded heavily, and the smile on her face was brighter than the sun and more beautiful than the flowers, because this is what she has dreamed of. But she didn't expect that she would get her wish so quickly. I thought I would be separated from Lu Feng for a long time without being able to see each other. This contrast brought Zig an even bigger surprise. She cast her beautiful eyes at Lu Feng and said with a charming smile, my lord, will you take me in? If you want to follow Lu Feng and stay in this small world, you need Lu Feng's permission. This will be your home from now on, and I would love to have a yin accompany you. Of course Lu Feng would not refuse. The reason why Zig stayed in the Star Forest was because she and Gu Yuina woke up early. One is that Gu Yuina needs company. In addition, she also had to protect Gu Yuina, who was injured. If a strong enemy appears, try to avoid letting Gu Yuina take action. Now in the Star Forest, ferocious beasts are awakening one after another. These ferocious beasts must obey the orders of the co-leader Gu Yuina. Bridget is there for personal protection. After the 10,000 Demon King recognizes his master, he will not have any objections. Although Ditian, Xiangjun, and Yao Ling formed a small gang, they only dared to be hostile to themselves and did not dare to do any harm to Gu Yuina and the others. Furthermore, Gu Yuina spent most of her time in the small world of Lake of Life, and Ditian and others could not enter without Gu Yuina's permission. Therefore, Gu Yuina will not face any threats while staying in the Star Do Forest. Zig can indeed follow her. It's great that Sister Zigi can come and keep me company. Yin was also very happy and ran over to hug Zigi. Zig smiled as brightly as a flower, hugged Yin, and said, then tonight. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood the meaning of his word. Originally, tonight was the night of farewell, and Yin wanted to let Lu Feng out and give it to Zig alone. Now that Zig decided to follow Lu Feng, she could see him day and night in the future, so there was no need to occupy Lu Feng alone tonight. Zig and Yin looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Then he turned to look at Gu Yuina at the same time. Zig said, my lord, let Lu Feng spend the night alone with you tonight. Gu Yuina was slightly startled. Her face flushed and said, I can't. She decided that Lu Feng was the one in her destiny. As a man, he will definitely mate with Lu Feng, but one of two conditions must be met. First, she recovered from her injuries and was able to freely use the terrifying power in her body. The second is that Lu Feng has reached the level of titled Douluo, and his physical fitness is enough to withstand the violent impact if she loses her strength. Now, neither of these two conditions have been met. However, after seeing Lu Feng fight against the 10,000 Demon King, it can be seen that although Lu Feng does not reach the level of a titled Douluo, he has the fighting power of a titled Douluo. I don't know what my physical fitness is like. Gu Yuina felt that it was better not to take risks with this kind of thing. She could wait. Lu Feng was amazed when when he saw Gu Yuina's shy look. The last time she came to the Stardew Forest, Gu Yuina was not so shy. At that time, Gu Yuina spoke of the word mating with a confident and upright expression, just like the word sparse and common. Now she looks more and more like a human girl. No, I should say, she is not much different from a human girl. Thinking of this, a fragment of memory appeared in Lu Feng's mind. Gain a piece of knowledge. Soul beast use human form to survive. As time goes by and their ideas and environment change, they will become more and more humane. Chapter 750. Tang Yuehua is drunk. Outside Tiandu City, on a mountain peak, stood a handsome and feminine man wearing a brown cloak, looking down at Tiandu City in the distance. The man in brown cloth was even more feminine than Zhu Duoluo. He also had the demonic qualities of ghost Douluo, and his body was full of evil aura. There are actually humans who dare to take advantage of Zig. Even if Emperor Tian doesn't send me out to find you, the demon spirit, will not let you go. The demon spirit said to itself, its brown eyes opening and closing. Suddenly the light flashed and the evil energy came out. The demon spirit, one of the ferocious beasts on the Douluo continent, successfully passed through a heavenly tribulation, and its current cultivation level is about 180,000 years old. As Gu Yuina woke up early, the ferocious beast that had been in a long dormant state in the Stardew Forest also woke up early, one after another. Zig, Dityen, Baiji, Xiangjun, Yaoling, 10,000 Demon King, Three-Eyed Golden Raider. Zig was the first to wake up after Gu Yuina, and had a special intersection with Lu Feng. The other ferocious beasts only woke up one after another after Lu Feng left the Stardew Forest. They all hibernate in the core area of the Star Forest, but their locations are different. Some are deep underground, some are at the bottom of the Lake of Life, and some are in cave. Gu Yuina is the most different. She lives in an independent small sleeping in the world. It can be said that it is in the Lake of Life, or it can be said that it is not. The Lake of Life is just a carrier, but she is actually in a different world. Because of this, millions of years ago, after the dragon god split, Zhu Shen searched all over the Douluo continent, scanning back and forth with his spiritual consciousness, but could not sense the slightest breath of Gu Yuina. Gu Yuina was conceived safely in the dragon god's small world. This time, the demon spirit came to Tiandu City and was sent by Dishan. After Dityen woke up, he found that although he had not yet pursued her, Zig, the Hell Demon Dragon King who he had always regarded as his favorite, had a psychological problem. After asking, he turned out to be a human being. Humans with the blood of the dragon god are still humans after all. As for Dityen, he is the same kind as Zig, and he is a true dragon whose bloodline is purer than Zig's. In order to avoid Dityen's entanglement, Zig frankly said that she was already Lu Feng's and hoped that Dityen would give up. Gu Yuina also ordered Dishan to give up and stop pestering Zig. Dityen had no choice but to agree on the surface, but in his heart he was very unwilling. According to the dragon clan's bloodline tradition, he must obey Gu Yuina. However, Gu Yuina was injured and could not exert 10% of her strength, while Dishan was at a peak with nearly 900,000 years of cultivation. In the current Stardew Forest, Dityen is actually the strongest person. This gave Dityen the space to obey the yin and yin. Dityen secretly sent demon spirits on his side to find the human who stole Zig's heart and find out the details. Gu Yuina and Zig basically stayed in the dragon god's small world and rarely walked around. Dityen could not enter the small world without Gu Yuina's permission. Regarding Lu Feng's situation, Dityen did not dare to ask Gu Yuina, and Zig also kept it secret and did not disclose it at all. The more this happened, the more Dishan wanted to know more about Lu Feng, his love rival. Dityen had never met Lu Feng. He didn't believe how pure the dragon god bloodline could be in a human being, and how it would have such a great influence. He actually took away the demon queen who must belong to him. At this moment, the demon spirit swayed and turned into a black light, flying down the mountain towards Tiandu City. Halfway up the mountain, in a hidden villa, Xuebang, Count Xuefuel, and the powerful men they called Hu Yanzan, Tuobashi, Shi Nian, etc. are discussing secretly. Hu Yanzan's elephant armor sect and Tuobashi's holy dragon sect both took refuge in the spirit hall, but since Bibi Dong accepted Lu Feng's suggestion, her attitude has changed and she no longer seeks to use force to level everything, so there is less need for these people and forces. After Wuhan Palace signed a contract with the two empires and formed an alliance, it didn't pay much attention to them. If Wuhan Palace does not expand, it will be difficult for these ambitious people and forces to rely on the development of Wuhan Palace to gain more benefit, which makes them feel unhappy. When Xuebang secretly summoned them and promised to give them various huge benefits such as titles and lands, they hit it off immediately, decided to support Xuebang, overthrow Xue King He, and push Xuebang to the throne. At that time, they will be the great heroes who support the emperor and reach the sky in one step. It was also because Xue King He was disbanding the army and Xue King He no longer had the power of the army, so they thought they had an opportunity opportunity. In the palace coup, it was Xue Qinghe who was killed, not the direct enemies of the Merchant Alliance and Wuhan Palace. This is considered a side ball. They think there's a lot to be done. Brother Tuba, let me toast you again. Congratulations again on getting the opportunity to break through to the title of Douluo. Hu Yanzhen raised his glass and toasted to Tubashi. Hu Yanzhen is at level 89, one level shy of becoming a titled Douluo. He has been stuck at level 89 for many years and it is difficult to break through. He was extremely eager to hope that, like Tubashi, he would get the opportunity to break through this bottleneck and advance to the title Douluo. Although they are only one level apart, their strength and status are vastly different. The elders of Wuhan Palace also want to start as a titled Douluo. If Hu Yanzhen were to be promoted to a titled Douluo, Bibi Dong would definitely look at him differently. However, the Elephant Armor sect is famous for its extremely strong defense. In terms of defensive power alone, he is better than many titled Douluo. It will definitely not be a problem to resist a few attacks from ordinary titled Douluo. Brother Huiyan is so polite. Now, you and I serve His Highness Xuebeng as master. We are brothers, sharing blessings and suffering together. Tubashi was polite, but in his heart he enjoyed Hu Yanzhen's respect and compliment. It is normal to respect the strong. Like if Hu Yanzhen was better than him, he would have to compliment Hu Yanzhen instead. Master Huiyan said it well. We share the blessings and share the hardships. Why don't we raise our glasses together and toast to Master Huiyan? Xuebeng also stood up grandly, raised his wine glass and acted like a superior. It's a pity that the momentum is a bit weak. After all, he is just the Soul King. He has the highest status here but the weakest soul power. Oh, don't you dare. I can't bear His Highness being like this. Tubashi pretended to be frightened, but in fact he didn't think much of Xuebeng. When they accept Xuebeng's win over, they are also using Xuebeng to gain their own interest. If Xuebeng comes to power, their status and wealth will rise, and they will also have the opportunity to coerce the emperor and order the princes. The current emperor Tiandu does not have many troops in his hands, and the Xue family, royal families such as Xuebeng and Xue Qinghe have limited martial arts talents and their own strength is very weak. After Tubashi became a titled Douluo, his ambition became even greater. He hoped that through his great contribution to pushing Xuebeng to the throne, other lands would be granted lordships and the Holy Dragon sect would become stronger and stronger while he would monopolize the power. Sudden, Tubashi's eyes narrowed. This breath, Tubashi's expression changed drastically and he looked out the window. Chapter 751 Make-up. When Xue Ye was in power, crises were everywhere. The Wuhan Palace and the Merchant Alliance can overthrow his rule at any time. The crisis is now basically over. However, after Xue Qinghe came to power, the crisis was resolved, ushering in a peaceful and prosperous era. Prosperity and the country became stronger and stronger. Xue Ye should have been happy, but this seemed to reflect his Xue Ye's incompetence. Xue Ye heard some discussion. It is said that countless people are praising Xue Qinghe as an eternal wise king and they love Xue Qinghe very much. Some people are counting Xue Ye's past inaction, ignorant and incompetent, which almost defeated the Tiandu Empire. Fortunately, his son is the master of ZTE. These snowy nights are bearable. There is nothing that can be done about it. The imperial power has been handed over to Xue Qinghe, but there was one thing he cared about very much. But Xue Qinghe didn't do it. That is, Xue Ye calmed down and said, "Wait a minute, you changed the subject. You haven't answered me yet. When will you marry me?" Xue Ye came to force the marriage. Xue Qinghe is not young, but he has never taken a concubine and given birth to a child. As Emperor Tiandu, Xue Qinghe had the obligation to have children and carry on the family line because there is a throne to inherit. I'm too busy right now, so I haven't made any plans yet. Let's talk about it after this period of time, Qian Rongxiu said calmly. During the more than 10 years in Tiandu Palace, Xue Ye gave her a father's love. Although this father's love is for Xue Qinghe, not for her, but it was she who truly felt her father's love. What she lacks most is her father's love. If a child had not had a father since he was a child, he would not be like her, cherishing even a false father's love. Xue Ye favors Xuebeng. To a certain extent, Qian Rongxiu understands that as a father, he will always tend to take care of a weaker child, intentionally or unintentionally, to seek a balance. It's a pity that the avalanche and mud can't support the wall, but he still wants to compete for the throne. In those years, Xuebeng deliberately pretended to be domineering and caused trouble, so she didn't know Xuebeng's thought. For Xue Ye's sake, Qian Rongxiu did not care about Xuebeng, and because Xuebeng was completely unqualified to be her opponent, even if she conspired with Prince Xuexing, she would not be able to create any threat. A year ago, the avalanche made a big mistake. Xue Ye has no heavy responsibility, but he also understands that if Xuebeng takes over the empire, he will destroy the Xue family's foundation. Xue Ye no longer has any expectations for Xuebeng on the throne and is ready to ennoble Xuebeng as the king of Anil, giving Xuebeng a wealthy fief and a peaceful life. As a result, Xuebeng not only failed to appreciate Ye's kindness but instead resorted to killing his father and usurping the throne in an attempt to seize the imperial power. Ye tasted the bitter consequences of spoiling a child too much but regretted it too late. Although the poison in him was cured, it caused irreparable damage to his body's meridians. He won't live much longer. Looking at the past now, he is very old and waning, and he has to use help or crutches to walk. Seeing Ye like this, Qian Rongxue felt pathetic and could not help but feel a little more pity for the old man who once gave her fatherly love. Therefore Ye came over many times to nag her, urging her to have concubines and have more children. She was annoyed, but she did not blame Ye harshly. She remained patient and waited until Xue Beng died, and she would no longer have this trouble. In the memorial, many veterans also jointly remonstrated many times, saying that the harem must not be without an owner, and requested that the concubine be adopted immediately and a queen be established. But her harem can only accommodate one person, and how can this person's true identity be made public? Make Lu Feng queen? Qian Rongxue couldn't help but smile to herself when she thought of this. It doesn't take much time to accept a concubine. Even if you don't accept a concubine, you can choose a few suitable aristocratic women to enter the palace. You can also have a grandson. If I can hold a grandson in my arms, I will die in peace. Even if you live, a girl is fine, as long as she has the blood of our Xue family flowing through her body. Her granddaughter can also inherit the throne. No matter what, you can't let my bloodline be cut off. Cough cough cough. Xue Yejian said that Xue Qinghe could not move and lowered his voice. After complying with the request, a gust of night wind blew in through the gap in the window, and Xue Ye began to cough. Feeling weak, Xue Beng was young when he killed his father and usurped the throne. He was still studying in Tiandu Royal Academy and left no heirs. Xue Ye didn't want other clan members to come and inherit. Okay, I will consider this matter carefully. Qian Rongxue took off her cloak, put it on Xue Ye, and said, Father, it's cold in the night. You should go back to the palace to rest first. Ahem, then I'll go back first and wait to hear your good news. Qian Rongxue's filial performance made Xue Ye feel warm and nodded. Xue Ye was once worried that once Xue Qinghe took over the imperial power, he would be killed or sent away. But for more than a year, Xue Qinghe continued to be filial to him, and except for the fact that he had no children, everything else satisfied him. The maid standing beside her hurriedly stepped forward to help Xue Ye get up. Qian Rongxue watched Xue Ye leave, smiling and shaking her head. Give birth to an heir for the Xue family? Impossible. Not possible in this life. She was willing to give birth to an heir for Lu Feng. This carve. On the outskirts of Tiandu City there is a farm. This is the hiding place of Tang San and Xue Beng. After the demon spirit caused trouble at the Tiandu City Merchant Alliance headquarters, Emperor Xue Qinghe ordered to strengthen public security management to the greatest extent, conduct strict inspections in the city, and conduct a series of inspections at the city gate for everyone entering and exiting the city. Experts from the Merchant Alliance also went out everywhere to take strict precautions at various checkpoints to prevent this emergency from happening again and to protect the safety of Tiandu City and the Merchant Alliance headquarters. As a result, Tang San and Xue Beng did not dare to stay in Tiandu City. Under the cover of Earl Swafure, they disguised themselves as foreign women wrapped in veils, left Tiandu City, and temporarily settled in this farm. This is one of the private properties of Earl Swafure, with thousands of hectares of fertile land. Tang San was practicing in the room. Suddenly feeling something, he opened his eyes and looked out the window. In the dark night sky, there seemed to be a black shadow rushing towards him very quickly, appearing outside his house in an instant. Tang San, come out, the tall black figure said. The voice was old and thick, like a majestic old man. Father. Tang San was overjoyed. The old man's voice and tone were very similar to those of the King of Slaughter, but there were some differences. But he could sense from the breath connection that the other party was the King of Slaughter. Unexpectedly, the King of Slaughter really came out of the Slaughter City. This is first-rate support. Lu Feng and his group are currently not in Tiandu City. With the help of a peerless powerhouse like the King of Slaughter, their great cause of overthrowing Xue Qinghe and supporting Xue Beng's rise to power has greatly increased their chances of winning. No, it should be a sure thing. Right now, no one in Tiandu City can withstand the blow of the King of Slaughter. Tang Sanbei had mixed feelings and was overjoyed. He didn't even bother to open the door and jumped out from the window, came to the King of Slaughter, bowed his head and bowed. Father, my child will miss you all the time after leaving the killing city. Tang San was now very good at taking advantage of this relationship. You can't call me foster father from now on. There was something unnatural in the cold voice of the King of Slaughter. Chapter 752 Xue Kei's unexpected discovery. Tang San's heart tightened. King of Slaughter, what does this mean? Could it be that he doesn't want to admit this father-son relationship? That would be tragic. The King of Slaughter is the strongest leg he can hold. It was precisely because of this relationship that Xue Beng looked at him differently and promised him the title of King Haoshan and a large fiefdom. Otherwise, based on his sole emperor strength, how could Xuebeng give him a title and a fief? Only powerful sect leaders like Tuobashi and Hu Yanzan, who controlled a party's forces, would give such conditions to Xuebeng. Even if it is a painting cake, the king and the fief are not given casually. Father, did the child do anything wrong? Tang San raised his head and looked at the face of the King of Slaughter. He suddenly discovered not only did the King of Slaughter change his voice, his appearance also became different. Previously in the city of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter had a deep and sharp voice. He was wearing a bloody robe on his tall figure, and his whole body was wrapped in a huge scarlet cloak with a stand-up collar. There were many mysterious bloodlines on his skin and a pair of bloodlines on his back. The huge blood-red wings spread outward, and the hair and eyes were blood-red. From a distance they looked like a blood shadow. But now, the bloodlines on Killing City's skin have faded a lot, and the blood-red wings are no longer visible, and they are no longer so strange. Blood-red hair turned grey. The eyes are blood-red on one side and black on the other, which is very weird. However, the sword-shaped magic pattern on his forehead was still there. Father, how are you? Tang San was very surprised by the change in the King of Slaughter. I told you, don't call me foster father. The Slaughter King stared at Tang San with complicated eyes and said in a deep voice, I am your great-grandfather. Tang Chen recovered his memory. As early as Yu Xiaogang entered the Killing City and mentioned the demise of the Haoshan sect, the King of Killing felt an inexplicable sting in his heart. Although he didn't know the reason, a very small flash appeared in Tang Chen's heart that was confused by the nine-headed blood-red bat king. Gap. After that, Tang San also entered the Killing City. After all, they were inherited by blood, so Tang Chen had an inexplicable liking for Tang San, so he adopted him as his adopted son and tried his best to train him. He also knew that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. In the process of getting along continuously, the feeling of fusion of blood makes the gap widen. Then there was news that Tang Hao had been killed by the leader of the Merchant Alliance, which once again shocked his heart. Tang Chen's past memories broke through the gap and appeared in his mind. The gap in my heart is getting bigger and bigger. Tang Chen's self-awareness gradually awakened. Until recently, Lu Feng left the Killing City, but Tang San did not return to the Killing City as promised. Tang Chen didn't wait for Tang San for a long time and finally decided to leave the Killing City and go out to see the situation in person. After leaving the Slaughter City, the control power of the nine-headed Scarlet Bat King lost the blessing of the Slaughter City and was greatly weakened. Tang Chen's self-awareness fully awakened, and he broke through the mental bewitchment of the nine-headed Bloody Bat King. However, due to the nine-headed Bloody Bat King parasitizing on him for decades, his body was severely damaged and could no longer be restored to its original state. Fortunately, he recovered consciousness a few years earlier, and he could still use secret techniques to forcibly swallow the body of the nine-headed Bloody Bat King and merge it with his own body. If a few years later his physical body is completely damaged and decayed, even if his consciousness recovers, he will not be able to sustain it for long. Tang Chen was an extremely powerful person decades ago. Moreover, he is a peerless strong man who has completed the 8 tests of Shura God. In the past few decades, the nine-headed Bloody Bat King has been parasitic in his body, which has also brought him the training and refinement of his mental and soul power, making him stronger. Therefore, upon awakening his self-awareness, the nine-headed Scarlet Bat King's body and power were devoured and fused by him. The nine-headed Bloody Bat King became a part of his body. He is still half animal and half human. However, now it is the human part that dominates. At this point, Tang Chen's strength far surpassed the previous King of Slaughter and was even better than before, breaking through the peerless Douluo. At least it's achieved. Huisai God. He is mentally stronger and mentally more determined. If according to the current situation, the chances of passing the 9 tests of Shura God are much higher. But the problem is that he has already exceeded the time limit for the 9th test of Shura God. He didn't get backlashed by the divine examination and explode to death thanks to the bewitchment of the nine-headed Bloody Bat King. Back then, he failed the 9th test of the God of Shura. According to the rules of the test, the mark of the God of Shura embedded in his head would cause his head to explode and he would surely die. At that time, the nine-headed Bloody Bat King bewitched him, parasitized him, and suppressed his spirit and consciousness. Therefore, the will of God Shura spared him from death and made him the King of Killing and in charge of the city of Killing. After regaining consciousness, Tang Chen sorted out his thoughts and realized that Tang Hao was his grandson and Tang San was his great-grandson. What's embarrassing is that he actually accepted Tang San as his adopted son through some strange combination of circumstances. This generational chaos made him very angry and ashamed, and the demise of the Haoshan sect made him feel like a knife and in severe pain. He worked hard to create a sect and make the Haoshan sect the #1 sect in the world, which no one dared to offend. It was only passed down to the 3rd generation before it was wiped out. The Haoshan hammer martial spirit left only Tang San as his heir. Tang Chen was so angry that he vomited blood and was extremely extremely angry. Revenge is necessary. The enemy is the Merchant Alliance. The divine sword Douluo Xiaoyan. Tang Chen secretly swore that he would cut off Xiaoyan's head, crush the bones and scatter the ashes, and then massacre the Merchant Alliance to vent his hatred. But Tang Chen was not a reckless person. On the contrary, he was also cunning and calculating. Currently, the Merchant Alliance is at a peak. There are 4 peerless Douluo in charge, and there are also many titled Douluo under their command, so they cannot alert the enemy. If he rashly attacks the Merchant Alliance and attracts many strong men to attack them, he may be able to defeat them, but he may not be able to escape unscathed. The reason for concern, it was because when he forcibly devoured and fused the 9-headed Scarlet Bat King, the 9-headed Scarlet Bat King struggled wildly, and before he died he exploded with a powerful blow which caused considerable mental trauma to him. As a result, although he has reached quasi-god status, he is unable to display his quasi-god strength. Need to find a place to heal and rest. After fully recovering, he came back to avenge his shame and set off a bloody storm on the Douluo continent. So Tang Chen thought of a good place to go. That place would be very helpful for him to recover from his injuries, and he would not be disturbed. Moreover, it was just right for his only heir, great-grandson Tang San, to try it out and maybe even get the approval of that god. There is no need to go back to the city of killing. Without the holy dew of the underworld, Tang San's current soul power would be difficult to grow quickly in the city of killing, and it is not suitable for him to recuperate. There is still a knot in his heart. Great-great-grandfather. Tang San's face stiffened and he was stunned on the spot. This was completely unexpected. There was a storm in his heart. Incredible. The King of Slaughter is actually his great-grandfather. That means that the King of Slaughter is invincible on land. Tang Chen. Regarding Tang Chen's return, because too much time had passed, everyone, including his father Tang Hao, almost lost confidence. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Tang Chen had been in the killing city. He also worshipped Tang Chen as his adoptive father. It was a complete mess. Chapter 753 Return to the Star Forest. As Lu Feng played with his nimble fingers, the strings flowed out beautiful notes and melodies. Not only was it deeply attracted and intoxicated by everyone around, but even the birds in the trees outside the house and the insects in the grass stopped singing and seemed to be listening to the sound quietly. When he first came to this world, he came from a humble background. He finally expected to awaken his martial soul at the age of 6, but he only had the seeds of a useless martial soul. What was even worse was that he failed to awaken his soul power. Ordinary people without soul power are destined to be at the bottom with no hope, but his full desire to survive and his curiosity about this wonderful world made him persevere. Then it was bound to a Shenhao system. He was happy but helpless. In the Douluo world where powerful soul masters are everywhere, just having money is of little use. Not being able to be a soul master, being a rich man and being free for 100 years seems not bad, much better than the previous life. But rich people without soul power can easily be slaughtered as fat pig. Therefore, you must have your own power. Cooperate with powerful soul masters that you can trust, or hire them with money. So he came up with the idea of creating a pan-continental business alliance. The first thing that comes to mind is that the Min clan under the leadership of Bai He is in a difficult situation. Both sides have exactly what they need. He needs power to ensure safety, and the Min clan needs money and resources to escape the impoverished life of exile. On the other hand, he also knew that the Wuhan Palace under the leadership of Bibi Dong was ambitious, but raising a large number of soul masters and continuing to expand would require a huge amount of money, so it was bound to be short of money. Therefore, Lu Feng used the capital operation method of his previous life to knock on the door of Wuhan Palace and cooperate in trade and construction, mutual benefit and reciprocity to a large extent, deliberately giving benefits to Wuhan Palace. He quickly established a good relationship with Wuhandian and gained Bibi Dong's favor. Relying on the Wuhan Palace, the Merchant Alliance gained a firm foothold, and its tentacles of capital and commerce gradually extended to cities on the mainland. Since he has business knowledge, routine, and advanced operating methods from his previous life, development should not be too easy. Before many forces were aware of the great influence of the Merchant Alliance, the capital and industries of the Merchant Alliance were already spread across the entire continent. Damn capital! He rose from humble beginnings and now is a powerful being who killed the peerless Douluo Tang Hao, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing, Shui Binger and other beautiful girls all became his women. He also slept with Pope Bibi Dong and brought them into the harem. They had endless fun on the dragon bed of the Empress Qian Rongxiu. In terms of status, he is the leader of the Merchant Alliance. He was elected as the leader of the 4 major power alliances in the continent. Emperor Douluo, not just a name. One of his instructions can shake the world and even change it. He rose from humble beginnings to Emperor Douluo and ruled the world. Suddenly, Lu Feng felt something in his heart. When playing, a trace of the original power of the world tree's martial spirit shines through the fingertips. This time it's even worse. Tang Yuehua's heart trembled. It was like seeing a peerless emperor standing on the top of the mountain overlooking the world, his fierce and domineering aura reaching straight to the 9 heavens. It gives rise to a strong desire to bow down and worship impulse. Shui Ke knelt down in the direction of Lu Feng, tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled with fanatical piety. The sound of the piano can completely stimulate people's thinking and imagination and turn it into action. No matter if you are a master or a grandmaster, you can't do this. At this moment the birds flying on the roof were also attracted, fell down and gathered densely on the roof, on the branches and in the open space. All the plants inside and outside Tiandu city began to tilt towards Lu Feng like a collective worship, and the flowers bloomed quietly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flowers bloom all over the city, the entire Tiandu city. In a few breaths thousands of flowers bloomed and the whole city was filled with the fragrance of flowers. It's a wonder. There had been a similar situation in Wuhan city before, but this time it was even more exciting and shocking because the Shui family, royal family in the past generations, paid more attention to enjoying luxury. The landscape plants in the city were several times that of Wuhan city and the flowers bloomed brightly throughout the city. Lu Feng didn't know this. As for piano art, it was of no use to him because he had little interest in it. He couldn't make a lot of money playing music and it couldn't improve his soul power. When he has no soul power, he is either making money or on the road to making money. Starting from scratch, establishing a business alliance, there are countless matters waiting for him to deal with, and it is not all smooth sailing. He became the richest man in the continent at the age of 12. He didn't have to work too hard to make money, but after awakening his soul power, he began to either improve his soul power or prepare for it. Cooking is to satisfy one's pursuit of delicious food. Forget about piano skills. After abandoning his piano skills for many years, Lu Feng didn't know what kind of evaluation Tang Yuehua would get if he picked it up now. Tang Yuehua is recognized as the #1 person in Tiandu piano art. In the Xingluo Empire, which was relatively unartistic and pragmatic, there was no luthier who could compare to Tang Yuehua. Therefore, Tang Yuehua's judgment is the final word. Finally, Lu Feng thought of Bai He. The tunes played in his hands naturally changed from high and exciting to low and sad. He regards Bai He as his beloved relative and elder. With gray hair, a hero grows old. He worked hard for his family and worked hard for the business alliance all his life. He was conscientious, loyal, and upright and kind. In the end, he died tragically at the hands of his nephew Tang Hao, leaving only a lonely soul. Bai He's death hit him hard. If he wanted to achieve the hegemony of Emperor Tiandu, he would have to pay for it. He would rather not do it. He didn't want to be a great emperor anyway. He just wanted to practice hard and experience to pursue the road to eternal life. Lu Feng finished playing the song. It takes time to lower your eyes for a moment and break away from your own overflowing rhythmic artistic conception. This is just like an actor with excellent acting skills. When he interprets that story and that character, he will put himself into it. After the performance, it takes time to get out of that character's beauty before he can be himself. Lu Feng didn't hear any applause or even a hint of discussion. No one spoke up. Did you play poorly and made a fool of yourself? Probably not. The more I play, the more confident I become and the smoother it becomes. I am immersed in it and even put aside the playing technique. Could it be because I have put aside the playing technique? Just enjoy yourself while playing, forgetting whether the audience can accept it. It doesn't matter. It's not important. For soul masters, piano skills are optional. Anyway, I can suppress the murderous intention. Think of this. Lu Feng slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. Everyone seemed to be petrified and looked at her blankly. Tang Yuehua's eyes were red and tears were streaming down her face. Shui Ke was even kneeling on the ground, crying. Lu Feng was surprised. Sui, what's wrong with you? Lu Feng walked over and helped Sui up. Tang Yuehua calmed down first and asked in a trembling voice, Master Lu Feng, whose masterpiece is this piece of music? I've never heard it before. Her voice changed due to being so excited. Take a day off to celebrate the festival and recuperate enough to make up for it. Playing based on what is in your heart and mind. It's not a masterpiece. It's ridiculous. Seeing Tang Yuehua like this, Lu Feng's mouth twitched. He wiped away Shui Ke's tears with his hands and joked, is my playing so ugly? I cried and knelt down. You lied. What's so ugly? I've never heard anything so shocking. The beautiful melody. I was moved like this. You are bad. Princess Swick pretended to be coquettish, raised her slender white hands, pinched Lu Feng's arm, and immediately rubbed her fiery body. She entered Lu Feng's arm, hugged him tightly, and started acting like a baby. It's touching. Yes, how could I be so unsure of myself? But am I really that powerful? Just play a tune. I have never played in front of others before. The master-level piano skills I learned were just left there, almost never used. When I first played, because I had the ultimate wood attribute, the first martial soul was also a plant, and this piano was made of wood. There was a communication. I don't know why. I suddenly had an idea, and I put a trace of the original power of the world tree martial martial soul into the piano. Injected into it, you will instantly feel that the human and the piano are one, and you can perform it at will. The sound of the piano seems to come alive and has a strong vitality. The martial spirit of the world tree has such wonderful effect. Lu Feng reacted, thought for a moment, and roughly understood the reason. Play according to your heart thought and play with your hands. Play according to your thought and play with your hands. Tang Yuehua repeated this sentence over and over again, and her heart was even more trembling. She suddenly smelled the fragrance of flowers, looked up, and was surprised to see the garden full of spring scenery. But now that the warm weather has passed, it is the time when the fallen flowers bloom. Most of the flowers have withered, but under Lu Feng's song, the garden is once again full of flowers and full of vitality. Words cannot describe the turmoil in Tang Yuehua's heart at this moment. She took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in her heart, knelt down towards Lu Feng, and said piously, Yuehua will bow to Master Lu Feng for the rest of his life. Please accept me as a disciple and teach you the piano skills. Lu Feng was stunned. He really didn't expect this result. When Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Erlong, and others saw this situation, they were also dumbfounded and surprised. They are new to music. Although scholars were shocked by Lu Feng's musical talent, their feelings were far less profound than those of Tang Yuehua, who was well versed in the rhyme of the piano. We also know that Tang Yuehua's actions represent her admiration for Lu Feng, which shows that she feels ashamed that she will become his disciple. But it's too exaggerated. Lu Feng also wondered, is it to this extent? Shui Ke and Qian Rongxiu, who were present, would say yes. In a world where the strong are respected, playing the piano is not valued and is only enjoyed by the nobles. Therefore, the popularity of music is extremely low. Musicians who have reached Tang Yuehua's level are even rarer, and it's hard to find a close friend, let alone someone who is much better than her. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched, and he hurried over to pull Tang Yuehua. Please, teacher Yuehua, I'm here to learn from you. Why do you still worship me as your teacher? If he agreed, his wives would really think of him as a liar. Even though he is so good at it and is better than Tang Yuehua, he still comes to Yuexuan to learn. The sound of silk tearing was heard. Lu Feng pulled her, but she couldn't hold on and accidentally tore her clothes. Sir Lu Feng, a master is a teacher. Your piano skills are beyond the reach of Yuehua. All his life, Yuehua has been pursuing the way of piano music. I hope to get your guidance, otherwise Yuehua will not be able to get up. Tang Yuehua was too stubborn to get up. Lu Feng is not easy to drag forcefully. Lu Feng thought for a while and said, I will exchange piano skills with you. If you have any questions, you can ask me. As long as I understand, I will tell you everything. But this is mutual learning between friends. You don't need to worship me as your leader. Teacher, is this okay? Tang Yuehua just wants to learn, and friends can also achieve this goal by learning from each other. Tang Yuehua nodded and then stood up, feeling a little impulsive just now, mainly because of Lu Feng's piano talent, which deeply affected her, making her immersed in it for a long time and unable to extricate herself. I want to learn too, Shui Ke said coquettishly in Lu Feng's arm. And me? Qian Rongxiu stepped in and bowed to Lu Feng. Ah, your majesty, brother emperor, when did you come? Tang Yuehua, Shui Ke, and others were startled when they found Shui Qinghe suddenly appearing. When Hu Lina saw Shui Qinghe, something strange flashed across her extremely charming eyes. I just came here. No need to be polite. I am here in an ordinary capacity. Qian Rongxiu smiled brightly. The reddish circles under her eyes and the undried tears at the corners of her eyes showed signs that she had cried. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh because he felt murderous. The murderous aura coming from all the lovely wives. Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others stared at him with squinted eyes, with expressions like, it's so hard for you to hide this from me. The words and actions of Tang Yuehua, Shui Ke, and Qian Rongxiu are better than all the praises. They prove that he is a master of piano music. They are also equivalent to confirming the crime that he concealed. As usual, they have a set of punishment measures. Lu Feng knew that in addition to practicing, they also often talked about the art of taming husbands, and punitive measures are often presented in the joy of boudoir. Perhaps under the influence of Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zuyuan, and Hu Lina also started playing with the whip. In fact, Lu Feng really didn't hide his clumsiness on purpose. He hadn't touched the strings for many years, and he hadn't tested it, so he didn't know it would have such an effect. But now, he couldn't argue. There seems to be no need to worry, because that's not a bad thing. And when having fun in the boudoir, it is also interesting to be whipped by a beautiful wife. Anyway, the roles will always be reversed, and it will be their turn to be whipped by me. Listen to my explanation. Lu Feng forced a smile and faced the murderous gazes of Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, Hu Lina, and others, half smiling but not smiling. I seem to see them raising their little whips. Next, Lu Feng briefly talked about the process of learning the art of piano. A lie had to be told, but the lie would not hurt anyone. Lu Feng described a short story. I met a strange man who knew rhythm by chance and studied with him for a while. Then the strange man drifted away and was was never heard from again. Later he was too busy to dabble in piano skills, and he didn't know what level his piano skills had reached. He hadn't played for many years, so he was not very confident about it. After saying this, everyone was relieved. Everyone believed what Lu Feng said, because after they met Lu Feng, they had never seen Lu Feng play the piano. What's the name of the strange man who taught you the piano skills? Tang Yuehua asked curiously. She has learned all the piano music and knows all the famous luthier masters from ancient to modern time. His name is Zhou Shuren, Lu Feng said. Zhou Shuren. Tang Yuehua recalled for a while, shook his head and said, in my impression, I have never heard the name of this piano master. It is unimaginable that he can teach a disciple like you, but it is also your talent in this area that is so great. Amazing. Chapter 754 Battle against the 10,000 Demon King. The Great Soul Fighting Arena of Hanhai City. Lu Feng flew quietly into the high-rise window of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, and the guards were completely unaware of it. The reason why he came directly to the Great Soul Fighting Arena was because Lu Feng's mental power swept out and sensed that Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Du Guyan, Meng Yuran, Lu Erlong, etc. were all in the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Indoor plants are also placed in the large Spirit Fighting Arena. Lu Feng took the opportunity to observe the indoor plants from his perspective. Under Ma Hongzhen's arrangement, the wives were of course in the top viewing seat. The wives arrived early and did not forget to go to the Grand Soul Fighting Arena to train and improve themselves. They were also attracted by this unique Grand Spirit Fighting Arena, full of exotic marine atmosphere, and expressed curious praises and comments. Xiao Wu just won a great victory in the soul fighting competition. Bai Chenxiang is eager to try and participate in the soul fighting competition, but there are too many single-player competitions and she has to wait in line for a long time. Sister Xiang, I'll form a team with you. Ma Hongzhen volunteered and wanted to team up with Bai Chenxiang to compete. What's the situation? Ma Hongzhen still has a crush on Bai Chenxiang? Yes, Ma Hongzhen has always been fond of pure and beautiful girls with twin ponytails. A daughter in the Bai family has grown up. Xiao Xiang is exactly this type of beauty. Moreover, under the leadership of Lu Feng, the Min clan has a high status in the business alliance and has benefited greatly. From that time on, Xiao Xiang used the best for food, drink, training resources, etc., and her treatment was no worse than Ning Rongrong. Therefore, in addition to being very strong, Xiao Xiang is now also white, tender, plump, and beautiful. The areas that should be bigger are bigger, and the areas that should be curvier are also very round, instead of being thin and malnourished in the original plot. This kind of white agar wood is naturally much more attractive. Hui's family rules are obviously a bit overwhelming in the face of Xiao Xiang's charm. Ma Hongzhen's restless mind appeared again. It can also be said that such a graceful and alluring pure girl with twin ponytails has an irresistible attraction to Ma Hongzhen. However, Xiao Xiang is now beyond your reach. Ma Hongzhen. Lu Feng just thought of this. Bai Chenxiang shook her head decisively and retorted with a look of disgust on her face. I won't team up with you. You are as fat as a pig and very wretched. No, Xiang, you see we can fly. Senior, I have strong attack power. You have high agility, which is a perfect match. I am fat, but I am kind. My fatness is actually a trait. Look at who is fatter than me in the whole game. Is it a different style? Ma Hongzhen is still stubborn and unwilling to give up. Boring. Zhu Zhuqing rolled his eyes. She knew that Ma Hongzhen's fiancé Kuiwa was very strict, but Ma Hongzhen still refused to change her ways. She was a little speechless. Under the influence of Lu Feng, Zhu Zhuqing has the most thorough understanding of men. From the way Ma Hongzhen looks at Bai Chenxiang, it can be seen that Ma Hongzhen is shocked by Bai Chenxiang. Since arriving yesterday, he has been licking his face to please Bai Chenxiang, intentionally approaching, but Zhu Zhuqing and others have no hostility towards Ma Hongzhen. They are all classmates and know the basics of Ma Hongzhen. They know that although Ma Hongzhen is naughty and greedy, he does not have evil intentions. Come on, Ma Hongzhen, you have a unique style. Who doesn't know you yet? You are just too lazy and greedy, so you are getting fatter and fatter. I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you have gained a lot of weight again. I doubt you can still fly. Ning Rongrong mocked and exposed you ruthlessly. Rongrong, you don't do this. We are old classmates and we should help each other. How can you expose my shortcoming? Ma Hongzhen said with an embarrassed smile. I also think you may not be able to fly. I used to call you fatty, but now I should call you big fatty or big fat pig. He. Xiao Wu said with a smile. Xiao Wu, you are also causing trouble. You are so angry. Who said I can't fly? I will fly for you to see. Ma Hongzhen couldn't help but be excited and immediately released his martial spirit, and the flaming red wings appeared on his back. With its wings flapping, Ma Hongzhen's ball-like body flew up with some reluctance. When strength is insufficient, weight will inevitably affect flying ability. Therefore, flying soul masters are generally on the thin side and work hard to control their weight and maintain their combat advantage. Fat flying soul soul masters like Ma Hongjun are extremely rare. Have you seen it? I'm flying. Look how steadily I fly. Ma Hongjun proudly hovered around the beauties. TCH, flying so slowly, it would be better to have no wings, but you still dare to show off. You are really drunk. Dugu Yan was amused by Ma Hongjun and couldn't help but slap him. The big fat pig is flying into the sky. Ning Rongrong clapped her hands and laughed. Fat man, you look so ridiculous, so funny, ha ha ha. Xiao Wool blossomed. I know, Fatty is here to make us laugh on purpose. Zhu Zhuqing laughed so hard that his branches trembled. Fat man, the sweat on your forehead has exposed yourself. You have just been flying for a while and you are sweating. It's a bit shameful. Zhu Zhuqing, who always cherished words like gold, also smiled and rarely said a few words. There was a smile in Bai Xiang's purple eyes, but she was also a little scared. She muttered, it's okay, it's okay. If you agree to team up with him and fight on the field together, it would be really embarrassing. Xiang, don't listen to them. Yes, they are jealous of me. Although flying is not my strong point, my weight can enhance my attack power when I dive. Moreover, I am a person of high status in Hanhai City and I am also the manager here. I was scared when I saw it. How about we form a team? Lu Erlong couldn't help but shook his head and said angrily, what happened to you, Ma Hongjun? You haven't made any progress since you graduated from the academy and you still haven't made any progress. My Xiang is currently a level 50 Soul King. Although your attributes and types are indeed suitable for team fighting, the gap in soul power is too big. If you team up with Xiang, Xiang is the 50 level Soul King. Ma Hongjun's breath stopped and he was stunned. Bai Xiang had not shown her soul power in front of him before. Ma Hongjun's mental strength is relatively weak and he cannot judge Bai Xiang's strength from the fluctuations in her soul power. When Bai Xiang entered Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun had just graduated and left, so she didn't know him. During the introduction yesterday, Ma Hongjun learned that Bai Xiang was a first-year freshman at Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy only admit students who are no more than 12 years old. Ma Hongjun judged from this point that this elementary school girl's soul power was at most about the level of the Soul Master. Little did he know, it turned out to be the Soul King. His little thoughts instantly shattered into powder and drifted away in the wind. As a senior, it was very heartbreaking to have my soul power crushed by a freshman elementary school girl. No matter how thick-skinned Ma Hongjun is, he can only give up the idea of soaking in agar wood. Just as teacher Erlong scolded him, he would only become a burden to Bai Xiang. Men have relatively innate advantages when it comes to cultivating soul power. In a world where the strong are respected, men must be stronger to gain the favor and following of women. Chapter 745 Lu Feng. 1,000 years can be seen with one glance. Yuexuan. Lu Feng and his party have been living in Yuexuan for more than a month, focusing on studying to eliminate the residual effects of murderous aura and the murderous god realm. But he didn't stay in Yuexuan forever. In addition to returning to Shrek Academy, I will also go home, soak in hot spring, hunt for soul rings in the sunset forest, and take a short vacation at the Ice and Fire Eye. After Lu Feng showed off his piano skills, he had to become a tutor on piano skills. One of the teachers, and he himself became interested in studying the sound of the piano because he discovered that after injecting a ray of martial soul's original power, the sound of the piano had special functions. In addition to bringing people wonderful feelings, it can also spread vitality, have a large-scale healing and inspiring effect, and can also create hallucinations or kill enemies. This is a new ability in addition to soul skills and self-created skills. It's like a new door has opened. No need to use soul power. As long as you play the piano sound, you can kill people invisible. Lu Feng had read many film and television work and novels in his previous life, and he also had this ability. The difference is that they add internal energy or true energy, while he uses the most original power, the power of the martial soul's origin. But only the first martial spirit world tree martial spirit can take effect. Lu Feng tried the original power of other martial spirit, but it had no effect. During his exploration and practice, he made an important discovery. The martial soul of the world tree can transform into a guqin for him to use. It's a guqin, not a harp. This kind of guqin was not unfamiliar to Lu Feng. It was very similar to the guqin from his previous life. The way to play the guqin is different from that of the harp, but as a luthier who transcends skill, he has a comprehensive understanding of everything, and he can play this kind of guqin once he picks it up. Lu Feng could feel that the guqin, the embodiment of the world tree's martial soul, contained unfathomable killing power. However, this kind of piano sound killing is not yet stable and requires more exploration and practice. At this time, Tang Yuehua walked to Lu Feng with a cup of tea and said with great joy, Feng, thank you for your guidance during this period of time. You taught me how to understand the sound of the piano. Without being limited to technique, I can finally bring out a trace of the origin of the martial spirit. The energy injected into the piano sound greatly improved my piano piano skills, and at the same time it also improved my soul power several times. The two became friends and bosom friends. Tang Yuehua no longer called him Lord Lu Feng, but Master Lu Feng. Call them by their first name. Tang Yuehua has been pursuing the pinnacle of piano art all her life, and piano art has been integrated into her blood. As his piano skills improved, his soul power also made a breakthrough. It's amazing, but it also makes sense. The way of cultivation can also be learned by analogy. What's more, after injecting the original power of the martial soul, it forms a real bridge of communication with the cultivation of soul power. As long as it is the original power of the first martial soul, it can be injected into the sound of the piano. No one would have thought of doing this. Normally, when using martial soul fusion skills, the original power of the martial soul must be injected. In other battles and soul skills, the original power of the martial soul is almost never used. This is difficult to do. Even though Lu Feng had already mastered it and taught it carefully, Tang Yuehua had just accomplished this. Others cannot succeed in a short time, and may not be able to master it in a few years. Qian Rongxiu and Shui Ke might be faster, because piano skills need to reach a very high level. Due to the difference in martial art, Tang Yuehua's ability to do it can only speed up his cultivation, but will not have the ability to spread vitality and carry out killing attack. And because it helps in soul power cultivation, Lu Feng will now play the guqin instead of ordinary cultivation whenever possible. For him, it is not only training but also exploring and improving the killing power of Kainyin. Sister Yuehua, you're welcome. We are not only friends but also close friends. It's hard to find a close friend. I'm lucky to have a close friend like you, so this is what I should do, Lu Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua felt her heart heat up. She poured a cup of fragrant tea in her hand, handed it to Lu Feng, and replied smoothly, "Anyway, you can teach me such a private skill. I'm very grateful, sister. It's just that if you can't repay, come and drink tea. This cup of tea is considered repayment," Lu Feng said, taking the teacup and touching it on Tang Yuehua's slender fingers intentionally or unintentionally. The two are like siblings, and their relationship quickly heats up. Lu Feng felt that the heat was almost there. The touch of skin made Tang Yuehua's heart tremble. Did he touch me accidentally, or was he giving a signal? He likes me, that for sure. Liking each other is the basis for becoming close friends. But if he wants me? A hint of shy joy flashed in the corner of Tang Yuehua's eyes, but worry and sorrow immediately appeared. Impossible. After all, he was the one who ordered the destruction of Haoshan sect. Although I also hate the Haoshan sect, although I can be an irresistible confidant, although I am deeply in love with him and willing to do anything for him, but if I marry him, we will both bear infamy. Tang Yuehua's heart was filled with ups and downs, but she tried hard to remain calm on the surface and said with a soft smile, "One cup of tea is definitely not enough. Then how about you pledge yourself to me?" Lu Feng said with a fake smile that seemed genuine. This response is stupid, but it has always been effective. Facing Lu Feng's straightforward word, Tang Yuehua's breathing stagnated and her heartbeat accelerated. She wanted to say, "Okay, if you want my body, I'll give it to you. I can give you anything because I love you." But she can't. Lu Feng killed her brother and destroyed her family. To ordinary people, this was a blood feud, and she knew very well that it was her brother and family who violated Lu Feng first, and Lu Feng's counterattack was a legitimate act. Tang Xiao attempted to lead the Haoshan sect to annihilate the Merchant Alliance, and Tang Hao rushed to Wuhan City to assassinate the leader of the Merchant Alliance, and their brothers and the Haoshan sect soul masters had no idea how many bloody lives they had in their hands. Since you kill people, you must have the consciousness to be killed. There is nothing to say. Tang Yuehua himself was also a victim of the Haoshan sect. If her mother hadn't helped her conceal her soul power before being forced to sacrifice and tried to find a way for her to escape from the Haoshan sect, she would have died a long time ago. After Tang Yuehua escaped from the Haoshan sect, he never went back and basically cut off all contact with him. However, it's not like no one knows her background. The Shui family, royal family, as well as some Tiandu nobles, all knew that she was from the Haoshan sect. If she marries Lu Feng, both she and Lu Feng would suffer infamy. Therefore, even though she loved him to the depths of her soul, she did not dare to express it. He couldn't respond to Lu Feng's explicit expression. Tang Yuehua quickly changed the topic. "You are not only my close friend Shui Ke, and your majesty are also your close friends." The transition is so abrupt. Lu Feng was not impatient, took a sip of tea, and said leisurely, "Their musical attainments cannot be compared with yours yet. I like to see Sister Yuehua's graceful dance. You dance for me, and I dance for you. Can you play the piano?" As he spoke, Lu Feng placed his hands affectionately on Tang Yuehua's slender waist. Due to years of exercise, Tang Yuehua's waist was free of fat, full of vitality, elasticity, and extremely flexible, even though he was no longer a girl. Good. If not, Lu Feng's hand would glide down and rub Tang Yuehua's plump buttock or something. Now that the heat has arrived, it's time time to attack boldly. As for Tang Yuehua's worries, Lu Feng knew it, but he believed that the flame of love could melt away those worries. If it doesn't melt for a while, it must be that the flame is not strong enough. Just keep adding firewood. Tang Yuehua did not push Lu Feng's hand away, but turned around slightly, took advantage of the situation, and walked away. He chuckled and said, "Why not? It's a great honor for me. I will dance for you now." Suddenly, Lu Feng's eyes narrowed, his smile faded, and he solemnly said, "This aura, there is something going on at our Merchant Alliance headquarters." Chapter 746 Bridget's Surprise. Seeing Qiwa's arrival, Ma Hongjun, who had just straightened his chest and stood upright with a bold tone, suddenly withered and did not dare to say anything more, laughing awkwardly on the side. "Qiwa, you don't have to be polite in private. We are old friends, so you don't need to worry about those little details," Lu Feng said with a smile. Qiwa is no longer the flustered and helpless country girl she once was when she was entangled by Ma Hongjun. Now the lord of a city, she has the aura of a senior manager in her eyes and movement. Her navy blue slim-fitting suit and ear-length short hair highlight her sophistication. She wears light makeup on her pretty face. She is quite charming, but her skin is slightly rough with some spot, and her figure is slightly chubby. Ordinary people without soul power, no matter how much they exercise their bodies, their figure and skin cannot be compared to that of a soul master, and they will definitely leave traces of time. Of course, the reason why Qiwa is still young is because she grew up in a poor family in the countryside. She had to work for the family since she was a child, so her skin is a bit bad. After coming to the Merchant Alliance, she was busy with work and study and did not take good care of herself. If you get something, you must give something. Just look at what you care about most. But from Qiwa's current high spirit, it can be seen that she likes her current state very much. "Yes, Master Lu Feng," Qiwa said respectfully. "You have managed Hanhai City in an orderly manner, and it is thriving and well done." Lu Feng said, "Your Excellency, this is what Qiwa should do within her responsibilities. I have to thank you for your support." Qiwa knew very well that if it weren't for Lu Feng's appreciation, she would never have achieved what she has today. Lu Feng is the driving force for her growth. That handsome boy had just entered Soto Shrek Academy. When he met the ordinary girl, he wanted to break up with Ma Hongjun and helped Ma Hongjun to cure his strange disease. He also sponsored her family and made her parents agree to send the three sisters to study at the Business Alliance College. Otherwise, their parents need them to stay at home to help with the work, and they will lose 3 helpers at once, which will greatly affect their income, and it is impossible to agree. The Business Alliance College offers free tuition for those who are members of the Business Alliance or those who have extraordinary talents or special abilities. They had no conditions for free tuition at the beginning. It was Lu Feng who funded all the expenses for their sisters to study at Business Alliance College. But Lu Feng wanted nothing from them. Although Lu Feng does not need them to repay him, they remember Lu Feng's great kindness in their hearts and especially want to repay Lu Feng. They even thought that no matter what Mr. Lu Feng wanted them to do, they would do it, including taking their bodies. What young girl would not feel some admiration deep in her heart when she saw Lu Feng, who was extremely handsome, unparalleled in talent, and as gentle as jade? But Qiwa, like many girls, knows that they will never be able to keep up with Master Lu Feng and cannot follow him like Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. The only thing he can do is to be himself, work hard to improve himself, and fight for the lofty ideals of the Merchant Alliance. This is also a way to repay Lu Feng. So far, she has done quite well, and was appreciated by Lu Feng, who personally promoted and appointed her as the Lord of Hanhai City. Because of this, I learned that Lu Feng was the leader of the Merchant Alliance. On the day of the appointment, Lu Feng summoned her and chatted with her alone for an hour. After she learned that Lu Feng was the leader of the Merchant Alliance, she was completely confused until she returned home, so shocked. The handsome young man who helped her back then turned out to be the leader of the Merchant Alliance. The leader of the alliance is simply too low-key. The leader of the alliance has extraordinary achievements that are unparalleled in history, yet he is unassuming and approachable. At home, Ma Hongjun noticed something was wrong with her and asked her what happened. She didn't tell the truth and just found some excuse to excuse herself. Because Lord Lu Feng has not disclosed the identity of the alliance leader, she will defend this secret with her life, and no one can tell it, including Ma Hongjun and her sisters. Now see Lu Feng again. Qiwa was so surprised and excited. Now she suppressed the turbulent waves in her heart and maintained normal communication, and her management of Hanhai City was praised and recognized by Lu Feng. This was what she wanted most and was the biggest gift. Our boss is very discerning, but he probably supports you partly out of my favor, so you also have to thank me. Husband. Ma Hongjun winked. Haha, fat man, you really know how to put gold on your face. You are not a thin person, you are a city wall person. Jiangju, who had always been gentle and did not like to argue, couldn't help but joke. Ha ha ha. Jiangju's words caused everyone to burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became more and more lively. Jiangju, you've already become a teacher. Why are you still still learning so badly from Rong Rong and the others? Ma Hongjun said helplessly. In addition to Jiangju, Hua Wu and Douluo are also in the team going to the island. After consideration, Lu Feng felt that the strength of the three of them was almost up to the level of going to Poseidon Island to experience, so he took them together. Go and harvest opportunities. Seeing Jiangju speaking, Lu Feng remembered something and said, Jiangju, Hua Wu and Douluo, come here. Jiangju, Hua Wu and Douluo didn't understand why Lu Feng specifically called them, but they still walked to Lu obediently. In front of Feng, deep affection flows in his watery eyes. The laughter stopped temporarily and everyone focused their attention on Lu Feng. Lu Feng took out 3 fairy grasses picked from the small world of Lake of Life from his storage belt and handed them to the 3 women respectively. I just collected these 3 fairy grasses for you from the Star Forest. You are lucky to find one that suits you. Eat it, it will be of great benefit. Lu Feng said. He went to Dragon God's small world with the purpose of collecting fairy grass for the 3 of them before going to Poseidon Island. Improving their soul power and martial arts talents will be of great help to them when they go to Poseidon Island, and they can obtain more advanced divine examination training. Sir, this. Douluo was flattered, breathing rapidly, and was too excited to speak. Feng Hua Wu's ruby-like beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and she was extremely moved. Me too. Jiangju's voice trembled, and she looked at the fairy grass in her hand with disbelief, and then at Lu Feng with mixed feelings in her heart. After they became Lu Feng's women, they all also knew the function of fairy grass. It was precisely because of taking the fairy grass that Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, Shui Bing'er, etc. had their soul power soared. Their martial spirits were greatly strengthened and even evolved, and their cultivation speed was greatly accelerated. Bai Chenxiang's breakthrough to Soul King at such a young age was inseparable from the effect of the fairy grass, but ambrosia is extremely rare and valuable. The 3 of them either felt that they were not worthy, or that there was no more fairy grass and they could not get it. Unexpectedly, during the time he was away, Lu Feng traveled 1,000,000 miles to go to the Star Forest to collect fairy grass for them. Chapter 747. The ferocious beast gathered together, and the Demon King made an astonishing move. Lu Erlong's many years as CEO have not been in vain. She is no longer the female Tyrannosaurus who jumped into trouble at the beginning. She has learned to restrain her impetuous and violent personality at critical moment. When the enemy is strong and we are weak, she uses words first. Come and deal with it. It's not that her personality has changed, it's that she's become wiser. You are not qualified to know my name. As for what's going on, please inform Lu Feng and you will find out for yourself, the demon spirit said impatiently. Lu Erlong narrowed his eyes slightly and said, that's okay, but Mr. Lu Feng is not in the headquarters at the moment, so he may not be notified so soon. Why don't you wait and let's agree on a time? Then Mr. Lu Feng will definitely show up to meet you. You meet. In one sentence, Lu Erlong used the 2 tactics of never being tired of deceit and delaying the attack. As long as it can be delayed, as long as Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo and other strong reinforcements arrive, the Merchant Alliance will be more confident. Who is Lu Feng who deserves to let me wait? You can wait, but I will destroy your so-called headquarters first as the price for waiting. The demon spirit threatened with a fierce light in its eyes. How dare you? A voice shouted. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu and others rushed over. Fende Hans Huang saw that the Merchant Alliance guard was injured and immediately made a fighting stand. Tang Yuehua came to the scene and observed silently. Flanders, Li Yuzong, Ya Qingye and others from Shrek Academy also came to support. More and more people are coming, which is exactly what the demon spirit wants. Just now, the demon spirit injured the guard at the entrance of the Merchant Alliance headquarters, deliberately erupting with powerful evil energy. Lu Feng is an important figure in the Merchant Alliance. If he attacks the Merchant Alliance headquarters, Lu Feng will definitely come after getting the news, and no one here knows him. When he saw Lu Feng, he suppressed him for a moment and then walked away gracefully. His identity could not be revealed and no one knew who he was. Although he did not completely comply with Lord Dishan's intention to act secretly, the main task was completed. A few little bug dare to yell at me. Aren't they afraid of death? Having said that, the demon spirit has no intention of killing people here. If someone kills someone in broad daylight, things will get really big. Lu Feng is a human being that the Lord and Zig agree with. It is said that he has pure dragon god blood. If this is the case, he must treat it with caution and wait until Lu Feng appears to confirm the dragon god blood in Lu Feng before proceeding to the next step. The person who killed Lu Feng from the beginning created a hatred that was difficult to untie, and it was not easy to have a conversation. This is the capital city of Tiandu, and there are imperial laws. How dare you commit crimes here? One of the people commented. It's so arrogant for one person to dare to provoke the Merchant Alliance. Another person responded. She should have some strength. Elder Lu is a titled Douluo. I didn't act rashly against him. He should also be a titled Douluo. Who is he and where did he come from? I don't know. That man looks evil. Yes, but the powerful soul masters fighters from Shrek Academy are here and the city guards are probably on their way, so there is no need to be afraid of him. Yes, I don't have to be afraid of him. We usually receive many favors from the Merchant Alliance and we must support the Merchant Alliance. Although ordinary people can feel the strong evil energy, they don't know the specific strength of the demon spirit, so they dare to talk about it around them. Don't worry, I'm here. Lu Feng used his soul power to wrap his voice and send it to the ears of his wives respectively. This soul beast is very powerful and like Zig, it can move around in human form. If it weren't for the true sight, it wouldn't be able to see through its true identity. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu and others' expressions softened a little and did not speak again. When the demon spirit glanced at Xiao Wu, he was slightly certain. It was obvious that Xiao Wu was the incarnation of a soul beast. The demon smiled. Interesting, you. Just when the demon spirit was about to reveal the identity of the little dancing soul beast, Lu Feng shouted coldly, "What do you want from me?" As he spoke, Lu Feng stepped into the arena. The identity of the little dancing soul beast is currently known to only a few of us. If it is made public, it will cause unnecessary trouble, so we can't keep it secret any longer. Lu Feng, let me come out to help you. Let me go out and fight for you. My current strength can defeat the demon spirit. Yun Yun and Yin's voice sounded in Lu Feng's mind. In the city of killing, Yun Yun can compete with the killing king who has a huge bonus in strength. She will definitely have no problem dealing with strong men who have not yet fully reached the peerless Douluo level. However, Yun Yun is his trump card, so he should try not to make it public until he has no choice. The same is true for Yin. Once they show up in Tiandu City, which attracts everyone's attention, it will basically spread to the whole world. Wait, Yin said this person is a demon spirit. Demon spirit finally remembered. No need for now. Just stay calm and wait and see what happens. Lu Feng rejected Yun Yun and Yin's invitation to fight. After knowing that the man in brown clothes was a demon, he became more confident in dealing with it. Are you Lu Feng? The demon spirit looked Lu Feng up and down and said disdainfully, I don't see how special he is, and he is so short. What he meant by special was his special ability to attract Zig away. From the perspective of soul bees, just like how humans see soul bees, most of them are ugly. As for being short, Lu Feng is now 1.85 meters tall, which is considered very tall among humans. If he wants to grow bones and body, he can still grow taller, but Lu Feng felt that enough was enough and didn't want to go too high. If it is too high, the beds in hotels are generally not long enough. The body of a soul beast is generally much larger than that of a human being, and when transformed into a human form, its stature is also very tall. This demon spirit is slender, estimated to be 2 meters tall, but not strong. It looks like noodles and will fall over if the wind blows. But because he exuded a sinister aura and just now had the aura of a peerless powerful man, no one dared to underestimate him. Zig is more than 1.9 meters tall. Yes, Zig is taller than herself. As a man from Zigi, at some point some ordinary postures are more challenging. Zig is not thin. She has a plump and hot figure and is strong enough. Overall, she looks like the Valkyrie. Gu Yuina is currently in her teenage years, not particularly tall, with a graceful figure, moderate and thin. What, are you saying that Mr. Lu Feng is short? Then we are all disabled. A short man said very unhappily. That's right. Who is this person? A person who talks nonsense and talks like fart. The demon spirit's words aroused criticism from everyone. With Lu Feng appearing, everyone was no longer worried. You dare to scold me? I'll kill you. The demon spirit didn't want to kill, but the majestic soul beast king was insulted by an ordinary person who was as small and weak as an ant. He couldn't help it, and with a glare he was about to kill. Demon spirit, isn't your main point looking for me? My time is precious. Don't waste it. Talk about it. Lu Feng called out to the furious demon spirit. The demon spirit's expression changed drastically. You know me. Lu Feng was shocked when he revealed his real name. Chapter 748. Gu Yuina's anger. Kuihua found a reason to send Ma Hongjun away. She didn't want to embarrass Lu Feng, but also because she knew that Ma Hongjun was a big talker and couldn't hide things in his heart. It was better for him not to know important secret. A simple conversation shows Kuihua's emotional intelligence in dealing with affairs. Save face for your fiancé and also block Lu Feng. Brother, can you team up with me to participate in the soul fighting competition? Bai Chenxiang said timidly, because according to what everyone said just now, it may not be easy to achieve. Lu Feng's prestige is too high and his actual combat power is prohibitive, and Lu Feng's appearance can be seen by everyone in the world from various newspapers and picture scrolls, and he is very familiar with it. It couldn't be more familiar. What's more, it's basically impossible to find soul saint level opponents here, and it's still possible in the Tiandu City soul fighting arena. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu and others looked at Lu Feng, pursed their lips and smiled, guessing what reason Lu Feng would use to refuse. To everyone's surprise, Lu Feng readily agreed. Okay, I'll reduce my soul power to the same Soul King level as you, and by the way, I'll also wear a mask. Is this enough? That's great. Bai Chenxiang jumped for joy. Everyone suddenly realized that Lu Feng's method was quite good. It's so simple, but I didn't think of it for a while. I fell into a situation where I took it for granted. They all thought that Lu Feng was too strong and not suitable for this spirit fighting field. Of course, he also knew that Lu Feng would not gain much combat experience by doing this, and it was purely for fun with Bai Chenxiang. Ma Hongjun didn't find anything to deal with there. He ran back and saw that Lu Feng was going to team up with Bai Chenxiang to fight. He was surprised. The boss was doting on his sister too much. What's your group name? I'll help you register and make arrangement, Ma Hongjun said. Livy Gum combination. Bai Chenxiang blurted out. It can be seen that she has already thought about the name of the group. This group has a good name. Ma Hongjun nodded and said, by the way, Zhuqing, you are the next one, so get ready. After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he was going to help Lu Feng and Bai Chenxiang register. Although he is only the deputy manager, his wife is the city owner, and more importantly, he is Lu Feng's confidant and friend, so his status and reputation are much higher than those of the manager here. Usually Ma Hongjun doesn't take care of much and just comes to hang out when he has time. Today, Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others are coming, so Yin Qing accompanies him throughout the whole process. Now that Lu Feng is here again, he wants to fulfill his loyalty as a landlord and serve Zhou Dao. Come on, Qing'er, we also practice fighting in the water. Lu Feng walked toward Zhu Zhuqing, hugged her elastic waist, placed his mouth on Zhu Zhuqing's plump red lips, and kissed her. Lu Feng did this in front of Qiwa, which made Zhu Zhuqing a little shy. Her pretty face blushed slightly, but her heart was very happy. She nodded meekly and said, I know, you have thought of it a long time ago. You will fight in the water one day, so you pay special attention to water training. No one can match your foresight. Lu Erlong sighed. She originally thought that Lu Feng liked to play with water, so when she settled down, she paid special attention to places where she could play with water. In Soto, Lu Feng designated the villa to be built by the lake, even if it required a long walk. In Tiandu City, Lu Feng specifically asked to dig a deep swimming pool. Now it seems that Lu Feng took precautions and had good intentions for their sake. Fighting in water is not aid can be accomplished overnight, but there is no use in improvising. If Lu Feng hadn't specially guided and trained water combat, they would still be landlubbers. When encountering the large spirit fighting arena in this pool, they would be very awkward, restrained, and unable to exert their due fighting power. But now, the results of their years of water training are not in vain. They have a deep understanding of water properties, superb swimming skills, and are also comfortable using their soul power to fight in the water. Fighting the sea spirit master in water that is beneficial to the sea spirit master will not have much impact. What Lu Erlong said was also what the other girls were thinking. His admiration and love for Lu Feng increased. My husband is so kind. Ning Rongrong stepped forward and took Lu Feng's hand and said coquettishly, I also want to form a group. I also thought about the name of the group. It called Feng Bao Group. I also want to form a group. Shui Yuer said, let's call them Maple Moon Group. Hehe. Feng Yu Group. This name has a bad taste. Ma Hongjun muttered in his heart, but he never dared to say it out loud because his fierce wife was here. On the side, someone is about to get beaten. And me. Count me in. Then I'm the only one left. Shui Binger, Shui Wu, and Meng Yuran also came and joined in the fun. Only Lu Erlong, Daodu, Hua Wu, and Jiangju, who had just eaten the fairy grass and were sitting cross-legged, absorbing the strange energy contained in the fairy grass, did not ask for a combination. Lu Erlong was too strong. There was no enemy of her in the entire Hanhai city. She had no nerve to end up abusing others. This was not her character. She just found it interesting to watch them making trouble with Lu Feng. It's a shame. I should have known that I wouldn't be arranging for a one-on-one match. Xiao Wu said with a little regret. I haven't participated in the soul fighting competition with Lu Feng for a long time. I also want to use Feng Wu to participate in the second round. Versus 2. According to the competition rules of the Great Soul Fighting Arena here, newcomers can only sign up for one competition on the first day. Is it okay if I cancel the one-on-one match? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flashed. She smiled faintly and said to Ma Hongjun, let's make some arrangement. This. It's so difficult for you to make arrangements like this. Ma Hongjun was satisfied. His head was sweating profusely. He was allowed to have all the power in this big spirit fighting arena, but he was confused by the situation in front of him. The Great Soul Fighting Arena in Hanhai City has rules. Lord Lu Feng. Qiwa cast her gaze at Lu Feng. She knew that Lu Feng had always abided by the rules set by the Business Alliance. According to the rules, Lu Feng can only participate in one game. Lu Feng shrugged and said with a smile, rules are dead, but people are alive. For my dear wife, I can break any rules. What a doting wife. Qiwa's heart was filled with excitement and envy. Husband is wise. Husband, I love you. Husband, kiss. The beauties cheered and surrounded Lu Feng with various attacks. A house full of happiness. Qiwa and Ma Hongjun, who had their mouth stuffed with dog food, looked at each other. Boss, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I like it and I learned it. Hehe. Ma Hongjun was infected by the atmosphere and admired Lu Feng's cleverness. He could make his beloved wife happy and moved with just a few words, and he took the initiative to throw himself into his arms and seemed to understand how to treat Qiwa in the future. What have you learned? You're just standing there and writing. Go and make arrangement, Qiwa urged. Okay, Ma Hongjun replied, rushed over, hugged Qiwa, kissed her, and then ran out laughing. You are just bad and annoying. Qiwa spat and blushed. Qiwa said hey, but there was a smile in her eyes and she felt a kind of happiness in her heart. Chapter 749. The Passage to Becoming a God. Men are not bad, women are not loving. The word bad does not refer to scum, nor does it refer to evil deed. Rather, it means that the emotional intelligence of love can understand amorous feelings and express love boldly with words and actions. But scumbag men are often better at this than straight men. Therefore, it seems that scumbag men are more likely to succeed in hunting for women. But in fact, scumbags are not born to be good at love. They are all experiences and learned experiences. Straight men can also learn how to do this. It just depends on whether you are willing to learn and whether you are willing to open your mind. In his previous life, Lu Feng was guided to be an obedient child in school, society, and family. Therefore, I have suffered this kind of loss. When I meet a girl I really like, I don't dare to express it. I don't dare to show my love boldly, and I don't know how to fight for love. It seems that if you go too far, you will commit a crime, and if you are rejected, you will be laughed at. You must live cautiously. In the end, I can only be an otaku who watches movies, plays game, and pose. After traveling to Douluo continent, I was completely let go and broke the shackles of my brainwashed thought. Looking back, what if I was rejected? We have to live in the eyes of others. Why should we live in the comments of others? And why should we care about being rejected? If you refuse, then look for another girl. As long as I still have my big and thick fishing rod, am I still afraid that I won't be able to catch any fish? Or you can change it to a fishing net. Cast a wide net and you can always catch delicious fish. Lu Feng looked at Ma Hongjun's progress and his thoughts were racing for a while. Next, under Ma Hongjun's arrangement, he let go, used his privileges, and broke the rules. Zhu Zhuqing cancelled the one-on-one match. Lu Feng put on a mask and competed with Bai Chenxiang. Bai Chenxiang is a flying spirit master, but Lu Feng has not forgotten that he had given Bai Chenxiang training in water combat a few years ago. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Lu Feng was also prepared. He will prepare a few more masks and play with the wives in different identities. This match is between the Liquid Amber combination and the Hypo brothers, who have won 4 consecutive victories. Ma Hongjun personally came on stage as the host and announced the duel list. The whole crowd cheered. In the packed soul fighting arena, the audience cheered enthusiastically. However, most of them are cheering for the Hypo brothers. The Liquid Amber group? I haven't heard of it. With this name, you can tell at a glance that they are inexperienced rookies coming here for the first time. It was my first time against the Shanghai Po brothers, and they were miserable enough. They came out. The men wore silver masks. The newcomer is still pretending. That little girl is so beautiful. She is cute and charming, and her figure is also very good. No, she is so young, and she is still a land soul master. My 100 gold soul coins are bet. Haha, you, this guy wants to make high odd, but he's going to lose you. What a scam. You damn kid. Shut up. Do you want to die? That little girl's martial spirit is a sharp-tailed swift. An audience member looked at Ying Ying. The information on the screen was in awe. Ah, he is the direct heir to the Min clan and has a great background. Someone exclaimed. The Min clan is now a very prestigious sect on the Douluo continent. The little girl must have a lot of background, but the sharp-tailed swift is not very strong in combat, and she is still so young. What? Fighting Soul King? Oh my god, Soul King? This little girl is the Soul King. Yes, is that right? You started practicing from your mother's womb. The man in the silver mask is also a Soul King, but why is there no martial soul indicated? The column for Lu Feng's martial soul is blank on the screen. The audience was puzzled. Ma Hongjun quickly explained, this silver-face layer will not use martial arts and soul rings to fight. As soon as he said this, the whole place was in an uproar. What will happen if you don't use martial souls and soul rings? How dare land soul masters come to us on the ground? Brothers from the sea soul, teach them a lesson. Some sea soul masters were very unhappy. This is their ground, and the pool is suitable for them to fight. The land soul master actually dares to fight with the soul ring without his martial soul, which means he looked down on the sea soul brothers. When Brother Hypo heard this, he also showed displeasure. Haegui sneered. Yunmian, right? Don't use this as an excuse if you lose. Don't worry. Lu Feng shrugged. You will definitely be the losers. Lu Feng sighed in his heart. Whether it was a coincidence or fate, he and Xiang faced off against the Hypo brothers. In the original plot, Ma Hongjun and Bai Chenxiang participated in the spirit battle here, and they also faced off against the Hypo brothers. Lu Feng wanted to hide his identity. Wearing a mask was not enough. The martial soul and soul ring were his unique symbols and could not be shown. But to deal with this level of soul fighting competition there is no need for martial arts and soul ring, so there is no pressure. Yes, don't cry later. Hai Bai's eyes showed anger. Heigui and Heibei are twin brothers. They cooperate very well and have won 4 consecutive victories. They are very strong and have gained a reputation in the great soul fighting arena of Hanhai City. The Haipo brothers released their martial spirit seals. 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Jump into a deep pool with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Transform into a fish-like shape. Swim freely in the water and quickly disappear. Bai Chenxiang released her martial spirit, fluttered her white wings and flew into the air. At the same time 2 yellow, 1 purple and 2 black soul rings rose from under her long, slender, and round leg and slowly rotated around her body. In terms of soul ring ratio, thanks to Lu Feng's help, the last 2 soul rings are both more than 10,000 years old, which is stronger than the Haipo brothers. Lu Feng put his hands behind his back and stepped on the water with his soles, walking as if walking on flat ground. Wow! 2 water dragons rose from the bottom of the water and rushed towards Lu Feng. It seems that he can easily avoid the boiling water dragon in a flash. He can take down the Sea Soul brothers with one move. Under the eyes of the true vision, the Sea Soul brothers are hiding under the water. He knows every action of the Sea Soul brothers. But Lu Feng didn't do this because today he defines himself as a sparring partner. The goal is not to defeat the Haipo brothers as quickly as possible. Instead, let Bai Chenxiang adapt to fighting against the Sea Soul master. The same was true for the subsequent scenes with Zhu Zhuqing and Shui Binger. It was also the first time for him to face a Sea Soul master, so he saw it as a good training opportunity. It would be boring if you killed your opponent instantly with one move. It has no effect on myself or them. The 2 water dragons rushed to nothing, but it did not stop but continued to rise rapidly, rushing toward Bai agar wood suspended in midair. After taking the grass jelly, the white agar wood is no longer what it used to be. Its light speed and agility are unparalleled. Facing the 2 attacking water dragons, she flapped her wings and dodged them. At the same time, several feather blades that were already ready to attack condensed and formed, shining with white light. Whoosh! Feather blade counterattacked toward the water. Bai Chenxiang used her mental power to roughly detect the location of Brother Haipo at the bottom of the water. Brother Haipo was surprised from the actions of these 2 people who easily dodge the water dragon's attack. It can be seen that they have extraordinary strength. They are not in a hurry when fighting them. They can dodge and counterattack at the same time. Their goals are clear. They are not newbies at all, but they didn't pay attention to Bai Chenxiang's feather blade counterattack. Chapter 750 Dragon God's Memory Temple. In the soil layer, countless huge root systems of varying thicknesses are tied together to form a dense and strong network. Of course, Lu Feng will not forget the underground. There is no need for him to do this deliberately. When the ultimate earth attribute and the ultimate wood attribute are fused, using the 10,000 woods mad prison will have this effect. Since he was facing a powerful demon spirit, in order to protect the people around him, Lu Feng deliberately used the properties of the ultimate earth and ultimate wood to their full potential and went all out to strengthen the cage. It's not that easy either in heaven or on earth. The demon spirit became angry. Facing a human soul master, I have never been so frustrated. If he had known that Lu Feng's 10,000 wood mad prison was so strong, he should have chosen to dodge this soul control skill. With his ghostly speed and innate ability to become invisible, he may not necessarily be imprisoned in this cage, but nothing is as it should be. Now trapped, there is no other way. The only important thing is to attack with all your strength, break the plant barrier, and escape from the cage. He also had to use soul skills. Earth Demon Soul Destruction Strike. The demon spirit soul power condensed in its hands, and its sharp claws shone like Ruan's gray-brown light, and his body quickly became huge, bursting his clothes in an instant. His skin grew cocky scales. Long fangs sprouted from his mouth, and his mouth became long and pointed like a pangolin, and his handsome face turned into a ferocious and terrifying one in an instant. Monster appearance. What's weird is that his huge body has become difficult to distinguish between reality, and his face is also blurry. Only the 2 flashing fierce lights project the evil big eyes are very eye-catching. This is the true form of the demon spirit soul beast. Lu Feng, who used plant vision to observe the demon spirit, gained a better understanding of the demon spirit. Judging from the appearance and soul power attribute, the demon spirit must have blood similar to that of a pangolin, but it is not the kind of pangolin that people know. After hundreds of thousands or hundreds of years of evolution, species will undergo earth-shaking changes from their previous appearance, both in body shape and appearance, such as whales. A whale is a mammal that originally lived on land. It has 4 limbs and needs to breathe air. After a long period of evolution, whales have become fish that can only survive in the water and have become a dominant presence in the ocean. Lu Feng knew that in the endless sea in the west of this world there lived a a giant whale king who had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Before it had reached a 1,000,000-year cultivation level, it dared to go head-to-head with Poseidon. In the near future, I will definitely meet this giant whale king. Not to mention, this moment the demon spirit was frightened and angry and charged up its strength to attack. The surrounding air seemed to be drained out instantly and turned into a vacuum. The majestic power surged and the strong wind swept across. If it weren't for the tree barrier, the people around would have been affected at this time. Soul masters who are less powerful will be swept away by the aftermath and be traumatized. Ordinary people may die. The demon spirit still retains a trace of consciousness and its powerful attack is directed towards the ground. For the same reason, he was afraid of accidentally killing Lu Feng. Lu Feng is obviously a control system soul master. His soul control skills are very amazing, but his defense is not necessarily strong. After all, he is just a soul saint. In terms of absolute strength, it is impossible to compete with a soul beast that has been cultivated for nearly 200,000 years. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the ground shook violently. The root system of the plants woven underground was broken and a deep dark hole appeared in the ground. The demon spirit didn't dare to stay, so it quickly got into the deep hole and dived underground. Finally escaping from Lu Feng's terrifying prison, the demon spirit felt relieved and let out a breath. He actually had to force him to use his soul skills and attack with all his strength in order to escape. This human boy is indeed not simple. No, it should be much stronger than expected. I have never seen a human being with such great talent. This is only the soul saint level. As time goes by, what kind of terrifying existence this boy will be when he grows up. Zig's vision is not bad. The demon spirit thoughts changed greatly. I dare not look down on Lu Feng anymore, but his mission is not yet complete. Leaving like this is running away. It's so embarrassing. He prepared to wander underground looking for traces of Lu Feng, and once he found them, he would launch a surprise attack. Outside Wan Muamad prison, everyone couldn't see Lu Feng and the demon spirit, so they began to make various guesses. I just heard a roar and the ground shook violently. I don't know what the situation is. Anyway, just stay away. Even the aftermath of a battle of this level is not something we can bear. Yes, although I have to support the regent, my life is at stake. Feeling the violent earthquake on the ground, many onlookers with average strength retreated away. Ordinary people were so frightened that they ran far away. Only Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and the strong reinforcements from Shrek Academy, Kaibao Glazek, and Wuhan Palace were left at the scene. Xue Qinghe was dressed in white for a private visit incognito. He did not wear an imperial robe, nor was he followed by a large royal guard. He only brought 2 guards with him. He was mixed in the crowd, and people who were not familiar with him would not recognize him at once. Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong noticed Xue Qinghe's arrival, but seeing that the emperor was wearing casual clothes, they obviously didn't want to alarm others, so they didn't pay any courtesy and just nodded to show respect. The 2 guards behind Emperor Xue Qinghe attracted their attention. They couldn't feel the fluctuations in the soul power of the 2 guards, and they felt a little unfathomable. They didn't remember that Xue Qinghe had such a strong person beside him. Judging from the face, he looks unfamiliar. Maybe he is a new recruit. Xue Qinghe is the king of a country. Nowadays, the army is streamlined and the administration is streamlined. Most of the soldiers will be disarmed and returned to the field. It is normal to recruit new strong men to protect him. Therefore, they were not too surprised and quickly returned their main attention to Lu Feng's battle with the demon spirit. They maintained the highest level of alert and immediately went to help whenever they found out that Lu Feng might be in danger. The snake spear Douluo and the porpoise Douluo are Qian Rongxiu's trump cards that have been hidden for more than 10 years. They will not be exposed to the public unless absolutely necessary. But now that Lu Feng and the demon spirits are fighting, Qian Rongxiu can't care much anymore. When Lu Feng started to fight against the demon spirit, Ning Rongrong lost no time in giving Lu Feng some boosting assistance. Due to the evolution of Ning Rongrong's martial soul and the blessing of top-level soul bone, her enhanced auxiliary soul skills are now not much worse than Ning Fengzi's. Even so, Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing and others still had worries in their eyes. At this time, under the ground, the demon spirit swam back and forth several times but still could not find Lu Feng's location. This is too weird. My perception can't be that bad. When a normal demon spirit feels a little discouraged, warning signs suddenly appear. There is something abnormal behind you. It's Lu Feng's aura. Yes, Lu Feng's figure appeared silently behind the demon spirit. The shadow of the world tree behind him was swaying, and the green gold vines were like several green dragons rushing towards the demon spirit. The 6-soul skill, reverse blade splitting the sky. Lu Feng's golden 6-soul ring lit up. Several green gold vines came together in an instant and transformed into a giant long sword with a length of more than 10 meters. On the light blade, blue electricity flashed. Tear. The light blade flashed towards the demon spirit. It is not affected by the soil and rocks underground, or even affected by any material. Unstoppable. skull. It's as if the space has been torn apart. Chapter 751 Zig is exposed. Soul masters are trapped under the ground and generally cannot use their soul skills, but Lu Feng has the ultimate soil. Not only can he travel freely underground, but he can also use soul skills to attack his opponent. The demon spirit felt extremely depressed. He thought about relying on his advantage underground to launch a surprise attack from Lu Feng's back. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng would surprise him from behind. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng moved underground more quickly and stealthily than him, and his advantage turned into a disadvantage. Potential. But at least Lu Feng can be locked. Facing Lu Feng's attack, the demon spirit became weak. The void of demon. This is the unique defensive skill of demon spirit. In a very short period of time, the body becomes an illusory spirit body similar to a ghost, immune to all soul attack. However, the demon spirit in the illusory spirit state has no attack power. Lu Feng's 6 soul skill is the only single target attack soul skill of the world tree martial spirit so far. With the blessing of the martial soul's true body, it has extremely powerful destructive power. When she was sparring with titled Douluo Lu Erlong, he couldn't withstand it and didn't dare to resist, so he could only dodge. Because the reverse blade has the effect of ignoring the opponent's defense. Currently, it ignores 80% of the opponent's defense. As the soul power increases, the effect of ignoring defense will be strengthened. This soul skill is equivalent to the nemesis of all defensive soul masters. It's useless no matter how much the opponent's defense power is stacked. The special defense skill of the demon spirit is an evasion skill. The light blade tore a long, narrow hole in the ground, turning everything it passed into a vacuum, and it also passed through the demon spirit's illusory body. The demon spirit was not injured, but his face was full of shock. He could feel the sharp and terrifying force of Lu Feng's blow. If he had not used his escape skills in time, he would probably have suffered considerable trauma. It's a bit interesting to turn reality into reality. Lu Feng smiled, thinking about how to deal with the demon spirits next time, and add some black fire to the light blade next time. The black fire doesn't care what your spiritual body is, it will still burn and devour you. Lu Feng, where did you get the ultimate earth attribute power? The demon spirit figure returned to its true state. The corners of its eyes twitched, and in great surprise, he asked the one thing he was most concerned about. This is the power he dreams of. His earth attribute power is only slightly different from the ultimate earth power, but just this thin line makes a world of difference. If you have the ultimate earth attribute power, the potential of the demon spirit will increase dramatically, and in the future, it can even surpass the Emperor Tian and become a beast god. Lu Feng's ultimate earth attribute was obtained from the remnant soul of the Earth Dragon King. This ultimate earth attributed power was something even God Shura wanted to obtain back then. Of course, Lu Feng would not tell the demon spirit this secret. He smiled and said, "You don't need to know." The demon spirit's breath was stagnant, frustrated and helpless, and sighed, "I actually have no ill intentions towards you." He lied. He initially had malicious intentions and wanted to suppress Lu Feng. He found that Lu Feng was not easy to mess with, so he changed his tune. According to Lu Feng's observation, the demon spirit did not use all its strength at the beginning, nor did it make a killing blow. It seemed to be worried when it took action. It can be judged that the demon spirit at least has no intention of killing him, but when he went to the Merchant Alliance headquarters to cause trouble and even injured a guard, how could he say he was not malicious? Lu Feng didn't say anything. He locked his chi machine on the demon spirit and said, "Don't you want to fight?" The two of them were underground. They couldn't see each other in the darkness, and the soil and rocks blocked their sight. They wrapped the sound with soul power, sent it to the other person's ear to communicate. For Lu Feng, who possesses the ultimate earth attribute power, mud and rocks cannot hinder his perception at all. You can even share a unique view of underground plant seeds and roots to detect the movements of demon spirit. I'm just testing you. You also know that with my strength, if I attack with all my strength, it will be more than that. The demon spirit said, "Well, I know, but is it necessary to test like this?" Lu Feng didn't want to go into details and asked directly, "Who sent you here?" He felt that there was someone behind the demon spirit. Because he and the demon spirit 8 poles can't get along, there is no enmity, and no connection whatsoever. So why do you come to trouble him? Lu Feng was very curious. "Since you know my real name, do you know where I come from?" the demon spirit asked instead of answering Lu Feng's question. "Stardo Forest." "Exactly. You haven't answered my question yet. If I tell you, can you tell me the source of your ultimate earth attribute power?" The demon spirit's response to the ultimate earth attribute power grudged. "Sorry, I can't disclose this matter." Lu Feng flatly refused. "Forget it." The demon spirit was disappointed. "Do you have anything else to do with me?" Lu Feng asked. "I heard that you have the blood of the dragon god. I came here to confirm, but I didn't sense that you have the blood of the dragon clan." The demon spirit expressed his doubt. "If the dragon god bloodline could be sensed at will, I would have been hunted down by god killer's men long ago." Lu Feng spread his hands and said, "The power of dragon god bloodline has its own hidden abilities that even gods cannot sense. Before, he would only break out as a last resort or when his life was seriously threatened. After several years of exploration, Lu Feng can now actively control the power of the dragon god bloodline, including the dragon god's domain. His use of the world-destroying dragon spear only revealed the power of the dragon bloodline, not the dragon god bloodline power. It is normal for human soul masters to have dragon bloodline power. Lu Erlong and Gu Rong, who were present, both had dragon blood. That makes sense. The demon spirit nodded. Can you show it to me now? Dragon god bloodline is not something that can be shown to others casually. What's more, there is a successor to the god outside. Since you ever seen Gu Yuina and Zig when you came from the Star Forest? Lu Feng asked again after rejecting the demon spirit's request. Yes, I have met the Lord and Lady Zig. Then you don't trust them? Lu Feng guessed that since the demon spirit had heard that he had the blood of the dragon god, he came all the way from the Star Do Forest. Want to confirm? There must be doubt. I don't dare. The demon spirit was told the central issue but could not admit it. Among soul beasts, the hierarchy is stricter than that of human. The level of a soul beast is determined by the power of its bloodline. Gu Yuina is the co-master of the soul beast with only the power of her bloodline, and the demon spirits have to call her their master. If you question Gu Yuina, it will be a crime of disobedience. Since you are here, you just want to bring me a message to your lord saying that I will go to the Star Forest in a while. Lu Feng's next step in his plan was to take his wives there, directly go to Poseidon Island to practice. The appearance of the demon spirit heralded the possibility of major changes in the Star Do Forest, so he changed his mind and went to the Star Do Forest to visit Gu Yuina, Zig, and a row before going to Poseidon Island. It's great that you want to come to the Star Forest. I will definitely bring you the message. The demon spirit's eyes flickered and he was secretly happy in his heart. The mission was only half completed. Lu Feng was found out, but he failed to suppress him, and it would be a great achievement to bring back the news that Lu Feng was going to the Star Forest. Chapter 752 The Emperor's Auspicious Beast. The Three-Eyed Golden Eagle. Only then did the audience come back to their senses and start talking. So good. He still hasn't been repulsed. Impossible, impossible. How can such a powerful martial soul fusion skill be so watery? It's not the martial soul fusion skill, it's the Silver Face Soul Master. The defense is too strong. Yet, even if you stand still and let the Hypo brothers attack with all their strength, they can't shake it. This kind of defense is simply unbelievable. Who is he? I wonder too. I know, he is so elegant, so handsome, and his looks are definitely not bad. The focus of everyone's discussion was not Bai Chen Xiang, who defeated the Hypo brothers, but Lu Feng, who was full of mystery. The VIP auditorium on the top floor where Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others were located was a partition with floor-to-ceiling glass windows and was soundproofed. If the windows were not opened, their cheers would not be heard. I didn't expect Xiang to be so strong. Ning Rong praise. Fighting in Xiang Shui is also very good. You can rush directly into the water to chase the sea spirit master. Duguyan acknowledged. Another little monster. A bright smile appeared on Lu Erlong's lips. She knew how much Lu Feng valued Bai Chen Xiang. In addition, the elder Bai he passed away, so Lu Feng took even more care of her and tried his best to cultivate her. Lu Feng has high expectations for Bai Chen Xiang. I hope Bai Chen Xiang can also reach the peak of Soul Master. Next, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Hu Lina, etc. took turns to form a combination with Lu Feng and fight together. Lu Feng put on different masks and accompanied them in the battle with different mysterious identities. No more suspense. Zhu Zhuqing and the others were stronger than Bai Chen Xiang, especially in terms of attack power. Although Ning Rong, Ya Lingling, and Swu are auxiliary soul masters, after training in the killing field duel, they each have their own attack skills and have good attack ability, combat adaptability, physical defense, and soul masters. They also have extremely strong strength, and with Lu Feng's help in attracting fire power, even if they cannot knock down the opponent directly, they can still kill them alive. The thousands of spectators present were puzzled. Today is a two-person competition, which is very different from before, and there are more players wearing masks, as if they are imitating the mysterious appearance of the first Silver Face Soul Master. However, the battle was exciting, and they were so mesmerized that they put those doubts aside. Generally speaking, everything is done according to the rules. In order to entertain everyone and please Lu Feng, Ma Hongjun used his privileges to temporarily arrange a combination of Sea Soul Masters to compete in a duel by increasing the appearance fee. As long as you are willing to spend money, you are not afraid of finding someone. Happy time always passes quickly. It was night in a flash. In this period of time, Lu Feng appropriately helped Daodu, Hua Wu, and Jiangzhu absorb the fairy grass. Hua Wu, who possesses the ultimate fire, absorbed the fairy grass smoothly and did not need help. Daodu and Hua Wu, who were slightly less talented, had a little difficulty and needed help to completely absorb the fairy grass. The energy contained in grass. The effect of grass jelly is as gratifying as ever. The 3 female martial art souls have been greatly strengthened. Their soul power has increased by leap and bounds, and their cultivation speed has also been greatly accelerated. That night, Douluo, Huawu, and Jiangzhu went through shift adjustment and accompanied Lu Feng to bed together, releasing their deep gratitude to Lu Feng. The reason for shifting is because they were not originally lined up together. The night is dark. Outside the window of Lu Feng's room, Bai Chenxiang spread her white wing, quietly glided over, and landed lightly on the balcony. Her smart eyes blinked. A naughty smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she listened attentively. Soon her beautiful face turned hot, as if on fire. Her blush reached her neck, and her little earlobes were so delicate. She always had something in her heart and wanted to say to Lu Feng, "Brother, take me." Lu Feng and her were not biological brothers and sisters, but they were better than biological brothers and sisters. Whether in her heart or in the mouths of people around her, Lu Feng was the best brother in the world. But what she wants is more than brother-sister love. They were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. When she was a child, she could innocently say, "I want to marry my brother when I grow up." Now she has grown up, reaching the height of an adult at the age of 12, which is also the age for marriage in ordinary rural families. She also understands the things between men and women, but she is more shy and can't speak out. She was a little afraid that if she opened her mouth and broke the window paper, it would affect the harmonious relationship between the two of them. 2 hours later, the sounds in the house stopped. It's late at night, and the sky is filled with starlight. Bai Chenxiang, who was sitting by the balcony wall, felt sleepy, yawned, and fell asleep unconsciously. At this time, the balcony door opened. Lu Feng cast his adoring gaze on Bai Chenxiang's beautiful sleeping face, shook his head and said with a smile, "This little girl is actually sleeping here." He knelt down and gently picked up Bai Chenxiang. He rushed to Bai Chenxiang's room, put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and kissed her on the forehead. Lu Feng turned around and was about to leave the room. "Brother," Bai Chenxiang called softly. Lu Feng turned around, not sure if she was talking in her sleep, but she saw Bai Chenxiang looking at her shyly, with bottomless affection in her beautiful eyes. "Xiao Xiang is awake," Lu Feng said with a smile. "Brother, I'm not young anymore. If you don't believe me, check it out." Bai Chenxiang was already familiar with some of Lu Feng's jokes. "It's so late." Lu Feng hesitated. He knew that Bai Chenxiang was interested in him, and he originally wanted to include Bai Chenxiang in his harem in the future. Being familiar with the original plot, of course he knew that Bai Chenxiang would be an extremely beautiful woman when she grew up. God. After traveling to this world, Bai Chenxiang was the first goddess he met. It's just that Bai Chenxiang was still young at that time. The two grew up together and fell in love with each other. I don't know when he started treating Bai Chenxiang as his own sister. The two share a special deep bond. After Bai he died, this feeling did not decrease but increased. He is also worried that breaking that relationship will affect the current relationship. Therefore, he would not take the initiative to tell the truth. Bai Chenxiang was still young anyway, so it didn't matter if he waited for another 2 years. "Brother, are you tired?" Bai Chenxiang changed the subject. "Me? Aren't you tired?" Lu Feng said, spreading his hands. "Then you stay, accompany me." "Okay." Bai Chenxiang's voice was as thin as a mosquito. "Okay." Lu Feng smiled, walked over and lay next to Bai Chenxiang. Bai Chenxiang waited for a while and found that Lu Feng did not move. He was just looking at her with a smile. "I just did something bad." Bai Chenxiang's cheeks were slightly red. "Oh, I eavesdropped on you. Haha. Did you pee?" No, that's okay. "What's good? You're still a good boy." "I don't want to be a good boy." "No, I don't want to be a child anymore." "Then what are you going to do?" Lu Feng shrugged. "I hate it." Bai Chenxiang pursed her red lips and mustered up the courage to say, "Brother, I want to be your woman." Chapter 753 Thunder Ololi. "You." Just as Lu Feng spoke, Bai Chenxiang raised her slender hand and pressed it down on his mouth. "Don't talk. I know you still think I'm young, and I don't want to hear your reasons for rejection." Lu Feng couldn't laugh or cry, and thought to himself, "I didn't want to refuse. Since you said it, how could I bear to let you down?" But Bai Chenxiang's small hand pressed down on his mouth, and he couldn't speak. Bai Chenxiang immediately continued, "Anyway, regardless of whether you agree or not, I have to kill you tonight." He was so arrogant and strong. Being spoiled by myself. Lu Feng was quite interested. At this time, Bai Chenxiang smiled sweetly, turned over, and held Lu Feng down, then knelt down and gently peeled off Lu Feng's clothes. Lu Feng took a breath of air. "An extremely strange feeling came over my heart." The next day, after reorganizing, Lu Feng led all the beauties on a large sailing ship and headed to Purple Pearl Island. "Of course you won't encounter pirate. There are no more pirates in the Western Sea. Either they were eliminated or they joined the Dao Merchant Alliance to work in the fleet, and the benefits they get are more than what they earn from being pirate. They are still above board and don't have to risk their lives, so why not do it?" A big factor in becoming a pirate is poverty. Also, the days are not running smoothly. Lu Feng developed a way for them to make a fortune and gave them excellent opportunities. Who would want to be a pirate who has only one meal but no meal? Those families who are pirate don't want their children and grandchildren to live a stable life and possibly achieve greater success. In the business alliance, everything has hope. Even if they are civilian, even civilians without soul power, there will be hope. The Lord of Qiwa City is an excellent example. The Merchant Alliance is a meritocracy. It not only wants to develop maritime trade but also explore new continent, which requires a large number of experienced seamen, and every one of those pirate who have been fighting against the wind and waves for many years is an excellent seaman. But among pirate there are also vicious, stubborn desperados, not so easy to tame. Lu Feng only did one thing that year, which was to gather most of the pirates from the West Sea under his banner and obey his orders obediently, that is, conquering the famous pirate leader Purple Pearl. Standing on the bow of the giant ship looking at the vast sea, Lu Feng's thoughts were racing. Being on the West China Sea cruise ship again felt very different. Last time, the Merchant Alliance was preparing to develop sea transportation. With his weak body, accompanied by many strong men, he drove a huge fleet to see Purple Pearl. Now, the entire West China Sea is within the sphere of influence of the Merchant Alliance. The giant ship was riding the wind and waves in the blue sea. The sea breeze was blowing on his face. Gulls were circling on the mast, and fish jumped out of the water from time to time. Looking far into the distance, Lu Feng's heart suddenly felt relieved when he saw the sea and sky. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Shui Binger, etc. all saw the sea for the first time and sailed in the sea for the first time. They all looked curiously at the side of the ship and made comment, very excited. They are well versed in the nature of water. They will not get seasick when taking a sea boat for the first time, and can directly enjoy the beautiful scenery of the sea. The sound of breaking wind sounded. Bai Chenxiang flapped her white wings and flew to Lu Feng's side. Brother, you're up. Are you feeling better? Lu Feng turned his head and hugged her into his arms, caressing the white and tender jade arms of Bai Agarwood, smelling the unique fragrance of the girl, the beautiful scenery, and even more relaxed and happy. What's better? I don't have anything. Bai Chenxiang pretended not to understand, but her feet stumbled. Pain came, and she relied on Lu Feng to protect her before she could stand firm. She was lucky enough to have wings to fly and to walk without feet, which covered up his unnatural walking posture. After she got on the boat, she stayed in the cabin and rested for a while, but the swelling and pain had not gone away. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he flew out. Okay, if you say no, then there won't be. Lu Feng laughed and didn't say anything. Looking at his expression, Bai Chenxiang didn't understand what he wanted to say. She rolled her eyes at Lu Feng, pretending to be angrily, and then smiled shyly. She got her wish and became Lu Feng's woman, so the little pain meant nothing. Nestling in Lu Feng's warm embrace and looking at the beautiful scenery on the sea, Bai Chenxiang felt comfortable and said with a happy face, "It's great. It would be better if time stopped and it could continue like this." "That won't work, Xiang. You still want to keep my husband all to yourself." Hua Wu came over and teased with a half smile. Bai Chenxiang's abnormal state was seen by all the girls, so how could they not know what happened between her and Lu Feng? "No way, I mean, together we..." Bai Chenxiang, who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, said very shyly, "What are we doing together?" Hua Wu turned to Lu Feng and said coquettishly, "I also want to settle a score with you." "You are partial. I took a shower in the bathroom last night. Come on, you're gone. What about the whole night you promised?" "This." Lu Feng smiled bitterly. "I will make up for it." "How to make up for it?" Hua Wu broke the casserole and asked. Bai Chenxiang made a face towards Hua Wu and said, "Sister Hua Wu, how can you be so strong to my brother? My brother doesn't like strong girls." Lu Feng secretly laughed in his heart. Xiang, you last night was also very strong, pushing me back." "Really? Why do I think Lu Feng likes my strength? Don't you think so?" Hua Wu approached Lu Feng, stretched out two slender jade fingers and pinched Lu Feng's waist. Lu Feng couldn't answer for a moment. "Something is wrong." Shura field warning. Saying yes would offend Bai Chenxiang. Say no and offend Hua Wu. There are many strong girls present, including teacher Erlong, Xiao Wu, Dugu Yan, etc. are also very strong. There are few talented and beautiful female soul masters who are not strong. The most gentle Shui Binger also has a strong side. I think it depends on the circumstances under which you are strong. Xiang was so strong last night, which is actually quite endearing. Hehe. Douluo covered his mouth and laughed. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Douluo very considerately helped him avoid the problem of the century. "Hey, Sister Douluo, last night..." Bai Chenxiang's heart tightened. "My husband was lost in the middle of the night. Of course we had to look for him, but we heard his voice outside your room door." Hua Wu said calmly. "You are good or bad?" "Bai Chenxiang, you are also outside our balcony and have been listening for a long time. Why can't you let us listen? If you want to be bad, let's do it together." Hua Wu deliberately pretended to have a bad expression. Bai Chenxiang was speechless and very embarrassed. Only then did she realize realize that not only Lu Feng knew about her sneaky behavior, but Hua Wu, Dao Du, and Zhang Zhu also knew about it, and they also ran outside her room to eavesdrop. The fault comes first and cannot be argued with. Bai Chenxiang's bickering was no match for Hua Wu. Okay, I'm teasing you. You are our younger sister. Hua Wu smiled brightly and said meaningfully, let's discuss it and we will line up together in the future. The Shura field was not formed, but it turned around again to indescribable topic. Lu Feng noticed that a Merchant Alliance crew member was walking towards him. Some words cannot be heard by outsiders, but there are some actions that are okay for outsiders to see. Lu Feng put his arms around Hua Wu's waist, hugged her tightly, and covered her flaming red lips with his mouth. Seeing this scene, the crew member could only turn around and leave without daring to look further. Bickering and joking add some fun to the peaceful sailing life. Chapter 754 Lu Feng's clever move. Wang Chuer surrendered. The ship's journey was calm. Arrive at Purple Pearl Island, but just as everyone was disembarking at the pier, the sudden change, whoosh, a sleeve arrow pierced the air and shot straight towards Lu Feng. Immediately afterward, a masked man dodged from the side and attacked Lu Feng. There is an assassin. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others instantly entered combat mode and were about to step forward to stop them. Leave it to me. Lu Feng raised his hand to stop them from moving. Judging from the slender figure, aura, and attire, it was none other than Purple Pearl. No matter how hard Purple Pearl tried to hide her pretty face, she could not escape Lu Feng's eyes. The true seeing pupil looked over and saw that any external package was of no use. In an instant, Lu Feng saw through the assassin's clothes and caught a glimpse of the white patch. In Lu Feng's eyes, Purple Pearl was running wildly and was about to attack. So fierce. Although we can roughly conclude that the person coming is Purple Pearl, after all, we haven't seen him for many years, so we still need to confirm it. There is no other meaning. How barbaric. As soon as they reached her core territory, they came to sneak attack and fight, but it also fit Purple Pearl's personality, an irrepressibly beautiful woman, and he has a special orientation and likes women, unless a man convinces her. The moment Lu Feng raised his hand, he predicted the flight path of the sleeve arrow. This is a top-notch sleeve arrow from the Merchant Alliance, improved and produced by a team of divine craftsmen. It is smelted with a little deep-sea sunken silver. It is suitable for use by Soul Emperors and above. It is infused with Soul Emperor level power and thrown out. Its lethality is several times more powerful than the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. The sleeve arrow thrown by Purple Pearl was filled with soul power that was at the Soul King level, and it was not smeared with poison. It was obviously not an attempt to take his own life, but a test of his own strength. Next moment, Lu Feng raised his hand, stretched out two fingers, and accurately grasped the sleeve arrow. Purple Pearl's eyes narrowed, and she was a little surprised that Lu Feng could take the sleeve arrow so easily without showing any panic, and the old god was still there, with a leisurely posture and a graceful temperament. This was a completely different person than the last time she saw Lu Feng, and the appearance has also changed greatly. The last time I saw Lu Feng, he was just a 10-and-a-half-year-old boy with delicate features. Now he has grown up to be as beautiful as a tree, more handsome than the images from the outside world. It is difficult for images to portray a person's true temperament. Only by meeting the real person face to face can one fully experience it. Purple Pearl felt another layer of joy at seeing Hunter. She was thinking about flying, but her movements were smooth and fluid without any pause. She followed Xiu Jian, following him like a shadow, and rushed to Lu Feng. Her long, round legs tightly wrapped in leather pants swept towards Lu Feng's head. Purple Pearl's attack was extremely fast, but in Lu Feng's eyes it seemed like slow motion. Lu Feng reached out and fished it out. He pinched her ankle accurately and asked knowingly, "Who is coming?" Zi Zhen's heart tightened. We learned from internal information that Lu Feng had just broken through to Soul Saint. After she joined the Merchant Alliance as the president of Zahai, she received sufficient training resources, absorbed many extremely precious top-level soul bones, and her soul power continued to improve rapidly. Last year, she broke through to level 79, a half-step Soul Douluo. The peak Soul Saint, who had just reached the Soul Saint in the battle, should have been able to crush him. Considering that Lu Feng's combat prowess was rumored to be astonishing, he used sleeve arrows to interfere before striking in. Unexpectedly, she was easily broken by Lu Feng, and was restrained to fight with Lu Feng in person. Purple Pearl knew that the rumors were true. "Alliance Lord, you are really awesome. Back then, I was impressed by the courage, vision, and ideas of the leader." At that time, Lu Feng came to see her with a huge fleet. Each giant ship was more than twice the size of her Purple Pearl and was much more advanced. Moreover, there were titled Douluo like Poison Douluo on board, as well as a group of powerful people such as Long Gong Shipo, Niu Gao, and Yang Wudi. It formed an absolute crushing situation on Purple Pearl Island. She originally thought that Lu Feng was here to destroy her pirate group, but she refused to give in and decided to fight to the death. She never thought that Lu Feng was here here to hand over the entire fleet to her management. At the same time, a large amount of supplies were given to Purple Pearl Island. These supplies were more than what she had gained from years of looting combined. What's even more surprising is that the leader of the Merchant Alliance is actually a child without soul power. She could get unimaginable benefits without losing anything, including her dignity. Zahaya was under her full control without Lu Feng interfering. I thought I could not escape the fate of being annihilated and destroyed, but in the end I got unimaginable benefit. How could I not agree? You must know that although Purple Pearl is a pirate leader and powerful, she often robs the rich and gives to the poor and helps the poor. She never attacks the civilian and only robs the rich. Lu Feng brings wealth and business opportunities instead of bullying. He gave poor Hainan people the opportunity to get rich through legitimate work and earn generous wages. It fits her philosophy very well. The fact that the business alliance created by Lu Feng made huge profit through trade was before our eyes. Simply building such a huge super fleet would cost so much money that neither of the two empires at the time might be able to accomplish. Therefore, from top to bottom, there is basically no opposition. The Purple Pearl pirates are affiliated with the Merchant Alliance. Over the past few years, Lu Feng did it, and the maritime transportation trade of the Merchant Alliance flourished, making money every day. The poor sea people have also become rich, and except for a few lazy people, they all live a good life. They can also send their children and grandchildren to study at the Business Alliance College, and the outstanding ones will become internal management talents of the Business Alliance with broad room for advancement and a bright future. This time, the expedition fleet led by Purple Pearl discovered the New World, a vast and rich unclaimed land waiting for the Merchant Alliance to explore. And all of this must be attributed to the leader of the alliance, Lu Feng. But Lu Feng did not take any credit. He only pushed hard behind the scene, and even after getting the name of Emperor Douluo, he now does not reveal his identity to the world. Such a person made her extremely grateful and admired, but before, she mainly admired Lu Feng's character and abilities. Now, when I see the grown-up Lu Feng, I am immediately attracted by the masculine charm that Lu Feng exudes. From the inside out and then from the outside in, the heart of Purple Pearl was shaken twice. At that moment, a subtle change occurred in Zi Zhenzu's heart. She decided to capture Lu Feng. Purple Pearl is not a woman who gives up easily, especially when it comes to the man she desperately wants to capture. Being grabbed by Lu Feng's ankle does not mean he loses. Neither of them use soul masters during the entire process. This moment, Purple Pearl's soul power instantly poured into her calves. She kicked hard and twisted her waist. The body suddenly spun rapidly in the air like a top. At the same time, her other leg, following her rapidly spinning body, swept out towards Lu Feng again. The wind and thunder roared loudly. Attacks after using soul power are completely different from those without using soul power, and it's a half-step contra-attack. How can we underestimate it? Chapter 755. Bridget's mentality collapse. Lu Feng smiled, let go of her ankle, and gathered a soul shield to resist her attack. This is also because I don't want to hurt her. Just discussing. Boom. Purple Pearl's foot kicked the soul shield, making an explosion. Her body flew out at an angle. With this blow, she mainly escaped from Lu Feng's control. Feeling how powerful Lu Feng was in close combat, she changed her strategy. If you have the guts to change the place with me to duel. Purple Pearl's figure was fixed. She hooked her fingers towards Lu Feng, deliberately lowering her voice and said in a rough voice, "Okay." Lu Feng replied. Then he wrapped his voice with soul power and transmitted it to Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others. She is the CEO of Purple Pearl. You go to the headquarters first. I will come back later. Before he finished speaking, Lu Feng's figure swayed, disappeared in place. Haha, it's so strange for this big CEO to receive him in this way, Xiao Wu said with a pout. Lu Erlong smiled and said, there are all kinds of wonders in this world. I heard that they found an indigenous tribe in the New World that neither men nor women wore clothes and only smeared their bodies with mud. On the way to the New World there were on this island, everyone is a sword martial soul. They are extremely talented, but they don't have any ambition. They only know how to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. It's enough to have a full stomach. Wow, there is such a thing. I'm good. I want to see. Well, I'm talking about the island where everyone practices swordsmanship. Ning Rongrong said. If there is a chance, your grandpa Jian has already gone to that island. Lu Erlong said. The Zahai headquarters of the Merchant Alliance is located on Purple Pearl Island. Today's Purple Pearl Island has a permanent population of about 150,000, many of whom are families of sailors and staff who have moved here, forming a prosperous island town. Grandpa Jian didn't even tell me. Ning Rongrong pouted. It's not like you don't know that your grandpa Jian doesn't like sad farewells. Lu Erlong patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder and said, let's go to the headquarters. The group walked towards the Zahai headquarters building. Their trip to Poseidon Island was not announced to the outside world, and no personnel within the Merchant Alliance were notified. The giant sailing ship they boarded was also a cargo ship ship transporting supplies, and there was nothing special about it. Therefore, it is normal that there is no big battle to greet them. Lu Feng wanted to give Purple Pearl a surprise. However, Zai Zhenzi didn't know whether she received the news that they were coming or judged from some signs that they were coming, so she waited at the dock early to give Lu Feng a boost. "Ah, sister, Swu, look, who is that?" Shui Yuer's eyes lit up. She pointed forward and said loudly. Shui Binger and Shui Wu followed Shui Yuer's fingers and saw a familiar figure. Although his back was turned to them, but they have been classmates for many years and are in the same team and fighting together. Even if they are just silhouettes from the back, they can be recognized immediately. "Hero!" Shui Binger and Shui Wu shouted in unison, their eyes full of surprise. After the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition ended, they also graduated from Tian Shui Academy this year. Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, Shen Liu, etc. Because they performed very well in the competition and the water elemental soul power is more suitable for fighting in the water, they accepted important positions provided by the Merchant Alliance and entered the Zahai region to work. From the beginning they were given the rank of first-level steward. There is special care from Lu Feng, but it is more a reflection of their own abilities. The port area is busy with loading and unloading, cargo transportation, inventory and motorcade traffic. Yu Hero, who is focusing on recording, has not noticed the arrival of Shui Yuer and the others. Shui Yuer, Shui Binger, and Shui Wu looked at each other and smiled. There was a tacit understanding that no one said hello loudly. Instead, they quietly walked behind Yu Hero together. Shui Yuer playfully stretched out her hand and put it on Yu Hero's shoulder. She deliberately pretended to have a rough man's voice and said, "Hey." Yu Hero felt that her body was being violated and heard a voice that sounded like a man. She quickly shook her shoulders and said, throwing away the hand. He turned around and glared angrily. Fen Day was covered with frost. His soul power condensed into his hands and he was almost about to make a move. Suddenly he looked at me. It was Shui Yuer who was smiling. Next to Shui Binger were Shui Wu and Shui Binger. She was suddenly shocked and then her lips widened rapidly and she said in great surprise, "Yuer, Binger, Shui Wu." Yu Hero's eyes were red with excitement and tears welled up. She dropped the notebook in her hand and ran over to hug her sisters. Happy and melodious laughter floated up. The four people hugged each other, crying and laughing. "Why are you here?" Yu Hero suddenly discovered that acquaintances such as Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, etc. were standing not far away, looking at her with smiles. She suddenly realized something. Lu Erlong is the elder of the Merchant Alliance. In terms of position, he is far above her and is also her role model. Yu Hero quickly saluted Lu Erlong. "Don't call out Elder Liu's identity," Shui Binger reminded. Lu Feng did not reveal his itinerary and identity in order not to waste time on receiving people and things. Once the people in the Business Alliance on Purple Pearl know that they are coming, thousands of people will definitely come to greet them. It can satisfy a certain vanity, but it's a waste of time. Moreover, I am stared at by countless eyes wherever I go, making it inconvenient and not free to do anything. Hearing this, Yu Hero swallowed the greeting she was about to say and nodded. Yu Hero scanned her eyes again and found no figure who was thinking about him day and night. She blurted out, "Isn't Mr. Lu Feng here?" "Yes, he was assassinated just now and went to fight." Shui Yuer spread his hands and said, "Ah." Yu Hero's face turned pale and she exclaimed anxiously, "Where is it? Let's go help teacher Lu Feng quickly." "Yuer is just kidding. He's fine. He'll be back later." Shui Binger couldn't bear to tease Yu Hero. He held Yu Hero's hand and comforted her. "That good. Yuer is necrotic. She's such an old person." Yu Hero stretched out a jade finger, scratched Shui Yuer's nose and said with a smile, "It's better to be the eldest sister." "Yes, Lu Yuhi and Qingbo happen to be on the island and our sisters can finally be reunited." "Really? That's great." Swu clapped her hands and shouted, "The 5 core members of Tian Shui team have been separated for more than a year and it is rare to be able to get together again, not to mention how happy they are." "Wait a minute, don't change the subject." I found that as soon as Hero opened her mouth, she first paid attention to whether Lu Feng was coming. When she heard that Lu Feng was assassinated, she became overly nervous. Shui Yuer looked at Hero meaningfully. "Are you? Yuer, you are very naughty. Be careful if I scratch you." Yu Hero blushed and pretended to attack Shui Yuer to stop her from continuing, but Shui Yuer was so slippery she smiled and avoided Yu Hero's hand. Seeing this situation, Shui Binger and Shui Wu looked at each other as if they understood something. The beauties from Tian Shui College know each other well and understand each other's temperament very well. Yu Hero has a reserved personality. She had expressed her admiration for Lu Feng in the team before, but she did not reveal her love for Lu Feng. But just now, her unintentional reaction in the midst of her emotional up and downs revealed that she was still obsessed with Lu Feng. Chapter 756. Harvesting 3 fairy grasses again. Zig is doing well again. The neat outfit could not conceal Purple Pearl's tall and graceful figure. She was wearing slim-fitting stretch leather pants, not least because she was an agility attack soul master and needed to minimize air resistance. It's because she has been fighting against wind and waves all year round and is used to wearing waterproof leather pants. The slim leather pants that tightly wrapped her lower body outlined her extremely beautiful long legs that were not inferior to Zhu Zhuqing, especially when running. They looked even more alluring. Lu Feng followed closely behind her, taking aim at the long, round leg, vigorously exercising. When his eyes moved up, he saw that they were round, and even more shocking when he was running. Don't look at any evil. You must give enough respect to the great CEO who has just won a great achievement, not to mention I am not that kind of person. Lu Feng's eyes widened. Purple Pearl, flying ahead, led Lu Feng to a relatively remote beach. This coast is lined with rock, and she is very familiar with the terrain. She can use the terrain to gain a favorable position in the battle, suppress Lu Feng, and overwhelm this prey with force. Yes, she now regards Lu Feng as a prey. To be precise, he is hunting for beauty. Lu Feng far surpassed her in terms of vision, courage, business management, and other abilities, and she was impressed. Just now, she was deeply attracted by masculine charm. Therefore, Purple Pearl wants to be strong, at least in terms of force, to have the upper hand. Only in this way can you be evenly matched and find some sense of balance in your relationship with this man, conducive to capturing him. She just saw that Lu Feng was surrounded by beauties, and none of them was inferior to her in appearance, or the invincible young beautiful girl Qinjiao Beimei, or it's a mature woman like Lu Erlong who is super strong, stunning, and charming. She doesn't seem to be more competitive. Therefore, Lu Feng must be lured to a remote place, away from the environment surrounded by beautiful women. I also didn't want to alarm the staff on the dock. Purple Pearl took advantage of the reef, flicking left and right, constantly changing speed. Gradually, she couldn't feel Lu Feng's breath. Could it be that he was running too fast, the terrain was too complex, and that he was thrown too far away and lost track of him? Think of this. Purple Pearl felt a little proud, but she didn't want Lu Feng to get lost. If you run too fast, you need to stop and take a breath. She glanced back, but she saw that Lu Feng was more than 1 meter behind her, following her closely as if strolling in a leisurely way, smiling and relaxed. Purple Pearl's heart trembled. Such a skill, without using martial soul and soul power. This young soul saint is not only not inferior to her in terms of physical strength and running speed, but also shows signs of surpassing her. You know, this is her territory. Taking advantage of the familiar terrain, her soul power level is several levels higher than his. The leader of the alliance is indeed unusual, but it's too shameless. With a change of thought, Zhi Zhenzu's soul power burst out from under his feet, and his figure exploded, flying onto a dark rock, and turned around. Foreigners, why do you come to my Purple Pearl Island? She didn't know that Lu Feng had already seen through her identity. Lu Feng stopped. Since the Purple Pearl CEO hasn't revealed his identity yet, let's play with her. Lu Feng smiled and said, looking for someone. Who? President of the Western Sea region of the Merchant Alliance. Lady Purple Pearl, Queen of the Sea. Who are you? What are you looking for her? Didn't you tell me everything? I am a foreigner, so what I have to do with her is a secret and cannot be made public unless it is one of our own. By the way, why don't you take off the veil and reveal your identity? Lu Feng shrugged. You haven't even revealed your identity, and you want me to reveal it first? Don't even think about it. Purple Pearl said domineeringly. Quickly state your name. I won't hit unknown people with my fist. After several years of being a CEO, I have everything in my hands. With hundreds of thousands of people, Zhi Shen's domineering attitude comes spontaneously, not deliberately. If I don't tell you my name, you won't fight, right? Thing, I'm leaving. Lu Feng pretended to turn around and leave. Purple Pearl. Lu Feng found the flaw in her word, which made her speechless. Stop. Of course Zhi Zhenzu would not let Lu Feng go just like that. You are very arrogant. You don't look like a good person. I suspect you are a spy. Let's see what you do. In terms of words, she didn't get any benefit, so she didn't say more and attack again. This time it wasn't a sneak attack, but he still didn't use his soul power. She wanted to force Lu Feng to use his soul power first and reveal his true identity. Lu Feng didn't tell her about his trip to Purple Pearl Island. It's considered a private visit via incognito. She knew that Lu Feng wanted to surprise her, and she also deliberately pretended not to know, retaliated with the enemy, and gave Lu Feng a shock with her backhand. Let's do an assassination, but no success. As for how she discovered Lu Feng's whereabouts, that was the news from Hanhai City. Ma Hongjun, the deputy manager of the Hanhai City Great Fighting Arena, was a person who kept things hidden. Although he did not disclose the news of Lu Feng's arrival, he accidentally revealed the news of Lu Erlong's arrival to a merchant ship captain. Hader is now also a member of the Merchant Alliance and is responsible for transporting supplies to and from Purple Pearl Island. He will also send the latest news from the mainland back to Purple Pearl Island. Lu Erlong is a well-known luxury figure in the business alliance and in the entire world. At the beginning, like Zhi Zhenzu, Lu Erlong was also a big president with the same position, but his strength improved improved rapidly and his status also rose. Not only did he become an elder of the Merchant Alliance, he also became the leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. More importantly, she became the leader's woman. Of course, in the outside world, she is the woman who represents Lu Feng as the leader of the alliance, and Zai Zhenzu knows that Lu Feng is the leader of the alliance. Ever since Lu Erlong handed over the job of CEO of Tiandu region to Shui Yunmen and handed over the management of family affairs to her father, she herself followed Lu Feng and spent more than a year together, getting along day and night, which was enviable. In addition to Lu Erlong appearing in Hanhai City, there were also sharp-tailed Swift Soul Masters, Ghost Cat Soul Masters, Soft-Bone Jade Rabbit Soul Masters, etc., who all won with an overwhelming victory, causing a sensation in Hanhai City. Based on the above situation, Purple Pearl made a judgment. Lu Feng is here. In the secret letter, Lu Feng promised to meet her at Purple Pearl Island in the near future to celebrate the discovery of the new world together. But Lu Feng did not specify the travel date in the letter. She sent another letter asking for the specific date, but Lu Feng had not replied yet. She was looking forward to it. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng had already arrived at Hanhai City and was about to come, but he did it secretly and didn't tell her. Not only was I pleasantly surprised, but I was also a little angry. Therefore, she took advantage of the situation and planned this raid on her own. In port, she couldn't let go, but in this remote and deserted place, she had no worries. After roughly understanding Lu Feng's strength, she used her full strength. She jumped up high, rushed towards Lu Feng like a meteorite hitting the ground, and punched out. The wind howls. This attack is faster, more than twice as powerful as the previous leg attack, and also adds gravity acceleration. Chapter 757. A new visitor comes to the world of martial art. Gu Yuina's secret method solves a big problem. Lu Feng could catch the sleeve arrow with his hands before, and then easily grabbed her ankle. This time, she wanted to save face. Lu Feng smiled. Boom. He stepped forward and the ground shook. This is not soul power, but his pure physical power. Then he clapped his palm and faced Purple Pearl's fist. Lu Feng didn't want to hurt her, so he didn't have to fight hard with his fist. Boom. Fist and palms collided. Lu Feng used force removing, which is similar to Tai Kai's Four Liang movement of 1,000 pounds. Most of the power of Purple Pearl's fist will pass through his body and be discharged to the ground. At the same time, Lu Feng clicked his fingers. Want to catch her pink fist. Ran. Purple Pearl's punch seemed powerful, but it was not her main attack direction. She has a bold personality and is carefree, but she is a woman after all, and she has a thoughtful side. From previous confrontations, she knew that Lu Feng's grappler was very difficult to deal with. Therefore, it is no longer as straightforward as before. The heavy punch attack was just a feint. The real follow-up move is launched after this heavy punch hit. At the moment when her fists hit each other, her waist, which was full of dynamic vitality, suddenly straightened up. She put away her fist, flexibly walked behind Lu Feng on one side of her body, raised her long leg, and kicked Lu Feng. But what Lu Feng grasped in his palm was just the shadow of her fist. Oh, that good. The Queen of the Sea who fought life and death on the sea. Her actual combat ability is really amazing. Lu Feng muttered in his heart without any lag in his movement, and Purple Pearl's dexterous change of moves was not a problem for him, and he could completely dodge it. But he didn't choose to dodge. Just stand and let her kick you. Sometime you won't suffer if you let a woman take advantage. Boom. Jade feet wearing long boot kicked Lu Feng on the butt, but unlike what Zai Zhenzu imagined, Lu Feng's body flew out and he was thrown into pieces. Her foot felt like it was being kicked on a steel plate, and she also felt a majestic force of shock, causing her to bounce back involuntarily. Zai Zhenzu exclaimed and flew more than 10 meters away. Her delicate body flipped in the air before she stabilized herself, landing on her feet to avoid the embarrassment of falling to the ground so hard. Before she could finish her words, she realized that Lu Feng was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the sound of breaking wind sounded behind him. Lu Feng didn't know when he appeared behind her. Before she could react, a big palm slapped Huan Yuan behind her. She was in shock. She had just used power to attack, but before she could gather her strength again, she couldn't avoid it in a hurry. Snapped. Hit hard. Ah! Zai Zhenzu screamed again, staggered forward, turned around, and glared at Lu Feng with shame and anger. No man has ever touched her in this position. Today I got a heavy blow. Well, it's so soft. Lu Feng rubbed his hands with a smile, as if he was savoring the feeling. Purple Pearl originally wanted to capture Lu Feng and didn't mind being touched in that position, but not in this situation. This indicates that she lost another move in the confrontation with Lu Feng, totally suppressed, and she wanted to suppress Lu Feng and conquer this handsome man. She refused. There was a coldness in his stubborn eyes. She must win. Next moment, Purple Pearl releases its martial spirit. Sea Viper. The phantom of the ferocious giant snake appeared behind her. The soul ring rose from her feet, and the fourth soul ring suddenly shone brightly. The fourth soul skill, Viper's Raging Sea. Since she lost to Lu Feng in hand-to-hand combat. She had to use her soul power and soul skills to save the defeat. The sea beside me was calm and waveless. Send her strength and blessing. The sea viper launched an attack, opening its huge mouth and spitting out a handful of green liquid that seemed to contain poison. Dragon Shadow Step. Lu Feng still did not release his martial soul. He only used some soul power to speed up and dodge Purple Pearl's soul skill attack. Aren't you aware yet? You are no match for me. I don't believe it. Seeing that the fourth soul skill failed to work, Purple Pearl scolded and continued to attack. Martial Soul True Form. 6 soul skill. Ghost Snake Prison. She is a strong woman, otherwise she would not be able to become the leader of a pirate group and dominate one side. So even when facing the person she likes, she wants to defeat him. Her repeated encounters with Lu Feng also aroused her wild and competitive spirit. Lu Feng is higher than her in status, but she is much older than him and started cultivating soul power early. As for the somewhat bad boy in front of him, he only awakened his soul power when he was 12 years old and started practicing. And she practiced hard since she was a child, kept growing, and then fought her way to the position of leader of the pirate group with her strength. She also conquered maritime powers everywhere, making the Purple Pearl pirate group a feared maritime force. Lu Feng praised her as the queen of the sea, commanding a super fleet across the western sea and managing hundreds of thousands of people as a CEO. Countless men nodded and knelt to flatter her when they saw her, which made her even more enthusiastic. Therefore, a woman like her cannot give in so easily. She saw that Lu Feng was very fast and had extremely strong physical defense. He had to use his martial soul avatar to greatly enhance his soul power and various attributes. Then he used the 6 soul skill with control to attack Lu Feng. It was also because of Lu Feng's strong defense that she dared to do anything. Of course, she still had her reservations. Even if she was angry, she didn't want to hurt Lu Feng. Now, roar! The phantom of the sea viper increased again and let out a terrifying howl. The strong wind swept across. Huge waves arose in the sea, like a tsunami passing by. The turbulent waves caused by the soul skills of the Hypo brothers in the great soul fighting arena of Hanhai City are nothing compared to such huge waves that are hundreds of meters high. Oh, I finally got real. Lu Feng still kept smiling in the face of the terrifying attack. If you were someone else facing such a ferocious and terrifying super attack, what you might want to do most is to dodge as much as possible. But he didn't. Don't retreat but advance. Just inject the ultimate ice attribute power into the protective soul shield. The invisible protective soul shield suddenly seemed to condense into a layer of white frost as if it had substance. Purple Pearl's water attribute soul power is still far away from the ultimate water. Water and ice have the same thing, but they have different shapes. Lu Feng withstood the attack and walked through the huge wave. The water attribute soul power attacked him, and when it encountered the ultimate ice attribute power, it was instantly resolved and could not cause any harm. In addition, Lu Feng has been training in water combat for many years and is quite experienced. Although fresh water is replaced by sea water, there is not much difference, and his true vision pupil can see through the huge waves where the soul power is most important. Large-scale attack power is not all useless. Differences are used equally but have points of focus. The main focus of the Ghost Snake Prison is the huge water snake formed by the sea viper martial spirit, which swims hiddenly in the surging wave. Chapter 758 Gu Yuina's Space Control. At this time, a pretty figure swept into Yuexuan. The figure is certain. It Princess Swick in palace clothes. Teacher is alone tonight. I will accompany her, Shueke said to herself. Suddenly, she heard an unusual sound. Ah, it's definitely not Lu Feng, Xiao Wu, and the others. I just left the hot spring manor. Could it be the teacher? It's impossible. The teacher has never had a lover and seems to have no idea about that kind of thing. And I know that the teacher only admires Lu Feng. Although she never said it, from the look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Feng, I could tell that she had feelings for Lu Feng. Could it be someone else? No, it's the teacher's voice. Shuekei's heart was filled with ups and downs. She was very surprised and curious. She didn't expect that Tang Yuehua would call her lover while Yuexuan was alone. If it were Tang Yuehua and an outsider, Shuekei would turn away and leave without disturbing them, let alone listen. It turns out that the teacher is this kind of person. He obviously has feelings for my husband, but he goes behind our backs to find other men to seek temporary happiness. Just when she wanted to turn around and leave, a male voice was heard. Hey, it's my husband. Shuekei was as familiar with Lu Feng's voice as she was with Tang Yuehua. I have known Tang Yuehua since I was a child, but it is with Lu Feng that I will never forget. Good guy. It seems that my husband and the teacher haven't confessed to each other yet. Let's confirm our feeling. How did we progress to this stage? I wrongly blamed the teacher. Shuekei was slightly surprised, and then she pursed her lips and chuckled. Since it was Lu Feng and Tang Yuehua, Shuekei felt relieved. Driven by curiosity, Shuekei's beautiful eyes flashed with a playful look, and she tiptoed upstairs. Come to the door. Hear it more clearly. It's them. The door is is not closed tightly, so you are not afraid of being seen. Really, the teacher is usually so noble, dignified and elegant, but from the sound of his voice tonight he looked very relaxed. She must have thought that Yuexuan was the only one here, so she had no scruples, and it's understandable that the teacher has been released for so many years. The extremely interesting feeling of other people's privacy. She is a princess, has been well educated since she was a child, and abides by etiquette, but at this moment she still can't help but take a look through the crack in the door. Suddenly everyone felt bad. According to her education, she couldn't look and had to leave quickly, but his eyes seemed to be attracted and unable to break away. Her pair of round and slender jade legs also seemed to be filled with lead, unable to move forward. The strong smell of alcohol also wafted from the crack in the door. Xueke also seemed to be intoxicated. Half an hour passed. Xueke was already squatting on the ground. She shouted in her heart countless times, "Xueke, this is not good. You can't do this. Go quickly, go quickly." But her body didn't obey her orders, not even her fingers. After a while there was no movement inside, and it seemed to be over. Xueke finally calmed down and wanted to get up and leave here. Otherwise, if they came out, they would bump into her, which would be too embarrassing. The majestic imperial princess with golden branches and jade leaves was outside the door, just as Xueke got up with some difficulty and was about to leave. But she heard Lu Feng's voice, "My princess, come in quickly." Ah, Xueke's heart tightened. Too bad he was discovered. Immediately, Xueke's gurgling eyes filled with excitement and joy. In fact, she didn't even want to leave. She couldn't help it long ago. Lu Feng was about to leave Tiandu City, but she was not strong enough to follow him. Although for more than a month, Lu Feng went out of his way to compensate her, hugging her to sleep more nights to comfort her from the pain of lovesickness. But we have to say goodbye again. After parting, I don't know when we will see each other again. A beautiful girl in love wishes she could be with her lover every day, cuddling with each other. But Xueke also knew that in order to practice and become stronger, Lu Feng had to leave temporarily. The only blame he could blame was his lack of talent and strength. He was unable to follow Lu Feng on the journey like Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, etc., and go out to experience. Martial spirit talent is one thing. In addition, she was protected very well since childhood, and she was even better protected than Ning Rongrong. Moreover, she has a gentle personality and does not have Ning Rongrong's rebellious spirit. Ning Rongrong had been well protected since childhood, but Ning Fengzi wanted to train her to take over as the head of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, so she devoted herself to Ning Rongrong's cultivation. Xueye also dotes on Xueke, but has no requirements for Xueke's training, because Xueke does not need to bear heavy responsibilities in the future. Xueke has known since she was a child that what awaits her when she grows up is a political marriage. She will marry a son of a prince or noble to consolidate the rule of the Xue family. Due to various factors, Xueke's progress in cultivation has been slow. He is quite accomplished in knowledge, music and piano skills. However, since Xueke knew that the leader of the merchant alliance she was going to marry was Lu Feng, while she was extremely surprised, she also felt pressured. The pressure came from the women around Lu Feng, all of whom were extremely talented, whose strength far exceeded their peers, and who were not inferior to her in appearance and figure. So she also began to practice hard in silence. Lu Feng supported her very much and gave her high-grade elixir to improve her cultivation talent. Her cultivation progress has accelerated much faster than before. Xueke hopes in her heart that one day she can follow Lu Feng and embark on a journey together to distant places. She will experience different scenery with Ai Lang. It is risky but very romantic, but it is not easy to catch up with Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Although she is starting to work hard now, the swan martial spirit is destined to make it difficult for her to achieve success in soul power cultivation in this life. Father Xueye has practiced until now and is still just a soul sect. When the swan martial spirit reaches their generation, it has already fallen into disrepair. Lu Wuhan, Emperor Brother Xue Beng, and even Tiandu Royal Academy team substitute are not qualified. The eldest brother Xue King, he worked very hard, and he was only a soul sect at the moment. No matter how hard he worked, he would probably break through to the soul king at most in his life. This is all because of the limitations of Wuhan talent, but the swan martial spirit of the Xue family, royal family, was not like this at first. The ancestors of the Xue family also relied on their strong strength to build their empire. According to legend, the martial spirit of the ancestor of the Xue family is a jade swan. Not only is it a top-level martial spirit, it also has the ability to fly and can fly into the sky. But then, for some reason, in recent generation, no member of the Xue family, royal family, could awaken the jade swan. The bloodline of the jade swan has been lost. They can only awaken the ordinary swan martial spirit. Not only can the swan martial spirit be unable to fly, it is also very weak. The Xue family can only rely on blood, army, and tactics to rule the empire. Political marriage is an important part of the political strategy. Women of the Xue royal family must sacrifice themselves and use political marriage to maintain the balance of the empire's major forces and consolidate the family's dominance. Shui Ke is no exception. The difference is that she married the right man, the man she fell in love with. Best of both worlds. Chapter 759. Even a yin didn't believe Lu Feng's guarantee. Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, and Shen Liuya were among the few middle managers who knew that Lu Feng was the leader of the Merchant Alliance. It was also because after they joined the Merchant Alliance they came to know more about Lu Feng's great talents and extraordinary foresight. They were also in the fleet that discovered the New World. They were reused by Purple Pearl. Keep it by your side as an assistant. They are the Purple Pearls that Lu Feng specially told them to take good care of and cultivate. Purple Pearl reuses them because of their extraordinary strength, intelligence, and outstanding abilities. They possess water attribute martial souls, but they are land soul masters, which are quite different from sea soul masters. But their aquatic nature and ability to fight in water surprised Purple Pearl. After asking, I found out that Lu Feng had started to intentionally cultivate these abilities in them a few years ago. Lu Feng was a teaching assistant at Tian Shui College back then, and was later promoted to a guest tutor and taught them personally. Therefore, they can also be considered Lu Feng's student. Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, and Shen Liuya quickly adapted to sailing and liked the job very much. It broadened their horizons and opened their eyes to beautiful scenery wherever they went. In the process they have also grown a lot and gained some opportunities, and now they have all broken through to the Soul King. They witnessed the discovery of the New World. It is even clearer that if it weren't for Lu Feng's push, such a feat would not have been possible. Therefore, the three of them now admire Lu Feng even more. You're welcome in private. I'm glad to see you again. Lu Feng smiled at each other and said gently. After the greetings, everyone sat down in the conference hall. Yu Hero was responsible for reporting on the process and insights of the discovery of the New World, with Zhi Zhenzu as supplement. Then, Lu Feng discussed his merits and rewarded him. Give generous reward, a large number of gold soul coin, high-level soul bone, promotion of position, etc. In this regard, Lu Feng must be generous. Next, we began to plan matters such as immigration and land reclamation. Lu Feng had already made plans, but the details still needed to be discussed with Purple Pearl. After all, she was the one who personally supervised the matter, and she knew some things in more detail. Lu Erlong put forward his own opinions to provide a better connection between land and new shipping route. Regarding matters on land, Lu Erlong, who was once the CEO, is a good man and has extremely strong business capabilities. Purple Pearl values her opinion. Lu Erlong also admired this Queen of the Sea. Moreover, the two of them have similar temperaments and are both bold and carefree women. The two chatted happily and cherished each other, feeling a bit like they had met too late. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zuyuan, Ning Rongrong, and others also listened with interest, learned a lot and increased their knowledge. The whole atmosphere was warm, relaxed and cheerful. There is no dullness like a normal meeting. After a chat, many important matters were finalized one by one. Unconsciously, it was already evening. Well, it finally done. Purple Pearl stretched lazily and said with a smile, the wine and food are ready. Family members, come with me. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Is there any liquor? Lu Erlong asked with a smile. It goes without saying that I only drink strong liquor. I didn't expect Elder Lu to be the same as me. Haha, that's great. Zhi Zhenzu leisurely stretched out her hand and took Lu Erlong's arm, as intimate as a good friend. Sisters. They had exchanged letters, but this was the first time they met. Lu Erlong was a little uncomfortable with Purple Pearl's excessive enthusiasm, but he let it be. Xiao Wu, I find you very pleasing to the eye. How old are you this year? Zhi Zhenzu held Xiao Wu's jade arm with her other hand and asked kindly. I'm 17 years old. Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Feng and responded with an awkward smile. She felt uncomfortable all over, because Lu Feng had vaccinated her and told them that Purple Pearl liked women. Purple Pearl did not hide this, and she openly declared that no one in the business alliance in the Wesi region knew about it. Lu Feng's mouth twitched. It's really hard to say what fate is like. In the original plot, Zhi Zhenzu fell in love with Xiao Wu and wanted to marry her. This time, she was particularly fond of Xiao Wu. It's not all about fate, it's about taste. The beautiful and tall Sea Queen is just like Xiao Wu. To Lu Erlong, she regarded him as a confidant and brother. Knowing clearly that Xiao Wu is my woman, are you still tempted by this beautiful lady? Suddenly, a picture appeared in Lu Feng's mind. Zhi Zhenzu and Xiao Wu slept with him together, but the two women began to rub and make out with each other, extremely enchanting, and even smiled provocatively and seductively at him, as if they were deliberately performing in front of him to tease him. The picture was too beautiful to look at. Lu Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the unique thoughts in his mind. I won't let you succeed, but it seems to be quite interesting. At this time, Purple Pearl glanced over intentionally or unintentionally with that charming smile, that provocative gaze. No matter what, she must first completely conquer the queen and bring her into the future. future. Let's talk about the palace. Lu Feng made a decision. When we came to the banquet hall, the long table was filled with all kinds of seafood. On the island, of course, what you eat is the local seafood feast. King crabs as big as a basin, large lobsters 2 meters long, large green scallops as big as a grindstone, and all kinds of sea fish, grilled, fried, steamed. Everyone also eats seafood feast, but they are not so fresh and big only, and seafood is all about umami. Everyone feasted. Purple Pearl is very outgoing and good at creating atmosphere, and the girls have a good impression of her. It was a pleasure to eat a very unique banquet. From time to time, laughter and laughter floated out of the banquet hall. The maid felt surprised. President Zida had never treated guests so kindly before. She didn't know where these people came from, but the rules were very strict and they didn't dare to ask any more questions. After drinking and eating, Zai Zhenzu led everyone to a large villa with unparalleled sea views on the hill behind the headquarters. This is Purple Pearl's home. There are many rooms, enough for everyone, except for Lu Feng, Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, etc. She has not invited other guests to stay. After all, the ship was bumpy and I couldn't sleep well. I didn't have a good rest for several days. Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Chen Xiang, and others each chose their own rooms and went to wash and sleep directly. Anyway, Lu Feng doesn't belong to them tonight. Tonight it's Du Guiyan, Meng Yuran, and Ya Lingling's turn. This is the normal ordering combination. Of course, in case of special circumstances, the deployment can be changed at any time. Ya Lingling, Jiangju, and Ning Rongrong are now very popular because they have auxiliary soul skills. In actual combat, they gained experience and equipped with an auxiliary soul master, which greatly improved their endurance. Therefore, Jiangju, who joined later, has powerful healing soul skills and has become a hot commodity among them. The healing soul skills were used for this, and Lu Feng somewhat admired their creativity. For him, it's naturally better. You can be more free and do whatever you want. Zai Zhenzu and Lu Erlong met their close friends and had 1,000 cups of wine. When they returned home, they were still in the mood for wine. They took out the top-quality craft wine and started drinking together on the terrace of the villa under the starlight. Chapter 760. The King of Slaughter is coming. Lu Feng was flying at low altitude outside the core area of the Stardow forest. After entering the fog, they were suddenly attacked, but it was not a fatal attack but a warning of soul power pressure and verbal threat. The sound was hoarse and rough, like a saw tearing apart. It was breathtaking and made the air vibrate. I am sure that it is not the voice of a demon spirit, but this soul power pressure is much stronger than the demon spirit. Lu Feng could vaguely feel that the soul power of this powerful soul beast revealed strong vitality. Of course he would not be deterred by soul pressure and warnings. He instantly entered a fighting state, released the first martial spirit world tree, and raised his alertness. Don't retreat but advance. Lu Feng flew towards the direction of the sound and at the same time opened the true vision eye. The powerful soul beast below made an unexpected sound. At the same time, the powerful soul beast launched an attack. Countless lightly dry branches were thrown out from an extremely lush and towering tree. In an instant, the top of the branch became as sharp as a spear tip, separated from the branch like a javelin, and shot out towards Lu Feng like a salvo of thousands of arrows. Lu Feng was surrounded by thousands of javelins within 100 meters, making it impossible to escape. Lu Feng didn't want to escape. He used the true sight divine eye to penetrate the fog and see the towering tree. It's the King of 10,000 Demons. A name flashed in Lu Feng's mind. The 10,000 Demon King has also awakened in advance, and the other ferocious beast in the Stardow forest. The most powerful plant-type soul beast in the Stardow forest is the 10,000 Demon King. If the soul skill of the third martial soul, the world-destroying dragon spear, is released and the strong aura of the dragon god blood is released, the 10,000 Demon King will be able to feel it and he will definitely stop attacking immediately and surrender. But Lu Feng didn't do this. He wants to fight with the King of 10,000 Demons. If you want to see how strong the long-famous Demon King is, the best way to find out the details is to confront him head-on in a hostile manner. But most importantly, I want to improve my combat experience and hone my soul skills. At his current stage of strength, only by facing off against titled Douluo and above powerful men can he gain valuable combat experience. Just like fighting demons, he didn't want to release the dragon god's aura at will to frighten the demon spirit. He cherishes every duel with strong men of sufficient strength and accumulates high-intensity combat experience. This is also an important way to improve his own strength. A duel in a hostile state and a sparring session in a friendly state are two different things. Just like when he was sparring with strong men such as Sword Douluo, Lu Erlong, Poison Douluo, etc., no matter what, they would subconsciously hold back and not become truly hostile. This is human nature and cannot be blamed on anyone. Therefore, sparring with Sword Douluo, Lu Erlong, and the others can only increase combat proficiency, but the kind of combat experience inspired by the ever-changing situation of real life and death is rarely obtained. Now, it is rare to encounter a powerful powerful opponent like the 10,000 Demon King, so Lu Feng naturally hopes to have a hearty fight. In addition, Poseidon's will is possessed by the Vasi universe cover in his pocket, and he is not sure when he will wake up. If when the dragon god's aura is released, the Poseidon's will happens to awaken and the dragon god bloodline is sensed in him, big changes may occur. Even it will be immediately hostile. Lu Feng didn't want such a big change that would go against him. If he had to show up, he would have to wait until he and his wives went to Poseidon Island to practice. You must know that on Poseidon Island, Poseidon's will can fully supplement the power of faith and absorb the vast power of the ocean, becoming extremely powerful. If you break up with Poseidon's will, you won't want to go to Poseidon Island to experience it, and it will bring huge unpredictable risk. Not only the will of Poseidon but also the will of God Shura left a trace of God's mark on him when he accepted the realm of killing God. When he left the city of killing, God Shura in the city of killing can rely on this mark of God at any time. Track him down. If he releases the aura of the dragon god, the Shura god in the killing city will also, it's possible to sense it, because something like the mark of God should have a ray of divine consciousness. Therefore, now Lu Feng will not release the strong dragon god aura easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Lu Feng's thoughts were racing and his movements did not stop at all. He grasped the palm of his hand and the martial spirit of the world tree behind him swayed loudly. Thick green gold vines soared out like green dragons and a large vine shield instantly formed in front of him. Dang, dang, dang. Thousands of shotguns bounced off the large vine shield. Couldn't pierce. Where did the plant martial spirit soul master come from? He is quite experienced. No wonder he dares to trespass into the holy land of the Star Forest. The king of 10,000 demons does not have the true seeing pupil. His perception and vision are restricted by the thick fog and he cannot see Lu Feng's release. However, when his branch thorn hit the large vine shield, he knew that Lu Feng was a plant attributed martial spirit. He also felt that Lu Feng's plant attributed martial spirit was very special and it vaguely brought him some suppression. However, he didn't use all his strength just now. Click, click, click. The giant tree shook violently, making the sound of hardwood rubbing together, and began to deform. In the blink of an eye, the towering giant tree stood up like a human, turning into a somewhat human image, several times taller than an ordinary giant tree. If you look closely, you will see that the roots have turned into extremely thick leg. The main trunk has turned into a body, and the branches have turned into arms. Standing there, it looks like a giant, like a hill. This is the strongest attack form of the 10,000 Demon King. After the transformation of the 10,000 Demon King, his soul power and various attributes have been greatly improved, especially the wood attribute. The wood attribute of the 10,000 Demon King is only a tiny bit different from the ultimate wood. The little human soul saint can actually withstand the attack of this king. It's not easy for you to practice. It's too late to leave now. As the king of 10,000 demons spoke, he silently absorbed the natural power of the surrounding plants and transformed it into his own power, accumulating a fatal blow. But what surprised him was that this natural ability that had been tried and tested suddenly didn't work this time. Unable to absorb the natural power of surrounding plant compared to the titan giant ape and others, he is the real king of the Star Forest. All plants in the forest, including plant soul bees, must bow to him because he is the strongest among all the plants in the Stardew Forest. Today, the surrounding plants seemed to be disobeying him. The king of 10,000 demons doesn't quite understand, but there is just a little human soul saint in front of him. Even if his defense is stronger, he is definitely no match for him. It doesn't matter if he can't absorb the power of nature. He is just spending more of his own soul power. Just because you said cultivation is not easy, I will spare your life and be gentler on you. Lu Feng retorted. He takes the initiative and attack. Martial soul true form. Root entanglement. Lu Feng used two soul skills in succession. The martial spirit avatar increases the soul power and the power of soul skills. When using the root entanglement, he moved quickly and got close to the 10,000 Demon King. Due to his true vision, he could see the precise position and movements of the 10,000 Demon King. Of course, one can also lock onto the 10,000 Demon King with mental power, but coupled with visual observation, it will be more accurate and detailed. Chapter 761. Tang San was stunned. Purple Pearl walked to Lu Feng's room again and put her ear against the door. After listening for a while, I heard nothing. She was completely unaware that Lu Feng's spiritual shadow was right next to her, observing her every move. Sleeping too? I thought he was particularly fit, so forget it. Let him sleep peacefully. In this case, tonight will be a bit boring. He won't like a manly woman like me. Zi. Pearl sighed quietly, left the third floor, returned to the terrace, glanced at Lu Erlong, paused, and flew out towards the seaside. After arriving at the beach, she quickly took off her clothes, completely exposing her feminine features to the air. Then she plopped into the ocean. This is a habit of hers. In the dead of night, under the cover of night, expose your feminine side, be yourself, and go for a night swim in the sea. During the day, way or in front of outsiders. She always wears neutral clothes and behaves boldly like a man. There was no way, growing up in an environment where most of the people around her were men, she could only decorate herself in this way. It was a kind of self-protection at first, but over time I got used to it. On the terrace, Lu Erlong looked at Zhijian's fair and hot body disappearing on the sea. Thinking that this was a woman who liked women, his cheeks turned red and he quickly looked away. I was also relieved that Purple Pearl didn't make any small moves. Lu Erlong smiled and said to himself, "It seems that I am suspicious. There is nothing wrong with being suspicious. It is necessary to be on guard against others," Lu Feng said. Lu Erlong turned his head in surprise and saw Lu Feng walking towards her with a big smile. When Lu Feng came to the terrace, she didn't notice it. "She is so determined to find you. Why don't you open the door? Are you afraid she will eat you?" Lu Erlong chuckled. "Yeah, I'm afraid she'll eat me," Lu Feng said, spreading his hands. "She likes women. Wait a minute, is she a man of both sexes?" Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes moved. Lu Feng walked slowly to Lu Erlong, pressed his body down, kissed Lu Erlong's red lips, then moved his mouth to her ears and said softly, "No, she did only like women before, but then it's because there is no man strong enough to conquer her. Then you'd better conquer her quickly. Now that we are sisters, I can sleep more peacefully." Lu Erlong's breathing became slightly rapid under Lu Feng's teasing. "The mind is fluttering. No, I want to conquer my teacher Erlong first," Lu Feng said affectionately and gently bit Lu Erlong's rosy little earlobe. There are also more hand movement. Lu Erlong couldn't bear it, so he greeted her. "No, you can't be here. She'll be back soon. It'll be okay if she comes back. She will avoid it." Lu Feng made no move. "Stop. This is not good." On someone else's terrace, Lu Erlong raised his jade hand, pressed Lu Feng's moving hand, and then let go. "When you are tipsy, your emotions are more likely to be excitation. What's more, he looks strong and cold on the outside, but has extremely rich emotions on the inside, like Lu Erlong brewing in a volcano." Lu Feng was unstoppable. She also couldn't stop. A raging fire is out of control. Before she completely fell, she still remembered flicking her jade fingers to extinguish the lights on the terrace, in order not to make her and Lu Feng too obvious under the light. "This is Purple Pearl's private residence, and below it is the president's exclusive private beach. But Purple Pearl allows 3 people to enter at will. They are Zhijian's assistant Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, and Shen Liuyu." The 3 of them walked from a tropical rainforest on the coast to the beach. They were talking wordlessly, each with their own thought. "They will leave in 2 days. Yu Hero's beautiful blue eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. "Yeah, it's rare to be reunited and yet to be separated." Shen Liuyu kicked off her silver high heels and stepped on her smooth jade-like feet in the waves that were pushing towards the beach. "This is a farewell, and I don't know when we will see each other again." Tears filled the corners of Gu Qingbo's eyes. "Qingbo, don't cry. When you cry, I want to cry too." Yu Hero's eyes were gurgling with mist. "We have all grown up. We must be strong and not cry." Shen Liuyu took the 2 sisters' hands and said, "I can't help it. Oh, if only there was a way to be with them forever. That would be great." Gu Qingbo sighed with clear tears falling down his fair cheeks and dripping into the sea water. "There are ways, but we may not be qualified." Yu Hero also sighed. "What can we do?" Shen Liuyu and Gu Qingbo's eyes lit up. "The woman who became the leader of the alliance." Yu Hero said the words she had buried in her heart for a long time. The eyes of Shen Liuyu and Gu Qingbo dimmed again. "We know this, and we are indeed not worthy." A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Gu Qingbo's mouth. "Everyone says that teacher Lu Feng is very perverted, but in fact we are not ugly either. We are no worse than you are, Swu, and the others. No matter where we are, there are always suitors, but teacher Lu Feng just won't come to eat us." Shen Liuyu pursed her cherry lip and said resentfully. Gu Qingbo nodded and said, "Yes, what teacher Lu Feng values may be fate and talent. It would be great if teacher Lu Feng was more lustful, even if he is the kind of lover who has no status." "Qingbo, you are so, is that okay? It seems that you really like teacher Lu Feng, and you don't just want to be with Binger and the others forever," Yu Hero said with a smile. "Don't you? You have always been thinking of teacher Lu Feng, right? The heir of the Zili clan risked his life to pursue you, but you refused." Gu Qingbo asked in return. Yu Hero's breath stopped. She couldn't deny it. She has already fallen deeply in love with Lu Feng. Lu Feng fell in love with her when she was in Tianshui College. Her heart could no longer accommodate anyone, even excellent people. "Okay, I admit it," Yu Hero admitted generously, and then lowered her voice mysteriously. "Listen to me. I didn't mention this matter to make you sad. You were quietly told me before, as long as if we bravely confess our feelings to teacher Lu Feng, he will most likely agree." "Really?" Gu Qingbo was still a little unsure. "Will that weird girl Yu play tricks on us?" Although Shen Liuyu said this, there was obviously a ray of light in her clear blue eyes. "Although Yu is weird, she is our good sister and she doesn't mean to make fun of us." Yu Hai said judo. I also think that Yu is a lot more stable now. After all, she has grown up and has a man." Gu Qingbo said thoughtfully. If teacher Lu Feng accepts us, although we can't be together for the time being, we can look forward to the future. The melancholy on Shen Liu's pretty face has been reduced by half, and her eyes are full of expectations. Then you guys want to confess your feelings together? Yu Haro smiled shyly and sweetly. Chapter 762. Tang San also went to Poseidon Island and discovered a new continent together. Gu Qingbo said shyly, well, how about we confess our feelings together? I don't have enough courage alone. Yu Haro nodded. She regarded being with Lu Feng as an extremely important matter and confessed her love alone. If she was rejected by Lu Feng, she was afraid that she would be so sad that she couldn't bear it. She has her own self-esteem and will never pester if rejected. So for her, there is only one chance. Once lost, it is impossible to gain again. It is precisely because it is so precious that she worries about gain and loss. Don't dare to express your feelings easily when you are not sure. Until she got Yuer's encouragement, Chen Liu's extremely beautiful and arrogant face turned crimson and shy. Her eyes were fixed and she said, okay, let's confess our love together. Gu Qingbo mustered up the courage to say, let's do it together. Anyway, as a soul master, you have to go through hardships. Life or death is uncertain. Even if the confession is rejected, it is considered a try and there is no regret. The three sisters held hands, looked at each other and made a decision. Then they looked at the big villa on the top of the mountain together. Giggle. Purple Pearl popped her head up from the clear sea water, exposed her upper body and said with a charming smile, so you three little girls have such thought. No wonder you don't accept the pursuit of any man, and you also stay with me. Ah, big president. Shen Liu, Gu Qingbo, and Yu Haro were startled. They spread out on the beach, and there was no one around as far as the eye could see. This was Purple Pearl's private beach, and outsiders were not allowed in, so they opened their hearts and spoke their minds. Unexpectedly, Zai Zhenzu was swimming in the water nearby, and she heard her. As we all know, CEO Purple Pearl likes women. Therefore, although they are Purple Pearl's assistant, they are afraid of being eaten by her, so they have always been wary and kept a certain distance. And it was the first time that they saw such an image of Purple Pearl. The big president is really big. Under the clear starlight, it was enough for them to see clearly. Unexpectedly, the big CEO's figure was so graceful and hot, and now he had even more hazy beauty. What a nice view. Even if it's a girl, Yu Haro and others couldn't help but admire her. Don't worry, this president supports you. Qingbo is right. The soul master's life or death is unpredictable. Just do whatever you want and don't leave any regret. Purple Pearl was as bold as ever. She thought to herself that even though she said this, it was difficult for her to speak. If it were any other man, she would have spoken directly. But Lu Feng is not an ordinary man. He is the leader of the alliance, her boss, and someone she looks up to. He is better than her in every aspect. She respects him and does not dare to speak casually. Otherwise, she would have just knocked through the door and entered Lu Feng's room in the big villa. The word love is so magical. This made such a bold and wild woman feel confused and hesitant. Of course, she would not be as hesitant as the three young and beautiful girls in front of her, but there was no chance today. Previously, she tried to conquer Lu Feng with force and took the dominant position. However, she was conquered by Lu Feng with force, causing her to be in chaos. What's the sound? Zai Zhenzu's eyes narrowed and she turned to look towards the terrace of the big villa. She was a peak soul saint and she was at sea, with bonuses to her spiritual power. She immediately discovered what happened on the terrace. His Purple Pearl took a breath of cold air and her heart suddenly swayed. Good guys, you are actually on the terrace of my house. The leader of the alliance is not asleep. I should have known that. I just knocked on his door. Sir, the leader of the alliance, you are a bit unreasonable, taking advantage of Sister Erlong's drunkenness and chaos. Come on, even if you are a couple, you have to get Sister Erlong's consent. Oh, Sister Erlong also made a sound. She woke up. No, Sister Erlong was pretending to be drunk just now. You all, good or bad, I like it so much. Zai Zhenzu's heart suddenly agitated and her cheeks, which were moistened by the sea water, turned red with embarrassment. President, what's wrong? Yu Haro asked curiously. They were less powerful. They were 200 to 300 meters away, so they didn't hear any sounds and they couldn't detect what was happening on the terrace. Well, it's okay. It's okay. You guys should go back and rest first. Purple Pearl's expression was a little unnatural, and the night and the water stains on her face hid it for her. Since the CEO also supports us, how about we confess our love to teacher Lu Feng tonight? Now that the decision has been made, Yu Haro is a little anxious. Well, your teacher Lu Feng is tired from the trip and is resting. Let's go tomorrow. I can help you find a chance tomorrow to call him out to see you alone. Purple Pearl forced a smile and told a white lie. Lu Feng didn't rest and was still busy sparring with Lu Erlong, but this kind of discussion cannot be interrupted. Hearing this, Shen Liu, Gu Qingbo and Yu Haro looked at each other and nodded, feeling that what Purple Pearl said made sense. Okay, thank you, CEO. Let's go back first. The three women bowed and left, their figures swaying and their steps much brisker. Purple Pearl watched them leave, shook her head and sighed with a smile. Then her whole body surfaced, exposing her hot and delicate body to the air. She walked to the shore and retrieved her clothes among the rocks. Then he quietly slipped away and hid on a relatively lush tree in the large villa, his sight filtering through the branches and leaves. A closer look. It's not her style to hide in her own home, but tonight the situation is special. 2 hours later, a slight break from the rain. Lu Feng picked up Lu Erlong and left the terrace, went downstairs and returned to the room. Purple Pearl leaned limply on the tree trunk. This is a feeling I have never had before. Over the years, she has always acted straightforwardly and openly, but she has never been so sneaky and shady. But she has no regret. If she had to choose again, she'll still do it because of this special feeling. It's really great. The leader is great. She has many similarities with Lu Erlong. I also grew up in difficulties since childhood. He also has a forthright character. He also held the position of CEO. From this, at a certain moment, Purple Pearl was able to replace herself with Lu Erlong. It gave her an extra sense of empathy. Now, can't see it anymore. Just now, she risked being discovered and took a closer look. She had already thought of excuses and wordings. If she is spotted while passing by, she will say, I was just passing by and saw it by chance. You can also retort, who asked you to be on the terrace of my house? I was going to come back to drink. Or to be more extreme, simply put everything aside and say boldly, boss, my subordinates can also provide you with special services, and I guarantee that I will not lose to Longji. To some extent, she was still expecting to be discovered. I have seen Lu Feng's strength today. His soul power is several levels lower than hers, but his physical attributes and mental power are definitely far above hers. Lu Erlong is a titled Douluo, and his combat power is on par with that of a super Douluo, let alone one. But it was not discovered. Maybe the two of them were too immersed in it, forgot about their feelings for the moment, and didn't pay much attention to their surroundings. So, do you still want to peek into Erlongji's room? Go snoop into the room, and if you're caught, there won't be a good excuse. Just as Purple Pearl was hesitating, a warning sign suddenly rose in her heart. Someone is approaching quickly from behind. Chapter 763. Qiwa is excellent. Gu Yuina and Zig also didn't expect that Lu Feng could fight to such an extent against the 10,000 Demon King. They suddenly had mixed feelings, and they didn't know what words to use to describe their mood at this moment. Tears of excitement flashed from the corners of their eyes. Zig is Lu Feng's woman. Gu Yuina is destined to be Lu Feng's woman. Of course they want their men to become stronger and stronger. They knew that Lu Feng was gifted as a monster and his strength improved very quickly, but they still didn't expect that it would reach this point so quickly. They were greatly shocked. Roar! Facing Lu Feng's powerful counterattack, the 10,000 Demon King was extremely angry, but he had no other choice but to take a defensive stand. Being forced to defend passively by a human soul saint before the fight, he never imagined that there would be such a result. Ironwood barrier. As the 10,000 Demon King roared, all the branches on his body leaned forward, building a barrier dozens of meters thick and infusing it with the original power. Boom! Light the blade cut into the iron and wood barrier, and it was still rushing in at a very fast speed. Gang Chi swept wildly. Sawdust is flying and fallen leaves are colorful. Blazing lightning and unknown turbulence escape from the space that was torn open. The scene was chaotic. The king of 10,000 demons used all his strength to defend himself and protect his body. In addition to being good at mental power, his defensive power is also extremely outstanding among the ferocious beasts. Neither Xiangjun nor Zig's defense can match his. Finally, the light of the light blade dimmed, and he defended against Lu Feng's counterattack. The iron and wood barrier only missed a few centimeters before it was completely penetrated. After extrapolation, if Lu Feng's soul power were a few levels higher or reached the Contra realm, the ironwood barrier would not be able to withstand his attack and would definitely hit the main body of the 10,000 Demon King. Although the 10,000 Demon King's body also has strong defensive power, you must know that the soul power of Lu Feng and the 10,000 Demon King is so different. The 10,000 Demon King has cultivated for 520,000 years, which is enough to fight against the peerless human Douluo without falling behind. Lu Feng is just a soul saint. According to common sense, Lu Feng cannot compare with the 10,000 Demon King in terms of absolute power. Absolute power can bring absolute suppression, but this common sense seemed to be broken in Lu Feng's case. In fact, that's not the case. The attribute blessings on Lu Feng's soul ring and the superimposed increase in attack power in the fields of sword intent, killing intent, and the god of death exponentially enhanced Lu Feng's absolute power. Coupled with his true seeing eyes, the 10,000 Demon King's advantage turned into a weakness. He used his combat experience to calmly judge the restrained soul skills and counterattack, make up for the weakness in absolute strength. All of the above combined resulted in this extremely shocking reversal. The 10,000 Demon King stirred up a storm in his heart. You? Who are you? Ah, Star Tree. So you are Lu Feng. Feng. Due to the close distance, the hurricane caused by the collision of two majestic forces swept through the thick fog, and Lu Feng could not. After quickly walking around, he could finally clearly see Lu Feng and Lu Feng's martial spirit. The 10,000 Demon King originally planned to defend against this sharp counter-attack and attack with all his strength. He must capture Lu Feng in order to save his face, but after recognizing Lu Feng's identity, he was shocked and stopped all movement, not daring to attack again. No wonder he felt vaguely suppressed. No wonder he has the ultimate wood. No wonder the surrounding plants turned against him this time and did not send him the power of nature. No wonder she felt so frustrated when she was fighting with him. Her hands and feet were tied up, and she couldn't exert all her strength. The ancient star tree is the ancestor of plants and the source of life. The king of 10,000 demons is the king of the Star Do forest, but he must also bow to the ancestor of plant. Now he feels the suppression of him by the star tree, which is extremely obvious. The king of 10,000 demons was trembling all over, and the leaves were falling rustlingly. It was obvious that he was so excited that he could not restrain himself. At this time, Di Tian, Yao Ling, and Xiang Jun also arrived at the scene. Seeing the embarrassment of the 10,000 Demon King's passive defense, he was suddenly stunned. Immediately, Di Tian shouted, "King of 10,000 demon, what did you do? You have to deal with a small and humble human being and still have to defend yourself passively. This is simply making a fool of yourself and disgracing our soul bees. Why don't you kill him quickly?" The demon spirit stirred up, regained consciousness, and said quickly, "Lord Dishan, he is Lu Feng." "So what if it's Lu Feng? I didn't feel the so-called dragon god aura on him at all. It must be a fake." "Yes, humans are the best at using sweet words to deceive us." "King of 10,000 demon, what are you doing in a daze? Take action quickly." Dishan took one look at Lu Feng's martial spirit and knew that it was the human being recognized by Gu Yuina, the one who stole his forbidden love. Ziji's human being. He had already gritted his teeth and wanted to eat Lu Feng alive, and he indeed didn't feel the dragon god's aura on Lu Feng. "Therefore, I want to take advantage of Gu Yuina and Zig before they come, and quickly kill Lu Feng with the help of the 10,000 Demon King to eliminate future trouble." Even if he was recognized by Gu Yuina, Lu Feng was a human being after all, and he belonged to the same dragon clan as Gu Yuina and Zig. He did not sense that Lu Feng had the aura of the dragon god in him, and Lu Feng had offended the king of 10,000 demons. He ordered Lu Feng to be killed, and Gu Yuina couldn't blame him. Killing a small human being is like trampling a blade of grass to death. Although this human's fighting power is amazing, he can even force the 10,000 Demon King to passively defend. However, he could also see that the 10,000 Demon King did not use all his strength to attack. However, just as Dishan issued an order urging the 10,000 Demon King to deal cruel blows to Lu Feng, the body of the 10,000 Demon King started to move, but instead of attacking, he suddenly knelt down towards Lu Feng. "Meet the master." Xiao Wang didn't know that it was the master who came. "Please forgive Xiao Wang for being rude." The whole place was shocked and silent. The king of 10,000 demons knelt down to Lu Feng, which was beyond the expectations of Gu Yuina and Zig. But after thinking about it, I understood. The reason lies in Lu Feng's martial spirit, the tree of stars. Of course, the feelings of Gu Yuina, Zig, Di Tian, and others facing the star tree cannot be compared with that of the 10,000 Demon King, who also belongs to plant life. There are many types of plant, but they all come from the same origin, and all trees must recognize the tree of stars as their ancestor, and the humans who possess the star tree's martial spirit are their masters. It is worth mentioning that Lu Feng's star tree martial spirit is now many times more powerful than when he first awakened. The green gold leaves are dazzling, standing high in the sky, and he has the absolute grace of a divine tree. Every time Lu Feng awakens his martial spirit, it is an evolution of the star tree. When the 10,000 Demon King saw it, he was very different from other humans or spirit bees. There was only a giant tree surrounded by stars in front of him, but the Demon King seemed to see a forest of single trees, but it was not a banyan tree with several branches, but an endless forest. The endless forest transcends space, time, and all forms such as solid and gas. An ancient aura came over the surface, and in a trance the 10,000 Demon King saw the endless forest entrenched on the sea of stars, with all life growing on the ancient road in the starry sky, endlessly growing, forming an incomparably vast world of its own. It feels like billions of light years in an instant. Chapter 764 by Chen Xiang directly criticizes Ma Hongjun. The king of 10,000 demons cannot see there is a secret in it, but just by looking at it he got great benefit. The field evolved in an instant, and in a blink of an eye. It lasted 10,000 years. The 10,000 Demon King was so excited that he knelt down decisively and paid homage to Lu Feng. Di Tian, Xiang Jun, Yao Ling, Baiji, and others were all dumbfounded, especially Dishan. As soon as they met, an extremely important subordinate defected to Lu Feng's camp. The emperor was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had just given the order for the 10,000 10,000 Demon King to kill Lu Feng. Not only did the 10,000 Demon King disobey the order, he also surrendered to Lu Feng and claimed to be his master. While Di Tian was annoyed, he was also extremely frightened. Lu Feng subdued the 10,000 Demon King without releasing the Dragon God's aura, which shows how extraordinary this love rival is. The demon spirit told him that Lu Feng was different from ordinary human and he should not treat Lu Feng as an ordinary human being. Dishan didn't pay too much attention and blamed the demon spirit for not handling the matter well and not suppressing Lu Feng. He also didn't find out Lu Feng's details in detail. He only knew that although Lu Feng was only a soul saint, his combat power was extremely amazing. In Dishan's opinion, the demon spirit is not very powerful, so he doesn't trust the demon spirit's vision. At this moment, Dishan saw with his own eyes that Lu Feng and the 10,000 Demon King were fighting for a while, and he realized that what the demon spirit said was true. This made Ditian even more fearful of Lu Feng. After Baiji was in a daze for a while, her clear, gem-like eyes turned strange and stared at Lu Feng as if she was deeply attracted by Lu Feng. This unparalleled human man with his jade tree facing the wind is actually so extraordinary. It was completely different from what she had imagined. At first, she thought that Lu Feng was overestimating his capabilities in the duel with the king of 10,000 demons. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, but now what she saw was Lu Feng's amazing fighting power, and he was particularly good at fighting and adapting. Even in extremely unfavorable and desperate situations, he could being able to judge calmly and make appropriate countermeasures is something that others cannot. He is still so young, but he has rich combat experience and combat prediction ability that are beyond ordinary strong men. Words such as genius, chosen one, etc. are not enough to describe his extraordinary talent when used on Lu Feng. Baiji somewhat understood why Zig fell in love with a human being. Zig and Gu Yuina smiled happily. When Di Tian issued the kill order, they originally wanted to speak out to stop him, but saw the king of 10,000 demons kneeling down, so they remained silent. Gu Yuina used the soul barrier to make no sound at all, and even Di Tian was not aware of their existence. King of 10,000 demons, what are you doing? Di Tian calmed down and said coldly, I'm sorry, Lord Dishan, I can't obey your order. Lord Lu Feng has the blood of our ancestor, that is, my master. I can't hurt him. The king of 10,000 demons said, then do you know what will happen if you disobey my order? Di Tian looked unkind and his soul power burst out as if he wanted to take action himself. What's going to happen? Gu Yuina said calmly as she eliminated the soul barrier. She stepped out of her long, round, snow-white legs under her white skirt and her feet as smooth as jade. She touched the grass lightly and then her body flew lightly towards the grass. Lu Feng, Lord, Di Tian was startled and then he realized that Gu Yuina, Zig and Baiji were not far away. I've met the Lord Demon Spirit, Lord Xiang, King of 10,000 Demons, etc. saw Gu Yuina and hurriedly paid homage. Recognized as the co-master of soul beast, any soul beast that sees Gu Yuina must bow its head without exception. Naer Zig. When Lu Feng saw the two girls, a bright smile appeared on his face. Gu Yuina's body flashed and she immediately appeared in front of Lu Feng. She nodded with a smile and met Lu Feng's eyes. However, there were still things that had not been done. She turned around again and faced Di Tian. Her smile faded and she put on her pink cloth. Frost husband. Zig's eyes filled with tears and she flew directly into Lu Feng's arm, hugged her tightly and pressed her plump red lips on Lu Feng's mouth, kissing her passionately like no one else was watching. Zig is as unrestrained and passionate as ever. Even if Di Tian and others are present, she must declare her sovereignty. It had also been too long since I had seen the lover I had longed for day and night, and I couldn't bear it any longer. As soon as Dishan's face turned dark, he felt a green glow on his head. Zig actually took the initiative to throw herself into his arms in front of him, kissing and affectionately with Lu Feng. But Gu Yuina was present and her position was clear. She stood directly on Lu Feng's side, speaking tit for tat with him, and her eyes were full of dissatisfaction. In this case, how could Dishan dare to say anything? Di Tian, answer me. What will happen if I disobey your order? Gu Yuina raised her voice and asked coldly. I don't dare. Di Tian quickly bowed his head and saluted with a hint of fear. Gu Yuina faintly sent out a dragon's power, which made all the spirit beasts present feel suffocated and their hearts trembled. Why don't you dare? Gu Yuina was very worried about Di Tian's order just now to kill Lu Feng. I told you that Lu Feng is someone I recognize. You didn't send me the order first. The demon spirit went to find Lu Feng to cause trouble. Just now he knew that he was Lu Feng and ordered the demon king to kill him. He completely turned a deaf ear to my word. Why don't you dare? Subordinate, I know my fault. I just didn't sense the dragon god's aura on his body, so I thought that the Lord might have been deceived by him and wanted to force him to release the dragon god's aura. Di Tian argued. It's your first crime, and there's not much left of the true dragon lineage. I won't hold you accountable for the time being. I'll go go to the dragon cave to think about my mistake and be banned for a year. Gu Yuina was very angry. Dishan is currently the strongest person in the dragon clan, is also one of the few true dragon, but it must be punished to serve as a warning to others. Yes. Dit Yen sighed in his heart and walked away. Before leaving, Dit Yen glared at Lu Feng fiercely. What a failure. Today, when facing his love rival Lu Feng, not only did he fail to establish his authority, he was also punished and lost all faith. He didn't dare to resist Gu Yuina in person, but he was unwilling to accept it. No matter what, Lu Feng is just a young human, and he is a true dragon who has experienced 9 heavenly tribulations. He is currently the strongest person in the Star Forest and is probably the strongest person in this world. After reaching 1,000,000 years of cultivation and enduring another catastrophe, he is a real beast god. That's alright Zig, let's have a good meeting when we go home. Narrative. Gu Yuina looked at Zig's obsession, smiled and shook her head. Oh, okay, my lord. Zig came to her senses, felt a little embarrassed, let go of Lu Feng, and moved her hot and delicate body away from Lu Feng's body slightly. Lu Feng interlocked with Zig's fingers with one hand, held Gu Yuina's slender hand with the other, kissed Gu Yuina's slightly immature flawless jade face gently, and said with a smile, Naer, take me home. Gu Yuina's cheeks were slightly red and she replied softly, well, go home. In private we were fine with each other, but now that Lu Feng was in close contact with her in full public view, she felt a little shy. After all, she is just an innocent girl mentally. Chapter 765. Ma Hongjun was frightened. Beautiful morning, beautiful mood. The sunshine seems to be particularly bright today, and the whole world seems to have become more vivid and lively, full of joy and hope. This is how Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, and Shen Liuya feel at this moment. They served Lu Feng for breakfast thoughtfully. Seeing Lu Feng eating the food they cooked and nodding in praise was full of happiness. Love is so magical. It can destroy a person, or it can make a person gain a world of boundless happiness. They also knew that with Lu Feng's promotion, the entire Douluo continent was moving towards tranquility and peace. Everything was prosperous and hundreds of millions of civilians were living a peaceful and prosperous life. This was also one of the important reasons why they fell in love with Lu Feng wholeheartedly. For such a man who has a bright heart and is willing to make great efforts to change the world, they are also willing to give everything for him. Lu Feng had just finished breakfast. Zi Zhenzu and Lu Erlong also came downstairs. What makes you so happy? Lu Erlong asked knowingly, looking at the happy Yu Hero and others with a smile. Yu Hero and others panicked and put away their jade hands on Lu Feng's back with shame on their faces. Among the women in the entire Douluo continent, Lu Erlong's status, power, and strength were second only to Bibi Dong. It is also the existence they have always looked up to, and if they want to share her husband's love, they don't know if they will be angry. Elder Lu, let's have breakfast. The coral sea cod porridge is very delicious. I'll serve you a bowl. Shen Liuya was smarter, changed the subject and showed his favor to Lu Erlong. They knew that Lu Erlong was currently in charge of Lu Feng's harem. As Lu Feng's new girlfriend and juniors, they should take the initiative to show their kindness. Okay, thank you. Lu Erlong nodded, accepted Shen Liuya's kindness, and said casually, since we are all sisters, you can just call me Sister Erlong from now on. Lu Feng and Shen Liuya were waiting at the door. Lu Erlong and Zi Zhenzu both listened to the conversation. They all knew when Lu Feng got up, they were just over-exercising and their body bones were a little weak. They were too lazy to get up. They were also afraid that Lu Feng would come to them for morning exercises or something on a whim. This kind of thing happened often before, but they really can't do it anymore. I love and fear at the same time, but I am even more afraid. Due to their impulsiveness, the two queens started to compete on this matter. Neither gave up. Purple Pearl benefits from being in the sea, and its energy source constantly draws some strength to replenish itself. Otherwise, she would not dare to challenge Lu Erlong. But in the end he was defeated. Lu Erlong is better, but also a bit overworked. Before Lu Feng started, he had some objections to treating him as a tool. But after starting the actual operation, I am so happy that I don't think about Shu anymore, and I feel so happy and refreshed. He eats the marrow and knows the taste, and plans to promote this special event, but it's a bit difficult. This is a showdown between two wives who are both stubborn and queen-like must meet together. Of course Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu count, but they are thousands of miles away. My president Ziida, sit here with me. Lu Feng stepped forward affectionately and pulled Zi Zhenzu, who was walking a little slowly. Don't pull me. Oh. Purple Pearl was pulled by Lu Feng, and her body suddenly became unbalanced and staggered. Lu Feng, with quick eyes and quick hands, held him up. Only then did I remember. Purple Pearl is the first time, but he was too brave and forge ahead. Some sequelae are inevitable. You have ruined my image. Purple Pearl gave Lu Feng an angry look, wanting to cry without tears. Immediately he laughed again. She has always been candid, but after all, she is the boss of Yu Hero and others, so she wants to maintain the grace of a big sister in front of them. She has always used this image to get along with them, so she tries her best to maintain a normal walking posture. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng suddenly pulled her and touched the painful spot, knocking her back to her original shape. Her usual image of a strong woman disappeared in an instant. Yu Haro and the others couldn't help but cover their mouth and chuckle. They were actually happy that Purple Pearl could be with Lu Feng. Otherwise, it would always feel awkward to be with a female boss who likes women all day long. Why are you laughing? It's all thanks to me that you can be with Lu Feng now. If I hadn't sacrificed my body, you wouldn't have had the time to be alone with him. Purple Pearl glared at Yu Haro and the others. What a strong word, but there seems to be no objection. Yu Haro, Gu Qingbo, and Shen Liuya looked at each other and smiled, and then said in unison, "Thank you, CEO. Call me sister." Purple Pearl also imitated Lu Erlong and wanted to address them as sister, saying loudly, "Yeah, Sister Pearl. Sister Pearl, I fried your favorite herring steak." Gu Qingbo served the herring steak affectionately. "Well, be good." Purple Pearl felt a little embarrassed, but in a happy and relaxed atmosphere, disappear into the invisible. Sitting on the road generously, she stretched lazily, turned to Lu Erlong and said, "Sister Erlong, do you want to drink some wine? She is very addicted to alcohol." Lu Feng smiled helplessly, remembering Zi Zhen's drinking contest with Lu Erlong last night. Lu Erlong deliberately pretended to be too drunk. In fact, they haven't decided the winner yet. Purple Pearl also knew this, but she still wanted to compete in drinking. "No, I don't drink in the morning." Lu Erlong shook his head. "Okay, let's drink tonight," Zi Zhen said. At this time, Lu Feng frowned. He walked to the window and looked north. He sensed that something unusual was happening to the north. A terrorist threat is approaching rapidly. It was an algae plant that sent him an early warning. At present, the range of his sensing of plants exceeds 100,000 meters in radius. If a threat arises, plants within this range will automatically transmit warnings to him. There are no plants visible on the sea surface, but under the sea there are underwater forests. Seaweed that takes root on the seafloor or duckweed that drift with the current are all plants. "What's wrong?" Purple Pearl asked when she saw Lu Feng's strange expression. Lu Erlong waved his hand and signaled Zi Zhenzi to leave it alone. Lu Erlong knew that if Lu Feng was like this, something big would happen, and Lu Feng is using his powerful mental power to enter a fugue state. Yes, the spiritual shadow condensed by Lu Feng's pure mental power spans 100,000 meters. Instantly arrive at the place where something happened. After all, plants have limited vision and cannot see clearly, but Lu Feng's own spiritual shadow can not only see clearly but also see things that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Lu Feng saw it. A soul master flapped his blood-red wings and flew at low altitude over the sea at high speed, and behind him there was an overwhelming huge wave. The 100-meter huge wave generated by the Purple Pearl soul skill is several times worse than this wild wave, both in height and range. The waves were hundreds of meters high, with no visible edge, enough to swallow up a huge city, making it unstoppable. Even a super strong hurricane of magnitude 15 cannot set off such a terrible tsunami. Purple Pearl Island, in such huge waves, the entire island will be submerged, and the direction of this huge wave is the Purple Pearl Island. Chapter 766. Another fairy grass is given to the beautiful woman. Lu Feng's imagination was wide open. This information did not appear in the original plot. There is actually a supreme god emperor. This has never been recorded in human books or oral legends. Lu Feng, Bibi Dong, Qian Daolio, etc. all exchanged ideas about becoming a god. The purpose is to inquire about the possibility of soul beasts becoming god. On Douluo continent, Wuhan Palace has the most comprehensive collection of ancient books. Lu Feng has no time to read them one by one, but Bibi Dong and Qian Daolio have the most research on them, especially Qian Daolio, who has lived for more than 100 years and has been studying behind closed doors for the past 20 years. He spent a lot of time studying the collections of Wuhan Palace. Whether it is records in books or ancient legends, he knows everything very detailed. In addition, Lu Feng also had this exchange with Poseidon Will, but Poseidon only knows that the most powerful god is the God King, and there is no stronger being. At the moment, what Gu Yuina said casually was a shocking top secret. Maybe in the god realm this is also a top secret, and not many gods know about it. At least Poseidon doesn't know about it. Poseidon believes that he is the heir to the throne. If he knows this information, there is no need to hide it. It is just information. Gu Yuina pursed her lips and said with a smile, "I didn't know about this at first. It was because you helped a yin resurrect and reach the peak state where he could become a god with just a chance, so I also wanted to know about it and open the door. I understand the memory temple of the dragon god." Lu Feng suddenly realized, in the original plot there is no such information, but it does not mean that it does not exist. It is just that Tang San and others did not experience the soul beast becoming a god, so they got this information. Xiao Wu became a god because he was attached to Tang San's so-called shared divine status. Strictly speaking, Xiao Wu did not have a divine status. As long as Tang San has a thought to cancel the sharing of divine status, Xiao Wu will lose the qualifications for the divine status, be knocked out of the mortal world, and may die. If Xiao Wu could be independent and have a true divine status with her spirit beast's strong physical body and cultivation talent, if she continued to practice for a long time, her strength would far exceed that of Tang San, who was inherently deficient. From this, Tang San intentionally or unintentionally suppressed Xiao Wu's improvement to maintain his lead. In the junior college stage, he controlled Xiao Wu's money and often only gave Xiao Wu carrots to eat. In name, Xiao Wu loved eating carrot, which was a sign of loving her and doing her best. But in fact, everyone knows that nutrition is very important during the important development stages of the body. Only by eating more meat, dairy product, and other aspects can nutrition keep up. Soul Masters exercise intensively every day, and they also need to supplement their nutrition in various aspects. In particular, soul beast meat containing soul power, such an entry-level cultivation resource, is very important. Eating more soul beast meat will be of great help to the junior soul masters' soul power. The Wuhan Palace provides civilian soul masters with a few gold soul coins as a monthly subsidy just to purchase soul beast meat, a training resource that is expensive for civilians. Lu Feng guessed that Tang San's so-called fear of Xiao Wu spending money recklessly and saving money for her was actually because he thought Xiao Wu was too naive and deliberately suppressed her. Xiao Wu may not have the heart to eat soul beast meat, but he is just following the trend, so don't eat soul beast meat and eat more carrot. And Tang San himself had relatively abundant money to fully replenish his nutrition, purchase training resources, and improve his soul power. There was still extra money to build hidden weapons for his own use. In the end, when he had enough money and needed to hunt high-level spirit beasts, he gave some simple hidden weapons to Xiao Wu, Ma Hengzhen, etc. to improve the team's combat level, but he was reluctant to give away any of the core high-end hidden weapons such as the King of Hell Tai and the Peacock Feather, nor is he willing to teach more advanced hidden weapon technique. Tang San's previous life was a world of low martial art, and even the elders of the Tang sect were not as strong as an ordinary spirit master. The Tang sect uses hidden weapon technique. As long as Tang San is willing to teach them, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong and others can learn them without difficulty. But in the end, Tang San chose to keep it privately and refused to teach it. From this point it can be clearly seen that Tang San had multiple selfish motives. The so-called love for Xiao Wu and the deep friendship with his teammates are just words and show-offs. In short, in the junior college stage, Tang San selfishly occupied Xiao Wu's money and misled Xiao Wu, resulting in Xiao Wu's thin figure and obvious stunted growth, and his soul power cultivation was also suppressed. Even so, at the Shrek Academy stage, Xiao Wu was almost the same as Tang San. At that time, he broke through to the realm of Soul Master. It can be seen that Xiao Wu's cultivation talent is far better than Tang San. When they arrived in Tiandu City, Xiao Wu's soul power level once surpassed Tang San's. Tang San's serious selfishness showed up again. He went to Binghuo Lianjian, stole poison Douluo's medicine garden, brought back the immortal grass that he couldn't eat, and gave it to everyone under the pretext of increasing their soul power. In fact, everyone is required to bear the responsibility of stealing other people's medicine gardens with him. He can also give him a favor by the way, making others owe him a favor and establishing his dominant position in the team. Anyway, if he doesn't give away the fairy grass, it won't be of much use if he keeps it. If he could eat it by himself, he would definitely not give it away to others. There is no doubt about that. In fact, this is understandable. Everyone has his own personality and choices, and it is also his own opportunity. However, Tang San's cool operation came again. Tang San, who was familiar with the fairy grass, gave the only fairy grass suitable for Xiao Wu, Acacia Heartbroken Red, to Zhu Zhuqing first. If Zhu Zhuqing could get the approval of the Acacia Heartbroken Red, and after eating the Acacia Heartbroken Red, there would be no immortal grass left that would be suitable for Xiao Wu. But fate played a trick on people, and Zhu Zhuqing did not completely fall in love with Dai Mubai and could not get the approval of Xiang Shenyang Hong. Xiao Wu succeeded immediately. It shows that Xiao Wu loved Tang San wholeheartedly at that time. I believe that Tang San would also be moved in his heart at that time, but that touch was not worth his selfishness. Xiao Wu said that she couldn't bear to eat such beautiful fairy grass, and Tang San followed suit so that Xiao Wu didn't have to eat it. What's the intention? Is there anything not beautiful about grass jelly? The legend about lovesickness and heartbroken red is probably made up by Tang San. It's obviously a great opportunity. If you eat it, your strength will be doubled and your cultivation speed will be accelerated, but you just keep admiring it. Isn't soul power cultivation the most important thing for a soul master? At this time, feelings are more important than cultivation. Xiao Wu really cares about feelings and forgets that the most important thing is to avenge her mother and become stronger. But just imagine Xiao Wu's cultivation speed is much faster than Tang San. After taking the Heartbroken Red, her martial soul is strengthened, her soul power increases sharply, her cultivation talent greatly increases again, and she will soon surpass Tang San and eventually become the strongest in the team, leaving Tang San far behind. This harmed Tang San's interest and shook his leadership position in the team. If he was with Xiao Wu, he would be said to be inferior to his own woman and lose face. The difficulty for him to control Xiao Wu also increased a lot. It is also difficult for him to show off at critical moment. I believe Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Yu Xiaogang are also confused, but they got the great benefit Tang San gave them. They had short mouth to eat people, so they couldn't say much. Chapter 767 Ma Hongjun's Envy. Later, Xiao Wu left Tang San and returned to the Stardow Forest. In just 2 or 3 years, her figure developed into a tall and well-proportioned figure. Even without eating fairy grass, her soul power increased by leap and bounds, and she was still safe in her own territory. And Tang San came again, using all kinds of sensationalism, and finally tricked Xiao Wu to death. But this time, I'm here. Tang San failed. In the original plot, according to the timeline, Xiao Wu's current soul power level is probably still that of the Soul Sect. Now, Xiao Wu has broken through to the Soul Emperor level. He can withstand and fight, and his overall strength is the strongest among the Shrek Academy team. Moreover, Xiao Wu is equipped with the most sophisticated equipment, especially the soul power gun. Even if he encounters a strong man like Zhu Douluo, he will definitely be able to escape if he cannot defeat him. If you are lucky and the time is right, the soul gun can hit the titled Douluo and even cause a counterattack. The soul guns equipped by Lu Feng and Zhong Mei have been continuously improved by the team of divine craftsmen, and now have the lethality to severely damage titled Douluo. This was one of the reasons why Lu Feng was relieved to split his troops into 2 groups. But this kind of top-quality soul power gun is not yet mass-produced. The reason is that top-quality soul guide stones are too scarce. Therefore, there are currently only core figures around Lu Feng who will send out the best soul power gun. As everyone's trump card, it cannot be used lightly. At the moment, the outside world doesn't know about the soul power gun. If it is used at a critical moment, it may have miraculous effect. Lu Feng's thoughts were wandering for only a few breaths. Because I feel sorry for my wife, I can't help but feel emotional ups and downs when I think of what happened to Xiao Wu and a Yunyuan in the plot, and many thoughts can't help but pop up. Seeing that Lu Feng seemed to be deep in thought, Gu Yuina did not interrupt him, but with a bright smile on her lips, she looked at Lu Feng quietly, with higher expectations in her heart. A gleam of hope appeared in a Yin's eyes. She stared at Lu Feng with a beautiful and gentle smile. Bai Ji couldn't help but look at Lu Feng more. The first time she met Lu Feng, she seemed to be impressed by Lu Feng's magnanimity, even though her current strength was above Lu Feng's. But she had been practicing for hundreds of thousands of years, while Lu Feng had only awakened his soul power for a few years. From the perspective of strength growth rate, she is simply incomparable to Lu Feng. She had never seen Lu Feng grow up so fast as a person or soul beast. Where did Xiao Jin'er go? Zig asked. Maybe I ran outside again to see the ants moving. Aro replied. This little guy is full of curiosity about everything. Zig turned to Lu Feng with a smile and said, after you left, the effect of increasing our cultivation speed gradually disappeared. Fortunately, Xiao Jin'er also woke up early and improved our cultivation speed. Who is Xiao Jin'er? Lu Feng didn't react for a moment, but then he realized it and said in surprise, the Emperor's auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden beast. Hey, how do you know? Gu Yuina was surprised, asked. The three-eyed golden beast was born in recent months. All soul beasts worship the Emperor's auspicious beast like little ancestors. Information about the Emperor's auspicious beast is also kept secret and will never be disclosed to the outside world. Lu Feng had just arrived at the Stardow Forest. How could he know? I've heard the legend that the Emperor's auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden eagle, can increase the speed of soul beast cultivation. Lu Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Gu Yuina asked this, indicating that the three-eyed golden beast really appeared in advance. Zig and the others call her Xiao Jin'er because the three-eyed golden tiger hasn't been named Wang Chuer yet. Oh, I thought you just activated the bone-touching god again. Gu Yuina smiled sweetly. No, don't take it for granted. Detection. Lu Feng quickly denied it. Nowadays the plot has changed more and more, and many things do not follow the original plot. For example, Brigitte, three-eyed Jinny, Ditien, etc. also appeared in advance. If you continue to use the magic calculation method to mess around in the world, it will easily capsize. Yes, there is no need to take this risk. Gu Yuina nodded, glanced at Zig, and said meaningfully, okay, I'm sleepy, I'm going to take a nap, and I'll leave you to Zig. She already misses you so much that she goes crazy. I don't. Zig subconsciously denied it, but everyone could see that she didn't mean it. The dignified demon dragon king of hell, trapped in love, is not like her style. It may also cause Brigitte Aru, etc. to laugh at her. No, then why do I often hear you talking in your sleep, still calling for your husband to hug me, kiss me, etc. Gu Yuina ruthlessly exposed Zig's weak cover. Oh, my lord, you can't say any more. Zig, who had always been forthright, was now blushing and felt very embarrassed in front of everyone. Bai Ji, a Yin, and others found it amusing and smiled. Gu Yuina pursed her lips and smiled, waved to everyone lazily, stepped out with her jade feet under her skirt and floated away. Before leaving, she still looked back at Lu Feng reluctantly. She had just met Lu Feng not long ago and she was reluctant to leave so soon. However, the injury caused her to have to sleep for a long time and she would be so sleepy that she could not open her eyes, and she couldn't just sleep anywhere. It had to be in the dragon egg that gave birth to her. This is the main reason why she can't leave the Star Dough forest at the moment. Just when Gu Yuina looked back, Lu Feng was also looking at him. She could suddenly understand Lu Feng's eyes, and she knew that Lu Feng also knew that there was also a passionate love hidden in her eyes. When they first met, she didn't quite understand what human love was. Lu Feng gave a clear demonstration between him and Zig. During the 3 days in the small world, they had a deep affection and communicated with each other in a simple and easy to understand way. Zig, who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, obviously had endless aftertaste. Over the course of more than a year, Gu Yuina indirectly understood the pain of lovesickness from Zig's word and deed. The reason why it is said to be indirect is because Gu Yuina and Lu Feng are not actually married, and her longing for Lu Feng is only spiritual, and Zig also has physical problems. The double superimposed expectations are the most unbearable. The fact that Zig misses her so much shows that Lu Feng brought her profound happiness. As for some happiness, Gu Yuina is still unable to experience it personally. This made Gu Yuina even more curious and expectant, and intensified her longing for Lu Feng. These days, he and Zig left the small world and stayed in the Star Forest for several hours to welcome Lu Feng's arrival. Today, Lu Feng finally came, but now I have to separate temporarily and sleep for more than 10 hours before meeting Lu Feng again. Gu Yuina felt a little melancholy. Now, the two people's eyes met as if they exchanged 1,000 words in an instant. Those clear and deep black eyes seemed to have a strong attraction, sucking her in deeply. She could feel that there was deep and passionate love in Lu Feng's eyes, as if to say to her, "Don't worry, your injuries will heal, and I will work hard to improve myself and mate with you when the time comes." Gu Yuina's heart suddenly pounded and she almost broke her guard. After returning to the room, she was still in a state of excitement, and there was a shy smile on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 768. The doting wife comes on stage. At this moment, the naked eye can already see the huge waves hundreds of meters high, sweeping over like a cliff wall, making a deep rumbling roar, and containing unstoppable terrifying power. Wherever he went, all the fish or sea spirit beast fled in panic, but as long as it is swept by huge waves, it will be torn into pieces by the terrifying tearing force contained in the water. And along with the huge waves on the cliff, the sky was dark with dark cloud, and lightning and thunder came over them together. It's like the end is coming. The air is filled with chills, and the breath of death is spreading. Roar! The huge whale broke out of the waves again, letting out a shocking roar that was breathtaking. Seeing this scene, the soul masters and people at sea were suddenly horrified that, "Ah, we are dead. Poseidon bless! Poseidon bless! Poseidon bless! Such a tsunami will bulldoze our Poseidon Island and that terrifying giant sea spirit beast. What should we do? Ah, President, you should run away first. I'm afraid you are the only one here who has a chance to escape this catastrophe. Yeah, CEO, please leave quickly and leave us alone. If you can escape one by one with support." Purple Pearl's subordinate for many years made suggestions one after another. Seeing this terrifying giant wave, they all despaired. There must be no escape on the island. No one will be spared. Purple Pearl's face was pale, and the horror in her heart was indescribable. If it were just a tsunami, they would still have a chance, but that giant sea soul beast on the sea, Lu Erlong, who is currently the strongest on the island, will definitely not be able to stop it. Flying soul masters are more likely to escape. Fortunately, the leader has wings and can fly. I consider myself lucky. Before I die, I can spend one night with the man I love most. I taste the beauty of being a woman, and I am willing to die. Purple Pearl opened her red lips and was about to say something to Lu Feng. Behind Lu Feng, huge dark golden wings burning with black flames suddenly appeared and flew out of the window. Instead of running away, he rushed straight towards the huge wave and the terrifying sea soul beast. "You defend on the spot. Leave everything to me." Lu Feng gave the last order. "Feng, husband, sir." Zi Zhenzu, Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Yu Hero, and others exclaimed at the same time. They were also shocked by the scene in front of them just now. "But I didn't expect that Lu Feng would do this." They all had strong confidence in Lu Feng, but this time they wanted to help, even if they risked their lives to help, but they were unable to do so. "Brother!" The innocent Bai Chen Xiang, with tears in her eyes, flapped her white wings desperately, trying to keep up with Lu Lu Feng. He was dragged back by Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong shook his head at Bai Chenxiang and said, if you go, it will drag down your brother. Trust him. For the current plan, there is no other way but to choose to trust Lu Feng. The soul masters and residents on the island were in an uproar when they saw Lu Feng rushing towards the terrifying place. Ah, who is that with wings of burning flame? He is Lord Lu Feng. That's right, only Lord Lu Feng has such wings. He is unique in the world. It turns out that Lord Lu Feng is on the island outside. Ah, but what is Master Lu Feng going to do? Is he going to turn the tide on his own? Impossible. Even though Master Lu Feng is very strong, he can still defeat Soul Saint at a young age. Even though he has a title Douluo, how can he fight against that terrifying beast? Everyone started talking in shock. At this time, Ziai Shenzhen calmed down and said loudly, I heard it all. Master Lu Feng has given an order. Everyone, defend on the spot. Yes, everyone agreed in a loud voice. The morale and fighting spirit that had just fallen were restored instantly. Lu Feng chose to face the confrontation head-on and launched a violent charge without fear of death, inspiring everyone, even though he might never return. Tang Chen was surprised to find Lu Feng. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng would be here. He didn't even expect that Lu Feng would rush towards him. It reminded him of the fact that Lu Feng was his nemesis in the killing city before. His prestige was suppressed by Lu Feng, and God Shura also favored him. Not only did he make Lu Feng the holy son of the city of slaughter and allowed him to live in the Scarlet Castle, he also made an exception and opened the Bone Burial Forest trial, allowing Lu Feng to enter one day early and seize the underworld. Holy do! He couldn't wait to kill him quickly, but he couldn't attack Lu Feng because God Shura designated Lu Feng as the heir to the throne. Killing Lu Feng would offend God Shura. Sudden, Tang Chen felt the divine aura emanating from Lu Feng. Not a trace, but a strong breath of God. But it was obviously not the aura of God Shura. At this time, Tang Chen looked at him and saw, behind Lu Feng, a huge and majestic figure holding a trident appeared impressively. This is Poseidon. Tang Chen had never seen Poseidon, but there were images of Poseidon in ancient book and murals on Douluo continent, and there was also a statue of Poseidon on Poseidon Island. Poseidon actually appeared on Lu Feng. This is impossible. It is still possible that Shura God is in Lu Feng. How did Poseidon communicate with Lu Feng and possess Lu Feng? When a god possesses a human being, it is almost always because he designates the human being as his successor to the throne. Poseidon actually appointed Lu Feng as the heir to the throne. Could it be that Lu Feng is the son of destiny? There is only one explanation. Lu Feng is the son of destiny. In this way, he would not dare to attack Lu Feng. If he offended two powerful gods at once, he would die miserably, and Tang San would also be finished. This time I took Tang San to Poseidon Island, hoping that Tang San would win Poseidon's favor. Tang Chen looked at the huge shadow of the sea god in horror. His scalp suddenly exploded and he was so scared that he was scared to death. He quickly came to his senses, hurriedly changed direction, and fled the scene as quickly as possible. Tang Chen, who had quasi-divine power, used his full strength. A blood-red light flashed, and his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. After a while, his figure condensed and appeared on the ship hundreds of sea miles away, right next to Tang San. When Tang San saw Tang Chen coming back, he quickly put on a flattering smile and said, "Great-grandfather is so amazing. He got it done so quickly." Tang Chen remained silent, still feeling palpitating. Tang San saw that Tang Chen's expression was wrong and asked again, "Great-grandfather, what going on? What's wrong? It's all your bad idea." Tang Chen had a gloomy face and raised his hand in extreme dissatisfaction and scratched his head. Snapped. Tang San received a heavy slap on the face and his whole body was sent flying up diagonally, spinning at a high speed of 1360 degrees like a top before falling onto the deck with a bang. The body of a quasi-god was so tyrannical. Even if Tang Chen didn't use his soul power, he still had some reservations in using his muscle power, but it was not something that Soul Emperor Tang San could withstand. Tang Chen took action with anger. It was Tang San who had the idea to lure the deep-sea demon whale king to attack Purple Pearl Island on his way to Poseidon Island, severely damaging the Merchant Alliance and indirectly avenging the destroyed Haoshan sect. Chapter 769. Practicing High Po Brothers. A few hours later, Lu Feng put on his white robe and looked at a Yin and Zig whose delicate bodies were lying on the messy floor, and then looked out the window at the beautiful scenery, feeling relaxed and happy. "I'll go take a walk and look for any fairy grass. Last time I only searched the southern wilderness carefully. Today I'll go to the northern hills to have a look. I can't stand it anymore. I'm so tired. You guys go take a walk. I'll take a nap first. I'll go with you next time." Zig turned around lazily, speaking vaguely, and glanced at Lu Feng, her eyes filled with love and fear. "Who told you, Kiki?" Yin got up, covering her mouth and laughing. Seeing Zig like this, she found it funny. Zig had acted very strongly before, but since she hadn't seen Lu Feng Feng for a long time. Zig let go and acted wantonly, even shouting so that Lu Feng could beg for mercy. At that time, Yin kindly reminded Lu Feng that Lu Feng had improved greatly within this year and was completely different from a year ago. Zig didn't care. The result is what it looked like now. Yin has been following Lu Feng and understands Lu Feng's changes best, so he has some reservation, so it's much better. I'll go with you. Let Sister Zigi have a good rest. Yin considerately covered Zigi with a white silk quilt and then put on a clean blue dress. Okay. Lu Feng smiled and reached out to rub the round bulge covered by the quilt. Bad guy. Zig murmured in protest, but her tone was full of sweetness. She enjoyed the tenderness given by Lu Feng. If she wasn't really too tired, she would definitely be willing to accompany Lu Feng anywhere. If Lu Feng didn't take her with him, she would still be unhappy. After all, they had been separated for more than a year. She is no different from an ordinary woman now. When she is passionately in love, she can't wait to stay with your lover all the time. Some blame herself for being too wanton to accompany Lu Feng to explore the northern hilly area, but she has no regret because it's fun. Lu Feng and Yin held hands, left Zig's room, and walked out of the palace door. A little loli suddenly popped out from the grass nearby and said hi. She deliberately scared Lu Feng and Yin. Lu Feng and Yin knew that it was Xiao Jin'er, the three-eyed golden beast. They had long since discovered that there was a little kid hiding in the grass, pretending not to know. Sure enough, the little loli launched a terrifying move. Lu Feng and Yin had a tacit understanding, playing with the little Lolita and pretending to be scared. Ah, who are you? You scared me to death. Lu Feng pretended to be frightened and took a step back, patting his chest and asked. Yin suppressed a laugh and pretended to be scared, cooperating with Lu Feng to tease the child. Ha ha ha. Seeing that it worked, the three-eyed golden eye was happy, pointed at Lu Feng and said proudly, you are so timid. You are scared by me like this, and they still say you are very powerful. Could this lovely young lady be Xiao Jin'er? Lu Feng asked knowingly. That's right, I'm Xiao Jin'er. I know your name is Lu Feng. My lord and Zig have been chanting your name all day long. I'm tired of hearing it. It turns out you're just a coward. Three-eyed Jin and I blinked at the pink blue big with his eyes on his hips. He said like a little adult, but you call me little sister. I like this title. From now on, you can call me little sister Jin'er. Regarding Lu Feng's title and praise, the three-eyed golden tiger is very useful. Okay, Miss Jin'er, can you let me hug you? Lu Feng knelt down, spread his arms, and showed a harmless smile. He didn't mean to praise the three-eyed golden eagle, but she was indeed very cute and she would definitely be a beautiful girl when she grew up. In the original plot, the three-eyed golden cat Wang Chuer was a first-class stunning goddess, but she was also plotted by Tang San's family and ended up in the same tragic fate as Yin. It is also a sacrifice to others and the soul has to be used. Therefore, Lu Feng felt a little more affection for the cute little Jin'er at this moment. In addition, it also reminded him of Bai Chenxiang. When he first came to the Min clan, Bai Chenxiang was about the same age, innocent, cute, smart, and lovable. No, I won't let you hold me. We're not familiar with each other, so why should I let you hold me? The little loli pouted her little mouth and shook her red baby face. Giggle. This is right. You can't let others get close to you at will, especially your weird brother. If you are a bad person, it will be bad. Yin smiled and helped the little loli speak, not because of his identity as a three-eyed golden beast, but just to have fun and make fun of Lu Feng. Yin was rebuilt as a human and reached the level of peerless Douluo. Apart from the attribute bonus brought by pure soul beast blood, there is no other difference from human. Therefore, the power of destiny of the Emperor's auspicious beast cannot work on her. Of course, she also wanted to play a role in educating the three-eyed golden beast. Yin was initially too willing to believe in humans and thought of humans too kindly, so he suffered a lot. Yeah, Sister Zigi and Sister Aru said the same thing. I won't ignore him. The little loli raised her little face proudly. Lu Feng was deflated but not discouraged. He still had a smile on his face. He reached into the storage space of his belt, fumbled for a while, and took out a rainbow-colored lollipop. This was my younger sister Bai Chenxiang's favorite candy when she was a child. Whenever Bai Chenxiang had a tantrum, she would hand her a rainbow lollipop and she would calm her down. Bai Chenxiang has grown into a young girl now, but she still likes to eat this kind of lollipop. This time when they went to Poseidon Island, Bai Chenxiang also went with a large group of people. Lu Feng specially prepared some rainbow lollipops for her. Little Loli's pink blue eyes lit up and she was immediately attracted by the color and shape of the lollipop. What is this? Yin rubbed her forehead, dumbfounded. She thought to herself, it's over. Xiao Nizai was born in the Star Do forest only a few months ago. She has seen very little and feels novel about everything around this world. I could squat for a long time watching ants move. It's hard to resist the temptation of sweet, especially the top-quality candies with gorgeous and unique appearance and attractive fragrance. The candy that appears in the pocket of Lu Feng, the leader of the Merchant Alliance, is not an ordinary candy. They must all be carefully crafted crafted using the finest raw materials and technique. Moreover, Lu Feng himself is a person who pursues delicious food. Therefore, although the rainbow lollipop in front of you is just a candy, it is a unique work of art in appearance and extremely delicious in taste. Whether its appearance, color, aroma, or taste, it's the best in the world. Standing aside, Yin could smell the alluring scent of sugar emanating from it. This is called a rainbow lollipop. It's a very delicious thing, Lu Feng said. What a beautiful rainbow lollipop, and it smells so good. The little loli couldn't help but step forward, put her nose close, and took a deep sniff. She suddenly swallowed her saliva with greedy eyes and said, "Is it really still edible?" Chapter 770. Ignoring the attack shocked the whole audience. The Emperor's auspicious beast can speed up cultivation and is a treasure for all soul bees. As soon as she was born, Gu Yuina and Zig pampered her in every possible way. When she went outside to play, Emperor Tian, 10,000 Demon King, and Demon King the spirits and others are also worshipped as little ancestors and carefully cared for. Therefore, just like human pampered girls, little Lolita is also very arrogant. Of course, look at me. Lu Feng opened the candy wrapper, stuck out his tongue, and took a lick on the lollipop, showing an expression of enjoyment. Well, it's so delicious, so sweet, and it tastes like peach. You licked it. The little loli was stunned. According to her pampering experience, delicious food must be left for her to eat. Lu Feng licked it directly. Although she is young, her status is extremely noble. She will not eat food that has been licked by other spirit beasts or has saliva on it. Is that so? Lu Feng pretended to be confused. Not only did he lick it, he also stuffed the entire lollipop into his mouth. Ah, you ate. The little loli's eyes were so anxious that her eyes were red, with tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. It seemed as if he had been greatly wrong. In the few months she had brought it here, it was the first time she saw such a novel and delicious thing, but Lu Feng refused to give it to her and swallowed it in one gulp. Yin couldn't bear to see it, but she felt that Lu Feng must have a reason for doing this, so she didn't speak, and she knew that Lu Feng had a lot of these lollipops in his pocket deliberately to amuse the children. Of course, the little loli didn't know this and thought there was only one candy. Yes, of course you should eat delicious food. Well, it's really fragrant and sweet. Lu Feng deliberately squeaked as if he was enjoying the delicious food. The little loli was so angry that she stamped her feet. You are the big bad guy. Oh, you are scolding me? Actually, I still have this kind of lollipop. I originally wanted to give one to you, but now hehe. Lu Feng took out another rainbow lollipop, waved it in front of the three-eyed golden creature, and put it back in his pocket. Little loli's eyes narrowed and she said quickly, I didn't scold you, I scolded her. Her little finger pointed at Yin. Me. Yin suddenly lay on his back and couldn't laugh or cry. I just spoke for you. Oh, it's true. It's hard to be a good person. Haha. Lu Feng couldn't help laughing and nodded towards Yin. So it's not bad to be a bad guy. Give it to me. The little loli stretched out her little hand and asked for the lollipop. Lu Feng handed over the candy. Just when the little loli burst into laughter and looked forward to taking it in her hands, Lu Feng suddenly put it away again. Wait a minute, you just seemed to be saying we don't know each other well. Why should I give you such a delicious lollipop? The little loli took a chance, but after all, her intelligence was developed early and she didn't behave like a spoiled child. Then he started crying. She heard the hidden meaning behind Lu Feng's words, sniffed, and said, I wasn't familiar with it just now, but now I'm familiar with it. Lu Feng was a little surprised by the little Lolita's intelligence and pretended to think about it for a moment and said, it's better. I can't give it to you unless you have something good in exchange for it with me. I don't have anything good. Little Loli shook her head, stared at the lollipop pitifully, thought for a while, and said, you just wanted to hug me. Then let me give you a hug. Okay, this is the result Lu Feng want. Okay. Lu Feng handed over the rainbow lollipop. The little loli grabbed the rainbow lollipop from Lu Feng's hand very quickly and then ran far away. Haha, you are so easy to deceive. I just won't let you hug me. Luo. The little loli made a face at Lu Feng from a distance. Yin was very amused and laughed out loud. Lu Feng seemed to have met his match. The quirky and intelligent little loli didn't fall for Lu Feng's trick and even deceived Lu Feng into giving her a rainbow lollipop. Also, the Emperor's auspicious beast is extremely intelligent from birth. How can it be compared to ordinary children? As if she had taken advantage of it, the little loli happily followed Lu Feng's example, opened the candy wrapper, stuck out her pink tongue, and took a bite on the lollipop. Well, it's really delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious. Then she stuffed the lollipop into her mouth with an expression of enjoyment and winked at Lu Feng with a smile as a demonstration. A playful look that shows you what you can do to me. Lu Feng also smiled. Such a little loli, the more she looks at her, the cuter she becomes. This scene was also seen by Bai Ji, who was not far away. She was nearby, heard the conversation between Lu Feng and the three-eyed golden beast, and walked closer to watch. At this moment, Bridget couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering. Some rare fun was added to the boring practice time. Lu Feng Feng dared to be tough when facing the king of 10,000 monsters, and Gu Yuina and Zig also respected him, but the little Lolita teased Lu Feng a lot. It's not that easy to deceive children. This is the emperor's auspicious beast. Lu Feng shrugged and said, "One lollipop. I finished it quickly. I was still thinking that if we hug each other, we will become good friends. If we become good friends, we will give more. You have some. I have many different flavors here." As he said that, Lu Feng took out a large handful of rainbow lollipops from his storage belt. The little Loli's expression froze and her pink-blue eyes widened. "Well, there are so many more, but if you lied to me, we can't be good friends anymore. Yin, let's go." Lu Feng put away the candy, turn around and leave, no longer paying attention to the little Loli. "Wait a minute." The little Loli spread her short leg, ran over quickly, and grabbed Lu Feng's clothes. "What's going on?" Lu Feng turned around slowly. "Hug." The little Loli opened her arms. "I don't want to hug you now." Lu Feng shook his head. "Then what do you want to do to give me all these candies?" Little Loli looked up at Lu Feng and said pitifully, "Please hug me." Lu Feng pretended to be proud, a majestic and auspicious beast gathering the favor of thousands of people, asking for a hug. Normally, it's impossible, but this is not the case. When the little girl tasted the delicious rainbow lollipop, she loved it even more. The little Loli glanced at the handful of lollipops in Lu Feng's hand and shyly whispered, "Please hug me." She gave in to the temptation of a handful of lollipops. Not sincere enough. Lu Feng still shook his head. He just wanted to be a bad guy on purpose so that when she meet humans in the future, she should be more careful and not be too naive. There are good people in the Douluo world, but there are also many evil people. "Brother, please hug me," the little Loli said a little aggrievedly. Bridget was dumbfounded. Lu Feng is really evil, teasing the imperial beast they hold in their hands like this. He actually asked the emperor's auspicious beast to beg him just a handful of candy. Well, that's pretty much it. Lu Feng smiled and picked up the little Lolita. "Now, we are good friends." The little Loli kept staring at the candy in Lu Feng's hand. Chapter 771 Bai Chenxiang's decisive blow. Lu Feng smiled, put the candy into her hand, and said, "Yes, we are good friends now. I hope you grow up soon. Brother will bring you more delicious things." "Okay, thank you, brother." The little Loli became polite under Lu Feng's coercion. Of course, this is just oral, but the heart is not convinced. It is impossible to be convinced by giving in under coercion and temptation. And what Lu Feng wanted was this effect. Take your time. Training doesn't happen overnight. When Lu Feng saw that he was ready, he stopped, put down the little Lolita, waved and said, "See you later." "Where are you going to play, brother?" "Take me with you." The little Lolita had no playmate here, and the intersection with Lu Feng, it made her feel wrong and made her want to cry. But this kind of emotional ups and downs made her feel a sense of dependence on Lu Feng inexplicably, and she felt that following Lu Feng would be fun. Although she felt a little aggrieved when she had to give in to Lu Feng just gave her a hug and let her go. She didn't lose anything. Instead, in Lu Feng's generous and warm embrace, she felt a sense of security that she had never felt before. "You can't go. We have to walk a long way." Lu Feng shook his head and refused. "I'm not afraid of walking a long way. Please." The little Lolita pulled Lu Feng's clothes and insisted. "Why is it still stuck?" Yin couldn't describe her mood at this moment. Everyone knew that Lu Feng was very capable with women, but they didn't expect that he was also very capable with children. "I developed an emotional connection with the little Loli so quickly." Of course, this kind of emotional connection is very simple, the kind between playmate. Yin guessed that it might also be related to the dragon bloodline in the three-eyed golden beast. She could clearly feel that the three-eyed golden creature exuded the aura of high-level dragon blood. Therefore, it is normal for him to quickly develop a close feeling with Lu Feng, who has the blood of the dragon god. "Xiao Jin'er, brother is going to do something. If you follow, they will be slowed down. I will take you to play." Bridget walked out of the shadow under the tree and waved to the little Loli. She wasn't worried about Lu Feng taking away the emperor's auspicious beast. He wanted to help Lu Feng get rid of the clingy little guy. "I don't. Sister Baiji will only take me swimming in the lake. It's so boring." Little Loli rejected Baiji, turned her pink and blue eyes, and said to Lu Feng in a serious manner, "If brother agrees to take me to play, I will. Let me tell you a secret." "What secret?" Lu Feng was a little curious. "I won't tell you until you promise me," little Loli said cautiously. Lu Feng and Yin looked at each other, smiled, and said, "Okay, I promise you." They went to look for fairy grass with the intention of enjoying the beautiful scenery and traveling around the mountains and rivers. It was not a very urgent matter. It doesn't matter if you slow down the time. Having such an interesting little Loli along can add a lot of fun along the way. "Great, then I said it." Little Loli turned to look at Bridget and said in a mysterious and low voice, "Just now, Sister Bridget used her mental power to peek into your room." The atmosphere suddenly changed. Congeal. The air suddenly became quiet. Lu Feng and Yin looked at Baiji in unison. Baiji saw the little Loli looking at her with strange eyes, and her heart tightened, thinking that the so-called secret secret might have something to do with her. She strained her ears and listened. Even if the little loli lowered her voice, she could still hear it clearly. She never expected that the little loli would actually reveal what she had spied on. How the little loli knew that she was using her mental power to spy on the room was no longer important. What's important is how embarrassing it was for Lu Feng and Yin to find out about this. But the one who exposed her was the Emperor's auspicious beast, Tongjian Wuji, and there was nothing she could do. Little loli didn't know what Lu Feng, Yin, and Zig were doing in the room. She only thought that Bai Ji was peeking into other people's rooms, and she was in a strange state, hesitating, so she thought it was a secret. Facing the strange looks from Lu Feng and Yin, Bai Ji's face flushed with embarrassment and her mentality suddenly collapsed. How to explain this? Can you explain it? It will only become darker and darker. Bridget was extremely embarrassed. She paused on the solace of her feet, erupted, and left the scene as if she was running away. The Emerald Swan, who had always been very elegant and quiet, was a little embarrassed at the moment. She didn't know how to face Lu Feng and her sisters in the future. While Bai Ji was escaping, she heard Lu Feng say to the three-eyed genie, "You must never mention this secret to others, otherwise your sister Bai Ji will be very sad, you know." "Oh, got it." Little loli agreed. Hear this, Bai Ji felt much better, and she felt Lu Feng's love and care, and was very grateful. Zig's vision is really unique. This human man is indeed worthy of trust. Chapter 772. I want to be your woman. The deep-sea demonic whale king is still quite afraid of Poseidon's attack. His huge body makes it impossible to dodge. You can only choose to avoid the weak point and use the hardest part of your body to resist. Right now, the hardest part of his body is the single dragon horn that grows out of the dragon. The deep-sea demonic whale king swung his giant horn, and his thick horn met the concentrated Poseidon's light. Boom! The explosion was like thunder. It shook the earth and shone with thunder and lightning. The sea seemed to boil suddenly, and waves surged. The surrounding sea surface cracked against the wind, and 6 giant tornadoes were produced at the same time, rolling the water on the sea surface into the sky, making a loud sound that could not be heard without stopping. The sudden appearance of 6 dragons sucking water was a spectacle, but compared to Poseidon appearing and fighting prehistoric beasts, it's nothing. Fuss. Why? Billions of tons of sea water were sucked up into the sky and poured down in waterfall-like showers. It covered hundreds of nautical miles around the battle site, so much so that even the ships where Tang Chen and Tang San were affected. Their ship, like a small toy, was pushed up to tens of meters high by huge waves, and then quickly fell down and hit the sea. The ship's planks made violent friction or breaking sounds, and the whole ship seemed to be about to fall apart. Ah, it's over. It's all over. I have never seen such a big storm in my life. On the ship, the captain was swaying around with a look of despair. Poseidon is angry. We are doomed. As the ship followed, the crew either hugged the mast or rolled on the deck. All voyagers believe in Poseidon. They had just seen the huge projection of Poseidon occupying a large area of the sky on the clouds in the sky. Poseidon looked down angrily. You can tell at a glance that he is angry. As for why he was angry, they didn't know. They only knew that when Poseidon was angry, they would die. People who live at sea are good at identifying the weather. They also saw that there would be no big storms in the near future, so they set sail. However, when the sea god was angry, they encountered a storm the likes of which they had never seen before. Originally, if a huge wave or hurricane of this level hit them, their less advanced ship would capsize. But the strange thing is that no matter how the wind and waves roll, their boat has not capsized yet. Of course, it was because of Tang Chen. Tang Chen had to use his soul power to support the ship. This consumes very much soul power. Originally, it was best not to waste soul power when the injury on the body was not healed, but Tang Chen had to keep this ship safe, not only because they were going to Poseidon Island and needed to rely on this broken ship, but also because Tang San was on board. They had been sailing in the vast sea for many days, and except for the Purple Pearl Island, there were no islands to hide from. If the boat capsizes, he will fly with Tang San on his back. This is more troublesome. Therefore, the only option is to save this broken ship. The soul of the 9-headed bloody bat king that was suppressed in the body felt that Tang Chen's power was weakening and began to struggle, launching an attack with the power of the soul, hoping to bite back again. Tang Chen felt a tightness in his chest. Tang Chen groaned secretly, but due to helplessness, he could not stop spending a lot of soul power to protect the ship. He could only activate the ship and quickly escape from the area. The heavy rain falling from the sky can no longer be described as a downpour. It is a waterfall, like an upside-down huge wave. Huge waves fell from the sky and poured into the cabin. What kind of ship could withstand it? Tang San turned pale and trembled with fear. In the face of the power of nature, human beings appear too small. Of course, Tang San didn't know that today's great power of nature was not generated naturally, but was created by God fighting with prehistoric giant beasts. Continuous ripples in space and the sound of thunderstorms were heard. The naked eye could not see through the vast whiteness created by the violent storm. form. Now, the scene of the battle between Poseidon and the deep-sea demonic whale king. Another wave of collisions set off. The horns of the deep-sea demonic whale king withstood the attack of the Poseidon's light. The horns were scorched but not damaged. This made the deep-sea demonic whale king's confidence soar. He felt that Poseidon's strength this time seemed not as strong as last time. The fear is reduced a lot. He was the first to attack. The surrounding seawater suddenly froze on the deep-sea demonic whale king. The huge body jumped high from the sea following the huge waves. Then the giant tail flicked. In an instant, thousands of crystal clear and blue ice thorns shot towards the Poseidon. The coverage area is huge. It cannot be described as a volley of thousands of arrows because the ice thorns are very thick. The smallest one is like a javelin. Like tens of thousands of large javelin, they were overwhelming, densely packed, and flying rapidly, blocking out all the light. Each ice thorn contains powerful demonic whale soul power. At this moment, the attack power of the dragon-transformed deep-sea demonic whale king is close to that of the god. Quasi-god Tang Chen couldn't withstand this blow. Battle scene. Poseidon used a divine shield to block the ice spike attack. Lu Feng also needs to open the true vision eyes in order to see more clearly the details of the battle between the Poseidon's will and the deep-sea demonic whale king. Lao Hai, you seem to be a bit reluctant. Lu Feng curled his lips and said, this evil beast, after transforming into a dragon, is indeed difficult to deal with, but that's because I only used 80% of my strength just to test it. The attack of Poseidon's will failed to work, and he gave Lu Feng a slightly embarrassed reason. According to Poseidon's will, this powerful blow that condensed his divine power was determined to win, and at least it had to injure the deep-sea demonic whale king. However, the deep-sea demonic whale king is very cunning. His huge body can adapt flexibly in the sea water, and he uses his hard dragon horns to resist. But there was no damage to his body. The giant Douluo horn only has a burnt outer skin. As a result, with Lu Feng watching from the side, Poseidon's will was a little embarrassed. He uses his divine power to attack the million-year-old deep-sea demonic whale king who has transformed into a dragon and must go all out. Only 3 magical skills can be used at most. After using 3 magical skills, he was exhausted and gave up. What Poseidon planned was to frighten and repel the deep-sea demonic whale king with just 1 or 2 moves, but after 1 move, it had no effect. Therefore, he placed his hope on the second magical skill, divine skill, the ultimate will of the angry sea. This is a magical skill unique to the will of the sea god. The will of God is a condensed stream of God consciousness, also called spiritual stream. Therefore, it has a strong divine will, similar to sword intent, killing intent, etc. But the power belongs to a higher dimension. I saw Poseidon will close his eyes and absorb the power of the vast sea with all his strength. After a moment, his eyes opened and a dazzling light bloomed in them. The fierce light seems to have substance condensed towards the center of the eyebrow. Suddenly, a golden trident-like brilliance appeared between Poseidon's eyebrows, emitting a bright divine light. Lu Feng used the true vision eyes and could see countless energy flows in the surrounding sea, converging towards the center of Poseidon's eyebrows. In an instant, the divine light became more dazzling. If Lu Feng hadn't used the true sight divine pupil, he wouldn't have been able to look directly. People with weaker soul power would probably be burned blind when they saw this divine light, and Lu Feng knew that this light was actually not light but divine will. It's just that when human eyes look at it, it's so bright and dazzling, and all they see is a kind of light. Without reaching the level of a god, it is difficult to describe this power in words. Chapter 773 Direction. Purple Pearl Island. The number of years a soul beast has been cultivated is a way of saying it. It doesn't mean that 1 year of practice will only lead to 1 year of cultivation. A soul beast with powerful talent can increase a cultivation level by many years after practicing for 1 year. If there are environmental bonuses or opportunities, your cultivation level will soar. In this small world expanded by the dragon god, there is a huge environmental bonus especially suitable for soul beasts of dragon bloodline. The emperor's auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden eagle, is equivalent to the chance of all the soul beasts in the Stardow forest. So, I'm fine. It seems like you can go in and take a look. Gu Yuina smiled brightly and stared at Lu Feng full of expectation. I want to try it too. Zig was eager to give it a try. Zig's cultivation level is far inferior to that of the demon spirit, but she is a true dragon with pure blood, and the dragon clan is the strongest clan among the soul beasts. In terms of combat strength, Zig is not much worse than the demon spirit. After mating with Lu Feng a year ago, her dragon bloodline was refined, her strength soared, and her cultivation level soared to nearly 200,000 years. This is one of the reasons why Zig and Lu Feng were particularly unrestrained when they had sex. However, it seems that the effect only occurs once. After today, she didn't feel any improvement, but she knew that Zhu Zhuqing couldn't be too greedy. Once the result was achieved, it was already a huge opportunity with endless benefits. Similarly, Lu Feng also benefited greatly from her, absorbing a trace of dragon energy, the dragon spear evolved. Lord Lu Feng, can I try too? Bridget said shyly. Of course. Lu Feng also hopes that his small martial arts world will be more lively. Next, Lu Feng's heart moved and he created a space entrance to the world of martial art. Yin, Gu Yuina, and Bai Ji all successfully entered. Ziji's first attempt was unsuccessful and she was ejected from the space entrance. She's not yet a peerless powerhouse, but she's very close. Lu Feng had an idea and activated the martial soul talent skill of sensing plant. The mental power spreads instantly. Billions of plants within a radius of 100,000 meters have a spiritual connection with Lu Feng and accept Lu Feng's command, and the power of nature is continuously transported, just like helping Zhu Zhuqing and the others to leapfrog and absorb soul rings. Lu Feng transferred the power of nature to Zij. It worked. Zij successfully entered his martial spirit world. Lu Feng was very satisfied, but I also know that if it's just a little bit off, it's okay to use this method, but it's not okay if it's too far off. An hour later, I also need to put on sunscreen, Gu Yuina said lazily and coquettishly, lying on the beach chair. Lu Feng just touched a Yin's body with sunscreen. He was very considerate and provided good service, which made Gu Yuina and Zij also wish to do so. This is in sharp contrast to the quiet little world of Lake of Life. In front of you is the truly vast sea with roaring waves, flying seagulls, and gently swaying coconut leaves. All this makes people feel relaxed and relaxed. In such a beautiful and comfortable environment, everyone wore swimsuit, played in the water, drank coconut juice, bathed in the sun, and enjoyed Lu Feng's loving service. Yin closed her eyes and let Lu Feng's hands operate on her body. She looked happy and comfortable, envying Gu Yuina and Zij. Just after Lu Feng finished serving Yin, it was their turn to try. Gu Yuina spoke first. Zij didn't dare to fight, so she could only close her plump red lip and wait for the next round. Here we come. Lu Feng rubbed his hands with a smile and said, Naer, you also need a massage to heal your wounds, and you just want to apply some sunscreen. You still remember to heal my wounds? Gu Yuina threw it to Lu Feng, rolled his eyes. Of course I remember. I want to know how long the last effect lasted. Lu Feng will not forget Gu Yuina's injury. Massage can help a little, but at least it is an auxiliary method. Gu Yuina's injuries were mainly damage to her soul, and external power was not enough to solve the problem. Soul power massage, stimulating the meridians and activating the meridian, can speed up the recovery of injuries to some extent, but the degree of acceleration is limited. Moreover, only his soul power is effective. It may be that the attributes of his ultimate tree of the world tree and the attributes of dragon god bloodline are fused, so he can help Dao Gu Yuina. Let me calculate, it's about 3 months. After 3 months, the recovery speed of the injury has returned to the original point. Gu Yuina said, then, why don't you move to my little world of martial art? In this case, I can give you a massage and heal your injuries in time in 3 months. Lu Feng said, I want to, but I can't. If I leave the dragon cocoon, my recovery will be very slow. Gu Yuina sighed quietly. Why didn't she want to be by Lu Feng's side? Being able to be with Lu Feng made her feel happy every minute, but the situation did not allow it. She couldn't selfishly ask Lu Feng to stay in the small world of Lake of Life. Lu Feng can only make great progress by practicing in various miraculous training grounds and gaining opportunities. As Lu Feng's soul power increases, the effect of soul power massage on her will also increase. She also hopes that Lu Feng will grow up quickly. Although Lu Feng could currently fight the 10,000 Demon King, the battle only lasted 2 or 3 rounds. Lu Feng's martial soul attributes had a certain restraint effect on the 10,000 Demon King, and the 10,000 Demon King did not use his full strength. If both sides fight with all their strength, the longer it takes, the worse it will be for Lu Feng. The soul power alone cannot withstand the consumption. The 10,000 Demon King, who has cultivated for 500,000 years, has a powerful soul that cannot be matched by a soul saint like Lu Feng. Dragon cocoon, can you move it away? Lu Feng knew that the dragon cocoon was the broken silver dome where Gu Yuina slept. No, the dragon cocoon is integrated with the dragon god's small world. The ray of dragon god power contained in the small world can help the dragon cocoon to continuously draw energy from the small world for my healing. Gu Yuina said, I understand, then I'll try to come back in 3 months. Lu Feng said without stopping, unbuttoning Gu Yuina's swimsuit on the back, pouring some sunscreen on her flawless jade back, and spreading her hands. Press it gently with your hand and slowly wipe it away. Feel the smooth, soft feel. Gu Yuina's unique girlish fragrance cannot be concealed by the fragrance of sunscreen. Smells great. Lu Feng's heart trembled. This service is also a great enjoyment for him. No need to go to so much trouble. As long as you allow me to leave a mark in your little martial arts world, when the time comes, I will use the secret method of space. No matter where you are, I can travel directly to you. Gu Yuina, he squinted his eyes slightly with a satisfied smile on his lips. The massage after applying sunscreen oil feels even better. No wonder Yin has that expression. But after all, all, she was a virgin. Normally, Baiji, Zig, and a yin would have such close contact with Lu Feng. Forget it. There is still a strange and beautiful woman looking at him, which is always a bit embarrassing. Think of this. Gu Yuina's cheeks were slightly red, and she glanced at the cabin 1,000 meters away. Intentionally or unintentionally, Gu Yuina's gaze met with a pair of eyes as calm and indifferent as the water of an ancient pond. Chapter 774. Purple Pearl Island was assassinated. Purple Pearl's decision. She actually found me so strong. Yun, who was looking at the window of the cabin, felt nervous and stopped looking. In the island world, 3 guests suddenly arrived. Each of them was stunningly beautiful, with excellent figure and extraordinary temperament, especially this innocent girl in white who Lu Feng affectionately called Naer. Naer looked the youngest, but Yun could feel that she was the strongest among the 3, and the fact that she could bear her back and allow Lu Feng to touch her showed that her relationship with Lu Feng was extraordinary. Yun watched from a distance, paying special attention to Gu Yuina. She was a peerless, strong person who tried her best to hide her voice. She was thousands of meters away, so a yin couldn't spot her immediately, but Naer knew her existence immediately. The other side, Lu Feng heard Gu Yuina say that as long as he made a mark in this martial spirit world, he could travel back and forth. He was immediately overjoyed. I almost forgot. Gu Yuina has extremely strong space control ability. Great. Of course it's allowed, but will using this spatial ability affect your injuries? Lu Feng said. Use it once every 3 months. It's okay. Gu Yuina said. That's good. Lu Feng was a little disappointed. If he could use it at any time without affecting his injuries, he would be able to see Gu Yuina every day. Kiss me, Gu Yuina said with a hint of shame. Okay. Lu Feng was slightly startled, paused his movement, leaned down, and placed his mouth on Gu Yuina's red lips. Gu Yuina opened her teeth and lightly bit Lu Feng's lips. The mark Gu Yuina wanted was a little bit of his blood. The kiss mixed with the taste of blood creates a special feeling. Not long after, okay, Gu Yuina took off her lips, licked her red lips, and said with a smile, well, then I'll continue the massage. Lu Feng moved his hands again and kneaded Gu Yuina's buttock. Gu Yuina, who had experienced Lu Feng's soul massage, had protested last time, but Lu Feng said that if we want to do it, we must do it comprehensively, so Gu Yuina didn't protest this time. After all, Lu Feng's all-round services really helped her injury. Zig, Gu Yuina's voice trembled slightly. My lord, I won't watch anymore. I'm going to play in the sea. Zig thought that Gu Yuina was too shy and didn't want to be looked at when she was in such contact with Lu Feng. I'm not asking you to leave. What I want to say is that you should follow Lu Feng from now on. If you stay in his martial soul world, your cultivation speed will not be slowed down. Gu Yuina said. Surprise appeared on Zig's beautiful face, and then a bit of worry appeared, and she said, I really want to get along with my husband day and night, but I have the duty to protect the lord. Yes, Baiji is here. You can rest assured, Gu Yuina said. She knew very well how infatuated Zig was with Lu Feng. After tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, Zig looked forward to Lu Feng extremely, both mentally and physically. Yes, lord, I am by your side. You can stay here without worry. Bridget emerged from the sea water, crystal water droplets dripping down her fair and smooth skin. Swans like water, it's their nature. If you are tired of swimming in the lake, it feels good to change your taste and swim in the sea water. She envied Zig very much. From now on, Zig can live on this beautiful island and can often be with Lu Fengni. Okay. Zig nodded heavily, and the smile on her face was brighter than the sun and more beautiful than the flowers, because this is what she has dreamed of. But she didn't expect that she would get her wish so quickly. I thought I would be separated from Lu Feng for a long time without being able to see each other. This contrast brought Zig an even bigger surprise. She cast her beautiful eyes at Lu Feng and said with a charming smile, my lord, will you take me in? If you want to follow Lu Feng and stay in this small world, you need Lu Feng's permission. This will be your home from now on, and I would love to have a yin accompany you. Of course Lu Feng would not refuse. The reason why Zig stayed in the Star Forest was because she and Gu Yuina woke up early. One is that Gu Yuina needs company. In addition, she also had to protect Gu Yuina, who was injured. If a strong enemy appears, try to avoid letting Gu Yuina take action. Now in the Star Forest, ferocious beasts are awakening one after another. These ferocious beasts must obey the orders of the co-leader Gu Yuina. Bridget is there for personal protection. After the 10,000 Demon King recognizes his master, he will not have any objections. Although Dityan, Xiangjun, and Yao Ling formed a small gang, they only dared to be hostile to themselves and did not dare to do any harm to Gu Yuina and the others. Furthermore, Gu Yuina spent most of her time in the small world of Lake of Life, and Dityan and others could not enter without Gu Yuina's permission. Therefore, Gu Yuina will not face any threats while staying in the Stardo Forest. Zig can indeed follow her. It's great that Sister Zigi can come and keep me company. Yin was also very happy and ran over to hug Zigi. Zig Zig smiled as brightly as a flower, hugged Ah Yin and said, "Then tonight." She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood the meaning of his words. Originally tonight was the night of farewell, and Ah Yin wanted to let Lu Feng out and give it to Zig alone. Now that Zig decided to follow Lu Feng, she could see him day and night in the future, so there was no need to occupy Lu Feng alone tonight. Zig and Ah Yin looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Then he turned to look at Gu Yuina at the same time. Zig said, "My lord, let Lu Feng spend the night alone with you tonight." Gu Yuina was slightly startled. Her face flushed and said, "I can't." She decided that Lu Feng was the one in her destiny. As a man, he will definitely mate with Lu Feng, but one of two conditions must be met. First, after she recovers from her injuries, she can send and receive freely and use the terrifying power on your body. The second is that Lu Feng has reached the level of titled Douluo, and his physical fitness is enough to withstand the violent impact if she loses her strength. Now, neither of these two conditions have been met. However, after seeing Lu Feng fight against the 10,000 Demon King, it can be seen that although Lu Feng does not reach the level of a titled Douluo, he has the fighting power of a titled Douluo. I don't know what my physical fitness is like. Gu Yuina felt that it was better not to take risks with this kind of thing. She could wait. Lu Feng was amazed when he saw Gu Yuina's shy look. The last time she came to the Star Do Forest, Gu Yuina was not so shy. At that time, Gu Yuina spoke of the word mating in a confident manner, just like the word eating, which was sparse and ordinary. Now she looks more and more like a human girl. No, I should say, she is not much different from a human girl. Thinking of this, a fragment of memory appeared in Lu Feng's mind. Gain a piece of knowledge. Soul beasts use human form to survive. As time goes by and their ideas and environment change, they will become more and more humane. Chapter 775 An unexpected surprise. Xiao Yuer's discovery. The attack beam disappears. Lu Feng was safe and sound, and even turned around and blinked at Poseidon. Poseidon was dumbfounded, his expression frozen. Lu Feng actually survived and saved him. What followed was ecstasy, a great surprise that is hard to express in words. Just as the corners of Poseidon Will's mouth gradually widened and a smile crept onto his face, his eyes suddenly drooped. After 3 moves, all the divine power was exhausted. He was forced into hibernation. When you wake up depends on the recovery of your divine power. It may be a few years, it may be decades, or even hundreds of years. The huge image of Poseidon floating in the sky disappeared, and Poseidon's will automatically returned to the vast sea. Now, the deep-sea demon whale king was seriously injured and dived to the bottom of the sea. He wanted to swim back to the demon whale sea to recover from his injuries. This time the desperate fight was slightly better, and he was able to get his revenge. But Poseidon's near-death blow also caused fatal injuries to him. The injury was more serious than expected, and he wouldn't live for more than a few years unless a life-saving opportunity came his way. Suddenly, he heard the sound of flapping wings. Sensing that Lu Feng was still alive, "No, this little human is not dead yet." The deep-sea demonic whale king endured the severe pain of his body trauma and turned around to surface. Suddenly, he saw Lu Feng unscathed, flapping his wings and hovering over the sea. His eyes widened even more. How is this going? Impossible. That blow just now killed Poseidon's will. Is this little human still alive? Lu Feng was shocked when he saw the giant head of the deep-sea demonic whale king emerging. Come on, attack again." Lu Feng slowly waved to the deep-sea demonic whale king. Serious provocation. The deep-sea demonic whale king can still fight for his life to attack, but attacking again will aggravate his injuries, and he may not be able to swim back to the demonic whale sea to pay his last respect. And the shock in his heart completely overshadowed his desire to attack. The strongest and most tyrannical blow just now was unable to kill this human being, and now he tried his best to launch an attack, but it had no effect. And most importantly, how he did it. "You? How could you?" The deep-sea demonic whale king uttered human words. Lu Feng knew that the deep-sea demonic whale king was injured, but he didn't know how serious the injury was. He wanted to continue fighting while the invincible state was still there. Maybe he can harvest a million-year soul bone, but a million-year soul ring is a bit of a pity. He has not yet reached the time to absorb the next soul ring. The jungle is the law of the jungle. If he were not around, Purple Pearl Island might also be destroyed by the deep-sea demon whale king. Although he was tempted by Tang Chen, when the deep-sea demonic whale king became angry, he would not care about the lives of hundreds of thousands of humans on Poseidon Island. Lu Feng was not a holy mother either. He took the opportunity to hunt down the deep-sea demonic whale king without any psychological burden. Lu Feng released his third martial spirit, the 9-turn world-destroying dragon spear. The 9-turn world-destroying dragon spear is the ultimate attack. When Lu Feng reached Soul Sage, he had a sparring match with Niu Gao from the Imperial clan who came to visit him in Tiandu City. Niu Gao is an 89th level soul Douluo. An ordinary titled Douluo cannot shake his defense, but Niu Gao couldn't withstand the shot from Lu Feng's third martial spirit. The 9-turn world-destroying dragon spear spear also has impenetrable armor defense. 1 soul skill, Tyrant Dragon Divine Armor. Sword Douluo has 90% strength and cannot break it. 100% full strength. Never tried. Lu Feng wanted to give it a try. He would risk his injuries to test the limits of his defense, which would make him feel more confident. Sword Douluo was unwilling to do this and used 100% of his strength to perform the attack. He could not control the movement freely. If Lu Feng was hurt, he would regret it. Therefore, Lu Feng still doesn't know where his defense limit is. Douluo Chinexin, the strongest attacker who is close to the peerless Douluo level, cannot test his defense limit. Looking at the entire Douluo continent, there are few who have this ability. He kind of wanted to poke himself with his dragon spear. But if you can't do it, you're not that stupid. If you go head to head with the deep-sea demonic whale king, you should be able to test the limits of his defense, but you will die if you are not careful. Even the will of Poseidon cannot withstand the ultimate attack of the deep-sea demonic whale king. No need to take that risk. And now it enters a state of absolute invincibility. Since the deep-sea demonic whale king's defense is too strong, even if it is severely damaged, it may not be able to deal with it with its own attack power. Find more helpers to save time and effort and ensure safety. If the deep-sea demonic whale king cannot be defeated within 5 minutes, Purple Pearl Island may still be destroyed. Lu Feng's thoughts changed. Yin, Zig, and Yun Yun rushed out of Lu Feng's martial spirit world impatiently. They couldn't stand it any longer. They knew exactly what was going on outside. There was a shocking battle between gods and prehistoric whales in the outside world, and they could feel it without using their mental power to detect it. Of course, a battle of attrition that did not use soul power, like the one Lu Feng and Purple Pearl were lingering in the tree last night, would require them to deliberately use their mental power to observe it. Because of their curiosity and attention to Lu Feng, they would definitely use your mental energy to look out and take a look. Yin has been watching it for several years and has long become accustomed to it. Zig and Yun Yun are in the novelty stage. The difference is that Zig looks boldly. He also commented on Zig Zhenzu and Lu Erlong with Yin, or exchanged experiences, because Zig openly disclosed that she was Lu Feng's woman as soon as she arrived. But Yun Yun is not yet. As the leader of the Yunlin sect, she is noble and reserved, leads by example, has always been clean and self-sufficient, and is devoted to cultivation. Even when she came to this wonderful world, she remained in this state, so she watched quietly by herself. At first I looked at it occasionally. It was later discovered that no one knew she was watching either. Just take a few more glances. Yun Yun found a reason for herself to strengthen her Taoist heart. Master Yunchen once said that if the sound and color can be investigated, the Great Road will be more promising. But looking at it, Yun Yun seemed to be sinking a little. After all, Lu Feng was the man she fell in love with. She went from being cold to Lu Feng at the beginning to liking him, and now she is full of affection for him. She is pure at heart, and if she believes in someone, she will stick to that person until the end. But she never admitted it verbally, because Master Yunchen said that feelings are a kind of bondage and an obstacle to achieving the Great Road. Once he admits it, he will be with Lu Feng, and the relationship will become deeper and deeper. Just like a Yin and Zig, the bond will become bigger and bigger. But it was very uncomfortable and painful for Yun Yun to hold it in like this, especially when she sees her sweetheart interacting with other women, whether in the small world or outside. It can affect Yun Yun's emotions. As for Lu Feng spending the night with other women in the outside world, Yun Yun felt extremely unique. When it comes to my sweetheart, seeing my sweetheart with other women, it's so good. Especially last night, the competition between Purple Pearl and Lu Erlong was particularly exciting. Yun Yun has similarities with Zig Zhenzu and Lu Erlong. As the head of the Yunlin sect, Yun Yun is also somewhat of a queen. Chapter 776 Purple Pearl's Plan. The difference is that Yun Yun had previously been very indifferent to things other than cultivation, but now, in addition to caring about cultivation, another man broke into her heart. Just now, Lu Feng was not afraid of death and used his body to help Poseidon's will to resist the killing blow of the deep-sea demonic whale king. She is Lu Feng's follower, and her duty is to protect Lu Feng. I don't know why this happened, I just know it has to be done. If Lu Feng dies, she will not be able to forgive her own failure. What's more, she also fell in love with Lu Feng silently, and she became more protective of Lu Feng. In an instant, Yun Yun felt the heartbreaking pain. It's 100 times more uncomfortable than dying on your own. Is this love? Sure enough, feelings are a bond, but why do I regret it so much? Regret for not accepting Lu Feng's love. Regret that I didn't admit my love for him. I regret not having enjoyed the sweetness of a lover's love with him, even for a moment. He is the only strange man in the world who catches his eye. He admits that he is lustful, but he is actually very restrained. With his status, strength, and appearance, he can have a harem of 3,000 beauties if he is willing. As long as he hooks his fingers, there are countless women took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. But until today, there are only a dozen women around him, counting Shui Ke, Tang Yue Hua, etc. who are not often around, as well as Shen Liu, Yu Hero, and Gu Qingbo who have just dated. There are only about 20. He is stunningly talented and has many auras of ultimate glory. He is the leader of the Merchant Alliance with millions of allies, the unshakable ruler of the supreme power in Douluo continent and the great emperor of Douluo. Hundreds of millions of people have benefited from his grace and lived a stable and good life in a peaceful and prosperous age. But he is still willing to stay behind the scene, not revealing his identity, not showing off his power, and treating his own people well. Not to mention his own woman, he spends most of his time with her, taking great care of her and showing endless tenderness. What woman wouldn't love such a man? Even Zi Zhenzu, who liked women, couldn't resist and was hopelessly trapped in Lu Feng's tenderness. The more Yun Yun gets to know Lu Feng, the stronger her love becomes and the deeper she falls. But now he is dead. I will never have a chance again. For a time, Yun Yun's pursuit of the Great Road became lifeless. The moment she saw Lu Feng was about to die, Yun Yun felt extremely strong feelings in her heart, and some of the concepts she had adhered to due to the teachings of her master Yun Shan suddenly collapsed. If your life is ordinary, with few mood swings and no worries, even if you gain eternal life, it will be lonely eternal life. What's the point? On the contrary, it is better to have a true love. Join hands in the world of mortals, spend a lifetime together, and grow old together. She didn't understand it until she saw the happiness of a Yin and others. Yun Yun wanted to rush out but couldn't. The world of martial arts was closed by Lu Feng. It is not closed at ordinary time, but it is closed during the battle of life and death. Nor did they use the power-absorbing function of the martial spirit world to introduce the attacks of the deep-sea demonic whale king into the martial spirit world. Obviously, Lu Feng would rather die than let them get her. At that time, Yun Yun burst into tears. How many years have passed since she shed a tear? Today, my clear tears are shed for you. Yin and Zig burst into tears and burst into tears. But in a blink of an eye, they were stunned and stopped crying. Lu Feng resisted the deep-sea demonic whale king's strongest attack and was still alive and well without any damage. After they were stunned, endless joy followed. Their pretty faces were filled with smiles after the rain. And at this time, Lu Feng opened the gateway to the martial arts world. They can come and go freely again. After Yin, Zig, and Yun Yun rushed out with red eyes, they all glanced at Lu Feng with a look of jealousy on their faces, but neither spoke because the enemy is at hand. They are both strong and know what is important. Immediately he stepped on the sole of his foot and shot out, attacking the deep-sea demonic whale king in 3 directions to share Lu Feng's pressure. Lu Feng had not let them come out to help before because the Poseidon's will was there and he was worried that the Poseidon's will would conflict with a Yin and Zig. In addition, he felt that the will of the Poseidon could repel the deep-sea demonic whale king. Unexpectedly, the will of Poseidon would be deep-sea demon whale king fought back. This stall can only be collected by yourself, and the Poseidon's will has entered a deep sleep, so there is no need to worry. The 3 powerful women can all come out of the martial arts world. Lu Feng responded with a sneer after receiving the angry and reproachful looks from a Yin, Zig, and Yun Yun. There's no way. This is the best option. It's okay to blame me. More coaxing then. Lu Feng was not afraid that they would be angry, only that they would be hurt. This aura, you are the demonic dragon king of hell. The deep-sea demonic whale king felt Zig's aura and said in surprise. Facing a powerful enemy, Zig naturally activated her strongest attack form from the beginning. Her body was covered with black scales, her jade hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and her true dragon aura surged out. The deep-sea demonic whale king was instantly recognized. Both the hell demon dragon and the deep-sea demon whale have the word devil in them, and the deep-sea demon whale king has a trace of dragon blood in his body. Your ancestor and I have a connection, the deep-sea demonic whale king said again. Regardless of whether you are related or not, if you dare to attack my master, you are my mortal enemy. Zig said angrily. I'm not attacking him, he's the one who blocked it. Wait, you call him master? The deep-sea demonic whale king defended, and suddenly realized 2 words in Zig's words that surprised him. The demon dragon king of hell calls a human his master. This is beyond the common sense of the deep-sea demonic whale king. At the same time as the deep-sea demonic whale king was talking to Zig, Lu Feng used the first turn soul skill Tyrant Dragon Divine Armor. The simple lines of the dragon gun shine brightly, and the 4th turn dragon energy bursts out. Turn imaginary into reality. Immediately there was gorgeous and cool dark gold armor covering his whole body. The protective power of Tyrannosaurus armor became stronger with the evolution of Lu Feng's soul power and dragon spear. The evolution of the dragon gun is to absorb a burst of dragon energy and improve it by 1 turn, and it seems to only absorb the dragon king's dragon energy. Currently it has absorbed the 4 dragon energies of the water dragon king, the fire dragon king, the earth dragon king, and the hell demon dragon king. Being able to absorb Zig's dragon energy means that the dragon king is not dead and can absorb it. It is harmless, but the absorption method is a bit special. Dragon god breath. The million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king, who has a trace of dragon blood, immediately felt an aura erupting from Lu Feng's body when he used his soul skill, which made him tremble. That aura was obviously that of the true ancestor of dragon, the dragon god. As Lu Feng's soul power increased and he evolved with the world-destroying dragon spear, the power of the dragon god bloodline was gradually activated, and the dragon god's aura exuded from his body became stronger and stronger. Soul beasts with dragon bloodline can sense it most clearly. The deep-sea demonic whale king seemed to be able to hear the ancient dragon roaring in his ears, and the unparalleled blood suppression made him feel terrified. The reason why the deep-sea demonic whale king can become the overlord of the ocean and can fight with the god of the sea is because he has a trace of the blood of the dragon king in his body. This is also the basis for his ability to transform into a dragon. Chapter 777 Battle with the Queen of the Sea. Bloodline is divided into innate and acquired. Innate bloodline is the bloodline that one has from birth. Acquired bloodline is a bloodline acquired actively or accidentally during the cultivation process. Some soul beasts and humans seek powerful bloodlines to add to their bodies in order to become stronger. The offspring born from such soul masters or humans become innate bloodline. There is no difference between innate bloodline and acquired bloodline, strong or weak. The difference lies in the purity of the bloodline. Therefore, soul beasts or humans who have obtained powerful bloodline will seek to refine the bloodline to inspire more powerful power. The deep-sea demonic whale king transformed into a dragon by refining the blood of the dragon king that was not too pure. The dragon king's bloodline in the deep-sea demonic whale king is an innate bloodline. Now, the deep-sea demonic whale king understood the reason why the demonic dragon king of hell, who has the innate and pure blood of the dragon king, calls Lu Feng his master is because Lu Feng has the highest and purest blood of the dragon god. The reason is simple. Whether it is a soul beast or a human being, as long as they have the blood of the dragon god, they are the co-masters of the soul beast. If it is a spirit beast, it should be called lord. If it is a human, it is called the master. Lu Feng was not very clear about this. He was also thinking about hunting the deep-sea demonic whale king to avoid disaster on Poseidon Island and get a million-year soul bone. By the way, million-year-old soul bones are of no use to him. He has the dragon god's soul bone armor. Every dragon soul bone is a god-level soul bone. However, the power of the dragon god's soul bone is currently greatly suppressed, and the power of the dragon god's soul bone cannot be fully activated. But as the soul power level increases and more dragon god soul bones are absorbed, the power of the dragon god soul bones will gradually be activated. For example, the first dragon god arm bone he absorbed was initially of 100,000 year quality, but now it has reached 500,000 year quality. It is conceivable that if the soul power reaches a peak and absorbs all the dragon god soul bone, the dragon god soul bones in the whole body must be more than 1,000,000 years old. It may be millions of years of quality, tens of millions of years of quality, or even higher. Therefore, he did not like the million-year-old soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king. But can I give it away? Give it to Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others. Whoever is most suitable will be given to them. Lu Feng saw the deep-sea demonic whale king in a daze. He pointed his dragon spear and said, "One-eyed dragon, if you have any other trick, use them." He has absolute invincibility, so he has to attract fire power. Lure the deep-sea demonic whale king into launching an attack first, and he blocks them all. Then he takes advantage of the time when the deep-sea demonic whale king has just used his soul skills to concentrate on the next attack, and launches another attack. This way he can obtain the best results at the minimum cost. The little whale doesn't dare. The deep-sea demonic whale king calmed down and bowed his head to Lu Feng as if he were bowing his head. "Master, please accept my worship. I attacked the master just now because I really didn't know the identity of the master. Please forgive me." Lu Feng was stunned. What's going on? Yun didn't know what was going on and was confused. Such a terrifying and powerful prehistoric beast that even gods would dare to fight. Suddenly his style changed and he paid homage to Lu Feng and called him its master. This is how she understands. Yin and Zig looked at each other and smiled. They know why. Before, caring led to chaos. When I saw Lu Feng being attacked, I was extremely anxious and had no time to think. Test. Now, that's right. Seeing that the deep-sea demonic whale king was not lying, Yin and Zig felt relieved and put down their guard. A million-year-old soul beast, the overlord of the ocean, has no need to engage in little trick like surrendering. Knowing that Lu Feng had the blood of the dragon god, even if he gave the deep-sea demon whale king 100 courages, he would not dare to attack Lu Feng again. At this moment they also understood why Lu Feng didn't let them out just now. It was due to the presence of Poseidon. Worry about changes. It was also because Lu Feng had his own trump card to deal with it. Hearing Yin and Zig's laughter, Lu Feng understood. Well, this battle can't can't be fought. It would be impossible to harvest a million-year-old soul bone, but it would be better to have a million-year-old beast god as his younger brother, with the deep-sea demonic whale king as his thug. Even if the Rakshasa god himself comes down to the realm to cause trouble, he can still fight. It's this bottle of absolutely invincible potion which is a little wasteful. You are immune to all attacks from gods. So precious. In some aspect it is even better than the peerless Douluo experience card. I didn't know it before, otherwise I might not be willing to use it today. But he didn't regret using it. After all, Poseidon's will was good for him. Poseidon's will also stood up for him and he couldn't ignore death. Fortunately, there is still one bottle left. This should be kept and cannot be used unless absolutely necessary. Lu Feng's mind was racing with thought and he replied to the deep-sea demonic whale king, "Ignorant is not guilty and I really can't blame you. Yin, he is seriously injured. Give him some treatment." "Okay." Yin nodded, swung close to the back of the deep-sea demonic whale king and took a look. Healing soul skills also pay attention to prescribing the right medicine. Since each injury is different, targeted healing soul skills will have the greatest effect. The demonic whale king of the deep sea is attacked by divine power. It is difficult for ordinary healing soul skills to have a healing effect. Let me try it. Blue silver domain. Yin released domain skills to strengthen the effect of his own healing soul skills. Even if Tang San awakened the blue silver domain, it would still be incomparable to the blue silver emperor's own blue silver domain. It was far behind. Blue energy ripples blew by like a spring breeze and spread out instantly. Blue silver eternal healing. This is Yin's most powerful healing soul skill. Not only can it restore vitality and quickly heal wounds, it can also restore flesh and blood and reconnect bones and meridians. Even if only bones are left after being beaten, it can also be restored to its original state. Yin raised his hand lightly and a ball of blue light shining soul power flowed from his hand to the sky, turning into a blue crystal clear luminous ray like sweet rain, covering the huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king. It gradually focused on the wound on the back of the deep-sea demonic whale king. The puncture wound on the back of the deep-sea demonic whale king was like a deep groove, with bloody flesh and blood flowing continuously. After treatment, the wound stopped bleeding immediately and the skin and flesh grew and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. You are the blue silver emperor who transformed into a human being and recultivated. You can actually cultivate to the 99th level of peerless Douluo, and you are also a healer. The deep-sea demon whale king was shocked again. From the aura released by Yin after using the soul skill, she felt that Yin was a soul beast that was transformed into a human and rebuilt. He had reached level 99 and became a peerless Douluo of the auxiliary system who had reached the level of Huisai God. The deep-sea demonic whale king was not only surprised but also very envious. Yin and the deep-sea demonic whale king respectively represent the two peaks of soul beast cultivation. The demonic whale king of the deep sea is a man of reckless cultivation. He has experienced catastrophes and practiced for millions of years. He has an advantage that land soul beasts don't have. He cultivates in the deep sea that is difficult for humans to reach. Even in his fragile infancy, it is difficult for humans to hunt him. As for Yin, he transformed into a human and rebuilt it, which was much more difficult than the deep sea demon whale king. Especially Yin is still an auxiliary soul master. Chapter 778 Counter-Conquest by Force. For more than a year, Tang San and Tang Chen had been getting along as father and son, and everyone in the killing city knew that if this spreads out, everyone will laugh out loud and become the laughing stock of others. But then again, if the king of slaughter was his great-grandfather, he must have followed many steps ahead of his adoptive father. This is an extremely close blood relationship. For him, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. He was the only heir left in the Haoshan sect. From now on, everything about Tang Chen would be given to him if not to him. If, under Tang Chen's training, he could become a peerless strongman, would he still have to surrender to the avalanche and become a dogleg? Thinking of this, Tang San felt ecstatic in his heart. Great-grandfather, my child, no, my grandson's life is so miserable. Woo. Tang San rushed over, hugged Tang Chen's legs, tears streaming down his face, and he cried loudly, "Trash, why are you crying? Tears can't solve any problem. Put away your tears, stand up and straighten your back." Tang Chen scolded. After knowing that Tang San was his great-grandson, he had greater expectations for Tang San. It's hard to see Tang San's cowardice. Yes, great-grandfather. Tang San wiped away his tears and got up from the ground. His tears themselves were somewhat faint, so it was naturally easy to hold them back. Follow me. Tang Chen turned around and left. Okay, great-grandfather, where are we going? Tang San quickly followed and asked. Tang Chen said without looking back. Poseidon Island, Stardo Forest. Lu Feng flew up to the sky and looked back at Gu Yuina, Bai Ji, Xiao Jin'er, etc., as well as De Ming and Er Ming. No matter how hard his heart was, he couldn't help but feel sad about parting at this moment, especially to Gu Yuina. I slept with Gu Yuina all night last night. The two of them them were huddled in the dragon cocoon. After a passionate kiss, Gu Yuina couldn't resist her sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep with a sweet smile on her lips, completely defenseless against him. He looked at Gu Yuina's beautiful face from close range and clung to her perfect body, feeling relaxed and happy. The restlessness is definitely there, and it is very strong. I wish I could get the ultimate satisfaction from Gu Yuina, but he didn't do that because Gu Yuina fell asleep, and the beautiful girl in her arms was like a holy goddess and could not be desecrated. He couldn't mess with her when she was asleep and had no intention of doing so. He promised Gu Yuina not to move after she fell asleep, and he would do it. I am very satisfied to have reached this point with Gu Yuina. It was him who suppressed the restlessness in his body and calmed down. Also fell into sleep. Although it was crowded, I slept peacefully. Zig and Yin were very curious. They used their spiritual power to explore Lu Feng's martial soul world to see how Lu Feng would move, but they were surprised to find that Lu Feng kept his promise to Gu Yuina and did not mess around when Gu Yuina fell asleep. He actually just hugged Gu Yuina and slept together. Yin recalled that she slept with Lu Feng, and sometimes when she woke up in the morning he would move around her before she woke up. Maybe that's because Lu Feng knew that she would wake up too, and she didn't object to it. She quite liked it. But Gu Yuina is different. When Gu Yuina goes to sleep, it is a process of self-recovery. Unless she feels danger, she usually will not wake up. Waking up in the middle will have a detrimental effect on her. Lu Feng did not take advantage of Gu Yuina's most vulnerable moment to take offense to satisfy himself, but instead respected her and protected her as much as possible. Thinking of this, Yin and Zig felt a little moved, and their love for Lu Feng increased. Lu Feng thought, feelings, if compared to money, then the depth of the relationship is how much you deposit into the emotional bank or how much you withdraw. Even if it's love at first sight and two people are in love, that is, the starting capital in the emotional bank is more. But if in the process of getting along you do not continue to deposit money into the emotional bank but do not know how to understand each other, and if conflicts arise you will quarrel or even get into a fight and hurt each other. This is withdrawing feelings from the bank to consume and take away. When it is gone, love and emotion are also consumed. If you continue to withdraw, you will be borrowing money from the bank. Emotional negative equity appears. Resentment ensues. The more you borrow, the more stress you get and the resentment you get, until both parties are shattered and unable to bear it. They part ways and their lovers become enemies. Therefore, if the relationship is exhausted and separated in time, the beauty of love can be retained in the memory instead of hatred. But in life there are many people who have negative emotional equity and want to make excuses for themselves and hold on. In fact, they want to maintain their own interest or form a kind of dependence and are unwilling to step out of their comfort zone. So, tragedy is likely to happen in such a relationship. In Lu Feng's previous life, all kinds of information were easy to see, and he had seen too many tragedies like this. Therefore, when dealing with relationships in this life, his first priority is to be considerate and respectful of the other person, and then to continue to deposit love into the emotional bank. Money can buy some women's bodies and please some women, but it cannot buy sincerity, let alone true love. And in front of top-notch women like Gu Yuina, Yin Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing, property is of no use. Doing what they like and giving them gifts can indeed please them, but the most important thing is to see who is giving it to them. If it were Shuebeng with extremely poor character, no matter how expensive the gift was given to them, they would only be disgusted. Lu Feng's thoughts were wandering and he had already flown out of the star forest. He accelerated his flying speed and turned into a golden floating light streaking across the sky, faster than a meteor and several times faster than the speed of sound. If there are no accident, one can cross 1,000,000 miles in one day. As long as he was heading in the right direction, it wouldn't take long for him to reach Hanhai City. The short separation is for a long-term reunion in the future. The same is true for Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others. For Purple Pearl, the separation time has been quite long. As for Bo Sixi, I haven't met him yet, but we have known each other for a long time. Before going to Poseidon Island to meet Bo Sixi, he will first go to Purple Pearl Island on the way. It wasn't a particularly smooth trip, but Lu Feng felt it was necessary to go to Purple Pearl Island and spend 2 days there. After all, Purple Pearl Island is the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance Sahai. It is also the most important hub port and Wesi fleet base under the Merchant Alliance. As the leader of the Merchant Alliance, it would be unreasonable not to inspect the core territory after passing through it. However, he did not inform the CEO Purple Pearl about his schedule. He wants to give Purple Pearl, the Queen of the Sea, a surprise. Purple Pearl complained that she had not visited her for 2 or 3 years. However, Lu Feng knew about Purple Pearl's itinerary. She is currently on Purple Pearl Island. What is worth celebrating is that she led the fleet to finally explore the new continent to the west and opened up a new shipping route. Lu Feng also received a secret letter from Purple Pearl on the eve of leaving Tiandu City. When When the letter was sent, they returned to the island supply port on the way. This matter is currently only known to the top brass of the Business Alliance and has not been made public to everyone in the Business Alliance. Chapter 779 The Joy of Gathering. However, Lu Erlong could only vaguely observe this situation, but the sound of the conversation between the deep-sea demonic whale king and Lu Feng could not be heard. Therefore, it is not clear what happened in the meantime that caused the deep-sea demonic whale king, who could not be tamed even by God, to willingly surrender to Lu Feng and become Lu Feng's mount. The other direction. When Tang Chen, who was 100 miles away, spied on this situation, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. Tang Chen wanted to know how it would end, but he was afraid of being detected by Poseidon, so he didn't dare to get close. Therefore, after the sea was calm and the Poseidon's aura disappeared, he dared to use his mental power to travel around and spy on the situation, but he had to stay far away. But he saw Lu Feng Shiren standing on the back of the deep-sea demonic whale king, returning to Purple Pearl Island. The scene in front of him shocked even Tang Chen, who was as strong as Tang Chen and had lived for more than 100 years, to the point where his scalp exploded. He knew that what possessed Lu Feng was just the will of Poseidon, not the true body of Poseidon. The deep-sea demonic whale king has godlike power. The will of Poseidon may not be defeated. He expected it would be a lose-lose situation. If both sides lose, or Poseidon's will is defeated, he can get a big advantage when he comes back. While hunting the deep-sea demonic whale king, he could also gain the favor of the sea god Will, which was extremely helpful to him and Tang San. Killing two birds with one stone, what a great thing. Just thought of this, he was not in a hurry to go to Poseidon Island and ran back to spy on the situation. The breath of Poseidon disappeared. He even felt that Poseidon was defeated by the deep-sea demonic whale king. However, Poseidon was nowhere to be seen. But the deep-sea demonic whale king not only did not cause any damage to Lu Feng, he also did not attack Purple Pearl Island. Instead, he was subdued by Lu Feng. How on earth is it done? Tang Chen's head was full of questions, and he didn't know. Even if he thought about it, he couldn't believe it. But the facts before him forced him to believe it. He had to re-evaluate Lu Feng. Lu Feng's level of evil once again refreshed his understanding. The same generation, similar age, his great-grandson Tang San. How could there be such a big gap between them? Tang Chen felt depressed and jealous. He knew very well how useful it was to subdue a beast god who had cultivated for millions of years. A force, let alone a million years old, even if it is guarded by 100,000-year-old soul beast, it can dominate a party no matter what. After founding the Haoshan sect, Tang Chen also tried to subdue some powerful soul beast to guard the Haoshan sect, but nothing came of it. Soul beasts are by nature unfettered and would rather die than surrender, making them difficult to tame. Even 1,000-year-old soul beasts are extremely difficult to tame, especially high-level predatory soul beasts. In the history of mankind, the only low-level herbivorous soul beast like Pegasus that can be tamed, but at best, they can only tame a Pegasus with 100-year cultivation. It is extremely difficult to tame a Pegasus with 1,000-year cultivation. However, Lu Feng had tamed the million-year-old deep-sea demonic whale king. At this point, the Merchant Alliance has the beast god of Zhenmeng. In this endless sea, there are even more invincible forces. The same is true on Douluo continent, because although the deep-sea demonic whale king likes to live in the deep sea of the demonic whale domain, he can also leave the sea and fight on land. When the deep-sea demonic whale king fights on land, he may not have the attribute bonuses given by the ocean, but after all, he is a million-year-old soul beast. Even if there is no strength bonus, who in the world can compete with him? Tang Chen definitely doesn't dare to fight head-on with the deep-sea demonic whale king at the moment. Even if the sequelae and injuries of the nine-headed blood-red bat king's backlash are eliminated and the power reaches a peak, we should avoid a head-on battle with the deep-sea demon whale king, because even if we win, it will be a miserable victory. At most, both sides will suffer losses, or they may lose to the deep-sea demon whale king. Having never fought before, the outcome is unpredictable. Tang Chen felt extremely depressed and returned to his physical body. At this moment, his body was sitting cross-legged on a ship's plank. Tang San was holding a piece of broken wood and paddling hard to keep the balance of the boat. Yes, ship plank. Tang Chen was able to maintain the safety of the ship at first, but when the will of the sea god and the demonic whale king of the deep sea each used their ultimate move, a near-death blow, the aftermath burst out violently, and Tang Chen could no longer save the ship. No matter how strong his soul power is, it is difficult for him to fully take care of such a big ship. Moreover, he is injured, and the soul of the nine-headed blood-red bat king is struggling again. He must retain enough soul power to suppress it. If the soul power is exhausted, he may not be able to protect himself. Therefore, Tang Chen could only abandon the ship and only keep Tang San safe. The ship lost the protection of Tang Chen's soul power. In an instant, it was swallowed up by the huge waves containing force measure and was chopped into pieces. The crew will definitely not survive, and they they will all be buried in the belly of the fish. Not only did he not get the charter fee of 100,000 gold soul coin, but he also lost his life. But Tang Chen adopted Tang San's strategy and got nothing in the end. You can't steal the chicken but lose the rice. After losing the ship, they could only find a larger broken ship plank from the debris of the ship floating on the sea to temporarily shelter. Tang Chen opened his eyes, looking at the desolate and miserable situation in front of him. He couldn't help but glared at Tang San fiercely, wishing he could slap him again. If Tang San hadn't been opportunistic and encouraged him to lure the deep-sea demon whale king to attack Purple Pearl Island, he wouldn't have ended up in such an embarrassing situation. The majestic and peerless Douluo, invincible on land, is now stuck on a broken ship plank floating in the vast sea. Now how to do? Paddling this broken boat plank to Poseidon Island? Too difficult. Although he knew how to identify the stars and roughly knew the location of Poseidon Island, he was not as good as a professional captain in this business. A slight mistake can lead to a mistake of 1,000 miles, especially out on the ocean with no reference point. If the route is slightly wrong, it may be further away from Poseidon Island. I don't know where it will drift to. Go back and find a boat, but now they are between the land and Poseidon Island. It's also difficult to go back. It would be easy if Tang Chen was alone. He could fly into the sky now and return to Douluo continent soon. However, Tang San couldn't fly. With Tang San as a dragster, Tang Chen Fei could fly, but the speed would be much slower and it would consume a lot of soul power. When Tang San saw Tang Chen open his eyes, he wanted to say something, but when he saw Tang Chen's stern gaze coming towards him, he got excited and quickly swallowed the words in his mouth. It was because he asked before. Then he received a slap from Tang Chen. I lost several teeth and the swelling on my face still hasn't gone away. How dare you touch this bad luck again? Pull quickly. Why did you stop? Tang Chen shouted when he saw Tang San stop paddling. Okay, great-grandfather. Tang San trembled and started paddling hard again. But in which direction? Without a goal, rowing to death is useless. Tang San had to ask, great-grandfather, where are we rowing? What are you talking about? Just row if you are told. Trash. How did Tang Hao give birth to such a useless thing like you? Tang Chen said impatiently, cursed. Compared with Lu Feng, his great-grandson was simply unsightly, and the more he looked at him, and he couldn't answer the question Tang San asked. He couldn't find the exact location either. Asking Tang San to paddle was because Tang San was very unhappy and angry now, so he was punishing Tang San, but he couldn't say it clearly. Although Tang San came up with the plan, but it was he who adopted the plan and put it into action. The greater responsibility lies with himself. Yes, I'll row. Tang San shrank his head, not daring to ask any more questions, just rowing hard. He never learned to row. The rowing was laborious, but with little effect. Tang San raised his eyes and looked around, feeling miserable inside. After all, he is a time traveler. How could he end up in this desolate situation as a second-generation human being? Chapter 790. Purple Pearl and Lu Erlong compete for wine. Who wins? Purple Pearl, Lu Feng said loudly with a majestic look. My subordinate is here. Purple Pearl responded with a respectful salute. In the spotlight, at this moment they are talking about their positions and doing official business. In the name of the Merchant Alliance, I declare to the world that from now on, the deep-sea demonic whale king will be the sacred sea guardian beast of the Merchant Alliance. Anyone who offends the deep-sea demonic whale clan is an enemy of the Merchant Alliance. Lu Feng flew from the back of the deep-sea demonic whale king, sweeping back to the island. The sound spread far away and everyone could hear it. The million-year-old deep-sea demonic whale king has become a member of the Merchant Alliance. When this news spread, it will definitely cause violent shock throughout the continent, and the momentum of the Merchant Alliance will be unparalleled. It greatly frightened those forces and monsters, making them even more afraid to make any changes. When the deep-sea demonic whale king joins the Merchant Alliance, even if other gods and their heirs covet the deep-sea demonic whale king's soul rings and soul bone, they must first consider whether they can withstand the wrath of the Merchant Alliance. Yes, Purple Pearl promised. Not only Purple Pearl, but also everyone in the Merchant Alliance present looked at Lu Feng with eyes full of fanaticism. They were so excited at the moment that they couldn't describe it. Many people had tears in their eyes and cried with joy. At this time, some people calmed down and confirmed that everything in front of them was not a dream or an illusion. It's true. My God, how did Lord Lu Feng do it? Never mind how it was done. We are not qualified to know, and we don't need to know. Today we are lucky enough to see Lord Lu Feng conquer the deep-sea demon whale king is the greatest honor in this life. Yes, this life is so worth it. Being able to join the Merchant Alliance is also the greatest honor in my life. No, in my entire life. Long live Mr. Lu Feng. Long live Lord Lu Feng. Long live Lord Lu Feng. Everyone started cheering, and the sound shook the sky. Almost all the people working on Purple Pearl Island and on the sea ship met Lu Feng for the first time. I had only heard rumors before. He said that Lu Feng was a genius and a monster, and how extraordinary extraordinary he was. But after all, it wasn't something I saw with my own eyes. Some people believe that seeing is believing and hearing is believing, and today they saw it with their own eyes. The demonic whale king of the deep sea stirred up trouble and set off the most terrifying tsunami hundreds of meters high in history, which was about to destroy the Purple Pearl Island. Many people were already in despair. Their hearts were filled with despair, and they believed that they were certain to die. At this time, Master Lu Feng appeared and launched a fearless charge. Lord Lu Feng used some magical skills to invite Poseidon to lean over and start a decisive battle with the deep-sea demonic whale king. Not only did he turn the tide with one person, but he also subdued the overlord of the sea, the deep-sea demonic whale king, and became the holy beast attached to the sea of the Merchant Alliance. Such a big reversal, such process and result, no word can describe how shocking it is. Lu Feng is the representative of the Merchant Alliance leader, and now he can be recognized as the representative of Poseidon. Poseidon is the belief of sea people. In this way, Lu Feng, the representative of Poseidon, has also become their belief. The Merchant Alliance is just an organization, and faith is equivalent to their soul that they can never abandon. They can resign and break away from the business alliance, but they cannot break away from the beliefs passed down from generation to generation. Of course, the business alliance is second only to faith in the minds of these sea soul masters and sea people. The business alliance is the home that gives them a good life and is their glory. No one wants to leave the business alliance. Next, Purple Pearl announced that the whole island would have 3 days of carnival, drinking and celebrating, and every year, today is designated as the carnival as a commemoration. A festive atmosphere filled every corner of Purple Pearl Island with the aroma of food and wine, as well as laughter floating in the air. Lu Feng spent a wonderful day surrounded by beautiful women. The female sea spirit masters, who were wearing cool clothes and had wheat-colored skin, looked at Lu Feng with heart-shaped eyes shining. How they hoped to gain Lu Feng's favor. This unparalleled, handsome and extremely talented Lord Lu Feng, as long as he was interested in them, they would do anything for Lu Feng. As long as Lu Feng smiled at them, they would be filled with joy. It's a pity that Lu Feng is not a sentimental person. Lu Feng knows how to be content, knows what to do and what not to do, knows how to cherish the people in front of him, and does not like the new and dislike the old. Of course, Lu Feng welcomed 3 new girlfriends today. Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing and other wise people left them more space, which has become an unwritten rule in the family. Gu Qingbo, Shen Liuyu and Yu Hero are also old acquaintances. They are not strangers but teammates of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, who are like sisters. Tian Shui Academy and Shrek Academy were once rivals. Tian Shui Academy's style and strength also won the respect of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Therefore, they are not excluded from becoming sisters. That night, after Gu Qingbo, Shen Liuyu and Yu Hero washed themselves extra carefully, they waited for Lu Feng's arrival in the room. After all these years, they have still preserved their perfect bodies and have been waiting for this moment. After tonight, they will truly become Lu Feng's women. At this moment, they have a bride mentality. The little deer in my heart is racing, and the infinite joy is mixed with a bit of anxiety, a bit of expectation, and a bit of shyness. The door opened. The 3 stunning girls felt nervous and looked at the door at the same time with 3 pairs of beautiful eyes. It was not Lu Feng who opened the door, but Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu. Aren't you a little disappointed to see it's us? Hee hee. Shui Yuer smiled brightly. No way, Yuer, don't make trouble. Yu Hero gave Shui Yuer a roll of her eyes. Lu Feng went for a night swim in the sea with Sister Pearl. He will be back soon. Let's come over to see you first. Shui Binger chuckled. Isn't Sister Pearl and Sister Erlong having a drinking contest? Could it be that Sister Pearl won? Gu Qingbo asked. It's still early. It's half-time now. How can Sister Erlong lose? Shui Wu said with a smile. As we all know, Lu Erlong's drinking capacity is that he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Sister, is Master Lu Feng really as brave as you are? Said. Shen Liuyu asked, a little embarrassed. This kind of thing is too shameful, and I usually wouldn't say it out loud, but here I am. They have been good sisters for many years, and now they are both Lu Feng's women, so they can relax a little. Shui Yuer is quirky and likes to joke, but they may not believe it. Shui Binger, the steady and honest captain, had the most reliable word, and they believed them 100%. Because of this, even though Shui Binger is younger than them, they call Shui Binger their eldest sister. Well, that's it. You guys are okay. There are 3 people sharing the burden with each other. I was only one person at the time, and the next day I was a little unable to walk. Shui Binger's cheeks turned red when she talked about this topic. Shy, but Lu Feng is much stronger than he was then. Shui Yuer playfully winked at Shen Liuyu and others. How about Shui Wu stays to help you tonight? Her auxiliary soul skill very effective. Chapter 791 Lu Erlong's accident. Ah, you also use auxiliary soul skills for this kind of thing? Yu Hero was slightly stunned, feeling a little incredible. Okay, Shui Wu can stay. In fact, we are mainly afraid that if we do not do well enough, we will spoil Master Lu Feng's interest. Gu Qingbo stretched out his jade arm and took Shui Wu's hand. With someone there to guide them, they wouldn't be so flustered. No, sisters all have a tacit understanding. If you don't pester your husband, I will leave him to you tonight. Swu objected, shaking her head like a rattle. Don't worry, our husband is very considerate and gentle. You will definitely have an unforgettable and wonderful night. Well, Shui Wu is right. Okay, we won't disturb your wonderful night. See you tomorrow. Shui Bing'er grabbed Shui Yu'er and left the room. After closing the door, Shui Wu glared at Shui Yu'er and said, Yu'er, you obviously wanted to stay, but you pushed me out. I didn't, but I wanted to eavesdrop on them. Hehe. Shui Yu'er said, I knew you were the kind of person who is not shy. Shui Wu smiled. What? During the Wuhan City Elite competition, my husband and I were in the locker room, and I don't know who was eavesdropping outside for a long time. Shui Yu'er narrowed her eyes and looked at Shui Wu meaningfully. Shui Wu's breath stagnated, and she said with a slight blush on her cheeks as she recalled that year. I did that by chance, not on purpose. That time at Tian Shui College, when my husband and I were on the balcony of my house, you hid in the lake. Is it a coincidence that I peeked? Shui Yu'er said. Shui Wu, is there such a thing? I didn't even know. Shui Bing'er blinked her sapphire-like eyes, slightly surprised. Yu'er, you are a bad girl. I will never share any secrets with you again. Shui Wu regretted a little. When chatting with Shui Yu'er about herself, she told all that happened and treated it as an after-dinner conversation. The purpose of chatting about interesting things is to make fun of Shui Yu'er's first time on the balcony. Okay, sister Shui Wu, don't be angry. My sister is the only one who heard it. She is not an outsider. She will help you keep the secret. Shui Yu'er took Shui Wu's hand and said affectionately. Shui Bing'er looked at her noisy sister and shook her head and said to Shui Wu, don't worry Shui Wu, I won't tell anyone. Shui Wu's expression softened and she said, okay, of course I believe Bing'er. Remember, be careful, especially if you don't let Lu Feng know, otherwise what else will you do? In fact, I already knew it, so what should I do? Lu Feng walked over with a half smile. Shui Wu suddenly blushed. She wanted to keep this secret because she didn't want Lu Feng to know that at that time she did such a shameful thing as peeking at them. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng knew about it early on. Shui Wu was embarrassed and stared at Shui Yu'er. Shui Yu'er didn't tell me that, Lu Feng said with a bright smile. My mental strength at that time was far better than yours. Not even the slightest disturbance nearby could escape my eyes. Then you. Shui Wu's breath was stagnant and she was speechless. You want to ask me why I didn't tell you at that time, right? Lu Feng said. Yeah. Swu nodded. At that time, our relationship had not reached such a harmonious level. I was afraid that you would be too shy to tell me and that you would be hurt inside, so you would not dare to approach me. Lu Feng explained. Shui Wu was relieved, exhaled, and said, so that's it. Lu Feng had good intentions and never revealed this matter, let alone spread it for her sake. There is also love and care in this. Don't you think that I am the kind of person who is shameless? Now that he had said it, Shui Wu had no scruples and felt much more relaxed. This secret has always been hidden in her heart, and she is not particularly good at hiding her thought. No, never. Lu Feng shook his head, stepped forward, hugged Shui Wu tightly into his arms, and pressed his lips against Shui Wu's red lips. At this time, hearing movement outside the door, Gu Qingbo opened the door. So gentle. Gu Qingbo's eyes were filled with stars. Before she did it, she would still be envious. She doesn't have to be envious because Lu Feng is also her man, and she can feel it right away. Okay. Shui Wu gently retreated Lu Feng into the room. Her eyes were full of happiness but also a little shy, and she said, tonight you are theirs. Lu Feng was so caring, and he was the first to talk to her in public. Being affectionate made her feel warm in her heart, which was very helpful. But she didn't forget that tonight was an important moment for sisters and they needed to be courteous. Let go, Shui Bing'er said with a smile. Lu Feng walked towards Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er again and kissed them respectively. Of course, his hands were not idle either. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, and Shui Wu left and the door closed. The atmosphere in the room became different again. There is a hint of nervousness in the charm. Lu Feng understood the tension in their heart. This tension can only be resolved with love and tenderness. Some women may like to be stormy and straightforward. For example, Zhu Zhuqing. Most women, at the beginning, want gentle breeze and gentle rain to moisturize things. After gradually adapting to it, the spring breeze makes the horse's hooves break, and I can see all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. Another important point is that initially, the darker the line, the easier it will be for them to let go. Lu Feng has gone through many battles, and if he doesn't have some experience, he is incompetent. However, before Lu Feng could put out the light, as if they had reached an agreement, Shen Liuyu, Gu Qingbo, and Yu Haro took off their belts together, and their dresses fell to their feet in high heels. Under the illumination of warm lamps, their skin, which is as white as cream due to their cultivation of water elemental soul power, slender waist, round and slender legs, and plumb combined to form an extremely graceful and hot figure. Three beautiful curves took the the initiative to approach, surrounding Lu Feng in the middle. In this case, Lu Feng would not put out the light. Things that are not suitable for children are quietly happening. As for Shui Yuer, who was eavesdropping outside the door, no one would tell. They are all sisters anyway. Either you look at me or I look at you, and the three of them will have a great chance to cooperate with Shui Yuer in the future. At that time, I could see things more legitimately and openly. On the terrace, Lu Erlong and Zi Zhenzu were still drinking together. Just the starlight that fills the sky, the lights of thousands of houses on the island, and the sound of the wave. In this situation, drinking is also particularly atmospheric. Lu Erlong enjoyed this moment very much. While drinking happily, she couldn't help but pay attention to Lu Feng, Yu Haro, Gu Qingbo, and Shen Liuyu. With her mental strength, there was no need to eavesdrop outside the door like Shui Yuer did. She could seem to see every move Lu Feng and the others made in the room. The main reason is that Lu Feng and others did not use the soul barrier. At this time, a flying spring erupted from the sea. It is the deep-sea demonic whale king who is breathing. The deep-sea demonic whale king cruises in the waters around Purple Pearl Island, bringing no longer fear and despair, but a sense of security that has never been felt before. Chapter 792 Purple Pearl's White Lie. Poseidon Island. In the Poseidon Temple located on the top of the peak. Why did the divine light go out? Poseidon Douluo Bosixi sat cross-legged in front of the Poseidon statue, his beautiful eyes full of doubt. Then, she closed her eyes and concentrated, trying to communicate with Poseidon again. A few days ago, the Poseidon statue suddenly emitted a faint divine light. It heralds the return of Poseidon. Lord Poseidon will most likely issue a divine message. She is the high priest of Poseidon Island, the agent of Poseidon, and the only sea soul master who can communicate with Poseidon. Decades have passed since the last time Poseidon returned and issued a divine message. And every time Poseidon returned, there are omens. It is the statue of Poseidon that shines with light. When Bosixi saw the divine light emitting from the statue, he immediately bathed and changed his clothes, put on the most solemn high priest robe, prayed devoutly in front of the statue of Poseidon, and waited for the arrival of Poseidon and the instructions from God. She is still pious to Poseidon. She did not dare to disobey Poseidon's will unless she was asked to be sacrificed to a strange heir to Poseidon's throne. A few years ago, she believed that it was her duty to sacrifice to the heir to the throne of Poseidon. Ever since, a seed called resistance was planted in her heart by the leader of the Merchant Alliance. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became. She also felt more and more that the leader of the Merchant Alliance really had her best interests in mind, while Poseidon was more of a use of her, and she wanted to break free from the shackles. It was right to train her, but her ability to awaken the Poseidon martial spirit was not given directly by Poseidon. Even gods cannot violate the laws of heaven and earth and arbitrarily bestow god-level martial arts souls on anyone. The secret of awakening a martial spirit lies mainly in bloodline, and there are many factors that even gods cannot determine. There is a lot of chance and some luck. After awakening the Poseidon martial spirit, she only achieved today's achievements by practicing diligently every day. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you want to reach the peak of cultivation, you must persist. She persisted for more than 100 years. Even if she lay down for a year, she would not be where she is today. With such persistence and hard work, he practiced hard for more than 100 years and became a peerless Douluo. He was able to defeat the two most powerful men in the Douluo continent who were said to be invincible, but in the end he only made wedding clothes for others. Destroy yourself and help others. Moreover, he is not his descendant or even his disciple. He is most likely a stranger, because no one on Poseidon Island has the talent to become the heir to the throne of Poseidon. He only knew a few people outside the island. Among the few people I know, they are all over 100 years old now. If they could inherit the throne of Poseidon, they would have inherited it long ago when they came to Poseidon Island. Therefore, it is very likely that she will be sacrificed to an unknown heir to the throne. This time the divine light of the statue lit up and Poseidon returned. She had a premonition. Poseidon has found his heir. These days, Bosixi was very conflicted. Now, she definitely doesn't want to be sacrificed to an unknown heir to the sea god throne. But can she resist Poseidon's will? If you resist, what will happen? Lose your position as high priest? If she just lost her position as high priest, she would be happy with it. Without the burden of being a high priest, she can be free. Leave the isolated island that has been trapped for more than 100 years. Go to the outside world to explore the wonders of the world and appreciate the scenery and exotic customs along the way. More importantly, she can take the initiative to find the leader of the alliance and give him a big scare or maybe a surprise. 2 years ago, the leader of the alliance made his first appearance in Tiandu City, and he shocked the world by beheading Tang Hao, who had become a peerless Douluo. It refreshed her understanding of the leader. It turns out that he himself is so strong. He also has 3 peerless Douluo under his command. When the Merchant Alliance confronted Poseidon Island. The leader of the alliance did not use any force and only used peaceful business warfare. In this world, the strong are respected, and whoever has a strong fist has the right to speak. It is difficult to find a person or force who does not bully the weak. Wahundian wanted to occupy Poseidon Island decades ago and launched a massive attack. In the end, their fists were not as strong as Poseidon Island and they failed. With the alliance leader's ability to kill the peerless Douluo and the fact that he had 3 major offerings, it was almost impossible for Poseidon Island to withstand it. However, the Merchant Alliance did not use any force against Poseidon Island and only implemented a commercial embargo. In the end, Bo Sixi had to admit that he could not defeat the Business Alliance in business and agreed to negotiate. After a few years, I found that Poseidon Island not only suffered no losses but also benefited a lot. The tens of thousands of people on Poseidon Island can have enough food and clothing in exchange for spending a little time working, growing grapes, and mining some deep-sea sunken silver. Daily necessities, cultivation resources, etc. are all abundant as never before, and through correspondence with the leader of the alliance, we gradually became close friends. In particular, Bo Sixi was deeply impressed by his unparalleled profound knowledge and inspiring wise thinking. As time passed, a strange feeling seemed to develop between the two. She had never thought that two people who had never met could communicate like this through letters. Bo Sixi really wanted to meet the leader of the alliance. He promised to come to Poseidon Island but said it would not be so soon and would send representatives first. In his last letter, he informed her that his representative was preparing to leave for Poseidon Island, and at the same time there were more than a dozen core members of the Merchant Alliance. Bo Sixi took it seriously and immediately made arrangements in advance. But when will he come? Bo Sixi's thoughts were wandering and he opened his eyes. There is no response. I still can't communicate with Lord Poseidon. Maybe it's because I'm too upset. I've been looking forward to meeting the leader of the Merchant Alliance for too long. I'm still thinking about discussing it with Lord Poseidon. Can you please allow me to leave Poseidon Island just once so that I can go to Douluo continent and meet with him? If I leave Poseidon Island, my authority as High Priest will be revoked. Then I will definitely do so. Agree. Maybe after meeting, I will be disappointed with the leader, but I will put my thoughts aside. Bo Sixi sighed lightly with a faint look in his eyes. Suddenly, she sensed something. Her jade face suddenly became solemn. Her eyes were sharp, and her eyes flashed with cold light. A strong enemy invade. All titled Douluo, gather to the east and prepare to resist with all your strength. Bo Sixi's red lips slightly opened, but his voice spread out like a loud bell, and everyone on the island could hear it clearly. Shoo! She felt the aura of a ferocious beast and quickly approached Poseidon Island. The aura of the ferocious beast was so powerful that it had never been seen before. It is very likely that he is the legendary demonic whale king of the deep sea. In the sea, the legendary deep sea demonic whale king has millions of years of cultivation. In this Poseidon temple, there is an ancient mural of Poseidon defeating the deep sea demonic whale king. The two sides are mortal enemies. Therefore, Bo Sixi believed that if the deep sea demonic whale king approached Poseidon Island, he would definitely come for revenge. Chapter 793 Unexpected Things. The waters outside Poseidon Island are guarded by the island protecting spirit beast, the demonic spirit great white shark. Ordinary soul masters and ships dare not approach, but the demon soul great white shark is only 100,000 years old at its strongest, and it is simply vulnerable to a million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king. The demon soul great white sharks swarm in the sea, possessing extremely sensitive innate perception that humans do not have. At this moment they also smell the terrifying beast that has been around for millions of years. They become restless and fear spread. 20,000 years ago, the deep-sea demonic whale king was the true overlord of the sea, unshakable. After Poseidon issued the most serious warning in history, the entire Poseidon Island was in an uproar, as if facing a formidable enemy. All the sea soul masters with title Douluo and above gathered on the east coast of the main island as quickly as possible. Sea dragon Douluo, sea horse Douluo, sea ghost Douluo, etc. all had solemn faces and were ready for battle. To be precise, Poseidon Island is an archipelago. In addition to the main island, there are several small islands. Some titled Douluo are stationed on the island. Bo Sixi only asked titled Douluo to come to resist because she knew that sea soul masters below titled Douluo would not be able to do anything in the face of a million-year-old beast and would just sacrifice their lives in vain. After issuing the first order, Bo Sixi issued several more orders in succession. Let your subordinates arrange for the elderly and weak to evacuate from the western port urgently. If Poseidon Island is destroyed, all the people on the island will not die, and they can escape as much as they can. And she was prepared to defend Poseidon Island to the death. She could accept this ending. Dying to protect Poseidon Island is better than sacrificing yourself to a stranger. The only regret in her heart was that she could not meet the leader of the alliance. Therefore, she was going to write a letter to the leader of the business alliance, which was probably the last letter, equivalent to a suicide note, but there was not much time left for her to write. Bo Sixi hastily wrote a few words on the letter paper. Dear leader, do you know how much I want to see you, because I seem to have fallen in love with you. Your talent, your profound knowledge, your humor, your kindness to me, everything is there. There is a burning passion in my heart that makes me unable to suppress my feelings for you. No matter how ugly you are or how old you are, I don't care. I don't ask for anything from you. I just want to see you. Let's walk together in the sunshine and chat in the moonlight. Unfortunately, things are contrary to our wishes. We may never meet again in this life. When Bo Sixi wrote this, tears shone in his beautiful sea blue eyes. 2 lines of clear tears slid down her beautiful cheek and fell on the letter paper. She regards now as the last moment of her life. The words and emotions that have been hidden in my heart can be fully expressed. Take the initiative to pierce the window paper in the letter, because if you don't express yourself now, you may not have the chance in the future. The deep-sea demonic whale king was defeated by Poseidon and had been dormant in the demonic whale sea until now, almost making her forget its existence. Now that he was pressing hard on Poseidon Island, she knew she couldn't defeat him. Fighting with her life, she might be able to defeat the deep-sea demonic whale king, but she would definitely not survive. She doesn't have the unparalleled physical body of the deep-sea demonic whale king. 20,000 years ago, the demonic whale king of the deep sea was severely injured by the god of the sea using the golden trident, a super artifact, and it is evident that he still survived. Bo Sixi suddenly felt that his heart ached so much, not because of facing death, it's because of love. It's because I have been waiting for many years, but there is no result yet, but about to lose it. It was because she seemed to see her own hope in the leader, but it was about to be shattered. Bo Sixi felt too uncomfortable and couldn't write anymore. After writing this letter, she will immediately hand it over to the Merchant Alliance's special flying courier stationed on Poseidon Island. The special flying messengers of the Merchant Alliance are all from the Min clan. The Min clan are close confidants of the leader of the Merchant Alliance and are the most reliable and loyal. At the same time, standing on the back of the deep-sea demonic whale king, Lu Feng, Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and others enjoyed the feeling of riding the wind and waves. Sitting on a ship and standing on the back of the deep-sea demonic whale king are completely different experiences. The ship was bumpy, rising and falling with the wind and wave, but the deep-sea demonic whale king can control wind and wave, is extremely large, very stable, and is several times faster than a seagoing ship. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, etc., who used to feel tired and uncomfortable when taking a sea ship, are now smiling, not affected at all, and are in high spirits and feel good both physically and mentally. They had never experienced such a wonderful feeling. This feeling cannot be understood by anyone who has never worked on the super giant ship called the deep-sea demonic whale king. They never thought that they would actually ride on the sea overlord. Regardless of strength, the deep-sea demonic whale king is undoubtedly the most powerful spirit beast they have ever seen in history. Xiao Wu's friends, the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, were also huge, but they couldn't compare with the deep-sea demon whale king. Their size was less than 1/10 of the deep-sea demon whale king. Husband, if De Ming and Er Ming saw this scene, they would probably be so surprised that they could not speak. Xiao Wu said cheerfully, that is, they have been in the star forest and have never been to the sea. They have never seen ordinary whales, let alone the deep-sea demon whale king. Lu Feng said with a smile, it's good to be able to follow your husband. Not only can you keep getting stronger, but it's also fun. Zhu Zhuqing cleaned her face. A smile bloomed like the most beautiful flower, and she took a deep breath of the fresh air with a slight salty taste. Looking intoxicated, Zhu Zhuqing cherishes words like gold, and boredom is her mantra. Apart from practicing and being intimate with Lu Feng, she doesn't seem to be very interested in other things. Today she was in high spirit and rarely said the word interesting. Lu Feng held Yao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's slender waists with one hand and took a sip on their red lips respectively. Yeah, it's not a good time to kiss. Yao Wu's pretty face turned red, a little embarrassed. After all, there was an outsider like the deep-sea demonic whale king present, but the smile flowing in her eyes showed that her heart was filled with happiness. Zhu Zhuqing didn't care much. She put her arms around Lu Feng's arms, rubbed Lu Feng's arms into her arms, snuggled against Lu Feng's body, and enjoyed the moment. Xiao Wu, if you don't like it, then change it to me. Ning Rongrong put her hands on her hips and made love to Xiao Wu again. No, just bite me. Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose at Ning Rongrong and hugged Lu Feng tightly. Hey Xiao Wu, if you dare to protest against me, I will bite you. Ning Rongrong pretended to show her teeth and claws and pounced on Xiao Wu. You two, please stop making trouble. Poseidon Island has arrived, and I saw many people standing on the beach to greet us. Dugu Yan reminded him as he looked at Poseidon Island emerging in the distance. Hearing this, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong stopped laughing and looked towards the direction of Poseidon Island. When they go to Poseidon Island, they are guests. If they look like this, they will be laughed at. which is not good. Are you welcoming us? There seems to be something wrong with the atmosphere. Lu Erlong's eyes narrowed slightly and he said doubtfully. Chapter 794 Finally got married. Sea Horse Douluo, Sea Dragon Douluo and other powerful people from Poseidon Island also saw Lu Feng, Lu Erlong and others on the back of the deep-sea demon whale king. Suddenly stunned. More than one former enemy, but what would it be like for a giant whale to attack Poseidon Island together with human? No matter what, we still have to go all out to resist the invasion. It has been decades since the last time Wuhan Palace invaded Poseidon Island. That time, the entire Douluo continent saw how powerful Poseidon Island was, and no one dared to mess with it again. Unexpectedly, there were still humans coming to invade, and the aura exuded by the giant whale was so terrifying that it shocked the strong men of Poseidon Island. Quickly activate the island protection formation. Sea Dragon Douluo gave the order. When Bo Sixi was away, Sea Dragon Douluo had the most power, of course because Sea Dragon Douluo was second only to Bo Sixi in strength. Like many powerful forces, Poseidon Island also has a soul power array. Moreover, the island protection formation on Poseidon Island also contains a hint of divine power. The center of the formation is the Poseidon Temple on the top of the mountain range. Even when Wuhan Palace invaded, Poseidon Island did not activate the island protection formation. After activating the island protection formation, the rich free soul power of Poseidon Island will be depleted for half a year. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the island protection formation will generally not be used. The large-scale invasion by Wuhan Palace back then was not a last resort. The strong men on the island can handle it. No need, they are distinguished guests. Before he finished speaking, Bo Sixi floated over and looked at the deep-sea demonic whale king approaching quickly on the sea with a faint smile on his face and a sparkle in his beautiful eyes. Your distinguished guest. Sea Dragon Douluo and the others were stunned again. This change was unexpected. The contrast is too great. Well, they are Lu Feng, the representative of the Merchant Alliance leader, and his women, Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others. Not long ago, after finishing the letter that Bo Sixi left to the Merchant Alliance leader, he suddenly felt strange. The terrifying aura of the powerful ferocious beast did not give people a murderous or menacing feeling, but a sense of peace and tranquility. This is not quite right. If the deep-sea demonic whale king came to attack Poseidon Island and seek revenge, it would not be like this. But it is true. The deep-sea demonic whale king didn't even cause much trouble. There are only waves naturally generated on the sea surface after the huge body of the deep-sea demonic whale king passes by. Bo Sixi immediately gathered his mental strength and wandered away. Then she saw Lu Feng, Lu Erlong, and others on the back of the deep-sea demonic whale king. To be precise, they put seats on the back of the deep-sea demonic whale king, drank wine, talked and laughed as if they were traveling on a yacht. Lu Feng went even further. He was lying on an extra-large lounge chair, basking in the sun, hugging him from left to right. The reason why Bo Sixi recognized Lu Feng at first glance was because she had seen Lu Feng's image. Apart from the leader, he is the most powerful person in the Merchant Alliance. It is said that there was once a Merchant Alliance woman who had to kneel in front of him. This shows that Lu Feng's status in the Business Alliance is not only higher than the elders, but also higher than the worshippers. What's more, Lu Feng is now the most prestigious genius in Douluo continent. His fighting power always shocks the world. Not only is he invincible within his generation, but no one can surpass him no matter how many generations later he comes. Such a person will undoubtedly become the focus of attention and discussion among the world. The Business Alliance newspapers describing Lu Feng's deeds often published portraits of Lu Feng. To some extent, Lu Feng is more famous than the leader of the Merchant Alliance. The leader of the Merchant Alliance, Shen Long, was nowhere to be seen. He showed up once in Wuhan City, and it was a startling glance. No one saw his appearance clearly. Lu Feng, on the other hand, appeared in the arena openly and everyone could see him clearly. Lu Feng is also an important bridge between the Merchant Alliance and Wuhan Palace. He is Bibi Dong's personal disciple and the third young master of Wuhan Palace. Naturally, Bo Sixi pays close attention to such a person. Bo Sixi was full of doubt, but my anxious heart was relieved. She was very sure that Lu Feng was not cooperating with the deep-sea demonic whale king to invade Poseidon Island. They looked nothing alike. At this moment, the special flying envoy of the Merchant Alliance came to see him. Bo Sixi took back his spiritual shadow and met with the Merchant Alliance flying envoy. The special flying envoy of the Merchant Alliance is here to inform that the deep-sea demonic whale king has become the sea-protecting holy beast of the Merchant Alliance. Upon hearing the news, Bo Sixi was relieved and shocked, but at the same time, more questions arose. These questions cannot be answered by the Merchant Alliance flying envoy. If you want to know, you can only ask Lu Feng. Anyway, the island of God will not be attacked, and there is no doubt about it. That was why Bo Sixi hurried to the beach just now to prevent the launch of the island defense formation. This young man's ability seems to be greater than that of the leader. He was able to subdue the deep-sea demonic whale king. It is also equivalent to helping Poseidon Island eliminate a major hidden danger. Otherwise, the deep-sea demonic whale king will definitely treat Poseidon Island as an enemy, and one day he will come for revenge. Bosaixi thought in his mind. The deep-sea demonic whale king stopped swimming. It's not because of the obstruction of the island protecting spirit beast, the great white shark. How could the shark dare to stop him? The deep-sea demonic whale king had already been frightened and fled in all directions before he even got close. In front of the deep-sea demonic whale king, the demonic great white shark can be easily crushed like a mammoth or an ant. The deep-sea demonic whale king stopped because the offshore sea was too shallow. His huge body would be stranded if he got any closer. Of course, he can also fly some distance. The problem is that there is no place for his huge body to stay on Poseidon Island. If you are not careful, you may cause serious damage to Poseidon Island. Lu Feng also thought of this and asked the deep-sea demonic whale king to be sent here. There was still some distance left, and they flew past the sea. Hi, hello everyone. I'm Lu Feng from the Merchant Alliance. Lu Feng smiled and waved to say hello to everyone on the shore. Then he led Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, and others to fly to the shore of Poseidon Island in the blink of an eye. Sea Dragon Douluo, Sea Horse Douluo, Sea Girl Douluo, and other sea spirit masters were still immersed in extreme shock. The expressions were frozen and dumbfounded like clay sculptures. The scene was peaceful and harmonious, but there was a storm in their heart, including Bosaixi. Why aren't we welcome? Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Lu Feng still looked ugly and shrugged. After all, it is their territory, and if my family wants to bother them in the future, I still have to be polite. He was not a god, and he did not predict that arriving aboard the deep-sea demonic whale king would have such a huge impact on Poseidon Island. No, we just... Seahorse Douluo reacted, but he was embarrassed to say that they were so shocked. As Bosaixi's subordinate, Seahorse Douluo knew that he had the obligation to communicate first. Seahorse Douluo changed the topic and said, "It turns out that you are the representative of the leader of the Merchant Alliance. You are indeed a talented person. Welcome, I am Wea from Poseidon Island. This is the High Priest of our Poseidon Island, His Majesty Poseidon Douluo." With a gentle smile on his face, Bosaixi nodded and said, "On behalf of Poseidon Island, I would like to extend the highest respect to all of you distinguished guests. We will also welcome your arrival with the highest standard." Bosaixi did not speak first because she was looking at her. Lu Feng had an inexplicable feeling of intimacy towards Lu Feng, and a feeling of déjà vu which was strange. She also reacted quickly, calling all the strong men to meet the enemy as the highest standard of welcome and courtesy, and preserving Poseidon Island's face. Chapter 795. Purple Pearl refuses to admit defeat, and the terrorist threat is coming. Men are not bad, women are not loving. The word bad does not refer to scum, nor does it refer to evil deed. Rather, it means that the emotional intelligence of love can understand amorous feelings and express love boldly with words and actions. But scumbag men are often better at this than straight men. Therefore, it seems that scumbag men are more likely to succeed in hunting for women. But in fact, scumbags are not born to be good at love. They are all experiences and learned experiences. Straight men can also learn how to do this. It just depends on whether you are willing to learn and whether you are willing to open your mind. In his previous life, Lu Feng was guided to be an obedient child in school, society, and family. Therefore, I have suffered this kind of loss. When I meet a girl I really like, I don't dare to express it. I don't dare to show my love boldly, and I don't know how to fight for love. It seems that if you go too far, you will commit a crime, and if you are rejected, you will be laughed at. You must live cautiously. In the end, I can only be an otaku who watches movies, plays game, and pose. After traveling to Douluo continent, I was completely let go and broke the shackles of my brainwashed thought. Looking back, what if I was rejected? We have to live in the eyes of others. Why should we live in the comments of others? Why should you care about being rejected? If you refuse, then look for another girl. As long as I still have my big and thick fishing rod, am I still afraid that I won't be able to catch any fish? Or you can change it to a fishing net. Cast a wide net and you can always catch delicious fish. Lu Feng looked at Ma Hongjun's progress and his thoughts were racing for a while. Next, under Ma Hongjun's arrangement, he let go, used his privileges, and broke the rules. Zhu Zhuqing cancelled the one-on-one match. Lu Feng put on a mask and competed with Bai Chenxiang. Bai Chenxiang is a flying spirit master, but Lu Feng has not forgotten that he had given Bai Chenxiang training in water combat a few years ago. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Lu Feng was also prepared. He will prepare a few more masks and play with the wives in different identities. This match is between the Liquid Amber combination and the Hypo brothers, who have won 4 consecutive victories. Ma Hongjun personally came on stage as the host and announced the duel list. The whole crowd cheered. In the packed soul fighting arena, the audience cheered enthusiastically. However, most of them are cheering for the Hypo brothers. The Liquid Amber Group? I haven't heard of it. With this name you can tell at a glance that they are inexperienced rookies coming here for the first time. It was my first time against the Shanghai Po brothers and they were miserable enough. They came out. The man wore a silver mask and the newcomer was still pretending. The little girl is so pretty, cute and has a great figure. No, at such a young age she is still a land soul. Master, my 100 gold soul coins bet. Haha, you guy, you still want to make high odds. I can't lose you. You're a fool. You kid, shut up. Do you want to die? That little girl's martial spirit is a sharp-tailed swift. An audience member looked at the information on the screen in awe. He is the direct heir to the Min clan and has a great background. Someone exclaimed. The Min clan is now a very prestigious sect on the Douluo continent. The little girl must have a lot of background, but the sharp-tailed swift is not very strong in combat and she is still so young. What? Fighting Soul King? Oh my god, Soul King? This little girl is the Soul King. Yes, is that right? You started practicing from your mother's womb. The man in the silver mask is also a Soul King, but why is there no martial soul indicated? The column for Lu Feng's martial soul is blank on the screen. The audience was puzzled. Ma Hongjun quickly explained. This silver face layer will not use martial arts and soul rings to fight. As soon as he said this, the whole place was in an uproar. What will happen if you don't use martial souls and soul rings? How dare land soul masters come to us on the ground? Brothers from the Sea Soul, teach them a lesson. Some Sea Soul masters were very unhappy. This is their ground and the pool is suitable for them to fight. The land soul master actually dares to fight with the soul ring without his martial soul, which means he looked down on the Sea Soul brothers. When Brother Hypo heard this, he also showed displeasure. Haegui sneered. Yunmian, right? Don't use this as an excuse if you lose. Don't worry. Lu Feng shrugged. You will definitely be the losers. Lu Feng sighed in his heart. Whether it was a coincidence or fate, he and Xiang faced off against the Hypo brothers. In the original plot, Ma Hongjun and Bai Chenxiang participated in the spirit battle here, and they also faced off against the Hypo brothers. Lu Feng wanted to hide his identity. Wearing a mask was not enough. The martial soul and soul ring were his unique symbols and could not be shown. But to deal with this level of soul fighting competition, there is no need for martial arts and soul ring, so there is no pressure. Yes, don't cry later. Hai Bai's eyes showed anger. Haegui and Hebei are twin brothers. They cooperate very well and have won 4 consecutive victories. They are very strong and have gained a reputation in the great soul fighting arena of Hanhai City. The Hypo brothers released their martial spirit seals. 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Jump into a deep pool with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Transform into a fish-like shape. Swim freely in the water and quickly disappear. Bai Chenxiang released her martial spirit, fluttered her white wings and flew into the air. At the same time, 2 yellow, 1 purple and 2 black soul rings rose from under her long, slender, and round leg and slowly rotated around her body. In terms of soul ring ratio, thanks to Lu Feng's help, the last 2 soul rings are both more than 10,000 years old, which is stronger than the Hypo brothers. Lu Feng put his hands behind his back and stepped on the water with his soles, walking as if walking on flat ground. Wow! 2 water dragons rose from the bottom of the water and rushed towards Lu Feng. It seems that he can easily avoid the boiling water dragon in a flash. He can take down the Sea Soul brothers with one move. Under the eyes of the true vision, the Sea Soul brothers are hiding under the water. He knows every action of the Sea Soul brothers. But Lu Feng didn't do this because today he defines himself as a sparring partner. The goal is not to defeat the Hypo brothers as quickly as possible. Instead, let Bai Chenxiang adapt to fighting against the Sea Soul master. The same was true for the subsequent scenes with Zhu Zhuqing and Shui Binger. It was also the first time for him to face a Sea Soul master, so he saw it as a good training opportunity. It would be boring if you killed your opponent instantly with one move. It has no effect on myself or them. The 2 water dragons rushed to nothing, but it did not stop but continued to rise rapidly, rushing toward Bai Agarwood suspended in midair. After taking the grass jelly, the white agarwood is no longer what it used to be. Its light speed and agility are unparalleled. Facing the 2 attacking water dragons, she flapped her wings and dodged them. At the same time, several feather blades that were already ready to attack condensed and formed, shining with white light. Whoosh! Feather blade counterattacked toward the water. Bai Chenxiang used her mental power to roughly detect the location of Brother Hypo at the bottom of the water. Brother Hypo was surprised from the actions of these 2 people who easily dodge the water dragon's attack. It can be seen that they have extraordinary strength. They are not in a hurry when fighting them. They can dodge and counterattack at the same time. Their goals are clear. They are not newbies at all, but they didn't pay attention to Bai Chenxiang's feather blade counterattack. Chapter 796 Tang Chen vs Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Lu Feng knew about Bo Sixi through the original plot and correspondence, but that was only from the side. Really face to face, this is the first time, and because of his his involvement various things happened very quickly. Big deviation. No one can guarantee that Bo Sixi is not murderous towards him. As for why, you have to survive to know it first. Lu Feng reacted instinctively. The martial soul and soul ring are released instantly. The surging soul power in the body automatically formed an extremely tough soul power shield on the skin. He rubbed his hands into a knife, cut it out with the hand knife, and broke the soul power band around his neck. At the same time, he paused with the solace of his feet and moved his body forcefully back several meters as if he was teleporting. Almost an instinctive fight reaction. Make defensive moves in the most restrained way possible. Bo Sixi was also amazed. This kind of fighting power really did not disgrace the reputation of being the #1 genius in the continent and suppressing his contemporaries. Under the pressure of 80% of her peerless Douluo's soul power, not only could he move, but he could also escape from the lock of her soul power in an instant. You know, he is just Soul Saint. Against ordinary Soul Saint, she can defeat them with a snap of her fingers. But in Lu Feng's case, he didn't get any benefit, and she did it by surprise in a friendly atmosphere. He wasn't given any time to think. If it were her, she might not have such a reaction. She has been trapped on an isolated island for hundreds of years, and her soul power has reached the level of a peerless Douluo. She is good at sparring, but her experience in life and death combat is not particularly rich. However, her testing purpose was achieved. Bo Sixi did not continue the attack. She put away the pressure of her soul power, narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and glanced at Lu Feng with a hint of resentment. Surprise flashed across Lu Feng's eyes, and he smiled sadly, not avoiding Bo Sixi's gaze. He probably understood Bo Sixi's purpose. It looked like a real sneak attack, but in fact, it didn't give him any room to think, and watched his reaction to judge his background. It seems that although the goddess has never left Poseidon Island, her intelligence are not comparable to those of ordinary women. Their eyes collided, but neither of them spoke. For a moment the whole world seemed to suddenly stop. The atmosphere was a bit stiff. The eyes are the windows of the soul. This sentence is correct wherever it is used. Sometime you can see a lot of real things through your eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 7 seconds. Lu Feng organized his words and was about to speak first. Bo Sixi spoke first. She smiled half-heartedly and said, "It's you after all. It's me. You admitted it." "Yes, I didn't intend to hide it from you. There were so many people just now that it was inconvenient to speak out." Lu Feng responded calmly. A few simple words to communicate. Even if outsiders heard it, they would not know what they were talking about, but they knew it. Through the sudden attack on Lu Feng and the information in Lu Feng's eyes, Bo Sixi was very sure that Lu Feng was the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Bo Sixi has lived for more than 100 years, and she is a peerless Douluo with great discernment. There is no doubt that she is intelligent, wise, and thoughtful. Very few people could hide something from her wise eyes. Even though it was the first time she met Lu Feng, she could carefully find clues in Lu Feng's words that matched those in Lu Feng's letter. This also proves that when meeting Lu Feng, one will naturally feel an inexplicable sense of closeness and familiarity. During the banquet, she further observed Lu Feng, increasingly suspicious. "I think this so-called leader of the Merchant Alliance might be Lu Feng, but not sure yet." So he came up with the idea of testing Lu Feng with a surprise attack. After a test, she confirmed that Lu Fengbo was the leader of the Merchant Alliance, but she was a little surprised. Lu Feng admitted frankly, the communication between her and Lu Feng was completely effortless and full of an indescribable tacit understanding. "Make her feel comfortable." Bo Sixi agreed with Lu Feng's explanation. Both sides were a large group of people meeting together. Such an occasion was indeed not suitable for Lu Feng to reveal his true identity to her. But whatever, the appearance of this leader of the alliance brought her a great surprise. This surprise is no less than the fact that the deep-sea demonic whale king is a friend rather than an enemy. The deep-sea demonic whale king is a matter for the entire Poseidon Island, but Lu Feng is more of her private matter. Only the leader of the Merchant Alliance, who is extremely talented and capable of killing peerless Douluo, can conquer the deep-sea demonic whale king. Now, it all makes sense, but she never expected to meet him in this situation. In her haste, she didn't even put on her makeup carefully. "I didn't choose the most beautiful dress and dress it up. Nothing is prepared." As for Lu Feng's appearance, age, conversation, and temperament, they were all very different from what she had imagined. Of course, they were all better. It was so good that her heart trembled, her heart surged, and she had mixed feelings. In every aspect, he meets the criteria for a woman's best mate, but precisely because he was so beautiful, Bo Sixi didn't dare to reveal his true feelings. A feeling of inferiority that she had never felt before arose in her heart. The age gap is too big. He is a handsome young man, full of vitality, while I am already over 100 years old. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been buried long ago, or he would have grown old. Such a huge age difference is probably insurmountable. But what a little enemy. Bo Sixi's eyes were dark and he nodded. "Okay, I believe you this time." "Is it just this time?" Lu Feng said with a smile. Of course, because you lied to me, Bo Sixi said angrily. Yes, when Lu Feng didn't know why, but he remembered that the words he said in the letter were all frank and sincere, without any deception. You lied to me and said you were old and ugly. Bo Sixi pretended to be indifferent. Does this count? I remember that there was the word if in front of it. What I said at the time was hypothesis. Lu Feng shouted that he was wrong. I don't care. You lied to me anyway. Bo Sixi showed the strong side of the high priest, but his appearance seemed a bit coquettish. Is there anything else? Lu Feng said with a helpless smile. I haven't thought of it yet. Bo Sixi shook his head. That means there is no more. So I was wrong. Lu Feng said. Whether you are wronged or not, I have the final say. Now you are on my territory. The high priest showed the domineering power of a big woman again. But the affection in my heart is like a deep ocean. Lu Feng was speechless and choked. The goddess is unreasonable. What should I do? Only a fool would reason with the goddess. Talk about love or express it directly with action. One way is to get rid of her. But this is only limited to goddesses who are already in a relationship. Although he and Bo Sixi have known each other for a long time and regarded him as a confidant, this was only the first time they met and the relationship was not yet serious enough for them to fall in love. After all, it was the first time they met, so Lu Feng could not get a glimpse of Bo Sixi's true thought. In the correspondence, Bo Sixi was very reserved in expressing his emotions, but he also knew that Bo Sixi was not really threatening him. It's more of a joke between friends. Chapter 797 Purple Pearl Island Great Disaster. Lu Feng's unshakable defense made them lose their spirit. The two soul skills attacked continuously, but they couldn't hit him. How could he fight? Seeing that Brother Hypo was thinking of quitting, Lu Feng quickly said, as long as you know, kneel down and beg for mercy, and I will let you two little fishes go. He was deliberately sarcastic. Lu Feng's provocation shocked the Hypo brothers, who lost their vigor and became furious. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. Soul masters all care about face, not to mention that they had just won 4 consecutive victories and become famous figures in Hanhai City. It's so abominable. The defense is very strong, isn't it? Let's see if you can't withstand this move. The Hypo brothers had a tacit understanding of each other and immediately launched their ultimate move that they would not use easily. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Forbidden Waterspout. The most powerful attack of the Hypo brothers. In the first 4 victories they did not use this ultimate trick. Suddenly the soul power surged. They put their best foot forward. Boom! A waterspout suddenly burst out of the water and soared into the sky, causing the entire large spirit fighting arena to shake violently. The audience screamed in surprise, but the audience is a little unsure now. I am also looking forward to seeing what the result will be. Lu Feng faced a terrifying attack just now, but he ignored it, beyond their imagination. But now the Hypo brothers use martial soul fusion skills, and their attack power is doubled. Can Lu Feng still be able to stop him? Compared to the previous tentative water dragon attack, both in shape and power, it was several times more powerful. You must know that martial soul fusion skills are not as simple as 1+1, but increase the attack strength exponentially. The Dragon Lord and the Snake Woman are not very strong when fighting alone, but by using the spirit fusion technique they can compete with the titled Douluo. Well, that's interesting. Lu Feng got his wish, prompting the Hypo brothers to use their martial soul fusion skills, and then looked at Bai Chenxiang, allowing Bai Chenxiang to launch an attack. The smart Bai Chenxiang immediately understood what Lu Feng meant. Soul Bone Skill. Yan Wu Shattering Strike. Bai Chenxiang did not retreat but advanced, using the soul skill attached to the left leg bone of the 80,000-year-old 3-headed golden falcon. But it's not a head-on attack. Instead, he turned into a phantom and used his superb flight speed to avoid the waterspout at high speed, draw an arc in the void, and fly diagonally towards the Hypo brothers. She is currently unable to compete head-on with the waterspout, but she knows that the original body of the Hypo brothers is the flaw. Therefore, he took advantage of his speed to bypass the waterspout and attack the original body possessed by Brother Hypo's seal spirit. Bai Chenxiang's flying speed was several times faster than the speed of sound, and only Lu Feng could match her. Once she exerts her full strength, her figure cannot be captured by the naked eye. In an instant, Bai Chenxiang's figure appeared behind Brother Hypo. Ah, she's too fast. The Hypo brothers who were controlling the waterspout were shocked. There are 2 options at the moment. First, give up using the waterspout and use all your strength to defend against Bai Chenxiang's attack. The second is trying hard to withstand Bai Chenxiang's blow. He also has to use waterspout to attack Lu Feng, who is not moving. The Hypo brothers chose the latter. Lu Feng's taunt just now made them extremely angry. In order to save face, they had to hurt Lu Feng even if they were injured. As for the attack from Bai Chenxiang behind them, they felt they could bear it. Although the feather blade just now made them realize that the attack of this sharp-tailed swift soul master should not be underestimated. But after all, he is still a sharp-tailed swift spirit master, and no matter what, his attack power is not much stronger. Besides, they are in the water water and have a defense bonus. In the lightning and flint, the Hypo brothers turned into swimming fish, sank into the water, and continued to control the water spout to attack Lu Feng. Facing the martial soul fusion skills of the Hypo brothers, Lu Feng did not hold back and instantly condensed a soul shield to block it in front of him. The two peak soul kings used martial soul fusion skills, which also had attack attribute bonuses no less than the attacks of Soul Saint. Don't be too careless. Boom! The water spout hit Lu Feng's soul shield violently, making an earth-shattering roar. Almost at the same time, chasing Bai Chenxiang underwater, Yan Wu shattered and swept away the Zhong Hypo brothers. The dazzling shadow of the Golden Falcon's giant claws tore apart the Hypo brothers' soul power shield without any obstruction, penetrating directly into their physical bodies. Tear-ugh! The Hypo brothers were horrified to find that their physical defenses could not withstand it. With a miserable howl, his body fell to the ground like a meteor. It hit the bottom of the water with a bang, knocking out a deep dent in the coral rock at the bottom, with cracks scattered around it. Both fell into coma. The water spout dissipated immediately, falling like a heavy downpour. Lu Feng still stepped on the water, his body motionless, put away the soul shield he had used with one hand, and looked at Bai Chenxiang with approval. In the original plot, Bai Chenxiang was helpless against the Hypo brothers, passively beaten, and in a very embarrassed state, relying on Ma Hongjun's strategy to win. Now, she just helps her attract some of the fire power, and she can accurately see the flaws of the Hypo brothers, and defeat the Hypo brothers with a calm blow. It shows that she works very hard and has made great progress in all aspects. Bai He's death made her grow up overnight, pushing her to work harder than before. That's why we achieved what we have today. If you don't work hard, no matter how much cultivation resources and opportunities you pile up, you won't achieve much. Ma Hongjun is an example, a good negative teaching material. Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial spirit, although he has lost the uncontrollable ultimate fire, his fire attribute it is very close to the ultimate fire and is stronger than Yan's top fire attribute. If he is willing to work hard, he will achieve extraordinary result. You can get him another fairy grass containing ultimate fire in the future. The 10-headed fierce sun snake king inner alchemy stored in the storage belt can also be considered as a gift to him. However, if Hua Wu can use it, of course it will be given priority to Hua Wu. Ma Hongjun is not as important as his wife. It is still uncertain whether Hua Wu can use this inner elixir. The inner elixir of ancient soul beast is no small matter. Moreover, this is not the 10-headed blazing sun snake in the original plot, but the king of the 10 blazing sun snake. The effect is 10 times, 100 times better. If you don't have enough talent and strength, you will lose your life if you forcefully absorb it. Now, the auditorium was silent again. The audience's eyes were wide-eyed, and this time their jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. Those who place heavy bets on brothers in the sea are like mourning their heirs. It was Bai Chenxiang who defeated the Hypo brothers, but everyone knew very well that without Lu Feng's martial soul fusion skills that directly resisted the Hypo brothers, Bai Chenxiang would not have succeeded so easily. Lu Feng stood leisurely on the water, his clothes as white as snow, his sleeves flying, and his elegance was unparalleled. After a few breaths, Ma Hongjun calmed down and commanded, "Hurry, rescue this person and treat him quickly." He suppressed the joy in his heart. Just now he also broke the rules and focused on Lu Feng and Bai Chenxiang in the name of others. Make a lot of money. The great soul fighting arena itself does not engage in gambling. What you make is money from the wealthy bankers on the outside. After hearing the order, 7 or 8 staff members remembered their duties and quickly jumped into the water to fish out the unconscious brother Hypo. Chapter 798 Tang Chen was defeated and Tang San was beaten again. Only then did the audience come back to their senses and start talking. So good, he still hasn't been repulsed. Impossible, impossible. How can such a powerful martial soul fusion skill be so watery? It's not the martial soul fusion skill, it's the silver face soul. Master, the defense is too strong. Yet, even if you stand still and let the Hypo brothers attack with all their strength, they can't shake it. This kind of defense is simply unbelievable. Who is he? I wonder too. I know, he is so elegant, so handsome, and his looks are definitely not bad. The focus of everyone's discussion was not Bai Chenxiang, who defeated the Hypo brothers, but Lu Feng, who was full of mystery. The VIP auditorium on the top floor where Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others were located was a partition with floor-to-ceiling glass windows and was soundproofed. If the windows were not opened, their cheers would not be heard. I didn't expect Xiang to be so strong. Ning Rong praise. Fighting in Xiang Shui is also very good. You can rush directly into the water to chase the sea spirit master. Duguyan acknowledged. Another little monster. A bright smile appeared on Lu Erlong's lips. She knew how much Lu Feng valued Bai Chenxiang. In addition, the elder Bai he passed away, so Lu Feng took even more care of her and tried his best to cultivate her. Lu Feng has high expectations for Bai Chenxiang. I hope Bai Chenxiang can also reach the the peak of Soul Master. Next, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Hu Lina, etc. took turns to form a combination with Lu Feng and fight together. Lu Feng put on different masks and accompanied them in the battle with different mysterious identities. No more suspense. Zhu Zhuqing and the others were stronger than Bai Chenxiang, especially in terms of attack power. Although Ning Rongrong, Ya Lingling, and Swu are auxiliary soul masters, after training in the killing field duel, they each have their own attack skills and have good attack ability, combat adaptability, physical defense, and soul masters. They also have extremely strong strength, and with Lu Feng's help in attracting fire power, even if they cannot knock down the opponent directly, they can still kill them alive. The thousands of spectators present were puzzled. Today is a two-person competition, which is very different from before, and there are more players wearing masks, as if they are imitating the mysterious appearance of the first Silver Face Soul Master. However, the battle was exciting, and they were so mesmerized that they put those doubts aside. Generally speaking, everything is done according to the rules. In order to entertain everyone and please Lu Feng, Ma Hongjun used his privileges to temporarily arrange a combination of Sea Soul Masters to compete in a duel by increasing the appearance fee. As long as you are willing to spend money, you are not afraid of finding someone. Happy time always passes quickly. It was night in a flash. In this period of time, Lu Feng appropriately helped Daodu, Hua Wu, and Jiangzhu absorb the fairy grass. Hua Wu, who possesses the ultimate fire, absorbed the fairy grass smoothly and did not need help. Daodu and Hua Wu, who were slightly less talented, had a little difficulty and needed help to completely absorb the fairy grass. The energy contained in grass, the effect of grass jelly, is as gratifying as ever. The three female martial arts souls have been greatly strengthened. Their soul power has increased by leap and bounds, and their cultivation speed has also been greatly accelerated. That night, Daodu, Hua Wu, and Jiangzhu went through shift adjustment and accompanied Lu Feng to bed together, releasing their deep gratitude to Lu Feng. The reason for shifting is because they were not originally lined up together. The night is dark. Outside the window of Lu Feng's room, Bai Chenxiang spread her white wing, quietly glided over, and landed lightly on the balcony. Her smart eyes blinked. A naughty smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she listened attentively. Soon, her beautiful face turned hot, as if on fire. Her blush reached her neck, and her little earlobes were so delicate. She always had something in her heart and wanted to say to Lu Feng, "Brother, take me." Lu Feng and her were not biological brothers and sisters, but they were better than biological brothers and sisters. Whether in her heart or in the mouths of people around her, Lu Feng was the best brother in the world. But what she wants is more than brother-sister love. They were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. When she was a child, she could innocently say, "I want to marry my brother when I grow up." Now she has grown up, reaching the height of an adult at the age of 12, which is also the age for marriage in ordinary rural families. She also understands the things between men and women, but she is more shy and can't speak out. She was a little afraid that if she opened her mouth and broke the window paper, it would affect the harmonious relationship between the two of them. 2 hours later, the sounds in the house stopped. It's late at night and the sky is filled with starlight. Sitting on balcony wall, Bai Chenxiang next to her felt sleepy, yawned, and fell asleep unconsciously. At this time, the balcony door opened. Lu Feng cast his adoring gaze on Bai Chenxiang's beautiful sleeping face, shook his head and said with a smile, "This little girl is actually sleeping here." He knelt down and gently picked up Bai Chenxiang. He rushed to Bai Chenxiang's room, put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and kissed her on the forehead. Lu Feng turned around and was about to leave the room. "Brother," Bai Chenxiang called softly. Lu Feng turned around, not sure if she was talking in her sleep, but she saw Bai Chenxiang looking at her shyly, with bottomless affection in her beautiful eyes. "Xiao Xiang is awake," Lu Feng said with a smile. "Brother, I'm not young anymore. If you don't believe me, check it out." Bai Chenxiang was already familiar with some of Lu Feng's jokes. "It's so late." Lu Feng hesitated. He knew that Bai Chenxiang was interested in him, and he originally wanted to include Bai Chenxiang in his harem in the future. Being familiar with the original plot, of course he knew that Bai Chenxiang would be a very beautiful goddess when she grew up. After traveling to this world, Bai Chenxiang was the first goddess he met. It's just that Bai Chenxiang was still young at that time. The two grew up together and fell in love with each other. I don't know when he started treating Bai Chenxiang as his own sister. The two share a special deep bond. After Bai he died, this feeling did not decrease but increased. He is also worried that breaking that relationship will affect the current relationship. Therefore, he would not take the initiative to tell the truth. Bai Chenxiang was still young anyway, so it didn't matter if he waited for another 2 years. "Brother, are you tired?" Bai Chenxiang changed the subject. "Me? Aren't you tired?" Lu Feng said, spreading his hands. "Then you stay, accompany me." "Okay." Bai Chenxiang's voice was as thin as a mosquito. "Okay." Lu Feng smiled, walked over and lay next to Bai Chenxiang. Bai Chenxiang waited for a while and found that Lu Feng did not move. He was just looking at her with with a smile. I just did something bad. Bai Chenxiang's cheeks were slightly red. Oh, I eavesdropped on you. Haha, did you pee? No, that's okay. What's good? You're still a good boy. I don't want to be a good boy. No, I don't want to be a child anymore. Then what are you going to do? Lu Feng shrugged. I hate it. Bai Chenxiang pursed her red lips and mustered up the courage to say, brother, I want to be your woman. Chapter 799 Attacking Poseidon. Bai Chenxiang is the youngest among Lu Feng's group and is also at the bottom in terms of strength, but she has passed the red level divine test. The red level divine test is also called the top divine test. Seahorse Douluo didn't even get the top divine test that year. Seahorse Douluo's own test is the 4th black level test. Even if the test is one level different, the test is extremely difficult and the rewards are also hugely different. In addition, the level of the god test is equivalent to the Poseidon's recognition and is related to the status on Poseidon Island. In other words, if Bai Chenxiang passes the top test, her status on Poseidon Island will be higher than that of Seahorse Douluo. Finally, Bai Chenxiang got the top test. It is already considered valuable. Compared with the yellow level exam, it spanned 2 levels. Of course, only Lu Feng knew about this. Lu Feng was at least Xiao Wu and Bai Chenxiang got the black level assessment. Because he got the black level assessment, it shows that he has the talent and qualifications to become the heir to the throne of God. Bai Chenxiang got the red level, which was higher than Lu Feng's expectations. Lu Feng was very satisfied and Bai Chenxiang was also happy. Next, it's Zhu Zhuqing. In the original plot, Zhu Zhuqing's divine test grade was at the bottom among the Shrek 7 monsters. It's the 5th black level exam. However, this time, in addition to taking the fairy grass, Zhu also absorbed many top-level soul bones, including soul bones that were attached nearly 100,000 years ago. The level of Poseidon assessment mainly depends on talent and strength. Absorbing soul bones and strengthening strength and talent are also included in it. Going to the Slaughter City trial, drinking the holy dew of the underworld, undergoing life and death training in the killing field, and obtaining the killing god domain are also all ways to strengthen one's strength. During Zhu Zhuqing's test, the seahorse holy pillar shone brightly again, with red light reaching the top. The light of the holy pillar caused by Zhu Zhuqing was more intense than that of Bai Chenxiang, and the movement it caused was also greater. It seemed as if the entire Poseidon Island was trembling. No, it's not. It's red level again. And Seahorse Douluo looked horrified and his words were a little incoherent. He could roughly judge Zhu Zhuqing's Poseidon test from the intensity of the light, but this level of assessment has not happened on Poseidon Island for hundreds of years. Appeared last time, it was Bo Sixi taking the Poseidon assessment, the top 7 exam. Bo Sixi couldn't help but exhale softly, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhu Zhuqing with an extremely hot figure, showing a look of extreme surprise. She finally found her successor. Obtaining the top 7 exams shows that Zhu Zhuqing is qualified to take over as her high priest. The premise is that Zhu Zhuqing can pass the top 7 exam. Bo Sixi knew that all of Lu Feng's women were top-notch geniuses with extraordinary talent, but as soon as the top 7 exams came out, Bo Sixi felt that he needed to re-evaluate the team. Bo Sixi had no idea that the person who was qualified to become her high priest successor was actually a ghost cat soul master who had no water elemental soul power. Just because Zhu Zhuqing is qualified to take over as the high priest of Poseidon Island does not mean that Zhu Zhuqing will accept it. Bo Sixi knew very well that Zhu Zhuqing would not be willing to be the high priest of Poseidon Island, because one of the missions of the high priest of Poseidon Island is to dedicate everything to the heir to the throne of Poseidon. Bo Sixi felt quite uneasy. She was waiting for the heir to the throne of Poseidon to appear. It is almost certain that one of these people must be the heir to the throne of Poseidon, but she didn't know which one. Based on her observations, she felt that Shui Binger was quite possible. The Ice Phoenix martial spirit was originally a top-level martial spirit. After taking the fairy grass and sharing the ultimate ice from Lu Feng, Shui Binger's martial spirit had been strengthened to a level very close to a god-level martial spirit. Moreover, it is a water element martial spirit. As long as it is practiced on Poseidon Island for a period of time, Shui Binger can also be blessed by the power of the ocean. Yes, the heir to the throne of Poseidon can also be a woman. The position of Poseidon is very special and has no gender requirement. Congratulations, Chinger, Lu Feng said with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing was a little surprised to get the top 7 exam. Zhu Zhuqing's speed is unmatched in the team, and he can even slightly surpass Lu Erlong. Speed is also an important strength. Zhu Zhuqing's strength has reached its extreme. Coupled with her super explosive attack power, there is no problem in getting a red level, but it was a surprise to get the top 7 exam. In addition to her own training, to a large extent, it also relies on her effort. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't hide her joy, turned into a black shadow, and threw herself into Lu Feng's arm, expressing her tenderness. This dog food was spread so freely that even Seahorse Douluo was envious. this. A slight sadness arose in Bo Sixie's heart for no reason. Afterward, Meng Yuran, Douluo, as well as Gu Qingbo, Shen Liuyu, and Yu Haro took the field for testing respectively. Like Bai Chen Xiang, Meng Yuran and Douluo won the top test. Gu Qingbo, Shen Liuyu, and Yu Haro all passed the Black Level 6 exam. The three of them did not take the fairy grass, nor did they go to the Killing City, but they received the soul bones and soul power holy fruit sent by Lu Feng. It is already a very good gain for them to get the Black Level 6 exam. If you fail the Poseidon assessment, you will be severely punished and may die. If your talent and strength are not up to par, if you get too high a test, you will lose your life. With the talents and strength of Gu Qingbo, Shen Liuyu, and Yu Haro, they can only withstand the 6th Black Level test at most. Next, Ning Rongrong comes on stage. Without any suspense, she passed the 7th Poseidon examination. Another Poseidon 7 test. Seahorse Douluo was stunned. Bo Sixie was also stunned. He did not expect that two people who were qualified to succeed the High Priest would appear in succession. The entire Poseidon Island people, including the other guardians of the extreme holy pillar, were looking up and staring at the sky. A lot of red light rushes to the top. All representatives have received top-level assessment. I envy them. Who can compete with such a team when they grow up? Xiao Wu, it's your turn. Let's see if you can match me, Ning Rongrong said with a proud smile. She and Xiao Wu would fight over everything, but it did not affect the relationship between them at all. On the contrary, their relationship continued to deepen. Well, it's up to me. Xiao Wu was not sure what she would get. It's like lottery time. Feeling a little nervous, Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Feng and walked to the seahorse sacred pillar. Result. Just like Ning Rongrong, the same intense red light rose into the sky. Another top 7 test. Seahorse Douluo's voice changed its tone. Bo Sixie was dumbfounded and couldn't even laugh or cry. She was numb. What kind of people are these? Next, Shui Binger, whom Bo Sixie paid most attention to, came on stage. Bo Sixie felt that if the 9 tests of Poseidon appeared today, it would most likely appear on Shui Binger. There was a gap between Shui Binger's talent and strength compared to Lu Feng, but Bo Sixie believed that Lu Feng should be the heir to the throne of Shura God, so he could no longer become the heir to the throne of Poseidon. The result come out. Shui Binger is also in the top 7 exam. Bo Sixie breathed a sigh of relief. I felt a little strange in my heart. Could it be that my premonition was wrong? Among the remaining girls, none seemed to have the talent and strength to become the heir to the throne of Poseidon. Chapter 800 Poseidon's Moment of Pretense. Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Yuran, Du Guyan, Ya Lingling, Shui Wu, Shui Yuer, Hua Wu, etc. who were tested next also all scored red and were all between the top 5 to 7th exam. The holy pillar was tested. Something unusual has occurred. It was hit by multiple red light. Even the holy pillar made of pure deep-sea immersed silver cannot withstand it. Cracks appeared. Such a thing has never happened. The holy pillar of Poseidon Island is not just as simple as being cast from deep-sea sunken silver. The inscriptions and totems carved on the holy pillar give the holy pillar great power, but it was almost broken by the tester. This scene shocked Seahorse Douluo, but Seahorse Douluo's power could not keep the holy pillar intact. After that, there is Lu Feng, who has not been tested yet, and Lu Feng is undoubtedly the genius among geniuses among the young soul masters in this field. Bo Sixie predicted that Lu Feng would be at least among the top 7. Most likely it will be the top 8 exam. The top 8 exams are followed by the top 9 Poseidon exam. The Poseidon 9 exams are specially set up for the heirs to the Poseidon throne. The top 8 exams have not appeared for thousands of years. Once he appears, his status will be above that of the High Priest of Poseidon Island, and his name will be Holy Lord. The Holy Master of Poseidon Island does not need to be trapped in Poseidon Island for the rest of his life like the High Priest, nor does he need to sacrifice to the heir to the Poseidon throne. But the seahorse holy pillar was almost broken. Can it still be tested? How about changing to another holy pillar to test? Seahorse Douluo asked Bo Sixie, dumbfounded. No, I can repair it. Bo Sixie held the staff tightly in his jade hand and slowly raised it. A ray of pure Poseidon's light shot out from the aquamarine gem at the top of the staff as if it had substance. There is no wind or waves in the surrounding ocean. Only a few people can observe that there are thousands of strands of light blue power in the ocean converging in Dabo Sethi's staff. The light gradually increases and becomes so dazzling that people dare not look directly at it. The pure and condensed Poseidon's light has a power close to the god level. Although it is slightly inferior to the use of Poseidon's wool, it is not comparable to ordinary people. I saw the cracks on the holy pillar, and the luster of molten metal was flowing out. In the blink of an eye, the crack disappeared. Bo Sixie repaired the sacred pillar completely and added strength. Shui Binger, Xiao Wu, and other beauties felt relieved. Great, the holy pillar has been restored. I was so worried and guilty just now because we broke their holy pillar. Yes, they are so good to us. As soon as we come, I'm so embarrassed to break someone else's holy pillar. Okay, Lu Feng, it's your turn, but don't don't break the holy pillar. It's okay even if you break the holy pillar. There is Poseidon. Douluo is here and it can be repaired. What you say is beautiful and I can comment on it. They were very concerned about the test result. Satisfied, very happy. On the way to Poseidon Island, Lu Feng informed them in detail about the contents of Poseidon's assessment and the classification of levels. Therefore, they now know very well what their Poseidon assessment level represent. Hearing this, Bo Sixi could only smile bitterly in his heart. The holy pillar was no trivial matter. Even if she could absorb the power of the Vasi to assist her, it would still consume a lot of soul power to repair it. The holy pillar just had cracked and can be completely repaired. If it was broken, she could only repair 60% of it today. High priest, can I test it? Lu Feng asked. He also didn't want to destroy the sacred objects on Poseidon Island. Okay, let's go. Bo Sixi thought. Now that the repairs have been completed, only Lu Feng is left. Even if Lu Feng tests the top 8, the holy pillar can withstand it and is not so fragile. Lu Feng nodded and walked to the holy pillar to accept the test. His thoughts coincided with Bo Sixi's. You can probably get the top 7 or 8 exam. Because Shura God and Poseidon had an agreement beforehand, Lu Feng was allowed to undergo the trial first, and finally Lu Feng decided which family to choose for the divine position. Therefore, the 9th test will only be given after Lu Feng decides to accept the divine position. At this moment, Shura gods will felt that Lu Feng was undergoing the Poseidon divine examination test. The will of Shura God, who was far away in the killing city, quickly opened a magic mirror-like projection through the mark of God left on Lu Feng and observed silently. Suddenly, Shura God Will's expression changed drastically and he became furious. Poseidon, old thief, you don't keep your word. He saw from the projection the red light rising from the sacred pillar, wrapped in bright golden light. This is the symbol of Poseidon's 9 test. At the same time, Lu Feng inspired a ray of extremely pure divinity and the seahorse holy pillar exploded in an instant, shocking the earth. This shows that Lu Feng has unfathomable potential to become a god. None of the previous heirs to the throne could compare with him. Divinity is the key to transforming people into god, and Lu Feng had just started the divine examination and got the key to becoming a god. Anyway, Poseidon did not abide by their agreement and directly handed Poseidon 9 test to Lu Feng to strike first. Poseidon actually did such a shameless thing. This was something God Shura didn't expect. Agreements made between people are often not followed, but the agreement between gods has been very sacred since ancient times and is an unchangeable contract. If violated, you will be punished. The Council of the Divine Realm carries out this punishment. It will also be boycotted by the entire divine world. Therefore, generally gods will not break their oath, even verbally. As long as you promise, you must do it. However, Poseidon actually risked being punished and refused to abide by the agreement. Shura God Will was extremely angry about this. After staying in the killing city for tens of thousands of years, I have long been tired of it, and I finally look forward to a perfect heir to the throne. If it was Lu Feng's own choice, he had nothing to say. But now it was Poseidon who failed to abide by the agreement and did not give Lu Feng a chance to consider and make a choice. He couldn't wait to go to Poseidon Island immediately to save the situation, but it will be difficult for him to leave the killing city unless the killing city is destroyed or a major event occurs. The will of God Shura has the responsibility to protect the city of killing, so naturally it cannot destroy the city of killing. At this time, under the ground of the killing city, a roar suddenly resounded. The killing city trembled slightly. The will of God Shura felt that there was an extremely ghastly evil force spreading from the ground. That extremely evil power comes from the underground ancestral cave of the evil-eye zombie ghost clan. The underground ancestral cave of the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan was destroyed by Lu Feng's introduction of lava torrent. The leader of the evil-eyed zombie ghost tribe chased Lu Feng, but Lu Feng counterattacked and killed him. The evil-eyed zombie ghost clan was wiped out, but no one knows that there is a bronze coffin in the ancestral cave of the evil-eye zombie ghost clan, which was not destroyed by the lava torrent. Now, the bronze coffin is open. The extremely evil existence that has been sleeping for thousands of years has returned to the world. Evil-eyed zombies are undead. Theoretically, there is no limit to their life, but there will be restriction. When one reaches a certain stage of life and his vitality is exhausted, he will enter a deep sleep state and wake up again after hundreds or even tens of thousands of years. And sleeping in the bronze coffin is the ancestor of the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan, an old monster who has lived for an unknown amount of time. At that time, the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan captured Yayu and sacrificed Yayu to the evil-eyed zombie ghost ancestor. The bronze coffin in which the ancestor of the evil-eyed zombie ghost clan sleeps is itself an evil weapon comparable to a divine weapon. It is also the weapon of the zombie ancestor. Yes, the zombie ancestor used to carry a bronze coffin to fight. Ah, who destroyed my evil-eyed zombie clan? Revenge, revenge, revenge. The ancestor of the zombies let out a crazy howl. Normally, the zombie ancestor would wake up after tens millions of thousands of years. But his bronze coffin withstood the torrent of lava and he woke up early. As for the genocide, he naturally harbors extremely deep hatred. If there were no accident, God Shura would suppress the zombie ancestor who seemed to be going crazy. But now Poseidon did not abide by the agreement and snatched Lu Feng away as the heir to the throne. God Shura then had other ideas. Moreover, the strength of the zombie ghost ancestor is close to that of the false god, so it is not that easy to deal with.